Your mother sees that you are already 18 and still haven't found a wife, so she directly arranges for you to become the warden of a women's prison, even threatening that if you don't have a grandchild within a year and a half, she will make you marry your childhood rival. Just thinking about that chubby girl who always liked to beat you up sends a chill down your spine. However, when you arrive at the prison, you find out that your childhood rival is actually the deputy warden. What surprises you even more is that the chubby girl from back then has now transformed into a beautiful woman with fair skin, stunning looks, and long legs. While you are still in a daze, you suddenly get kicked into the examination room by the deputy warden, Gu Jiojin. As you enter to undress for the physical examination, you stagger into the examination room, pouting and thinking, what's with the attitude? It's just an examination. Once inside, you find only a sexy woman in a white coat wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Feeling a bit shy, you scratch your head and say, hello, what examination am I here for? The woman smiles and says, oh, still a handsome guy, you must be Jiang Fan. You nod and politely extend your hand, but the woman waves her hand and lifts a curtain beside her. My name is Xia Hong, but everyone calls me Sister Hong. I'm the prison doctor here. Go take a shower first, I'll get you examined soon. Okay, sure. You awkwardly retract your hand and walk into the bathroom. Sister Hong leans against the door, smiling at you, feeling a bit embarrassed. You say, Sister Hong, could you step aside? I need to take a shower and undress. Sister Hong waves her hand nonchalantly and says, I know, you just wash yourself. Don't mind me. Anyway, you'll have to undress for the examination later, so don't be shy, it's going to happen sooner or later. Hearing this, you are shocked and open your mouth wide. What? Undress for the examination? It won't be the kind of inspection I imagined, right? Hongjie nodded and kindly explained. Yes, it's exactly what you think. Completely undressed, and then I'll use my fingers to inspect you to ensure you have no contraband on you. Does everyone who comes to this prison have to go through this? You tightly pulled your belt. Aren't I here to take a job? This can't be right. Why does it feel like I'm about to go to prison? Hongjie, are you sure there's no mistake? Hongjie smiled and rubbed her hands together. No mistake, no mistake. Xiaojiu told me just like this. Hurry up. Such a big man. Don't dawdle. If you are here to go to jail, the whip has already struck you. You swallowed hard, gritted your teeth. After all, it wasn't you who was suffering. You quickly took off your clothes, washed yourself clean, wrapped yourself in a towel, and bravely walked out. Sister Hong, I'm ready. Next, Sister Hong smiled at you, so shy. Come here, lie down on the bed obediently. I will be very gentle. Ahem. Okay, then hurry up. You steeled yourself. Lay on the medical bed pretending to be a corpse, not daring to move. Sister Hong smiled and said, oh, this is quite a bit of investment. Relax. Why are you so tense? Don't block it. Spread your legs. Sister Hong aimed at the spot and suddenly probed in. Ah, no. Your scream, like that of a slaughtered pig, echoed far from the examination room. Sister Hong, with a smile, took off her gloves. All right, it's over. Your yelling almost made me deaf. Put your clothes on. At this moment, you were on the verge of tears. You thought you could handle it, but during the inspection, that feeling of being controlled and completely defenseless made you unable to hold back your voice. You held back your emotions and gritted your teeth. I will take revenge. This Xia Hong, I will definitely make her taste this feeling too. After getting dressed, you went to the warden's office. Gu Jiojin was focused on writing documents and said to you, feel free to sit. I'll be done soon. If you're hungry, you can eat first. You disregarded your image and plopped down on the sofa. Gu Jiojin, what exactly did my dad ask me to do? I haven't done anything here, and they made me undergo a physical examination first. Gu Jiojin glanced at you. It's just a routine check. What's the big deal? Every prisoner who comes here has to do it, and they are all women. None of them reacted as much as you did. I could hear you shouting from the 8th floor. You got angry upon hearing this. You also said they are prisoners. I'm not a prisoner. Why do I have to undergo a routine check? Gu Jiojin leaned back in his chair with his arms crossed. I told Hongjie to specifically do it for you. I need to confirm if you're healthy. Upon hearing this, you immediately jumped up from the sofa. What? You specifically asked her to do it for me? I didn't provoke you. Why are you treating me like this? Gu Jiojin also stood up, angrily saying, how did I not provoke you? First, I have already been in Black Mountain Women's Prison for 2 years, and the position of warden should have been mine, but you suddenly got transferred here, barged in, and took my position. How can you say you didn't provoke me? I took your position? What do you mean? You looked completely confused. Honestly, you didn't know anything. Gu Jiojin looked at you indignantly. Second, didn't you ask me why I had Hongjie give you a physical examination? My dad wants us to get closer, and if we get along well, we should get married. Not only did you take my position, but you also want to sleep with me. Do you think I should be angry? You tell me. You say it yourself. No one has mentioned this to me. It's a misunderstanding. Big sister, you felt more wrong than Doi. You just came to work and be an official. How did so many issues suddenly arise? Humph. There's no misunderstanding. Let's eat. Gu Jiojin took a sip of beer to calm herself down. You think that there are still many days ahead, and there are plenty of ways to deal with him. Upon hearing this, you twitched your lips and obediently sat in the chair. After all, it was you who took her place, so you decided not to bicker with her. During dinner, the two of them sat quietly, not saying a word. Not long after finishing the meal, Gu Jiojin took you towards the prison area. Today is your first day on the job. Let everyone get to know you. The Black Mountain Women's Prison houses serious offenders, each of whom has been sentenced to over 15 years, and many are serving life sentences or death sentences. So don't underestimate them. If given the slightest opportunity, they all want to escape. Moreover, you are a man, and there are some, inmates with stronger needs inside, who will look at you with green eyes, so you need to be careful, Gu Jiojin advised as he walked. You followed Gu Jiojin through several facial recognition gates and arrived at a sturdy iron door. While entering the password, Gu Jiojin said, "This is the area where the inmates live. The password for this main gate changes automatically every day, and only you and I have the authority to know the password and give it to the guards. When the password changes, it will be sent to your office computer, so don't forget to check." Further inside, each prison area and gate has a physical key, aside from my office which has a backup. The keys are with the guards in each prison area. You were a bit curious and asked, Gu Jiojin, with so many high-tech doors, what happens if the power goes out? Gu Jiojin smiled slightly and led the way into the prison area. If the power goes out, it's not a problem. The prison has 3 sets of backup power buried underground. If the power goes out, all the doors will automatically lock, and no one can escape. Moreover, the ground in the prison area is also equipped with high-voltage electricity. If there is a riot, the inmates will be instantly electrocuted and subdued. You were a bit surprised. That's so advanced. Wouldn't the prison guards inside also get electrocuted? Gu Jiojin raised an eyebrow. Indeed, they can get electrocuted inside the prison area, but the guards coming in for support will wear specially designed shoes, so they won't get electrocuted. The voltage is not high and won't harm people. Don't worry, there will be a chance for you to experience it. A little shock to refresh your mind. It's really exhilarating. At this moment, a tall tattooed female inmate said with a wicked smile, "Oh, so this is the new male warden. Looks pretty fresh." Upon hearing this, the prison area instantly erupted. What? Where? Wow, he really is a man. And he's quite handsome. I really like him. Ha ha ha, finally a man. I've been so starved. Can't eat, but just looking is satisfying. Little handsome guy, come play with us. You were caught off guard by this sudden uproar and felt a bit embarrassed, never expecting these female inmates to be so bold and straightforward. Seeing this, Gu Jiojin's expression darkened, and he sternly shouted, "Shut up. If you dare to talk nonsense again, you'll be locked up for a month." Only then did the inmates reluctantly stop, but they still made faces and posed at you. You steadied yourself and said loudly, "Hello everyone, I am the new warden Jiang Fan. From today on, I hope everyone can abide by the prison rules, and I will treat each person fairly." The tattooed female inmate snorted disdainfully, "Humph, sounds nice." You didn't want to argue with her, but just then, a voice suddenly echoed in your mind, "Release the task." As the prison warden, being provoked and teased by inmates during your first entry into the prison is a loss of the warden's dignity. Please change the current inmate's contemptuous view of you within 10 minutes and establish your authority. Task reward, aura of dignity, which can intimidate anyone who looks at you, making you formidable without anger, and they will feel something in their hearts. When someone tries to deceive you, you will naturally sense it. Failure penalty, aura of cowardice, which makes all the opposite sex see you as a coward and a soft touch at first glance. Li Life's eyes widened. Unbelievably, he stood still. He clearly heard the voice of the quest coming from his head, and as soon as he moved his mind, the quest turned into words and automatically surfaced in his mind, so he couldn't believe it even if he wanted to. My mother, not a dream. Really send me a task. What era? Science can explain it. Am I really being manipulated by an unscrupulous author? Li Fate froze in place. It hadn't accepted the sudden system voice. Lin Shi, who was in front, heard Li Life cry out in shock. Looking back over, she only saw Li Life with a weird expression on his face, and she thought that Li Life was going to faint again. Busy calling the following prison guards to assist Li Life with him, but before his hand could fall on Li Life raised his hand and waved it, signaling that he was fine. What's the matter? You're not going to faint again? Lindsay asked with concern. Li Life shook his head as he once again pulled up the mission in his mind and scrutinized it, confirming that he wasn't dreaming, it wasn't a hallucination. Right now the mission time is only 10 minutes. No matter what, he has to finish the mission first, and then go back to study what's going on with this system. I'm fine. It's just that the prisoner just now seems to be very unhappy with me. Lee Life turned his gaze towards the tattooed female prisoner who had just spoken out sarcastically. What's your name? Lee Life stared at the tattooed female prisoner, his voice a little low. My name is Jo Mei. Jo Mei had just seen that Lee Life's few people had already passed by, so she sat back on the bed. But when Lee Life suddenly turned back to him and asked him questions, she opened her mouth to reply after being slightly stunned. Jo Mei, don't you have a number? Stand up. How dare you sit down when you're talking to the warden? You've got a lot of guts. Lee Life's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice was low, and he suddenly roared, scaring Jo Mei with a jolt, hurriedly stood up. My number is 3242. Jo Mei stood up, a little nervous, looking at Lee Life's shoes, did not dare to meet his eyes. She secretly regretted in her heart, how could she be so impulsive? No one else answered. She answered, I did not think that the heart of the mind of this new prison governor so small. This is to take her to the knife. Didn't anyone ever teach you to answer a question by calling out a report? Give me a new answer. Lee Life continued to look at Jo Mei aggressively, reporting to the warden. My number is 3242. My name is Jo Mei. I'm sorry, warden. I know I'm wrong. Jo Mei stood straight and whispered back, did I say you were wrong? The voice is too low for me to hear. Say it again. Lee Life increased his voice and yelled at Jo Mei. Warden. Report. My number is 3242. My name is Jo Mei. Jo Mei yelled at the top of her lungs. Not bad. Just this volume. Say it 100 times for me, Lee Life faintly commanded. With that, he turned around on his own and walked towards the next cell block under the astonished gazes of Lin Shi and a group of prison guards. Jo Mei, on the other hand, continued to pull her voice, shouting over and over again, watching Lee Life's footsteps move, and while her heart was relieved, she didn't dare to have the slightest slackness, shouting even harder. The inmates in the cell block witnessed this scene and shut their mouths. Even their breathing slowed down for fear of attracting the attention of Lee Life, the prison governor. After all, Jo Mei, who was still shouting reports in her ear, was the most visual example. After shouting this 100 times, I guess you won't be able to speak for a few days. Lee Life, on the other hand, checked up on the new voice that appeared in his head as he walked. Congratulations on completing the quest and receiving the reward, the Aura of Majesty. It has been used automatically. Lee Life only felt a tremor, as if something had landed on him, and then disappeared without a trace. And after he experienced it carefully, he did feel an extra layer of aura on him. Lindsay and the prison guards following behind them were more than aware of this. Originally looked at Lee Life a look of a white boy, and the morning meeting also fainted past, but not much will he put on the heart. But now look again, actually inexplicably feel a little afraid of him. The prison guards thought, not worthy of being able to be the director of the prison of the people, really have two brushes. Lin Shi was also impressed with Lee Life. Her body unconsciously followed behind Lee Life and spoke softly. Not bad. I didn't expect you to be quite fierce. What happens in our prisons? 1 rumor spreads to 10. 10 rumors spread to 100. This time you've established your authority. Tomorrow your name will spread throughout the entire prison, and the inmates will all be afraid of you. Ha ha ha. I'm a new officer. In a moment you send someone to tell her to stop shouting. Just be honest next time. Lee Life completed the task, very happy. Originally he did not care about things. Now that the task is completed even more so, there is no need to torture Jo Mei. It's useless for me to send someone. You're the warden. Even if I send someone, she doesn't necessarily listen to me. She wouldn't dare not to finish shouting at this moment. Saying you a sentence you're so packed with her. If you know that she didn't finish shouting, there's still no telling how you'll pack her up. Lin Shi waved her hand. She knows these prisoners very well. That Jo Mei just now is serving a life sentence and will be here for the rest of her life. She wouldn't dare stop. Forget it. It's good to let her learn a lesson. Lin Shi explained again. Well, that's fine. It's bitter for her. Let's continue to the next prison block and take a look. Lee Life shook his head and could only sacrifice Jo Mei. Chapter 8, Highly Intelligent Criminals. As the crowd stepped into the second prison area, the situation Lin Shi expected of a group of inmates rising up again did not occur. The inmates quietly surveyed Lee Life through the gap in the bars of the prison door. After all, there was suddenly a man in prison, and even if it seemed inexplicably a little scary, the woman's curiosity couldn't be suppressed. The inmates in this cell block are all in prison terms. Some of the older ones are about to get out. They are also the most obedient and work hard. I will apply for a sentence reduction for them if they perform well in our prison. Lin Shi introduced to Lee Life. Lee Life nodded while looking around at the prisoners. They were of different ages, mostly middle-aged, and could not dress up in the prison, so they were all plain, but Lee Life also saw a few prisoners who looked amazing even if they were plain. If these inmates were put outside, they would definitely cause many men to adore and snatch them up. Lin Shi gave the inmates of the second prison district the usual introduction to the identity of Warden Li Life. I don't know if it was the effect of the aura of majesty. All the prisoners were silent, quietly looking at Li Life. Some of the prisoners' eyes were ferocious, and they couldn't wait to eat Li Life in general. I know that some of you are skeptical or even dissatisfied with me, the newly appointed male warden, but I want to tell you all that as long as you abide by the prison's rules and actively rehabilitate, I will fight for each and every one of you to have your sentences reduced. Li Life's voice echoed in the prison area, but the inmates remained silent and no one answered. Seeing this, the correctional guard of the second prison area behind him took out a throwing stick and knocked on the iron prison door, then shouted, "Are you dumb? Don't you hear the warden? Why don't you thank the warden?" Upon hearing the correctional officer's shout, the numerous prisoners then reluctantly opened their mouths one after another. "Thank you, warden." The voices were uneven, breathless, and unorganized. Exasperated, the correctional officer knocked hard on the prison door again. "What are you doing? What are you doing? Speak louder and be more organized. Do you hear me? Do you want to get out of here? Do you want your sentence reduced?" The female correctional officer scolded loudly. "Forget it. It's okay, they just met me. They are just not familiar with it. These inmates are going to go out in the future. There is no need to force them." Li Life waved his hand, stopping the female correctional officer. Li Life thought to himself that after all, these prisoners were all given the chance to get out and naturally had their own ideas, and he certainly wouldn't intentionally bully them. Seeing that Li Life didn't mind, the female correctional officer was also relieved for these prisoners. She had just seen how careful Li Life was in the first cell block. She wasn't purposely being mean to these inmates. On the contrary, she was helping them for fear that they would offend the prison governor and then run into a gun. Li Man continued to follow the line of people towards the next cell block. His heart secretly staggered. There were actually so many people in this second cell block, a lot more people than the first cell block, and some of the cells were emitting a strange odor. Li Ming smelled something pungent, something like the smell of rotten seafood. Stealing a glance at Lin Shi and the girls, they did not react much, as if the smell was commonplace. Through the long corridor, the crowd stepped back into the third cell block. Lin Shi was again introducing Li Life. "This is the third cell block now, where the dishonest lifers and death row inmates are kept. All the pricks in prison are put here, and half of the third cell block is cells, and the other half is confinement cells and public bathrooms for showering. There's also a recreation hall up front, where you watch TV on time every night. Further on is the prisoner's mess hall. That's about it." Li Life nodded in understanding, and then he looked curiously into the cells of these death row inmates. The people in this cell block were obviously not as energetic as the people in the first two cell blocks, and even when their group came along, there weren't many probes out to see. Li Life came to the door of a cell, probed to look inside. There are 2 beds inside. 2 women are sitting opposite each other. A woman probably in her 50s is holding a book at this time, quietly looking. The other younger one was staring blankly, her eyes unfocused, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Noticing the movement of Li Life at the entrance of the cell, both women turned their heads to look at it. The older woman's gaze was calm as she put down the book in her hands, the corner of her mouth pulling out a faint smile. Her voice husky but with a bit of gentleness. "The new warden came to inspect?" Li Life nodded slightly. Then he asked curiously, "How do you know I'm the new warden?" Knowing that after the crowd had entered this third prison area, Lin Shi hadn't even introduced his identity to the inmates here. How did this woman know that she was the warden? Back to the words of the warden, "I guessed, to be able to let the deputy warden personally accompany the introduction, it must be an extraordinary status, so I deduced that you are the new warden. What I didn't expect is that the new warden is actually a man. It seems that this prison is going to be lively again." The woman rolled the book up and clapped her hands, revealing a smile. "You're pretty smart. What offense did you come in?" Li Life has asked again. He has heard before that the prison can be a lot of people. Today is also considered a small insight. With this can guess that he is the warden. This is not properly high IQ criminals it. Back to the warden. "I'm in for fraud, drug dealing, kidnapping, and killing a cop," the woman returned. Li Life heard another shock, although he knew that she was a death row inmate, but he did not expect that she, a woman, actually did so many illegal things. Counting the crimes and punishments, she is not death penalty. Who death penalty? "How long have you been in here?" Li Life asked. "It will be 2 years and half a month. I'm on a 2-year reprieve from the death penalty, and in half a month, I'll be commuted to life imprisonment, too, so I won't have to die. Thank you to the prison warden. Thanks to the correctional officers for taking care of me." The woman dropped her gaze to Lin Shi and the prison guards behind Li Life, her eyes showing gratitude, but Lin Shi and the others didn't pay any attention to her, and Lin Shi stepped forward to talk to Li Life. "Well, it's almost time for the inmates to eat. Let's go straight to the cafeteria." "Oh, okay, let's go." Li Life nodded his head and followed Lin Shi as he continued to walk in the direction of the cafeteria. In a short while, Li Life came to the cafeteria. He was the first time to see the tableware used by the prisoners. Surprisingly, they are all plastic tableware. Li Life picked up and measured. This kind of tableware is indeed safe. Even if it is stolen by the prisoners, it will not cause any harm. When the guards finished preparing the meal, Lin Shi used the intercom to call the correctional officers in each cell block, asking them to release the prisoners from their cells for dinner. The next thing Li Life saw was a huge line of prisoners coming from the cell block. When the inmates saw the handsome Li Life standing there, they all had green eyes, as if they were not here to eat, but to eat Li Life. Chapter 9, Hard to tell the truth from the fake. The inmates lined up to enter the cafeteria, methodically and in order to call for food and receive cutlery, then sat at a table not far away from Li Life, eating while watching Li Life as a downer. From time to time, there were whispered exchanges about how handsome the male warden was. Li Life somewhat couldn't stand their gazes and casually walked around the restaurant, which really let him see a few young criminals with good figures and looks. This made Li Life think that this prison warden's job was pretty good too. Of course, he was looking, but he didn't have anything against these prisoners. His own family was destined to be a parallel line to these prisoners. Suddenly, a burst of noisy sound reached Li Life's ears. He looked back. Just now he passed by a table of female prisoners who were still eating quietly. Actually, two of them stood up. They stared at each other intently, as if they were about to make a move at the drop of a hat. Lin Shi and the guards on watch also noticed the situation here and rushed over. What are you doing? Why are you standing up? Sit down. Eat properly. The correctional officer of the second cell block saw that both prisoners were from their cell block, and she angrily rebuked with a change in her face. Report to the disciplinarian. She spit in my rice. A young woman with a somewhat skinny figure was the first to open her mouth to complain. What? 1746. You spit in her meal? The female correctional officer sniffed and immediately pointed at the other, somewhat shorter and fatter inmate and questioned. Reporting to the correctional officer. I didn't. The short and fat prisoner raised his hand and returned with an unchanged face. 3057. She says she didn't spit. How do you explain that? The female corrections officer turned her attention back to the skinny prisoner. Stewardship. Look, her spit is still here. She's the one who lied to you. 3057 hurriedly picked up the rice and pointed it out to the steward. The female corrections officer frowned at 3057's dinner plate, and sure enough, there was drool on it. But before the female disciplinarian could ask a question, 1746 spoke up in defense. Who knows if it was her own vomit that wronged me? You fart. You're the one who threw up and you're still trying to weasel out of it. 3057 was furious and directly scolded. All right, stop it. 1746. You'd better tell the truth. The warden is here. You'd better not make trouble for me. The female correctional officer stared fiercely at 1746, itching to give her two mouths. Knowing that the warden was here and still dared to cause trouble, she really owed it to her. 1746 was startled by the female correctional officer's words, and with a twinkle in his eye, he hurriedly looked for a compliment. Report to the correctional officer. It was she who said during dinner that our new prison warden looks like a gigolo. Not a good thing, and I only poo-pooed her when I got angry. What? 3057. You've got a lot of nerve. You dare to speak ill of the prison warden. Sit down for me. Finish the meal on your plate. A little something left on your plate and you're going to the brig for 3 days. The female correctional officer was furious. Pointing at the dinner plate on the table that still had saliva on it, she yelled at 3057. No, not the discipline. I didn't say that. I was saying the warden is so handsome. She heard it and spat on me. I'm wrong, correctional officer. 3057 hurriedly explained. Shut the up. Sit down. Eat. Don't make me repeat myself. Or don't eat. Go straight to 7 days confinement. The female disciplinarian didn't listen to her sophistry, and directly pressed her to the chair with one hand, pointing at the dinner plate for her to eat. Across the room, 1746 saw this, gloated, sat down, and continued to eat. And on the sidelines, Li Life, who was still on the sidelines. At this moment, yet another voice came from Li Life's head. Release mission. 2 inmates in the prison are fighting because of you. The inmate who likes you is being framed. You, as the warden of the prison, have to do justice to her, find out the truth, and return her innocence. Quest reward. The heart feels something. When someone tries to deceive you, you will sense it yourself. Penalty for failure. Everyone you talk to whose first impression is to deceive you takes pleasure in deceiving you. Earns the achievement. Stupid warden. Li Life froze, and after checking the task in his head, his eyes lit up and he quickly stepped forward, snatching the spoon that 3057 had already lifted. Warden. This. The female correctional officer looked at Li Life stepping forward and thought that Li Life was trying to be a hero, collecting people's hearts, or to more vicious means of punishment. 3057. While Li Life sniffed, He waved his hand calmly and told the female disciplinarian to get out of the way. Then he swept a glance at the two prisoners and spoke faintly. Of the two of you, one of you is definitely lying to me, and I don't have the time or energy to sort out which one is lying to me. So the two of you together, no need to eat, all of you go to solitary confinement for me, 7 days each. Any questions? Lee Life finished and then looked at the female correctional officer in the second prison area and asked, Warden. No problem. The female correctional officer was stunned by Lee Life's words. He had known that Lee Life was careful, but he did not expect to be so careful. It is better to kill the wrong person than to let them go. See if they still dare to mess up. Ah, Warden, I spit on her because I defended you. You can't even lock me up. If you want to lock her up, lock her up. When 1746 heard Lee Life's words, he panicked in the flesh. That confinement room was no place for a human being. She couldn't stay for even 1 day, let alone coming straight to 7 days. On the other hand, 3057 across from her was brightening up. Turning to Lee Life, she said, Great, Warden, 7 days is 7 days. It's fine to have this asshole with me. See her get away with it. It's worse than me being locked up for 7 days. 3057 just now. She was still aggrieved, but at this moment, she was excited, and for the first time, she felt that confinement could be so enjoyable. The thought of this old woman on the opposite side suffering made her happy. Well, then it's decided. 7 days off each. Go! You take them to the confinement room, Lee Life ordered, pointing at the female disciplinarian. The stewardess nodded her head just as she was about to act. 1746 Then he began to cry. The warden was wronged. 7 days of confinement is killing me. I beg the warden. I'm on my knees. Don't lock me up, please. Lin Shi at this time but walked over and reminded. Warden, the environment of the confinement room can be very bad. The space is narrow. There is no light. It's pitch black, and an ordinary person wouldn't be able to stand it for 12 hours. Letting them stay for 7 days is a bit too heavy. Why don't we just lock them up for 3 days? 3 days? Well, in that case, it's not impossible. Let's put it this way. If either of you two admit your mistakes and take the initiative to explain the causes and consequences, then it's fine to be locked up for 3 days. If you continue to not tell the truth and keep to your own words, then you will continue to be locked up for 7 days. Lee Life's words had just fallen. 1746, who was still kneeling on the ground and crying profusely, rolled and crawled to Lin Shi's side, grabbing Lin Shi's pants leg and crying, Deputy Warden, please do something for me, Deputy Warden. Chapter 10, 6 Wardens in 2 years. Lin Shi sniffed but had no reaction, just holding her shoulders and waiting to watch the show. Well, you still won't tell the truth? Then you can only be confined. Lee Life's voice rang out hypnotically. Woo, Warden, I explain. It was me who spat into her rice. I just couldn't stand the sight of her nymphomania. That's why. But I didn't say anything bad about you, Warden. Just now it was just wanting to frame her before I said those words. Please, Warden, spare me. I know wrong. 1746 confessed to Lee Life while wailing. The prison guards and watching the prisoners are surprised to see this. Did not expect 1746 this prick really tell the truth? To know that the prisoners in this prison are not idle. Everyday large and small conflicts that are countless. Few prisoners with the prison guards to confess the situation. Most of them are wrongful, unsettled. Then the conflict between the inmates got deeper and deeper before they got into a fight from time to time. And 1746 seems to be really intimidated by the 7-day confinement and said anything to get a few days less. There were also quite a few inmates who looked at 1746 with disdain, mocking her in their hearts for her lack of backbone. Lee Life didn't care what the other prisoners thought. The mission completion tone in his head had already sounded. It seemed that what 1746 said was true. Lee Life nodded and pulled 1746 up from the ground. Very well, it's good to know that you're wrong. Locking you up isn't simply to punish you, but to let you remember the lesson and reform properly. In that case I'll give you a chance. You go and apologize to 3057, and this matter will be left alone, and you won't be locked up. But the next time you commit a crime again, you won't be able to get through it so easily. The female correctional officer secretly admired in her heart. I did not expect the prison governor to play this as a slap and give back a sweet data. Highly skilled. 1746 Why don't you thank the warden and apologize to 3057? The female correctional officer slapped 1746 and urged. Yes. Thank you, Warden. Warden, I won't do it again. 3057. Sorry for. 1746 collected his tears and hurriedly thanked Lee Life. Forget it. 3057 Seeing that Lee Life had given his word, he naturally didn't dare to be unreasonable and could only stop. Very good. Change the 3057's meal for another one. Keep eating. Don't even look at the fun. Lee Life clapped his hands to attract the attention of the crowd of prisoners. Seeing that there was no more action to watch, The crowd of prisoners also buried their heads and ate their meals, but their eyes still stole glances at Li Life from time to time, and their hearts all more or less gave birth to some special thoughts. Li Life at this time is satisfied to walk around again, easy to take care of another task. The task reward has been issued, but he does not feel anything. Perhaps no one has told him lies yet, so he has not seen the effect yet. The inmates who came to eat came one batch after another, and finally when all the inmates had finished eating, she took Li Life out of the cell block. Let's go eat too. Next is the time for the prisoners to go to the playground for free activities. There are correctional officers to watch over them. Today is not a working day, so there's nothing much to do. After eating we'll take you for a stroll later, she said. Li Life nodded. Well, good. It seems that the warden is quite good at his job. I really misunderstood this position. The inmates are also quite obedient. Overall not bad. Humph. You have just done much while this floated. Really think this position's so good to do From I came here after 2 years between the change of 6 prison director. You think about it. What a concept. She said while walking. 6 changes? Why? Li Life was really surprised this time. 6 changes in 2 years. On average, a prison director has been working for 4 months. Is this place that difficult to work? Why? You'll find out later. And I'll tell you that of those 6 wardens, 3 are now out of office and home. 2 were in car accidents and died accidentally, and 1 committed suicide. Right there in the room you're staying in. You should have changed the bedding in the room. That's still the last warden's. She's the one who committed suicide. And since that incident, no one has gone in that room. It's just cleaned occasionally. The bedding hasn't had time to be changed yet. She faintly said. Asterisk. Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought that was for me. It wasn't changed at all. Li Life's eyes widened as he stared at Shi, his face full of indignation. Oh, haha, fooled you. I misremembered. The last time the bedding was changed, the previous warden never slept in that bed at all. It's okay. It's all right. It's all clean. Shi smiled awkwardly and pretended to joke back. Li Life was just about to ask if it was true or not when a sudden tremor ran through his heart. A strange feeling arose. It's a skill rewarded by the quest. The heart feels something? Li Life had a harder time. Shi was lying to him. That bedding wasn't even new. It was used by the last prison warden who committed suicide. He even slept comfortably in that bed. Really? Couldn't even lie to himself if he wanted to. The system outright told him it was lying to him. This Shi is too pitiful. It's not that bullying. Silently placing Shi on his revenge list, Li Life held back his emotions and followed Shi, who had already changed the subject, to the staff cafeteria. The cafeteria chef's handiwork had already been tasted by Li Life last night, and it was quite good, and specially opened a small stove for him and Shi. It looked appetizing, and the two of them began to eat a large amount of food. Eat almost. Li Life asked Shi about the previous several prison warden. How to do a prison warden, either a car accident or suicide, is so dangerous? Half the casualty rate? But Shi shook her head and explained. I don't know why. I wasn't always the deputy warden before. Originally if you didn't come over then I would be the one to be the warden this time. My dad was worried about me before and didn't want me to be the warden. I suspect that Uncle Lee transferring you over might be more than just letting you go on a blind date with me as well. Chapter 11, Weapons Depot. Li Life leaned on his chin and pondered Shi's words. The blind date aside, with the impression he had with his old man, he would just give him such an important task? And without a single word of instruction? Li Life was in a bit of disbelief. He had walked around this way today and hadn't found anything special about this prison. Could it have all been an accident? A coincidence? Aside from the fact that he had inexplicably acquired an additional system, Li Life really couldn't think of any danger here. Recalling the dream he had when he fainted, the dream was that he had also obtained the system, but was being controlled by that unscrupulous author. But the quests received in reality were much better than those strange quests in the dream. So maybe he just got a system by accident and the unscrupulous author was just dreaming about it. Shook his head. It's useless to think so much now. Just do it one day at a time. Pops can't throw his only real son into the pit. That. Shi. Speaking of blind dates, we haven't seen each other for years. You don't have a boyfriend or anything? Li Life curiously sized up the flowery Shi across from him. According to her face value, what kind of man can't find? The men chasing her must be lined up from here to her house. What's with the blind date? What's a boyfriend? I'm aiming for the stars. There's no need for that kind of useless thing. Shi said indifferently. Unlike you Li Dazhou, I heard that you these years outside the affair quite a lot of it. All day bubble in the bar nightclubs. Female DJs as you have not less touch it. Ha 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 ha. Which is? It's all rumors. You don't know about my family. It's tightly regulated. If I keep messing around outside, my father would have already cleaned me up. Li Life laughed. He didn't lie. Although he always went to the bar to play, but he also passed through all the flowers, not touching a single leaf. Oh, really? Then how come I heard that a woman named Zhangya and you seem to have an unusual relationship na? Ex-girlfriend? Or current girlfriend? Lin Shi slightly narrowed her eyes, her gaze shooting straight at Li Life's face, carefully watching his expression change. Ha? How do you know about Xiaoya? Li Life looked at Lin Shi in surprise. And Xiaoya, called so affectionately, the relationship is not ordinary. Lin Shi raised her eyebrows. Ha ha, it's not true. Although my parents have always spoiled me, but if I were in love, they would still let me come on a blind date with you. Li Life explained with a smile. Auntie and uncle, I definitely believe it. Then who is this Zhangya? Lin Shi looked at him suspiciously. After she knew that Li Life was going to come to him as a prison warden to have a blind date with her, she let her friend check Li Life's recent movements, and she was shocked when she didn't. This Li Life 2 points a day. Out of the house is to go to the bar, every day to play until the early hours of the morning before going back. The social circle around them is not messy. The only one who plays together for a long time is this girl named Zhangya. Basically as long as Li Life is there, she is there. It is hard for people not to suspect their relationship. That's why she is nagging and somewhat targeting Li Life. Xiaoya is my friend. She is the daughter of the owner of that bar that I often go to, because I often go there, one after another. We got to know each other. Every time I go there, we just drink with me. It's not the kind of relationship that you think, Li Life explained. Humph, I'll believe you for now. Better not let me find out that you lied to me. Otherwise, you'll have to eat your fruit. Lin Shi finished her sentence and took the lead to get up and walk towards the outside. Li Life spread his hands helplessly and followed suit. A woman's heart under the sea needle. Tired to death, he cannot understand how Lin Shi a moment good a moment bad. He only felt that she was capricious and unreasonable, and did not attract people's favor when she was a child. Next, Lin Shi took Li Life on a tour of the various departments and terrains within the prison, the defenses of the passes and the weapons depot. When he arrived at the armory, Li Life was a bit unable to move his steps. Even in his position, he had yet to play with a firearm himself in his long life. When he was a child, he was curious about this mysterious hot weapon, but he could only look at it from a close distance. Both his old dad's bodyguard, Uncle Wang, and the people who secretly protected him were not letting him touch the firearms. Finally, today he could touch a pistol. Li Life held it in his hand and it was heavy, very textured. This was still the pistol without a magazine. It was estimated to be heavier when loaded. Raising his hand and aiming at the distant bullseye, 3 dots and a line, Li Life felt that he would be very accurate in shooting a gun. Ask is gifted. After aiming for a while, Li Life reluctantly put the pistol back down. The line of sight fell back to the automatic rifles and sniper rifles on the side. I didn't realize they had this kind of mass murderer in prison. There were also various types of bulletproof vests and grenades hanging on the wall, as well as other combat equipment. And looking at Li Life's eyes, his tentative gaze went to Lin Shi's waist. That's right, a black, unknown pistol was now attached to Lindsay's waist. Lin Shi smiled slightly as she felt Li Man's gaze, then walked forward to pick up the pistol that Li Man had just played with, and proceeded to re-shove it into Li Man's hand. Take it. You're a prison warden. You're allowed to have a gun. Keep it for self-defense. Just be careful not to open the safety, lest it goes off. You can also shoot at the targets here. Our prison has plenty of ammunition. You can practice here when you are free. But I have to remind you, guns are only allowed inside the prison. You can't have guns outside. Don't forget. Lin Shi seriously instructed. Really? I actually get to carry a gun too. Haha, great. I've wanted to play with it for a long time. You teach me to shoot. Shoot a few shots before you go. Li Life excitedly raised the pistol back up again and aimed it at the target. Che, lesser man, load the magazines. Live rounds. Get in position. I'll only teach you once. Lin Shi clapped her hands and handed the magazine to Li Life. Having never eaten pork, he had also seen a pig run. Li Life loaded the bullets in a decent manner, took a good position, and aimed at the bullseye. Just when he wanted to fire a shot to try, a silhouette came up behind him. Lin Shi's body was pressed against Li Life's back, her head resting on his shoulder, and her hand gently pressed on his hand that held the gun. Then Lin Shi's voice rang in Li Life's ears. Lower your center of gravity, relax your breathing, adjust your aiming position with the rhythm of your breathing, tense your arms and prepare for the recoil. Make sure to hold the handle of the gun with both hands. There will be a heavy force at the moment of firing. Breathe slower, slower, slow down. I said slow down. Why is it getting faster and faster? Lin Shi voiced out in dissatisfaction. You're sticking so close to me. I can't slow down. Li Life said helplessly. He wasn't Willow, a man in his prime, being taught by such a beautiful woman, and the hot air coming from his ears, all tugged at his heartstrings, and his heart beat faster and faster. Breathing is also getting heavier and heavier. Chapter 12, Male Models. When she heard Li Life make a sound, Lin Shi looked down in confusion, and only then did she realize the change in his body. The originally fair face suddenly turned red, hurriedly leaving from Lee Life's back. Lee Fate, you molested me? Lin Shi pinched her waist and pointed at Lee Life in anger. Alas, I'm sorry, you posted yourself. I didn't molest you. I'm a young man. It's only normal to have a little reaction, okay? Lee Life turned his back, covered his body changes, and complained. You, how come? I didn't realize you were so bad when I was a kid. Lin Shi whitened Lee Life fiercely. You also said when I was a child law. How would I understand this back then? Lee Life pressed down the gun and eased up a little before turning around and locking eyes with Lin Shi, his face slightly embarrassed. Stinky rascal, play with yourself. I'm leaving. Lin Shi threw down a sentence, then directly left the weapons depot, leaving Lee Life behind. Lee Life laughed bitterly, and lost the interest in pistol shooting, took a holster from a side shelf and hung it on his waist, and put the pistol into the holster, before he drifted away from the armory. Reporting to the warden, Deputy Warden Lin has already registered it for you. You can just take the gun away directly now. Be careful and use it carefully. Oh. The guarding prison guard of the weapons depot gave Lee Life a salute and looked at him with a curious face. Lee Life had long since realized that everyone in this prison, whether it was the guards or the criminals, were all staring at him with eyes like they were looking at monkeys. This made him very puzzled. He was the only man in prison, but he wasn't the only man in the world. Why are they all looking at him like that? Greeting the female prison guard's gaze, Lee Life really couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, Sister, don't treat me like a prison warden now. Can I ask you something? That prison guard was surprised by Lee Life's words for a split second. Then he came back to his senses and smiled back. Warden, no need to be polite. Just ask if you want to. I can tell you whatever I know. Ahem. That is, I feel that since I arrived at our prison, how everyone looks at me so strange. Even if you can't see other men in the prison, but everyone on vacation or before the inmates enter the prison, they haven't seen less men. They shouldn't be looking at me like this. Lee Life asked in a low voice, afraid of being overheard by others. Ha ha. Warden, I can answer this question of yours, but don't tell anyone that I told you this. The female warden hemmed and hawed and lowered her voice as well. Great. I'm sure I won't tell anyone. Don't worry. Quickly tell me what's going on, or else I'll get goosebumps from being stared at all the time. Lee Life anxiously said. Warden, in fact, before you came, Deputy Warden Lin told us. She said that our prison is going to have a new leader, who is young, thievingly handsome, with a super white face, and used to work as a male model, with a great body. Let those of us who have no boyfriend sisters seize the opportunity to take you down. So, everyone look at your eyes only have so a throw strange place. There are also inmates. Must have heard these words from whoever's mouth. 1 by 1, 10 by 10. Inmates also want to see what you really look like. After the female prison guard finished explaining, she also looked back and forth to see if there was anyone eavesdropping, and realized that no one was paying attention before she sighed in relief. What? I'm Lindsay. It's her again. Lee Life was furious after hearing this. He should have guessed it a long time ago. Without her authorization, how could the prison guards dare to look at him so straight? Lee Life gritted his teeth. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge, so mark her down again. Lee Man pushed down his anger and left the armory. Without Lin Shi to lead him, he could only casually look around. At this time, the inmates are free to move around the playground, sunbathing, eating and drinking after a walk. Lee Life cannot help but sigh. These prisoners' prison life is quite comfortable. Adhering to the iron net of the playground, Lee Life slowly walked forward, getting a little closer to the inmates. By this time, some of the inmates inside the iron net had already discovered Lee Life's figure, and they all walked over to his side, closer to the more tightly staring at Lee Life. Hate to pounce on the general. Lee Life forward step. Female prisoners in the iron network will follow a step. With his pace has been following him, the number of people more and more, and finally is to attract the attention of the correctional officers. A group of corrections officers walked through the doorway into the playground and quickly made their way to where the inmates were gathered. What are you doing? Get down. All of you. Crouch down. The female disciplinarian's voice rang out from within the playground. When the inmates heard the chiding, they hurriedly held their hands over their heads and crouched down on the ground, but their eyes were still surreptitiously sizing up Lee Life. With these hundreds of prisoners all squatting honestly, the correctional wardens also saw Lee Life loitering outside the playground, and finally realized why these prisoners had gathered together. Wiping his forehead with a false alarm, he saluted Lee Life. Hello, warden. There's nothing going on. They can look if they want to. They won't be curious after seeing more. Lee Life said helplessly. Can you control people not to look at him when your eyes are on them? Aye, warden. The correctional officer gave another salute, then led the men to retreat from the playground. As long as there are no inmates to cause trouble, their work is usually quite free. But when something happens, they are either injured or disabled. Don't look at the prisoners as women, but they are no worse than men, even more vicious. After strolling around the playground and letting all these inmates get a good look at his magnificent face, Lee Life went back to his office. Pushing open the door and looking at the empty office, Lee Life's heart was a little furtive. The last warden had died in this very room, and it was fine that he hadn't known about it before, but he always felt a little creeped out now that he did. Gulping, Lee Life removed all the bedding from the bed and opened the suitcase to replace all the bedding he had brought with him. This was only slightly more reassuring, and he lay flat on his back. He's the biggest here, and no one cares. He can get off when he wants. Woke up a little early today. This burst of Lee Life has been a little tired. Lying in bed without realizing it, fell asleep. Toward evening, Lee Life was again awakened by a knock on the door. Knock knock, knock knock. Lee Life snapped his eyes open, not yet fully conscious, and ran all the way to open the door. Outside the door was suddenly Lindsay again. Warden, are you awake? Someone's looking for you. Pack up before you come with me. She looked at Lee Life's sleepy eyes and reminded him. Looking for me? Who's looking for me? Lee Life rubbed his face. How can anyone in this prison know him? And he's new here, and he's actually being sought out? It's the prisoner who's looking for you. Naming you, the warden, and I can't even go. You hurry up. She said impatiently. Chapter 13, Repayment. Okay. 3 minutes. Lee Life turned and dove headfirst into the restroom and quickly washed up. If you don't say that the big man is beautiful in white. He looks good without clothes. Lee Life briefly washed his head, and again, he let his face value take the high ground. Looked at she froze. How to enter a restroom 2 minutes out is another big handsome man. With just a moment ago the fluffy face completely two people. Not bothering to be surprised, she led Lee Life towards the counseling room. Road. Lee Life asked curiously. Why does this prisoner want me? What's wrong? She sniffed and turned back to give Lee Life a blank look, but still answered. She said you look like her dead husband, and wanted to see you. If you don't let her see you, she'll kill herself, and just hit her head on the wall in the cell. But correctional officer couldn't persuade her, so he had to report it to me. In a while you calm her down, don't let her get too excited. She still has 3 years of her sentence before she gets out. Her behavior has been good, don't let her do something stupid. She uneasily explained. I look like her dead husband? Bull **** or not? Lee Life covered his forehead with an odd look on his face. Never mind the bull ****. If the prisoner really commits suicide in prison, you, the warden, are definitely responsible. Be smart for a while, don't make a big deal out of it. With that said, Lindsay led the way into the door of the counseling room. Lee Life followed closely behind. When he entered, he saw a female prisoner sitting in the counseling room. What surprised Lee Life was the fact that this woman was not very old, very different from the image of an old woman he had imagined. Long time in the cell without sunlight. Let her skin is a little pale, but not loose tight. A thin layer of prison clothes also cannot cover the hot body. Sitting in the chair, straight sitting posture coupled with a pretty face, even let Lee Life some illusion. It was as if it was not a female prisoner sitting in front of her, but a lady of the house. The woman's eyes had fallen on Lee Life since he walked into the room, while Lee Life could see the surprise in her eyes. She was unimpressed and stepped forward to unlock the handcuffs from the woman's hands so that she could move. That's when the female inmate spoke up. Deputy Warden Lin, can you please go out for a while? I want to talk to him alone. She wasn't surprised when she heard this and nodded, then got closer to Lee Life and barked. There's no surveillance in this house. I'll be at the door. If something happens, you just yell out. Lee Life waved his hand and didn't answer. He's a big man. What can he do? Once she was out of the room, Lee Life sat down across from the woman. I heard you were looking for me because I look like your old husband? Do I really look like him? Lee Life asked curiously. The woman shook her head slowly and lowered her voice. Warden, I actually lied to them or they wouldn't have let me see you. Then why do you want to see me? Lee Life was even more puzzled, and really couldn't figure out what this woman's dealings with herself were. I have something I want the warden to help me with. I won't let you help me for nothing. I can repay you. Let me do anything. If you don't mind, you can have me. The female prisoner was a bit emotional and grabbed Lee Life's hand across the table. Hey, don't get excited. Tell me what you want me to help with first. Lee Life was really taken aback by her, coming up with the words of a tiger and wolf, catching him off guard. Warden, I am exactly 35 years old this year. When I was 14 years old, I was captured by my dead husband, but also forced me to give him a child. He is a drug trafficker. When I was imprisoned, he was directly shot, and because I also participate in it, although not my voluntary, but also sentenced to 15 years. I was sentenced to 15 years, and now I have less than 3 years before I can get out of prison. I wanted to spend these 3 years quietly, and I can go out and live my life again. But, last month my own sister came to visit the prison to see me, said that my daughter is now screwing with those unsavory men, and also set a date to marry which punk. My daughter has hatred for me and has never visited me for over 10 years, and I only hear about her from my sister. I'm worried about her, but I can't get out. I have no choice but to beg you, Warden, can you help me to look and see how my daughter is really living, and whether the person who is going to marry her treats him well or not. I don't want her to be led astray and walk on my old path. I beg you, prison warden. I'm on my knees to you. I'll do whatever you want. The woman gripped Lee Life's hand hard, suddenly got up and kneeled on the ground with a snap. Shocked, Lee Life rushed to support the woman, fearing that she would get agitated again and do something overly aggressive. Don't you do that. Get up. Lee Life dragged the woman's body and pressed her back into the chair. Warden, all I care about in this world is my daughter. Although she never comes to see me, there's not a day that goes by that I don't think of her. It's my fault for not protecting her. I don't blame her for hating me. I want her to be happy, even if she never recognizes me as her mother. Please, Warden, you are a good man. Help me. Tears flowed from the corners of the woman's eyes, adding to the woman's beauty. It's just to help you see how she's doing. Okay, no problem. I'll help you. Don't cry. You have to tell me where she lives, how old she is, what's her name. Lee Life can't stand women crying. See her crying pear blossom with rain. The heart is not a little taste. Originally, what happened to her was pitiful enough to make Lee Life sympathize with her, and with this look on her face, Lee Life couldn't even think of not agreeing. Moreover, his own system rewards, and the fact that there was no reaction to his heart sense, showed that the prisoner had not lied to him and was telling the truth, so there was even less reason for him not to help. Thank you, Warden. Thank you. You are really nice. There's no surveillance here. Let me help you. Don't worry. I'm clean. Regular medical checkups in prison. I'm not sick. The female prisoner saw that Lee Life agreed. She immediately smiled with joy, and there was nothing she could thank Lee Life for, so she had to bend down. Hey, no need for that. Don't. I said to help you, definitely help you. What are you doing? Lee Life sheepishly glanced at the door. It's true that there is no surveillance in this counseling room. Counseling in prisons must take care of the emotions of the inmates, and if it's on camera, the inmates won't let down their guard and listen to the mediation. But there is no surveillance. Soundproof. Lin Shi is at the door. Just said there is a situation to shout on the line. He does not know if Lin Shi is sticking in the door to eavesdrop. He wouldn't dare to do this in broad daylight even if he had the guts. Don't worry, Warden. I've been in this prison for more than 10 years. This counseling room. As long as I don't shout loudly, I can't be heard outside. There's nothing I can repay you for. Only myself. Warden, don't mind me. Except for that dead husband of mine. I haven't had another man yet. Chapter 14, Subterfuge or Willow? Warden. The female prisoner's eyes, which had just cried, had some redness to go with this delicate face. It was really, just then, a series of quest content suddenly appeared in Lee Life's mind. Mission reward, Special Forces physical fitness and its combat skills. Penalty for failure, the person outside the door will break in after knocking. You will unlock the achievement, Willow Shimmer. Achievement effect, unable to take an interest in women. Lee Life's eyes widened. What kind of strange mission is this? Can you not take it? The unscrupulous author is really manipulating himself. And it's a familiar flavor again. Lee Life was still surprised at the oddity of the mission. But the female prisoner didn't stop moving. In the midst of the tangle, Lee Life was stumped. I don't know how long it took, but Lee Life organized his somewhat messy clothes. Sitting back on the chair again, the female inmate snickered in her heart as she looked at Lee Life's soul-dropping appearance, waving her hand to attract Lee Life's attention. Warden, my daughter takes my surname. My name is Wang Xin, and my daughter's name is Wang Kuyen. She's 20 years old this year. She lives with my sister. This is her address. Wang Xin took a pen and wrote down the address of her sister's house, then folded the address and handed it to Lee Life. Everything is in your hands, Warden. Next time you need it, you can call me anytime, Wang Xin solemnly said. I'll get to it. Don't worry. Lee Life returned to his senses, helplessly putting the address away, helplessly pulling the door open and walking out of the room. He didn't want to either, but the punishment for failing the mission was too heavy. He really can't afford it. Beyond the door, Lee Life had thought that Lin Shi was guarding the place, but there were only two unfamiliar female prison guards at the door, and Lin Shi had long since left. Lee Life asked with a sigh of relief. Where's Deputy Warden Lin? The two female prison guards saluted, reporting to the warden. The deputy warden answered a phone call and went out. I heard the deputy warden say that it seemed like there were new inmates coming in and she went to pick them up. Well, when did you leave? Lee Life asked again. It's been a while. 10 minutes ago, I think. Lee Life nodded. 10 minutes ago. Lin Shi should not have heard anything. It seems that she really went to pick up someone. After instructing the two guards to bring Wang Xin back to the prison area, Lee Life went straight back to his room. Turning on the faucet, he rinsed himself off, letting the hot water slice through his somehow athletic body. He wonders if he's doing it wrong. He's here for work and a blind date, not to subvert a female inmate. But this strange system didn't give him the slightest chance. If he refused the quest, he would become a willow. How can he refuse? It's not that Lee Life hasn't had girlfriends since he was a kid, and while it's true that he didn't mess around in bars, there are still a lot of girls who like him based on his handsome face. When he was in school, he was the school grass level. A lot of girls rushed to have an intimate relationship with him, but he refused them all, and apart from his first love, he hadn't done those things with any other woman. Even if the bar owner's daughter, Xiao Ya, had been clinging to him and tried to get him drunk many times, he hadn't let her succeed. But today's events made Lee Life feel that what he had been insisting on all along had become a joke. If you asked him how he felt today, Lee Life was definitely feeling great, and it even left him a little unfulfilled as well. But the thoughts were confused and worried. There was no telling how much more this system would screw him in the future. Shaking the water droplets from her hair, Lee Life thought hard and fruitlessly, drying herself off and surveying herself in the floor-to-ceiling mirror. The system's mission rewards had arrived long ago. His body had evolved. The body of a special forces soldier was really extraordinary. His hands and feet were full of power, as well as those fighting methods and techniques had become muscle memory and were at his disposal. One has to marvel at the power of the system. It simply defies common sense. Lee Life lay back on the bed. Also no longer think. The beneficiary is him. He did not suffer. What is the point of pretense? If there's nothing else tomorrow, mention this to Lin Shi and see if he can go out and get Wang Xian's business done. Thinking about it, Lee Life fell asleep again. Early the next morning, knock knock knock. Another familiar knock on the door woke Lee Life up. Without having to ask, he knew that it must be Lin Shi again. And this time Lee Life was not in a hurry, slowly pacing to the door and opening it for Lin Shi. As soon as the door opened, Lee Life rubbed his eyes and also stretched. He screamed out in comfort. Sure enough, it is Lin Shi again. Only today's Lin Shi is a little froze, staring straight at him, without yesterday's valiant and cool strength. I don't know what's going on. Maybe she came back late and didn't have a good night's sleep. Lee Life thought so. Doubtfully, she met Lin Shi's gaze, and she didn't say anything. She just stared blankly at herself, and Lee Life followed her gaze and looked down as well. Ah, don't you look. Lee Life covered his key areas with the swish of one hand, and the other flew to close the door again with force. There was a clunk that traveled a long way, and Lin Shi, who was blocked from view by the door of the room, also came back to her senses. Her face swished and turned red with congestion. It was the first time she had ever seen such a thing with her own eyes, or in such a close-up and high-definition view. This deadly life. How dare he? Opening the door without a single piece of clothing. Lin Shi gritted her teeth. My mother Lu. I forgot that I was not wearing clothes yesterday after the bath and fell asleep. I didn't even wear a panty on my body. No wonder she is looking at me wrong today. Oh no. Oh no. Lee Life hurriedly turned around, to the body haphazardly sets of clothes, finally dressed, before trembling again opened the door of the room. Lin Shi was still waiting at the door, but at this time, she had already regained her usual cold demeanor and glanced at Lee Life, seeing that he was fully dressed. Meeting. Yesterday you fainted. Let's reintroduce you today so that everyone can recognize you. Today's meeting is at the prison gates, and the guards on guard duty are all present, so we'll introduce you all at once to avoid trouble. Be careful not to faint this time. The excitement starts here. For those of you reading this, don't sneakily open your browser. Chapter 15, Release from Prison. Lee Life agreed sheepishly, then followed Lin Shi to the prison's main entrance. This was where he had come in the first place, and the words Black Mountain Women's Prison gleamed on the gate. Everyone is here today, and in a moment you all have things to do, so I'll make it short. Some of you have already met yesterday, and some of you haven't, and this is the new warden, Lee Fate. Everyone welcome. Lin Shi led the applause. Clap. Intensive applause sounded. A pair of curious gazes fell on Lee Life again. The prison guards only felt that Lee Life looked fierce and cool, unconsciously not daring to meet his eyes, with the feeling of facing the head teacher in school, and Lee Life had experienced this time. Slightly raising his hand, the applause was silenced. Hello everyone, my name is Lee Life. In the future I'll be the warden here. I'm new to this place. You guys have been here much longer than me. Any comments or suggestions, you can all mention them to me. I'm a person with little organization. I hope that in the future we can all get along as friends. Thank you all. As Lee Life's words fell, everyone applauded except for the guards who held weapons in their hands. Lin Shi didn't drag his feet when he saw that Lee Life had finished his words. All right, dismissed. Return to your posts. There will be a new batch of prisoners coming in the next 2 days, so be on your guard. Aye, Deputy Warden. The prison guards replied in unison, then scattered back to their posts. What about you? Come with me to inspect the prison area or keep strolling around? When the prison guards dispersed, Lin Shi turned to Lee Life. Do I Have to do any formalities if I want to go out and go back to the city? Lee Life thought of Wang Xian's matter and asked directly. You're going out? What for? Lindsay wondered. You've only been here a day or two and you're leaving? Can't you stand the conditions here and leave? I have some personal matters. I guess I'll be back in a day, Lee Life said vaguely. He didn't tell her about Wang Xian. He just went to take a look, so he thought it wouldn't take long. If you go out, okay, it's okay, just go to the gate and sign at the guards. You can drive that car, but if you can come back tomorrow, do you want to help me go to other prisons, and bring a batch of inmates back? Lin, she said, pointing to the jeep she drove last time. Bring back a bunch of prisoners? That's fine, but how am I going to do it? There's no need to do anything. I've made all the contacts. You go straight there with the file, then go there to check the numbers and identities, sign, and then just bring the prisoner back with the comrade in charge of the escort. If you can't make it tomorrow, you can go the day after tomorrow. Lin, she brought Lee Life to the office and shoved the dossier bag to Lee Life. It's just as well that she's too lazy to go, and Lee Life is going out, so it's just as well that this errand is assigned to him. Okay, leave it to me then. Lee Life put away the dossier bag, picked up the keys Lin she handed him, and went back to his room to get a set of civilian clothes he used to wear, then drove out of the prison. Still going through the forest, it was dark when he came here before and he couldn't see the scenery around him yet. This time he could see that the Black Mountain Women's Prison was actually situated on a deserted mountain far away from the city. No wonder Lin she took her for such a long drive. And Lee Life opened the navigation and realized that this place was not a city at all, but an inconspicuous deserted mountain in the middle of a city and a city. Silently memorizing the coordinates of the prison, so as not to be unable to retrieve it when the time came, Lee Life then drove the car seriously. Time came in the afternoon, and Lee Life finally reached S City where Wang Xian's sister's family was located. According to the address she wrote down, before dark, Lee Life was already standing on the floor of her house, rang the doorbell of the downstairs unit door. No one opened it, apparently no one was home, and looking up, her house lights were not on. However, he did not have Wang Xian's sister's phone number. Boredom, Lee Fate simply wandered around the neighborhood, wandering to the small park downstairs. There are still many old people exercising here in this season. Lee Life saw a few ants walking their dogs. His eyes lit up, and he didn't move to get over. Hey, have you heard? That old man in Unit 5. He seems to have gone crazy right away before he died. He deserved it. He retired, found a concubine, and died within a few days of living in peace. Do you think he deserved it? An auntie said to the women next to her as she got high on melon seeds. Where did you get this information? I've heard that the little wife didn't let the old man sleep every night, so she died alive. Blah blah blah. Still not sleeping every night. Does that old man have that kind of physique? Don't listen to him. He died of the wind. And I've heard, he even took drugs. I heard this from his son's colleague's sister. I'm sure it's true. Che, what kind of relatives are these? They're all spreading the word. They won't let them live in peace even after they're dead. Ha ha ha. What's the point? At least that old man is on a dead woman. It's not a wasted life. Lee Life listening to these ants brow to brow chatting about other people's family those things. The heart more bottom. He directly come up to ask. Auntie's good. I want to ask you about a person. She lives next to this building. The third floor east of this house. Called Wang Kuyen. This year 20. Ants, do you recognize Lee Life went forward to inquire. Hearing Lee Life's question, several ants looked at Lee Life and asked tentatively. Are you? I am her former classmate. I haven't seen her for a long time, so I came over to inquire. Lee Life's brain turned around and calmly returned. Oh, that girl's classmate she doesn't seem to live here now. She used to be here quite often. I haven't seen her for a long time. An ant shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. I know. I heard that girl's mother is a criminal, so her family are very bad to see her. Before I always heard her family scolded her. Scolding can be hard to hear, but now that girl has grown up. But better, last month seems to be to find a man for that girl to get married it. Quarrel quite fierce. That girl said nothing, then ran out of the house. From that time after I have not seen. Hey, this thing you have to ask me. That time her family to that girl to find a man I know. Are 40-something years old? Seems to be a bit of money. The family opened the KTV. Went out of the 200,000 to get married with this girl. This girl is usually weak. This time is really a bit of temper. Say nothing from. Directly from the third floor window jumped down. Fortunately landed nothing. Limping on the run. I have seen with my own eyes. A curly-haired ant, described in a colorful voice. What? Jumping from the third floor? Lee Life said anxiously. Yes, when I jumped down, I hit the vegetable shed on the first floor. That's why it's nothing. Otherwise I wouldn't have fallen for good. And then these ants do not know. Only know that since then Wang Kuyen never came back. Chapter 16 There are ghosts. After asking around, Li Life went back downstairs to her house, and there was still no one back upstairs. He didn't even know how to go back and explain to Wang Xin. If she knew that her daughter was forced to marry by her sister, there was no telling what she would do. Li Life was waiting here for a few more hours, until late at night. Still no one came back. Li Life looked around. No one was around. He was not willing to go back just like that. Just now he had already looked at the route. From the first floor balcony to climb up the drain pipe, he could climb directly to the third floor balcony. He was going to go up to have a look. With his current fitness level, it shouldn't be a big deal. Li Life used both of his hands and gave a slight push. His body floated up to the balcony as if it were nothing. It was easier than he thought, and in less than a minute, he had already stood on the balcony of Wang Kuyan's house, tentatively reached out and pushed. The balcony was actually unlocked, allowing Li Life to save a lot of things. He easily entered the house, opened the flashlight of the phone to shine. It really does not look like someone living. The coffee table has fallen a layer of floating ash. Li Lifen took a picture of the photo on the TV cabinet. A woman who looks like a 40-something-year-old woman holding a teenage boy in her arms. Looking at the woman's appearance and Wang Xin has a few resemblance. It should be her own sister undoubtedly. The little boy should be her sister's child. Li Life checked again. There were no traces about Wang Kuyan in the living room. He had to push open the door of the second bedroom. No matter what, her family wouldn't let Wang Kuyan live in the master bedroom. Sure enough, pushing open the door and taking a look, Li Life was sure that this house was where Wang Kuyan lived. The pink sheets and bedding, the makeup on the table, the clothes hanging on the wall, and the two photos above the bed. One was a young Wang Xin, quite a bit more youthful than she was now, and the other was Wang Kuyan, the target he was looking for. I have to say that Wang Kuyan really inherited all the advantages of her mom. Her skin is white, her body is hot, and she has a cool face, which adds to her beauty, and her eyebrows are exactly the same as her mom's. Li Life sked. Is this excellent genes? It's true that beautiful women are inherited. Keeping her appearance in his mind, Li Life then put away both photos, intending to give the photos to Wang Xin if he really couldn't find anyone at that time. It would be a reminder. Then Li Life continued to search the room, but still found nothing, and did not find any place where she might have gone. Although it can be seen that Wang Kuyan left in a hurry and did not pack her things, but there was nothing in the room, so there was nothing useful to search for. Just when Li Life was about to give up, he suddenly heard the sound of the room door unlocking. Click. As the voice fell, the door to the room was slowly opened. Li Life's sweaty hairs instantly stood on end. Someone's back? Who is it? Li Life held his breath and tried his best not to make a sound, and while the people at the door hadn't fully come in yet, he gently pushed the door of Wang Kuyan's house closed, leaving only a gap. Sideways ears then listened to the commotion in the living room. However, what made Li Life puzzled was that the visitor didn't make any noise either. In addition to the sound of the key being twisted when the door was opened, Li Man could not hear the footsteps of the visitor. This made Li Man more cautious. Li Life didn't care about eavesdropping and carefully laid down on the floor, directly shrinking under Wang Kuyan's bed. It was assumed that the visitor would not find him here. After a while, the door of the house that Li Life had been staring at slowly moved. This made Li Life jump in shock and almost messed up his breathing. How come this guy doesn't have any footsteps at all? Under Li Life's nervous gaze, the door to the room was slowly opened. Borrowing the night light from the window, Li Life clearly saw a pair of good-looking feet, bare feet from the living room into the room. She walked every step carefully for fear of making a sound. When Li Life saw this, he let go of his horror. So it's barefoot. I said, why isn't there any sound at all? At this point, Li Life had already guessed the identity of the visitor, and it was probably Wang Kuyan, the target of his trip, sneaking back in, supposedly to get something, and not realizing that there was no one else in the room but him anymore. Li Life didn't make a sound. He was a little afraid of scaring her, so he continued to control his breathing and didn't make a sound, quietly watching Wang Kuyan's movements, only to see her enter the house, still cautious, and walk straight in the direction where Li Life was. Finally, she stood right next to Li Life's face and stopped. From this angled position, Li Life could smell the faint scent of her feet. Although she couldn't see her current movements, Wang Kuyan somehow stomped her foot in anger. Then reacting to the need for silence now, her toes clenched the floor again, trying to pull back the sound from earlier. Li Life watched her series of actions at her feet, and somewhat couldn't help but laugh. This Wang Kuyan was still a bit cute. Unlike the cold and frosty look on the photo, Li Life was debating whether he wanted to go out and talk to her now, but figured he'd definitely startle her. Just during Li Life's hesitation, Wang Kuyan seemed to have gotten what she wanted and tiptoed to the outside of the house again, pulling open the door of the room and walking to the door. Wang Kuyan reluctantly glanced at the room where she had lived for many years. This departure might never return, but she had to leave again, and took one last look at her crib. Suddenly, Wang Kuyan's gaze inadvertently swept under the bed. At her angle she could just about see half a head exposed under the bed and a pair of eyes glittering with shimmering light staring at her. Unbelievably, she rubbed her eyes. Wang Kuyen took another closer look. Ah! An ear-piercing scream suddenly rang out. Wang Kuyen panicked and ran out of the room, and in a moment of carelessness, the soles of her feet slipped. One fell to the ground. Wang Kuyen was even more scared and crawled towards the door with her hands and feet. However, her body was very unyielding and she didn't have any strength left. Her legs couldn't help but tremble. Seeing this situation, Li Life, who was under the bed, couldn't care too much and hurriedly drilled out from under the bed. Wang Kuyen, don't run. I'm not a bad person. Don't you be afraid. Wang Kuyen outside the door is still crawling out. She has long been scared to delirium. In a trance, I heard something inside will still talk, and called his name. She was even more scared to death, and didn't even hear what Li Ming said afterward. Just a strong howl. Ghosts! There's a ghost! Help! Wang Kuyan's screams tore at her heart and gave Li Life a fright. Li Life stood up, took 3 steps, dashed out of the room, and picked up Wang Kuyen who was still diving in place on the floor. Wang Kuyen was lifted up by Li Life, and her howling voice came to an abrupt end, just staring blankly at the figure in front of her. Through the moonlight outside the window, Wang Kuyen realized that this ghostly thing that lifted itself in midair seemed to be a person. Chapter 17, Jade Feet. Wang Kuyen, I'm a human, not a ghost. Stop shouting. You'll wake up everyone upstairs and downstairs in a while. Li Life held her up, closer to his face, so that he could see his face properly. But what Li Life imagined that she would calm down and listen to herself did not appear. Instead, Wang Kuyen looked at the face less than 10 centimeters away from her at close range, and the fear in her heart increased by 1 more point. It's not a ghost. It's a human being, sneaking into her house in the middle of the night and hiding under her bed. I don't think it's a good guy. Wang Kuyen let out another howl that could pierce her eardrums. Help! Life! Ah! Li Life is speechless. This late at night. Let others hear it and look for it. They don't know how to explain. Unable to do anything else, Li Life went down with a hand slash, accurately chopping on Wang Kuyan's neck collar. Her voice came to an abrupt end again. Her eyes went white, and she directly fainted. Li Life long breath. That clears it up. Holding the fainted Wang Kuyen in his arms, her body was leaning tightly on Li Man, soft and supple, making Li Man a little uncomfortable. With a flash of distracting thoughts in his mind, Li Man hurriedly found the switch of the living room lights, turned the lights on, and placed Wang Kuyen on the sofa again. That was a relief. Anyway, it was already like this. Li Life simply pushed open the door of the master bedroom and confirmed that there was indeed no one in the room. Then he went back to the living room and sat opposite Wang Kuyen, quietly waiting for Wang Kuyen to wake up. There are many ways to wake someone up in Special Forces combat techniques, such as pouring cool water on her head, and holding her head down and sticking it in the water, and the intuitively simpler ones, going up and slapping her a few times, choking her, and removing her limbs, which also wakes her up in pain, and there are plenty of ways to do it. However, Li Life looked at the fainted Wang Kuyen but cannot get down. Knocked her out has been excessive enough and then do something to her. When she woke up will not treat himself as a terrorist. Li Life tilted his head and pondered whether to find something to block her mouth first, so as to save her from waking up in a while and then yelling, and before he had the time to implement it, Wang Kuyen had already turned around and woke up leisurely, covering her somewhat tingling neck. Wang Kuyen gradually regained consciousness. When she opened her eyes, she saw Li Life, who was sitting calmly across the sofa. She just wanted to cry out for help, but the stinging pain on her neck made her swallow her voice back. Wang Kuyen looked at Li Life with fear. Although this person was a little handsome, but he was definitely not a good person. Ahem, you're awake. I'm not a bad guy. Don't yell. I'm your mom's friend, entrusted by her to come and see you. Li Life explained as gently as possible. Wang Qian, really? Your mom was worried about you and gave me your address, and when I got here I heard you were long gone, and there was no one else in the house, so I had no choice but to sneak in. Wang Qian. Wang Kuyen didn't say a word, just blinked her eyes and looked blankly at Li Life. Why don't you say anything? When I entered your room, I heard the sound of the door opening outside. I was afraid of being misunderstood as a bad guy. That's why I hid under your bed. I didn't realize it was you who came back. I really didn't come for nothing. Wang Kuyen sniffed and moved her neck. It didn't hurt as much as it did just now. Then she opened her mouth vigilantly. You know my mom? And what's my mom's name and where is she now? Your mom's name is Wang Xin. She's serving her sentence in prison now, but she'll be out soon. She really misses you in particular. She knows that you hate her and don't want to see her. She said that she won't blame you, and that when she comes out, even if you don't recognize her as your mom, all she needs to do is to look at you from afar, and to know that you're doing well, and she'll be satisfied. Li Life explained. Are you really my mom's friend? You're so young and about my age. How do you know my mom? You're not a drug dealer, are you? Wang Kuyan's eyes floated to a layer of tears when she heard Li Life's words, but they were suppressed by her. She didn't fully believe Li Life yet. Where do I look like a drug dealer? It's not a big deal to tell you. I'm actually the warden of the prison your mom is in, but I just took office. Your mom found me and said she heard that you're getting married to some punk and she's relieved to hear that you can't get married. She doesn't want you to go down the same path as she did. She wants you to find a good family, so she begged me to come and see how you're doing. That's how things are. Now you're relieved. Li Life spread his hands, finally explaining the ins and outs. Wang Kuyan was already in tears when she heard that her mother was relieved about her. She bit her lips tightly but couldn't stop the flowing tears. Finally she digested the news that Li Life said before she opened her mouth and choked. In fact, it's not that I don't go to see her. I dream of going to see her, but my great-aunt won't even tell me where she's actually locked up. I've begged her countless times, she won't tell me. And every time she says that my mom's a drug dealer and doesn't even, she said every time that my mom was a drug dealer and didn't want me and didn't care about me. Sometimes she goes to see my mom in prison without even telling me. She just wants me to forget about my mom, be a good niece to her, and then marry me off to a rich man for a sum of money to improve my life. All that talk about me and the punk was a lie. She found a rich man to come to the house and sell me out. I jumped off the building to escape. It must be because she couldn't find me afterward, so she went to the prison to say that I ran away with a man. It must be like that, Wang Kuyan said angrily. Li Life heard this only suddenly realized. No wonder Wang Xin sister's family are no one. Must be afraid of Wang Kuyan brought people over to find them trouble. The heart of the weak went out to avoid the wind to go. So that's how it is, and it's a good thing you're okay. Jumping from the third floor and not getting hurt is a blessing. Then where did you go after you jumped? It took you so long to come back, Li Life curiously said. Wang Kuyan wiped her tears and proceeded to talk about the encounter afterward. After falling downstairs I did only have some bruises, and I didn't feel any pain at that time, and under the fear I could only hide behind the green belt at the entrance of the district. And fortunately I wasn't found by the girls who chased me out. And then I didn't have a cell phone, and I didn't have time to take my ID card, so I had to walk to the rental house where my classmates lived, and stayed there for a couple of days. And after that I went to look for a temporary job, and I've been doing it now. I came back this time to get my mom's photo, but I just realized that the photo is gone. It must have been taken by my great-aunt, Wang Kuyan said here and stomped her foot in anger again. The feet that hadn't had time to put on the shoes drew Li Life's eyes back. Two words automatically surfaced in his mind. Jade feet. Ahem. You put your shoes on first. The ground is cold. Li Life pointed at her feet and couldn't help but say, ah, good, good. Wang Kuyan suddenly remembered that she was still barefoot, her face flushed, and she hurriedly got up to bring her shoes over and put them on. Chapter 18. This is her daughter. Li Life didn't stare idly at people's feet, but stood up and took out two photos from his arms and laid them on the table. These two were clearly the purpose of Wang Kuyan's return. The photos of her mother when she was young. Wang Kuyan, who had put on her socks, naturally noticed Li Life's movements, and when she saw him pulling out her mother's photo from his arms, she couldn't help but be overjoyed, and picked up the photo and wrapped it into her arms. So you took it? Great. This one is the only picture of my mom. Finding it again made Wang Kuyan treasure the photo even more. Well, I came over and didn't find you. I was going to take your photo back to your mom, so I put it away. Li Life suddenly thought of Wang Kuyan's stomping foot just now in the room. It might be that she was angry when she realized that the photo was missing. Recalling the situation at that time, Li Life kind of couldn't help but snicker. This warden. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Now I know. You're a good person. Thank you for coming to me, Wang Kuyan said gratefully. If it wasn't for Li Life, she might not have had the chance to see her mom in her life once she left. No need to be polite. This is what I should do. My name is Li Life. I should be a little older than you. Just call me by my name. Li Life thought to himself. There is no need for Wang Kuyan to thank her. Her mom Wang Xin has already paid enough. Ah, okay, brother Li, can you take me to see my mom? I have been thinking about my mom for so many years, but I only dream about her in my dreams. Others say that I am a motherless child, but I would rather they say that I am a drug dealer's child. I have a mom. Wang Kuyan said here again cannot control the emotions. Tears falling. Li Life was most afraid of women crying and was a bit at a loss for words, but he still nodded heavily. Of course you can. We do have visitation at the prison. Of course I won't keep you from seeing your mom. Great. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much big brother Li. Woo woo. Wang Kuyan heard the answer she wanted to hear. Crying pear blossom rain? Simply cannot control the tears. Years of aggression in this moment as if they all gushed out. No one knows how she came over all these years. Li Life wanted to comfort her, but men and women are not related. Wang Kuyan really cried for a long time, while telling Li Life about the suffering of these years, crying and sat down to Li Life's side, pulling his hand and not letting go. has been thanking him, can see her mother again. She is really too happy, and finally cried tired, directly pulling Li Life's hand to fall asleep. Seeing that she had managed to stop her tears and fell asleep, Li Life couldn't bear to disturb her, so he had to remain still and let her pull himself alone. Carefully sidestepped and looked at Wang Kuyen. She had long since cried and spent her face, but still could not block the exquisite face, more beautiful than her mother for a few points. Slightly open mouth, red lips and white teeth, as if there is a special suction, has always attracted the eyes of Li Life. It's her daughter. Her daughter. She, Li Life, and dare not move, so he closed his eyes and also leaned against the sofa to sleep. Gradually even went to sleep. The night passed quickly. Early morning, on the couch, a man and a woman were clinging to each other, more than just holding hands, and the man's hand was now wrapped around her to keep her from falling off the couch. This is the kind of scene where the question of who wakes up first becomes important. Live up to the hype. While Li Life was still roaming in his dreams, Wang Kuyen was the first to wake up, for some reason sleeping extraordinarily comfortably today. She just wanted to stretch out habitually, but as soon as her eyes opened, she instantly froze in place, not daring to move a muscle. Wang Kuyen's eyes widened, trying hard to recall last night's episode. She just remembered that she cried herself to sleep, even though she was pulling on Li Life's hand. But it didn't develop so fast. How did he fall asleep in his arms? Wang Kuyen was stunned by her own conjecture and didn't know what to do. How could she get off of Li Life while she was still awake? Wait online. Quite urgent. However, the posture of the two was too intimate. Wang Kuyen could only endure the shock and carefully pulled her hand out from Li Life first. Seeing that Li Life had not yet woken up, Wang Kuyen's boldness grew a bit, and with one hand on the sofa, she propped her body up from Li Life's body. The most crucial thing was the other hand, which was currently being pressed underneath Li Life. Wang Kuyen's face was flushed, but she still didn't dare to move, afraid that if she jerked her hand, Li Life would wake up, and the scene would be embarrassing. Moreover, Li Life's hand was still encircling her. If she ventured to get up, Li Life's hand would definitely be thrown off. What could she do? While Wang Kuyen was still concentrating on figuring out what to do, she didn't notice that Li Life also opened his eyes at this moment and looked at Wang Kuyen in shock. He also froze for a second. The blood rushed up to his brain and his body grew hotter and hotter. Wang Kuyen this side, a moment also did not think of how to get out. A hand on the sofa so that her hand more and more sore. Cannot hold on for long, is trying to a drum to pull out the hand, and then fly up. Long pain is better than short pain, but at that moment, she felt Li Life's heartbeat speed up. Knock knock knock. Chapter 19, Ambiguity. Wang Kuyen's body stiffened for a moment, as if she guessed something, then she slowly raised her head, her big watery eyes right into Li Life's shocked eyes. Ah! Wang Kuyen made a sound of shame and indignation, not expecting Li Life to wake up so quickly. She hurriedly wanted to pull out, but she forgot that her hand was still pressed underneath Li Life, and in this hurry, not only did her hand not pull out from under Li Life's body, on the contrary, Wang Kuyen was the one who didn't stand steadily. Her feet slipped, and she straightly fell on Li Life's body again. Before Li Life had time to react, he saw Wang Kuyen fall on top of him, and as if his lips were set in place, they printed right on his lips. The two were mouth to mouth, wide-eyed. The eyes were both wide open. Even Wang Kuyen, who had just panicked, seemed to be fixed at this moment, and no one made a move. Feeling the warmth on his mouth and Wang Kuyen's warm and soft body, Li Life only felt like he was going to explode. He was afraid of not being able to control himself, and with great perseverance, he controlled his hands and slowly lifted Wang Kuyen up. The two men sat side by side, speechless to each other. Are you hungry? Why don't we go out to eat something? Li Life took the lead to break the awkwardness and said tentatively. Wang Kuyen, who had just calmed down, blushed again at the words and nodded slightly. Ahem, let's go. You see if there is anything else you need to take. If there is nothing, after dinner in a while you can just leave with me. I still have a few things to do, then I will go back to the prison. It is just right for you to go and see your mom together as well. Li Life stood up and moved his somewhat stiff body, then walked straight to the restroom to simply wash his face. Wang Kuyen lowered her head and followed closely behind, also washing her face carelessly, momentarily shy and still embarrassed to speak. After the two of them washed up, they went downstairs one after the other. Li Life found the jeep parked outside the neighborhood, and Wang Kuyen also followed and got into the car. Without going far, Li Life casually found a breakfast store and took Wang Kuyen to simply settle for breakfast. Today he had to pick up prisoners from other prisons and escort them back to the Black Mountain prison together. Li Life took out the file and looked at it, determined the location and drove off. On the road, Wang Kuyen seemed to have forgotten about the ambiguity of the morning and began to inquire with Li Life about Black Mountain prison and her mother. Unfortunately, Li Life has only been there for 2 days, and what he knows he has told Wang Kuyen. There were no words in the car for a while, and Wang Kuyen's eyes rolled, and she started prying for information about Li Life again. Big brother Lee, you're so young to be the warden of a prison. You must be super good at studying. Wang Kuyan looked at Li Life with some admiration, thinking that those self-proclaimed outstanding seniors in their school were simply inferior compared to Li Life. Li Life is not only tall, handsome, the body is good as hell, but also gentle and kind, and also brought her the news of her mother, a series of filters to shoot down. Wang Kuyan fascinated by the 5 fans. Originally, her personality was the same as her picture, belonging to the high and cold sister type, but under the blow of these tawdry maneuvers of Li Life, she was now well behaved like a kitten. Ahem, okay. Li Life gave a sarcastic smile. He couldn't say that he was arranged by his old man to come here. How image-destroying would that be? Wang Kuyan heard the words on the Li Life more appreciate. Have the ability to still be so modest? Unlike those chasing her seniors one by one to blow their own sky high. Flaunt incomparable. In her experience, Li Life is the most excellent man she has met, and she also with Li Life this and that. For such a worldly young girl, Li Life has long been in the heart of Wang Kuyan, buried a special seed, and the seed grows rapidly, is about to blossom and bear fruit. Then Li big brother, you are so good. You should have a girlfriend. Wang Kuyan secretly glanced at the driving Li Life. Watching his expression change, the heart silently wish, Li big brother must be single. When Li Life heard Wang Kuyan ask this, he also noticed that something was wrong. This girl would not have any special feelings for him, not to mention that he is not suitable with Wang Kuyan. Let us say that her mother Wang Xin and himself did the thing. He can't have anything to do with Wang Kuyan. If he really did that, he is still not a person. Li Life's thoughts raced. What could he say that wouldn't hurt her and yet wouldn't make her think anything special of himself? The morning was purely accidental. He only remembers holding hands with Wang Kuyan, but how to fall asleep 2 people embraced together, and also accidentally kissed her. Li Life felt ridiculous, but it did happen. After pondering bitterly, Li Life decided that it would be better not to deceive her, so he had to tell the truth. I'm also just an ordinary person. There are many better than me. Girlfriend I also do not have it yet. Now still single. When Wang Kuyan heard Li Ming say that he was single, her heart secretly rejoiced and her face unconsciously flushed. She gently bit her lips, hesitated for a moment, and then gathered the courage to ask, Brother Li, so what kind of girls do you like? When Li Life heard this question, his hands unconsciously gripped the steering wheel tightly. How could he not expect Wang Kuyan to be so direct? He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Maybe he was all overthinking it and people were just asking casually. I think, the most important thing for 2 people to be together is to understand and respect each other. And it's crucial that their personalities get along. Li Life weighed his words and phrases, trying to speak as broadly and vaguely as possible. Appearance and whatnot is secondary. A good heart is the most important thing. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Wang Kuyan with his afterglow, only to see her nodding thoughtfully, as if she was applying these criteria towards herself. Seeing this, Li Life's heart cried out that he was finished. In the past, those girls who chased after themselves were also in this posture, and then the next step was to confess. The car was traveling smoothly on the highway, but the atmosphere quietly became a little subtle. Li Life heart anxious, thinking to hurry to change the topic, but for a moment and cannot think of a suitable. Suddenly Li Life's cell phone ringing. Li Life life-saving rush to connect the phone, did not even see who the caller is. Hey, Li Life, are you done yet? Lin Shi's voice rang out from the phone. It's done. I'm driving on my way to Qingcheng prison. I guess I'll arrive at noon. Li Life replied back, secretly grateful in his heart that Lin Shi's call had come so timely. Oh, that's good. Just now the people from Qingcheng prison called me. I said that it was our warden who personally went to pick up the prisoner, and their people said that they would treat you well when you arrived. That's all. So drive carefully. If you really can't put it off when you get there, then it's not too late for you to come back tomorrow. Lin Shi was again instructing. Okay, I know. Don't worry. As soon as Li Life finished speaking, Lin Shi had already taken the lead and hung up the phone. Looking at the navigation, it was already close to Castle Prison, and should be there by noon. Brother Lin, the sister who just called you. Her voice is very nice. Yeah. Who is she? Wang Kuyan blinked her eyes and asked curiously. Chapter 20 Qingcheng Prison. Oh, her, she's the deputy warden of our prison. Her name is Lin Shi. Wait until you get to our Black Mountain prison. You'll see her. Ayo. Wang Kuyan gave a sound and looked out the window and thought. Li Life to see Wang Kuyan do not know what to think out of mind. Secretly relieved. Foot accelerated some car speed. Otherwise 2 people this atmosphere is really a little awkward. With Li Life's intentional haste, they hadn't waited until noon before arriving at the entrance of Qingcheng prison. Li Life had read the information. Qingcheng prison was not a women's prison, but both men and women, in order to avoid some unnecessary trouble. So whenever Qingcheng prison entered some female inmates, it would be transferred to their Black Mountain women's prison. At this time, Li Life had already driven his car to the entrance of the prison, and the guards with guns on alert stopped Li Life's car with a serious look on their faces. Hello, please register over here. Your identity information, the reason for coming to Qingqing prison, the person you're visiting, and the current time. After you're done filling out the form, go to the security booth for a check to make sure there are no dangerous items before you can enter. A guard politely stopped the car and stood beside it and said to Li Life, "Hello comrade, I'm the director of Black Mountain Prison. This is the file. I was ordered to receive the female inmates transferred to our prison." Li Life also explained politely. Oh, good day, sir. You're here so early. I'll inform our prison governor to greet you. The guard froze at his words, then reacted and quickly gave Li Life a salute before picking up the phone on the side to notify the prison's interior. Li Life simply took Wang Kuyen down the car and looked around. He is also the first time to see other prisons. Outside, the protection of the high walls with their prison is almost the same. The barbed wire on the wall are also electrified. Who do not want to climb up? The gate is also the same installation of anti-collision ground columns. 3 steps a post, 5 steps a post. The defense force is almost the same with their prisons. Is not the same as the prison guards are all men here. Cannot be their prison. The defense force is similar to their prison, except that the guards here are all men, which is not as eye-catching as their prison. Wang Kuyen stood behind Li Life with some fear. It was her first time in a prison. The oppressive atmosphere made her a little breathless. Those prison guards with real guns were even more intimidating, always pretending to aim at her without realizing it. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Life was here, I'm afraid they would be even more excessive. Did not let Li Life 2 more waiting. The prison door will soon be opened. From the door out of a group of people, the leader is a belly-big neck-thick middle-aged man. If not wearing a uniform, Li Life thought it was the big brother of the gangsters. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up when he saw the young Li Life, and he hurriedly rubbed his hands together to come over to greet him. Gu, this is Warden Li, right? Hello, I know that you are a talented person, and I know that Mr. Li will be a great man, and he will be a great man in the near future. Ha ha ha, I'm Huang Feihu, the warden of Qingqing prison. I've heard a lot about you. Please come in. I've already prepared the food and wine, just waiting for you to come. Ha ha ha. Huang Feihu is a blowing, to Li Life blowing the confusion. According to the level, he and Huang Feihu is a level. Huang Feihu does not need to hold him so much. Li Life couldn't figure it out for a moment, so he shook Huang Feihu's hand. I've heard a lot about you. Warden Huang doesn't have to be so polite. I'm here because I've been ordered to come, so there's no need for wine and food. It's better to finish the procedures for the prisoners first, and hurry up with the transfer. Li Life politely said, "Hey, this Li old brother I trust the big call you a brother. Our 2 prisons have always been interchangeable. Many years of cooperation. The formalities of the matter asked the staff to do it on the line. Your first time to come, Huang old brother does not treat you a little bit, that how to say the past. You don't have to excuse yourself, just have a meal. Can't delay the trip. Ha ha ha." Huang Feihu took Li's shoulder and said enthusiastically, "This is good." Li Life couldn't afford to push back. This Huang Feihu kept pushing him inside, and he couldn't afford to do it the hard way. Ha ha ha, this is the right thing. Li old brother, behind you this is. Huang Feihu glanced at Wang Qian and asked curiously, "She's a friend of mine who intends to return to Black Mountain Prison with me. Kuyen, come with me." Li Ming waved towards Wang Kuyen. Wang Kuyen hurriedly followed. She didn't dare to stay here on her own. She felt safe only when she followed Li Life. "Oh, ha ha ha, that's just right. Taste our prison meals. This chef is my special dig over. Before but 5-star hotel chef it. If not retired would not be my turn. Especially the squirrel and cinnamon fish he made. It's so fresh. You guys can try it later." Huang Feihu laughed and led Li Life and the 2 of them towards the restaurant. Li Life walked while feeling that there was a line of sight behind him that had been staring at him. He looked back suspiciously, and a silhouette that he hadn't seen for a long time was reflected in his line of sight. Dong Wentao? Li Life was incredibly surprised in his heart. He didn't expect him to be here. Looking at his clothes, he was working as a prison guard in Qingcheng prison. Li Life did not make a sound, and after exchanging a glance with Dong Wentao, who was also incredibly surprised, he continued to follow Huang Feihu as he stepped into the restaurant. This Dong Wentao is Li Life's college classmates, and still a class, but with Li Life does not have too many interactions, because Li Life 2 or 3 days of leave. Not only these students, even if the university's guide teachers do not have too much of an impression of Li Life, just remember that there is such a person, and Li Life has always been a low profile when she went to school. In addition to her college girlfriend, and those who like her female classmates, other people do not much contact. Dong Wentao also had an impression of Li Life because his girlfriend in college also liked the school bully Li Life, which made Dong Wentao remember him. After Huang Feihu greeted the 2 of them and took their seats, he called the deputy director of Qingcheng prison. a middle-aged man with the same big belly named Wang Hai, and Yang Yang, the female prison doctor of Qingcheng prison, and the two of them came to accompany him. Dong Wentao and the others followed and busied themselves with serving food and pouring wine. Ha ha ha, elder brother Li, this is our prison doctor. Dr. Yang should be about the same age as you as well. You are the only man in your Black Mountain prison, and our Dr. Yang, who is also the face of our Qingcheng prison, is the only woman. Ha ha ha, Huang Fei who introduced Li Life. Oops, Warden, how can I compare with Warden Li Ah? People are young and talented. This Life is also a small prison doctor. Yang Yang's voice wine, an opening is full of tea flavor. Age is indeed not too old, and in the prison this kind of place to work, no wind and sun. Skin is also fair, body is also good. Every move is moving around the prison guard's line of sight, especially Dong Wentao. Chapter 21, The Truth. Li Life's angle was just enough to see behind Huang Fei Hu, Dong Wentao's peeking eyes. It seems that Yang Yang's type of girl is very much to his liking. Ha ha ha, Xiao Yang you are still young, there are many opportunities in the future. Don't be discouraged. Maybe in the future I'll let you sit in this prison director's position. Huang Fei Hu laughed and teased, but there is a sentence you said is very right. That is, Li old brother really young and talented. Young as a prison director. In the future is sure to be a big man. Maybe one day will be transferred to a more important position. When the time comes, Mr. Li, don't forget me, Mr. Huang. Ha ha ha, in the future, if there is anything I can do for you, just ask. As long as I can help, I will do my best. Come, old brother Li, I'm dry. Feel free. Huang Fei Hu stood up, holding a small cup of white wine, poured a mouthful into the mouth, and after drinking it, he also controlled the cup, signaling that he drank it cleanly. Not a drop left. Li Life couldn't refuse and also took a sip from his wine cup. Old brother Huang, don't worry, I definitely won't forget you. In the future, if something comes up, I will definitely come to trouble you. Old brother Huang, as well. Li Life returned politely. Well. Ha ha ha, Xiao Yang you accompany Li old brother to have a drink. You are all young people. Make more friends. Don't look at our little Dr. Yang skinny and thin, but she has an extraordinary amount of alcohol. Idle people can't drink with her. Ha ha ha. Dr. Yang also stood up at his words and clinked glasses with Li Life. Warden Li, I've met with your prison's deputy warden Lin a few times, and I thought that this time, the position of the warden was none other than her. But this time, when I met you, I realized that this warden's position still needs to be taken by you. You're the man for the job. Your temperament. In the future, certainly more than a prison director, there will certainly be a bigger stage. Xiao Yang here to wish you a high rise step by step. I'll drink up. Make yourself at home. Yang Yang finished his words and also muffled a glass of white wine in one gulp. Looked at Li Lai for some admiration. This cup how to say also have two too. She a woman said dry. Really can be on the table are not ordinary people. Li Life is too generous to be accompanied by another mouthful. Yang Yang finished drinking and just took his seat. The deputy warden who had not said anything also stood up at this time. Warden Li, Wang Hai, can't speak. I only know that once I see you I'm in awe. I'm the same as our warden. If you have something to do, just order it, and I, Wang Hai, will do my best. I'll do my best. Wang Hai finished his words and also took a mouthful of it. His face as usual, as if what he drank was not white wine but water. Ha 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 ha. Elder brother Li, eat your vegetables and eat your vegetables. This deputy warden of mine is like this. He has followed me for years. Just order me if there's something you want. Huang Fei Hu laughed again and pushed the dish in front of Li Life. Li Life was helpless. He was crying and laughing in his heart at this time. Last time I got a heart feel the skill. Usually no one cheat him still cannot trigger this drinking game down. This skill one after another jumped out. In front of these three people. In addition to the introduction of the name actually did not have a sentence is true. Make him laugh and cry. Had to hold back the smile to socialize. The wine table was filled with drinks and glasses. And several people were a little drunk and spoke more freely. Li old brother. Your prison more women. Right and wrong. You just took office soon you certainly do not know. In the future if there is a need for old brother to help you really don't be polite. Old brother I am a little older. Mixed with more years. There are some people under me. Small fights I can help. Huang Fei Hu lowered his voice and whispered to Li Life. Oh, can old brother Huang tell us more about it? I do wonder what's so difficult to deal with. Li Life sniffed and perked up, pursuing the question. Lin she also told him similar words. And their prison. The warden changed so diligently. There must be a little something to say. Look at Huang Fei Hu's appearance. He seems to know what insider? Hey, older brother if you ask others you definitely don't know. Ask me you count as asking the right person. It's nothing to tell you. Sooner or later you have to experience it. Huang Feihu took another sip of wine and smiled he. Women. Everywhere there are a bunch of men staring at them. The prettier the woman the more so. Huang Feihu said, his eyes picked at Yang Yang, the prison doctor on the side. Yang Yang shrugged his shoulders and did not deny it. With some drunkenness, she leaned on the table with both hands, and the plumpness of her chest pressed on the table, being squeezed as if it would jump out in the next second. The young prison guards on the side, without looking at each other, stared at Yang Yang and couldn't stop swallowing their saliva. Even Wang Kuyen, who was on the side, froze and watched. She had never experienced this kind of scene. She only felt that this sister was too spirited. Letting her do it, she couldn't do it. Being watched by so many men and still being able to be so calm and collected. She was very impressed with Yang Yang. The young prison guards present naturally saw Wang Kuyen's fresh and elegant face value. But in the way of Li Life's prison director's identity, they did not dare to look at Wang Kuyen one more time, or their prison's Yang Yang is more eye-catching. Huang Feihu continued, but beautiful women are put in prison. Then certain people who like her can be difficult, the ones with connections fished out before going to prison. But there are always some serious cases that are not convenient to fish out. Then they have to wait for those beautiful women to go to prison, so they can make a move. Huang Feihu raised his wine glass and smiled meaningfully at Li Life. Death sentence to death sentence. Death sentence to life sentence. Life sentence to life sentence. Life sentence to life sentence. Life sentence to commutation. Hey. You get the picture when it comes to this. Waiting for those above the big shot. This prison director is certainly the first to bear the brunt of the previous several prison director I also all know. There are a few refused to go with the flow of dirt, but in the end there is what a good end. I also look at the Li old brother, you are young to become a prison director before you say these. You certainly have a big shot behind you, sooner or later to know these things. Not counting me as the old Huang talked too much. Huang Feihu finished the wine in his hand in one drink, and scowled at Li Life. Li Life listened quietly, not making a sound for a moment. The skill of having a feeling in one's heart did not trigger, and what this Huang Feihu said was actually true. Should we just let those who break the rules do whatever they want? Li Life thought secretly in his heart, but did not take out this sentence to ask Huang Feihu. I have always lived under the wings of my parents, and have never seen this darkness, although I know that darkness has always existed, but only when I really encounter it can I feel how powerless it is. But if those people come to mess with themselves, Li Life hemmed and hawed, that can be counted as their bad luck, because messing with themselves that can really be a kick to the hard stone. They are hiding deep, okay? It is better not to let themselves catch the handle. Otherwise, I can't afford to mess with it. My father can't afford to mess with it. Chapter 22 Special Gifts. After 3 rounds of drinking, Li Life was also a bit drunk. Seeing that it was getting late, Li Ming proposed to take his leave. Elder brother Huang, how are the formalities done? It's going to be dark. We're almost drunk. Count the number of people and directly hand over for the road. Li Life took the lead and stood up, looking at the time. Hey, Li old brother, the day is so late. The prisoners have to rest. Do not rush to go well. The formalities are done, but the escort guards also have to rest well. This dark day blind fire. The road is not good. Out of something that the responsibility can be big. Or tomorrow morning and then go it. Huang Feihu advised. Yes, let's leave tomorrow. We have plenty of clean rooms here. Tonight, prisoner Li take a good rest, and then depart early tomorrow morning. Yan Yang also got up and advised. Li Life sniffed and glanced at Wang Kuyen. He was nothing, but he was afraid that Wang Kuyen would not be able to accept it. Wang Kuyen bit her lip when she saw Li Life looking at her. Of course she didn't want to stay here for the night. The people in the prison were all fierce and vicious, but it was not good to refute the face of the warden here, so she could only nod at Li Life. Brother Li, just arrange it. I'll listen to you. Yang Yang saw this and immediately understood that Li Life, this is not a shirt of this little girl, so he took the initiative to go forward to pull up Wang Kuyen's hand. Kuyen, don't be afraid. Tonight you'll be in a room with your sister. Don't look like this prison is full of men. With your big brother Li here, none of them will dare to bully you. Don't worry. Yang Yang took Wang Kuyen's shoulder. After taking care of Wang Kuyen, Li Life will definitely be able to live here. When Li Life saw Wang Kuyen nod her head, he stopped obsessing and followed Huang Feihu's words, preparing to stay here for the night. Deputy prisoner Wang Hai had already gone ahead to clean up the room, and Huang Feihu instructed Yang Yang to bring Li Life and Wang Kuyen to the room, then went somewhere with Dong Wentao's support. Li Life didn't drink too much, but he also pretended to be slightly drunk. Otherwise Huang Feihu and the 3 of them had been constantly persuading him to drink, and he was afraid that drinking too much would be a mistake, so he had to pretend to be a little drunk. Yan Yang and Wang Kuyen held Li Life on one side and walked towards the prison's guest room, bringing Li Life to his room first. The room had obviously just been tidied up, with brand new bedding. and aromatherapy had been thoughtfully lit to dispel the faint odor in the room. Yang Yang and Wang Kuyen helped Li Life to the bed. Then Yang Yang squatted down to take off Li Life's boots and served Li Life to lie down on the bed before taking Wang Kuyen out of the door. Kuyen, we'll have one room tonight. My room is on the roof and it's gated. No one can go up there except me. Don't worry about it. The smelly men in this prison don't have the guts to screw around. Not to mention you. Big brotherly, you don't have to be afraid anymore. Yang Yang comforted Wang Kuyen while leading the way. In our line of work, when you enter the prison system, it's not too far from being in jail, and it's very difficult to get promoted, so it's especially important to have an eye for things, and if you want to get transferred out of this dark prison, then you have to do what you're told, so there's no one who dares to act out. Wang Kuyen listened to Yang Yang's words. She could only nod her head uncontrollably. She felt that what this sister said was too profound. She couldn't understand it, but her room was very safe. Wang Kuyen did understand it. Yang Yang arranged a good place for Wang Kuyen to live, and took her to walk around the roof of the building. The roof of this building. She lives alone. The elevator wants to come up to brush the special access card. The whole prison just her one person has. Wang Kuyen this only put down the heart, went back to the room to wash up and then lay on the bed. She hadn't been drinking, but the day's ride and the mental activity had left her physically and mentally exhausted, and the sound of even breathing came from her within a few minutes of lying there. Yang Yang would smile when he saw Wang Kuyen fall asleep so quickly. He also went to wash up and came out in a towel and opened the closet to get a sexy nightgown to put over his body. After admiring his body in the mirror, Yang Yang did not go back to bed. Instead, he put another loose jacket over his pajamas. Then he tiptoed and opened the door of the room, and seeing that Wang Kuyen continued to sleep very well, he gently went out of the room and closed the door. At the same time, after Li Life was thrown on the bed by them, when there was no one in the house, Li Life got up and went into the shower room as well. He hadn't even taken a bath in 2 days after the dusty journey. Coupled with some white wine, the body is hot and dry, at this time by the water. Comfortable. Li Life to see the bathroom actually has a large bathtub. Under the rim of the bathtub will be filled with water. Intends to soak in it, to ease the body's labor. He reached down and tried the water temperature, which was just right, and lifting his leg, he stepped into the tub and lay down. Li Life closed his eyes comfortably, enjoying himself extraordinarily. Just as Li Life was still soaking in the tub, the door to his room clicked open and was gently pushed open from outside the house. Li Life in the shower didn't notice. By now he was slightly sleepy. The visitor entered Li Life's room and unlocked the door, then scanned the room and smiled slightly when he saw the clothes and pants stripped on the sofa. So too, he took off the loose jacket he was wearing over his body, wearing only his snug, sexy pajamas, and slowly unscrewed the door to the shower stall. Li Life was still enjoying himself with his eyes closed when he suddenly heard the door being opened and was startled. He was busy looking up. The silhouette that slowly walked in by pushing the door was clearly the prison doctor Yang Yang who had just had dinner together. At this time, she was wearing a set of black lace pajamas. Her slender jade legs were bare, and her slim little waist was hidden. The small pink feet just walked step by step from the doorway to the dumbfounded Li Life. Dr. Yang, you are? Li Life held back the agitation in his body, not daring to get up from the bathtub. Warden Li, I am a special gift from our warden to you. Please don't refuse our warden's kindness. Moreover, people also admire you very much and would love to be your girlfriend for a day. Please have mercy on Warden Li. As Yang Yang spoke, one foot had already stepped into the bathtub. Li Life's body tightened and he was just about to open his mouth to refuse. There was a buzzing sound in his brain. The system's voice came, posting Turkate Untuck as the warden of the women's prison in Montenegro. Making good relations with the warden of other prisons is also something you should do well as a warden. Penalty for failure, future boycotts and targeting by cooperating organizations. Frustration at every turn. Acquired title, socialization terminator. Effective title, annoying people, unable to socialize in all units. All interpersonal interactions are boycotted. Chapter 23, Madness. Mission reward, the heart is sincere. The mission that suddenly surfaced in his mind made Li Life's refusal that was just about to come out of his mouth to be held back raw. Here we go again with this. Every time there's a situation like this the mission pops up and forces itself to be accepted. And again the punishment for the mission is particularly harsh. This time, it's again eliminating all socialization for oneself and being boycotted by everyone. This must be another calculation of one's weakness. Forcing himself. Li Man was still secretly annoyed at the system's punishment and calculations, but Yang Yang didn't hear Li Man's refusal and thought that Li Man had already acquiesced. And at the moment, he had already immersed his entire body in the water. Dr. Yang. Before Li Life could finish his words, Yang Yang did not give Li Life a chance to speak. Dong Wentao, who was ordered to guard the stairway, was already far away from Li Life's room, but in the quiet hallway, Dong Wentao and the prison guards who were on duty together looked at each other. and both lowered their heads silently and unwillingly. He took out his cell phone and flipped through the classmate group of that year, which had a total of 57 members, but he remembered that there were clearly 58 people in their class, and the only person missing was Li Ming. Open the group chat. Some students are whining about their black-hearted boss, some are bragging about how high their job is, and others are doing business and starting their own company. Dong Wentao at this time would like to ask inside the group, do you guys still remember Li Life? The transparent school grass of our class. He is now actually a prison governor, but also in the room next to me and the woman I can't get even if I think about it. And also let me stand guard for him. Do you guys dare to believe it? Dong Wentao roared in his mind, but his fingers didn't move for a long time. Who made it so that the man who was struggling inside wasn't him? Who made it so that he was the warden? He is only a small prison guard. Maybe this life cannot get out of this prison. If he disturbed Li Life's pleasure, and their prison director Huang Fei who casually so, then his future can be seen at a glance to the head. It was hard for him to get connections to find this fairly decent job. How could he easily bury the rest of his life? Gritting his teeth, Dong Wentao put his cell phone away, turned around and walked into 2 rooms each with the other prison guard in unison. After a long time, Li Fate was checking the quest rewards he had just gotten. Cough cough, hard on you Dr. Young. Li Life calmed down. Thinking back to the madness just now also felt somewhat sorry for Yang Yang. It's not a big deal for me to work hard. It's good that you're satisfied. Officer Li. Yang Yang stretched lazily, and she enjoyed herself during the process. Satisfied. Of course I am. Li Life only feel permeable. The mind are a little more clear. The afternoon to drink and the alcohol has long been consumed with the strenuous activities. Have to say that this Huang Fei who was really will grasp the hearts of the people. Without saying a word, the woman sent out. Even Li Life also hit the trick. Of course, among them, Yang Yang's identity and body appearance is also the key point. Ordinary men are afraid that they cannot pass this hurdle. Dr. Yang, there's no one else here. There's no need to call me anything like Officer Li. Just call me by my name. Li Life got up and sat beside Yang Yang, smiling. Okay, Li Life. I'm not polite then. Yang Yang moved to make room for Li Life. Where is Ku Yen? Have you arranged her? Li Life remembered that he brought Wang Kuyen, and he didn't know if Wang Kuyen had heard it just now when Yang Yang's voice was so loud. Don't worry, she is sleeping in my room on the top floor. No one else can go up except me. It's very safe and you can't hear the commotion. Yang Yang understandingly explained to Li Life with a slight smile. That's good, but I'm a little curious why you listen to Huang Fei who so much. If it's inconvenient just forget it and pretend I didn't say it. Chapter 24, Private Daughter. Li Life really want to know why she will be so obedient. Said to send out. Yang Yang's age is not too big, and the posture is too much. Even if she does not do this prison doctor's work, other places are also very welcome her right. Should not need to sacrifice so much. Li Life said with his mouth that if Yang Yang was not convenient to say it, forget it, and secretly sneakily gave Yang Yang a use of the skill he just got. Sincerity of heart is spiritual. Yang Yang heard Li Life's question but didn't have any color, probably because the skill had taken effect. She smiled slightly and slowly opened her mouth. Tell you also nothing? In fact, Huang Fei who is my father, pro-father, but I am his illegitimate daughter. My mother surnamed Yang, because I cannot be exposed in the open, so I followed my mother's surname. In fact, it's okay, although it is a private daughter but he is good to me and my mom. My prison doctor's job is also he recruited me into the special. I came to the prison is also very care for me. This time let me accompany you. Also asked my opinion. He said that you have a big man behind you. Deep background. If you get on you, it will be a step to heaven. The future is unlimited. But also said that you such a person, destined to will not be only a woman. So I do not want to think too far away. To become one of your women, will be enough. And I well. The impression of you is also good. Become your woman is not loss now give yourself to you after more feel not loss. After Yang Yang explained her life and purpose, it was as if she was a little closer to Li Life. Seeing that he was dumbfounded as if he hadn't finished digesting what she had said, Yang Yang blinked. Dong Wentao, who was on guard duty outside, looked at each other again. There was helplessness in their eyes. Again, they turned around unanimously, and each went back to the room they had just been in. After a long time, Yang Yang trembled back to the roof of the building. Yang Yang gently pushed open the door of his own room. Wang Koyan's breathing was still even, and he was not woken up by her. She then breathed a sigh of relief and dragged her heavy body back to her bed, looking at the white ceiling, her heart loving and fearing Li Life. Li Life at this time also lying on the bed, the bedding in Yang Yang's body temperature and the faint fragrance of women. At this moment his thoughts are a little chaotic. He also wondered if his indulgence would have any bad effects. It was true that the mission had forced him at first, but it was he himself who was enjoying it. One odd mission after another seems to want to assimilate him into the old greaseball like Wang Fei who, if there is a cheap take advantage of it. If there is a favor, take it, and after eating it dry, it is still a moralistic prison warden. One seems to be getting farther and farther away from the expectations of old mom and dad. This is just the beginning. Just a few short days, and there's no telling what the future will hold for you. Thinking about it, Lee Life also went into dreamland. In the dream, Lee Life seems to dream that magical dream again. Himself and a group of tiger-headed monsters at a table to eat. During the push cups, so happy, gradually they seem to have changed. Through the cup of wine and the reflection of their own appearance actually also became with them the general face of the hideous. Early the next morning, Lee Life was awakened by a knock on the door. Knock knock. Lee Life opened his eyes and looked at the unfamiliar surroundings in front of him. Remembering where he was, there was a knocking at the door right outside, and Lee Life hurriedly put on his clothes and opened the door to the room. Standing at the doorway were Dr. Yang and Wang Kuyen, who had warmed up to him last night. Both of them had finished packing and were looking at him with a smiling face. Good morning, Warden Lee. It's time to get up. The prisoners to be transferred have already been arranged. We're just waiting for the warden to go over and count the number of people. Then we'll get in the car and start the transfer. Yang reminded with a smile. Okay, wait for me for 2 minutes. I will immediately pack up. Lee Life nodded, turned back and took the prison governor's formal wear out. After some wear, the tall, powerful and handsome Lee Life reappeared in the two women's line of sight. The two women are the first time to see Lee Life in uniform. Their eyes are bright. Wang Kuyen is even a little star in the eyes, unblinking staring, face slightly red. It is clearly the appearance of spring. Seeing the two women looking at her like this, Lee Life lightly coughed and spoke. Let's go. Don't keep them waiting for long. Okay, prisoner Lee. Yang threw a big wink to Lee Life from an angle Wang Kuyen couldn't see, then took the lead in leading the way for Lee Life. It wasn't long before we arrived at the prison square. Lee Life looked around. A group of female inmates were squatting in line on the square, all of different ages and sizes. All of them were wearing the prison uniform of Qingcheng prison, and gun-toting prison guards were guarding them all around. Huang Feihu was also among them, and when he saw the arrival of Lee Life's 3 men, he hurriedly greeted them. Ha ha ha, old brother Lee, did you sleep well last night? The hospitality was not good. Old brother Lee, pardon me. Huang Feihu squinted his eyes with a warm face, pretending to be nothing as he shushed Lee Life. Chapter 25. I want to progress. I slept well, thanks to brother Huang. It's getting late. Let's do a head count here. Lee Life politely replied back and took the document bag handed over by Yang, so he began to compare them one by one. The total number of female inmates being transferred this time was 23, and with the escorting prison guards, it would take at least 3 cars. Lee Life took the files and called the names of the prisoners one by one. Lianan, here. Guo Ping, here. Li Mang, here. Tan Xingqing, here. Lee Life called to the last person and habitually compared the photo on the file with the prisoner himself. Looking at the photo on Tan Xingqing's file, Lee Life first raised an eyebrow, then looked at the owner of the voice. Tan Xingqing was not very old, 24 years old, just a good age of youthfulness. She had a delicate appearance, a shapely figure, white skin, and her hair was all smooth and unmatched, and compared to the other inmates, she was simply not like a person from the same world. Also squatting on the ground, the other inmates looked dead, and the panic and nervousness of the upcoming transfer to a strange place. While this Tan Xingqing seems to be unimpressed, a pair of watery eyes looking around, but also interested in staring at the Lee Life fierce look, as if to say that there are such handsome men in this prison, is really eye-pleasing in general. Lee Life locked eyes with her for a second, surprised in her heart, but didn't show it. Those who could be transferred to their Black Mountain women's prison had a minimum sentence of 15 years. She must have committed a serious sin as well. Lee Life will file up, all into the file bag, and in Yang handed the document signed. The formalities or handover is complete. Brother Huang, there's no time to lose. I'll be on my way after the handover. I'll drive in front. You send some people to follow and escort. Good to say, I have all arranged. A total of 3 cars, real guns, surely foolproof. You guys drive slower on the road. How can you arrive before dark? Huang Feihu patted Lee Life's shoulder and urged. Lee Life said thank you and stopped dragging his feet. Taking Wang Kuyen into the jeep he drove. The inmates were also taken by the guards to 3 separate vehicles. Lee Life saw that everything was ready and was just about to set off when he saw Yang come out from the side and stop Lee Life's car. Warden Lee, I'll take your car. I'm the accompanying prison doctor, so I can dispose of anything in time. As Yang spoke, he had already pulled open the backseat door and jumped on. Let's go. Warden Lee, everything is in order and ready to go. Yang blinked and said excitedly. Ah, good. But Dr. Yang, a few times before when you transferred the prisoners, did you go along too? Lee Life asked suspiciously. Of course, at least I'm a prison doctor. I've been to your Black Mountain prison a few times before following your deputy warden Lin. Yang Yang comfortably took off her shoes and lay across the back seat. As long as she wasn't in prison, her mood was inexplicably happy. Li Life sniffed and did not say any more. Sheepishly glanced at Wang Kuyen on the side. A foot of gas down. Officially began the return trip. With Yang Yang in the car, Wang Kuyen was not as talkative as when she came, and changed back to the cool look in the photo. Comparatively speaking, it was still more pleasing to look like she was not eating fireworks now, because she got up too early in the morning, and Wang Kuyen was thinking that she would be able to see her mom in the dark. She started to close her eyes and rest her mind soon after she got on the bus to save her energy and prepare for the night. Yang Yang, on the other hand, was lying on the back seat resting and replenishing the energy he had consumed last night while chatting with Li Life. Warden Li, the prison doctor of your prison. I heard that it is also a beautiful woman. Oh, and people with me is not the same. She is a high school student. Not only is the famous medical school graduates, but also in the major hospitals have worked it. Although I do not know why put a good future do not want to go, but instead went to your place as a prison doctor. But she is very famous. Oh, well, I've been here for a short period of time, and I really haven't heard about this. Li Life heard her mention Xia Hong, who gave herself the finger test at the beginning, and he was still holding a fire in his heart. What a pity. If I have her skill, I definitely won't come to the prison. The hospital is the place for me to show off my skills. When I'm at work I'm a strong woman. When I'm off work I'm a beautiful woman in the city. I can make money and live a good life. What a good life. Yang Yang pillowed his arm with a yearning face. You are not too old. Go to further study is not too late. Li Life from the rearview mirror looked at Yang Yang a glance. This woman even took off the uniform jacket, only wearing a shirt, chest top high. Li Life did not deliberately look can be seen through the shirt button gap inside wearing black underwear. Alas, some things really depend on talent. To be honest, I'm particularly slow to learn anything. After graduation I went to the hospital for my internship. The doctors in the same grade as me were all on the operating table as assistants. I was still struggling to stay in place. Slowly I gave up. That's why I came to the prison. Yang Yang spread her hands, indicating that she had also been upwardly mobile. But the sky was not in her favor. So what are you going to do from now on? Stay in prison as a muckraking prison doctor? Any other ideas? Li Life asked curiously. Of course it's not always being a prison doctor. Hearing this, Yang Yang directly sat up and looked at Li Life with a burning gaze. Warden Li, I want to progress. Even though I'm a bit stupid in learning things, I'm incredibly eager to progress. I want to transfer out of the prison. It's still too depressing to be in the prison. Even if it's a casual position, a regular job and a place to live. To bring my mom over. And then, if I can, I want a child. And then after that I'd like to try to move up again and see what the world looks like to those people. I also don't want those smelly men to stare at me with lewd eyes when they see me. I want them to respect me, even fear me. Li Life, I want to progress. Yang Yang suddenly said with some excitement. Cough cough. Li Life hurriedly coughed twice, and sheepishly looked at Wang Kuyen in the co-pilot's side, and saw that Wang Kuyen had her eyes closed and had fallen asleep at some point, and only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Dr. Yang, take it easy. I got it. Li Life helplessly turned back to Yang Yang. Yang Yang saw that Li Life had no intention of objecting, and only then did she show another smile, winking at Li Life and lying down again. Warden Li, I don't mean to force you, just now it's just an obsession I've always had in my mind. I don't know why. Once I talk to you, I can't help but tell you what's in my heart, as if you're the one I trust the most, but we've only known each other for less than 2 days. It's really strange. Yang Yang scratched his hair, very puzzled. Li Life sniffed even more vainly and was secretly shocked at the effect of the skill in his heart. The caravan continued on its way, and in the morning all the people had not yet eaten. Passing by a supply point, Yang Yang informed the caravan to stop there and prepare to eat. After settling on the fly, the convoy resumed its journey. Yang Yang and Wang Kuyen's position was switched, in the back seat to facilitate Wang Kuyen to sleep. Wang Kuyen also felt that it was not possible to sleep at all, and after eating the meal, she was even more sleepy. The vehicle traveled and swayed, sending Wang Kuyen back to dreamland. Chapter 26 Yang Yang's Heartbeat. As the caravan advanced, Li Life and his men had gradually moved away from the city, and the road became more and more desolate. Looking around cold and clear, Li Life looked at the navigation. At the current speed, he would be there before dark. Yang Yang sat in the passenger seat and leaned on the car window to look at the scenery outside and couldn't help but sigh. Every time I pass by here, I feel that your Black Mountain prison has a worse environment than our Qingqing prison. It's simply a deep forest and barren mountains. Even if the prisoners in the prison escaped, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to walk alive to a place where there are people. It's just too desolate. It's not bad. Prison must be placed in a deserted place. What's more, the ones in our prison are all felons, so naturally we have to treat them with care. Li Life was holding the steering wheel with one hand, and his sight was also looking towards the desolate jungle in the distance. It's no fun. Staying in one place all the time. Your head tends to show, and the rate of depression goes way up too. I don't like it. Yang Yang closed the window and put the seat back, lying down a little more comfortably. Ha ha, then according to what you said, so many inmates in the prison, wouldn't they all have depression? Li Life couldn't help but laugh. Oh ho, you're right ha, but they don't have a choice. We can still choose. Yang Yang sideways looking at a uniform. Handsome Li Life, suddenly some heart. Stealing a glance at the sleeping Wang Kuyen on the back seat. At the moment she was curled up with her back facing Yang Yang's direction. Her body was rising and falling with her breathing. Yang Yang looked for a while to make sure that Wang Kuyen was still asleep. She suddenly looked at Li Life with a slight smile. What are you doing? I'm still driving. Li Life is really shocked and scared. Secretly admire her guts is really big. To know that the back seat is not only lying a person. Their car behind the car can be followed by the car. Kuyen's sleep is fragrant. You focus on driving your car. The road can be bad. You do not drive crooked, fall into the ditch on the line. Yang Yang didn't care what he said. In the end, Li Life once again sheepishly looked in the rearview mirror. Wang Kuyen still did not move. Simply do not care. Focused on driving the car. Li Life accelerated his car to a higher speed. And when the convoy at the back saw Li Life's car accelerating, they also accelerated to follow. I don't know how long it's been. Li Life slapped his face, forcing himself to clear his head, and eased the car back down to a slower speed. Fortunately, the caravan following behind. No one noticed the abnormality, and Wang Kuyen inside the car was not woken up. Li Life took a long breath, and only then did he let go of his heart. We can't do this next time. It's too dangerous. Li Life said to Yang Yang in hindsight. Next time I don't know how long it will be. Warden Li, living each current day is the most important thing. Yang Yang glanced contentedly at Li Life and leaned back in his seat to fake sleep. The convoy continued to drive. Thinking of what Yang Yang had just done to him, Li Life was uneasy and slowed the car to a stop at the side of the road. Coming to the 3 escort cars following behind, Li Life opened the doors one by one and checked them. Seeing that there was nothing unusual about the prisoners, he then put his heart down and got back on the road. This operation of Li Life was a joy to watch. Yang Yang. Ha ha ha, you think everyone is like you. They are not that bold. As a prison guard, if they move their hands on the prisoners, then they will be sentenced. When they come across a pretty prisoner, they just look at her a few times. They don't dare to mess around. Ahem, I'm not being cautious. The first time I transferred a prisoner, of course I can't make a mess. If I can't do this well, how can I be a prison director? Li Life's face slightly red, thinking of what Wang Kuyen's mother Wang Xian did to herself. Unnaturally explained. Yang Yang saw him like this. She only thought that what the two of them just did was too much. She didn't really think much about it, and the two of them chatted one by one, and they got closer and closer to where the Black Mountain prison was located. Finally, the caravan passed through a dense forest and crossed the uneven road, and finally arrived at the destination of the trip, women's prison in Montenegro. The crowd's convoy was stopped by the female prison guards on duty, and Li Life and the others got out of the car. Seeing that it was Li Life who had returned, the female prison guards saluted. Warden, you're back. Warden, Deputy Warden Lin is coming right over. Well, on the car are the prisoners that were transferred this time. This is the list and file. You bring someone to check it. Check the number and identity, and then put the convoy in. Li Life faintly commanded. Okay Warden, leave it to me. You've worked hard all the way. Go in first and rest and relax. The female prison guard took the file and saluted. Thank you for your support. It's even more exciting in the back. I'm trying my best to write. Chapter 27 Arrivals. Li Life nodded. He was not polite. After a day of driving, and on the road by Yang Yang consumed a lot of energy, despite his special forces like physical quality, but also cannot withstand the phantom sucking his young chi. Bringing Wang Kuyen and Yang Yang first passed through the security room prison guards before bringing the duo in. The checks that should be there still had to be there, or else he wouldn't be able to explain it to Lin Shi. Speak of the devil, and the belatedly arriving Lin Shi greeted him just in time. Back? Nothing unexpected. Right. Lin Shi frowned slightly as she looked at the large and small group of two beauties that Li Life was carrying behind him. Yang Yang she naturally recognized. The prison doctor of Qingqing prison. She had dealt with her and it was reasonable to follow her over. But the other young girl who was not too old, she didn't have much of an impression. Aha! It went well. Nothing unexpected. This Dr. Yang you should know. Then I don't need to introduce you. This girl is the prisoner's family. This time she came to visit the prisoner. Li Life looked at Lin Shi's gaze on the two women behind him, so he opened his mouth to introduce them. Family members of prisoners? Visiting an inmate requires original identification and proof of relationship, and you have to schedule an appointment. so you can't just see them whenever you want. There's also a limit on the number of times, limited to once a month for half an hour. For you to come over at this time, it's definitely not possible today. Lin, she raised an eyebrow, her mouth talking about the rules and regulations of visitation, but her eyes looked at Li Ming, going out for a trip and abducting a little beauty back. She would like to see how Li Life would explain. Ahem, that, ha ha ha, her name is Wang Kuyen. She's a friend of mine. She's mainly here to see me. That, second disciplinarian. You arrange a room and bring her over to settle down first. I'll go over to greet her after I'm done. Seeing that Lin, she was so serious, Li Life couldn't blatantly take the lead in breaking the rules in front of so many people, so he could only let out an awkward laugh and change the topic. It just so happens that the correctional officer of the second prison area followed Lin Shi over. Li Life directly instructed the second correctional officer to take Wang Kuyen to settle down first. The matter of visiting the prison can only be said later. Warden. The second disciplinarian answered and glanced at Lin Shi's face again. Seeing that her face was as usual, nothing had changed. Before she went forward and led Wang Kuyen in the direction of the guest room, Wang Kuyen naturally heard what Lin Shi said about the rules and regulations and looked worriedly at Li Ming. She only had her own identification on her, and nothing else to prove her relationship. Li Ming, on the other hand, returned a look that reassured her and pushed Wang Kuyen to follow the second disciplinarian. Wang Kuyen followed apprehensively, but also took one step and turned back 3 times. Within a short period of time, she realized that she had already been unable to leave Li Life. With Li Life by her side, she was like having a backbone, and leave Li Life, like a rootless duckweed, nervous and afraid. But think about their own mother. Wang Kuyen clenched her teeth, still obedient to follow. Deputy Prisoner Lin, long time no see. Yang Yang saw that the situation was a bit tense and opened his mouth to relieve Li Life. Yeah, it's been a while. Let's catch up later. I'll go and fetch the prisoner in first. Lin Shi didn't say much when she saw Li Life defending that little girl. With so many people present, she naturally wouldn't refute his face. Lin Shi then commanded the guards to check the prisoners' identities, and after verifying that they were correct, he pulled open the gate and let the convoy in. On the square, the inmates have completed the formalities for their transfer. At this point, they are lined up in 2 rows, with their belongings at their feet, waiting for the next step in their disposition. Warden, as usual, you need to give a speech to these new inmates. Will you come or should I? After Lin Shi finished organizing the formalities and handed them back to Yang Yang, she asked Li Life at the side. You do it, I'll just listen, just so I can learn from you. Li Life wasn't good at talking about these scenes, so he simply let Lin Shi come directly. Lindsay nodded and walked over to the inmates, clapping her hands to attract attention. My name is Lin Shi. I'm the deputy warden of Black Mountain Women's Prison. Next to me, who brought you to transfer here, is the main warden, Li Ming. When you come to our Black Mountain prison, you have to abide by the rules and regulations of our prison. Follow the daily routine strictly. Listen to the command of the correctional officers in each prison area. Obey orders. As long as you are obedient, no one will specifically bully you in Black Mountain Prison. Don't be a prick. You'll end up in a bad situation. In a moment, we will all do the physical examination for admission to the prison together, and then we will be assigned to prison districts. And that's it. I hope everyone will behave well in the future and strive for a reduced sentence. After Lin Shi finished his speech, he directly waved his hand, and the correctional officers of each prison area took the inmates to line up for the physical examination room. Dr. Yang, you know the rules of our prison, so I won't keep you overnight. Go back and say hello to prisoner Huang for me. Lin Shi said politely to Yang Yang. Aha, I know. Men can't stay overnight in women's prisons. I'll come by myself next time I have the chance, so don't kick me out. Deputy Prisoner Lin. Yang Yang smiled faintly at his words, not the least bit unhappy. The rules had always been the same in the past. So many male guards, naturally, couldn't stay overnight in a women's prison. She'd known that for a long time. Of course, Dr. Yang, if you come over sometime, I will definitely treat you well. Lin Shi also responded with a smile. Well, then we're leaving. Do not delay your next work. Goodbye, Deputy Prisoner Lin. And, Prisoner Li, look forward to the next meeting with you. Oh. Yang Yang shook hands with Lin Shi, and took the initiative to pull up Li Life's big hand. Fingers in Lin Shi cannot see the angle gently tickled his palm. Li Life naturally found Yang Yang's small movements, but Lin Shi is around. How dare he move? And Yang Yang lightly shook as separated. Dr. Yang, it's been hard on you. Be careful on your way back. Remember to call if anything happens. Li Life courteously sent Yang Yang to the car and waved his hand. Bye. Yang Yang waved his hand vigorously and followed a group of prison guards as they drove away from the prison. Don't look. Let's go. The prisoners are having a medical checkup. Let's go take a look too. Lin Shi reached out and pulled Li Life's clothes, then turned around and led the way inside. Oh, good. How is the physical examination? Is it the same as when I came here? Lee Life asked curiously. The experience at that time was still fresh in his mind. Humph, what were you back then? Come with me, I'll give you a long look. Lin Shi gave a petulant grunt and pushed open the door of the medical examination room. The room was still the same room. Xia Hong was still sitting on that chair, but unlike last time's sexy attire, this time she was wearing a white lab coat with a mask, and her hands were covered with disposable gloves, and only her feet were still on the same pair of black, thin-heeled high-heeled shoes from last time. Sister Hong, how's it going? Lin Shi opened her mouth and asked. The two wardens are here, all ready and in the shower. They'll be out in a minute and ready to go. Chapter 28. As soon as Xia Hong's words fell, the cloth curtain in the washroom was pulled open. The corrections officer led the way out of it, followed by a line of completely naked female prisoners. Lee Life was slightly startled, wondering if it was inappropriate for him to be here, and just wanted to turn around and go out, but Lin Shi pulled him back. What's the point of going? That's how prisons work. They should have expected to go through this sooner or later when they did those illegal things. Don't go. Watch. You're the prison warden, Lin Shi faintly said. Lee Life sniffed a little hesitation. He felt that the prisoners are not all unforgivable. They also have human rights, naked and being looked at by strange men. A little too much to put. He swept his eyes over the group of female prisoners who had already walked into the examination room. They looked as usual, seemingly not caring at all that there was a man, Lee Life, present at the scene. Perhaps it was not the first time they had experienced this kind of thing. Xia Hong stepped forward, took the prisoners' identifying information, and told them to stand one by one at the checkpoint. Next, listen to my command, do whatever I tell you to do, and go back to the cell block early to rest after the early body check. Li Yanan, stand over here. The prisoner named Li Yanan sniffed, his body trembled, and he hurried over and stood on the examination table. Open your mouth, open wide. Well, look up, turn around, spread your legs, bend over. Xia Hong saw the prisoner bend down, put the file on the table, put on disposable gloves, and gave her a finger test. A few moments later, after the inspection was complete, Summer Red took off her gloves, picked up the file, and drew a check mark on it before allowing the prisoner to return to the line. Those who are done checking can get dressed. I'll be honest. The disciplinarian on the side held a throwing stick and warned. Lee Life looked at the process, and it was true that his initial examination was already considered gentle compared to theirs. Prisoners have only one way to go in prison, following orders, and any resistance will be rewarded with a painful lesson. Such things as self-respect do not apply here. The inmates all knew this as well, and all obediently followed Xia Hong's command to do the examination, all the way to the last and most special of these prisoners. Tan Xingqing, come here, it's your turn. Xia Hong changed into a pair of gloves and pointed to the examination table in front of her. At the moment she was also the last inmate still naked in the examination room. Tan Xingqing covered her chest with one hand and 3 inches below her abdomen with the other. When she heard Xia Hong's instructions, she didn't make a move and her face was a bit panicked. Doctor, my first time, can I not be checked there? Tan Xingqing blushed slightly and tightly covered her body, not wanting to be examined. Oh, the finger test is a must. I should have known better. Come over, I'll be gentle. Xia Hong raised an eyebrow, but still spoke indifferently. No way. This Warden Li, I have something to tell you. Speak alone. Once Tan Xingqing heard that there was no preferential treatment at the place, she immediately became anxious and hurriedly faced Lee Life, saying anxiously, if there's anything, you'll have to finish your inspection before you can say anything. And when you're here, you think you're on the outside? This is a prison, not playing house with you. If you don't listen, then we'll have to force you to listen. Lin Shi took over the words and directly rebuked angrily. But what I'm about to say is important. Very important. Warden, you must believe me. Tan Xingqing sniffed even more anxiously, tears welling up in her eyes. No way. No discussion. You two, go hold her down. Lin Shi pointed at the 2 prison guards on watch and ordered. Don't. Help. Warden, help me. You guys are going to regret this. Woo. Tan Xingqing was so scared that she couldn't stop backing up, no longer caring about her springtime, but letting Lee Life have his fill. Ding dong. Post-admission, the prisoner in front of you seems to have something to hide, and as a prison warden, it makes sense to listen to what she has to say and not let any suspicious circumstances go by. Please save her and find out the truth before the medical examination is completed. Penalty for failure, receive the title of ruthless prisoner. Title effect, deprive oneself of emotions. Implanted with a robotic mind, no longer have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Iron blood and selfless, and act according to the rules. Mission reward, one-time props, good guy card. Props effect, can be exempted from 1 mission failure penalty. The voice releasing the quest sounded in Li Man's mind. Li Man already had experience from the previous times, so he didn't panic and calmly checked the quest over. Let himself save Tan Xingqing? The penalty for failure is as severe as ever. Losing the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Wouldn't that be turning into a robot? Then what's the point of living? It mustn't be like that. The mission reward is not bad. A failure immunity card. This is a good thing. Used in critical moments will certainly have a miraculous effect. Li Life quickly weighed the pros and cons. He still didn't have a choice this time. The mission was sent out with no intention of letting him refuse to complete it. Seeing that Tan Xingqing had already been pressed by the 2 prison guards on the examination bed in the middle of the room, her lower body was no longer covered and exposed, her legs on the ground stomping about helplessly, and her mouth was still cursing and crying. And Xia Hong had changed his gloves and was about to step forward. That's when Li Life finally opened his mouth. Wait, Sister Hong. The gazes of all the people had landed on Li Life's face in unison. Lin Shi was also puzzled. It was hard to believe that Li Life really wanted to save her. Xia Hong stopped moving, her gaze falling on Li Life's face as she waited for his next words. Let her go first, since she said she has something important to tell me. It's not too late to wait. You guys take the other inmates back to the cell block first and leave her behind. Everything will wait until we've talked. Li Life spoke indifferently. Deputy Warden Lin, is there any problem with me doing this? Li Life turned to Lin Shi and asked with a smile. Lin Shi looked at the set of white teeth in front of him, and wanted to punch up and smash Li Life's white teeth. You can't stop looking at pretty girls, can you? Even prisoners? She's worth it to mess up the rules of the medical checkup? She's just a virgin. Who isn't? What's the big deal? Lin Shi's face darkened as she spoke. You're the warden. You're in charge. What's the point of asking me? Li Life heard. No, Lin Shi is agreed. Is a little bit of mood is not right. Maybe he broke the rules caused Lin Shi's dissatisfaction, but now cannot care so much. Lin Shi can be coaxed later, but his mission cannot be delayed a little. Well, that's it for now then. All of you get out and leave her behind. Sister Hong, you also don't go yet. You wait for me at the door for a while. When we're done talking, I still need to find you. Li Life smiled at Xia Hong. Yeah, as you wish, Warden. Then I'll wait for you in the infirmary next door. Just call me when you're done chatting. Xia Hong playfully winked at Li Life, and swept her eyes back and forth between Tan Xingqing and Li Life, looking like she wanted to eat melon. Chapter 29 Gambling. Li Life waited for everyone to exit the medical examination room before he sat down on a chair and surveyed Tan Xingqing, who was paralyzed on the floor crying helplessly after the robbery. From Qingcheng prison she could see that this Tan Xingqing was different from the average prisoner. Instead she was like a naughty canary coming over to the prison to experience life. The delicate white skin on her body and her white and pink hands could tell that she probably hadn't done much work since she was a little girl, and had always been treated as a big lady who generally enjoyed being waited on by others. The short hair on the head just cut ear to ear on the head of other inmates is still a bit abrupt, but on Tan Xingqing's head, on the contrary, set off Tan Xingqing's face is more exquisite. Under the condition of a face, compared to those stars on TV, she is not inferior. Li Life looked Tan Xingqing over from head to toe, waiting for Tan Xingqing's emotions to stabilize a bit and stop crying before he opened his mouth to ask. Say it, what important things do you have to tell me? Although I just saved you for a moment, but if you lie to me, then in a moment you should still be examined. Li Life's cold tone scared Tan Xingqing to the point where her tears rose again, no longer as casual as when she arrived. Tan Xingqing stood up tremblingly, and no longer covered her important parts, and spoke in a resigned manner. Warden, I want to stay here for a long time. In a few days my family will fish me out. Please don't let them finger test me. This is really my first time. When I get out, I will definitely thank you properly. I have money. I'll give you a lot of money. Okay. Li Life raised his eyebrows in surprise at his words. Just now Huang Fei who had told him about these hidden secrets of prison fishing, and he didn't expect to come back and run into it. Was it really such a coincidence? Or did Huang Fei who purposely mention himself? Li Life always felt that Huang Fei who definitely knew something, but at this time he had nowhere to verify it. Oh, getting you out? Look at you. You haven't been in jail for a few days, and you want to leave after just a few days? What kind of relationship does your family have? Li Life teased. Really, Warden, you believe me. I'll give you as much money as you want. Lend me your phone. I'll get the money in one call. Please, Warden. Tan Xingqing was so excited that she directly knelt on the ground, tugging on Li Life's pants leg and begging. Li Life quietly felt the reaction of the heart-feeling skill, but it turned out that there was no reaction, which meant that what Tan Xingqing said was true. She was really rich, and it seemed that she wouldn't be able to stay for more than a few days before someone fished her out, which made Li Life even more curious about her. You said someone will fish you out in a few days. How? I'm the warden, how come I don't know about this? If I don't sign off on it, no one can fish you out. Do you know that? Li Life organized his language and tried to say this well. Warden, not that I don't tell you, is that I now also don't know my family carries on to which step. I only know that they will definitely fish me out. I entered the prison is just a walk in the park. It's just that I didn't expect the inspection here to be so strict. If I'm not careful during the finger test and my membrane breaks, even if they fish me out, it's too late. Tan Qingqing's face was full of regret. She hadn't expected this hurdle even after 1,000 calculations. Are you so confident that your family can fish you out? What crime did you come in for? Seeing her so confident, Li Life became even more curious about her. Picking up Tan Qingqing's file on the side and flipping through it. Smuggling, bribery, and financial fraud. Combined punishment, 25 years of imprisonment, has been stamped into effect. Will be so easy to be fished out by your family? Li Life is puzzled. This Tan Qingqing is committing a big crime. Say fish out? He really treats his prison like a backyard. He can come and go as he pleases. Are you kidding me? Li Life was partial to disbelieving this. He wanted to see who could fish this Tan Qingqing away under his nose. Warden, if I've said that, I must be sure. You believe me. You let me stay here quietly for a few days, and when I get out, I will definitely send you another big gift, Tan Qingqing said with a serious face. No need for a big gift. Don't dream about it. No one can fish you out. Just die. Li Life stood up and spoke bluntly. Warden, you don't believe me. Then do you dare to make a bet with me? Tan Qingqing saw that Li Life was not a greaser, and felt a big headache, and really let him meet a prison warden with such a dead brain. With a turn of the eye, he had to come up with this plan. A bet? Oh, interesting. What kind of bet? Seeing that the quest reward had not been issued, Li Life simply followed her words and asked, just bet on whether I can get out. Within a week. No. Up to half a month. Within half a month, I will get out of this prison, and walk out of the prison with honor. Tan Qingqing stood up and raised her hand again to cover her body parts, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. She didn't want to show this man anymore. Li Life's performance made her head down. Oh, that's fine. What about your bet? Li Life asked with amusement again. Seeing Tan Qingqing's angry look, he was really interested. The look of being half hidden by her loot and half hidden by her face made him even more excited. And her body was a little bit stupid. My bet, if I can't get out, later in this prison, I'll be your dog. Let you obey your orders. I'm a yellow flower girl. You're not losing out. Tan Qingqing exasperatedly said. Okay, no problem. Then what will you do if you go out? Li Life then asked. If I get out, I don't need you to do anything. Just guarantee my personal safety during this half month. Don't let the doctor finger test me. And don't let me live with those inmates. I live in a single room in Qingcheng prison, Tan Qingqing said cautiously after thinking. Well, that's fine. Any other requests? I'll try my best to fulfill you. Li Life smiled faintly and said indifferently. Also, lend me your cell phone to make a call. I won't use it for nothing. And when I get out, I'll still give you a big gift. One size fits all. Tan Qingqing, do what I say. Never false words. When Tan Qingqing said this, despite not having a piece of clothing on her body, she was still as imposing as a rainbow, which really made Li Life somewhat impressed. Good. I promise you. Bet. Li Life took out his cell phone and handed it to Tan Qingqing. Thinking about it, he wasn't at a disadvantage. He wanted to see how this Tan Qingqing could escape from the palm of his hand. Make the call. Now. And say what you have to say all at once. I'm only going to lend you this one time. You've got 5 minutes. I'll be in 5 minutes. After saying his words, Li Life turned around and left the medical examination room. After explaining to the prison guards guarding the doorway, Li Life went to the infirmary next door. Pushing open the door, Xia Hong was lazily leaning back in her chair, holding a book in her hands and studying it carefully. Chapter 30 Humiliation Bending. Yo, Warden, done talking to that prisoner? Xia Hong said as she noticed Li Life open the door and put the book in her hand down. Well, chatting is over. Sister Hong, I have an unkind request. Can Sister Hong do me a favor? Li Life had a smile on his face, a fawning face. Help? What favor? The prison governor has something to say directly. I will definitely listen to you. Xia Hong changed her position and crossed her legs, also with a smile on her face. That is, a moment when you give this Tan Qingqing check. Look at it even. Do not have to hand finger check. I just promised her. Will not be on her finger check. A moment after you read directly on the file on the drawing on the line. What do you think, Sister Hong? Li Life explained in a small voice. This is not in accordance with the rules. Our Black Mountain Women's Prison is different from other ordinary prisons. Incarcerated are all special important prisoners. Felons, they are all very dangerous. If we don't finger check, what's hidden inside, and then something happens. Xia Hong raised her finger and held her chin, indicating that it's very difficult to do. Indicating that it is very difficult to do. Sister Hong, I'm the warden. I'll take the heat if anything happens, and I'm going to put her in a single cell, not letting her come into contact with other inmates for now. To save her from causing trouble, just do what I say, okay? Li Life rubbed his hands, Using power for personal gain, this kind of thing he's still the first time to do. Feel strange. Also a little nervous. Fine. Who made you the warden? I'll listen to you. Xia Hong spread her hands helplessly. She knew that inside Li Life and that prisoner must have made some kind of deal. Otherwise Li Life wouldn't have protected her like this. But even if some unspeakable deal had been made, it had nothing to do with her as a prison doctor. She had been in this prison for a few years now, so naturally she knew not to ask what she shouldn't. Then should I talk to Deputy Prisoner Lin? Otherwise if I'm dismantled, it'll be hard for me to do it. Xia Hong said uneasily. There's no need to tell her yet. I'll tell her when the time comes. It's good that you're willing to help me. Thanks Sister Hong. When Li Life saw Xia Hong agree, a stone fell to the ground in his heart. Fortunately Xia Hong was not as stubborn as Lin Shi. With the main thing out of the way and 5 minutes still to go, Li Life wandered around the infirmary. This room had been here the last time he fainted, and in addition to the various instruments for examination, there were quite a few of Xia Hong's personal belongings. A golden trophy placed high in the center caught Li Life's attention. Seeing that Li Life was interested, Xia Hong also followed his line of sight and introduced him. I won this trophy back from a competition when I was working at a medical organization abroad, and it's the first one I've ever gotten, and probably the last. After I went to prison, I didn't have the chance to participate in any competitions. Xia Hong stepped forward and caressed the trophy, nostalgia in her eyes. I've heard people say that you seem to be very good in the past. Sister Hong, you were a high school student, so how come you came to work in the prison? The outside world is more suitable for you, right? Li Life asked curiously. Xia Hong's complexion dimmed at his words, then returned to its original state, only shaking his head and not saying much. Do not say that, and then good as once. Now in our prison, I live is not bad, a day quite free, but also can do some of their favorite things, read their favorite books, not also beautiful. Used to it. Xia Hong smiled faintly, as if she had already let go. Seeing that Xia Hong didn't want to say more, Li Life didn't pursue the question. They were still superior and subordinate and hadn't seen each other a few times, so naturally they wouldn't say everything to Li Life. Sister Hong, you should smile more often. You really look good when you smile. Li Life complimented. He swore that he was really simply praising. Xia Hong's face was still like a fox, charming, extremely attractive, but the gold glasses worn on her eyes sealed Xia Hong's seductive temperament again. Wearing a white coat on her body, it was really pure and lustful. Li Life believed that if she took off her glasses, that would be the real Xia Hong, charming to the bone and endearing to the eyes. It wasn't too much to say that it was Suda Ji. Xia Hong was still a bit melancholy just now, but what woman wouldn't want to hear someone else's praise? Xia Hong immediately switched her mood at the words and was happy. Ha ha, warden, with this mouth, you are so good at talking, you must be very pleasing to girls. No wonder the deputy warden is uneasy with you. In the future, these words should be said to the deputy warden, or else she will be jealous. Oh, Xia Hong winked and teased. Harm, I'm telling the truth, I really don't mean to exaggerate. The first time we met, you sat in that chair and looked at me and smiled, and at the time I was still amazed by you. I stumbled over my words. You forgot, Li Life said and gestured at the same time, amusing Xia Hong to no end. Nonsense, I'm not laughing. What a laugh. Not laughing, not laughing. Hey, Li Life and Xia Hong fought and looked at the time. 5 minutes were coming up soon. Li Life then greeted Xia Hong to join him and went to give Tan Xingqing another physical examination. Sister Hong, I'll go in first. Wait a moment. Li Life gave an explanation and took the lead to push open the door. Tan Xingqing had hung up the phone by now and looked at Li Life with a smug expression. Warden, I've made all the arrangements and I'll give you back your cell phone. I hope the warden is true to his word. Aha, I'm sure I'll do what I say. You too, don't cry if you lose. Li Life wanted to see how this Tan Xingqing would go out. Could it be that she really had 3 heads and 6 arms, and her hands and eyes were all over the world? Putting away his cell phone, Li Life called Xia Hong in with a serious face in front of the two. Tan Xingqing, mindful of your special physical condition, we won't finger test you, but we also want our doctor to check it clearly with his eyes. Now continue with the physical examination. Okay, warden, Xia Hong promised, picking up Tan Xingqing's file, then gestured for it to stand on the physical examination table. This time Tan Xingqing didn't resist and obediently went up. Open your mouth, heads up, turn around, spread your legs, bend over. Just as Xia Hong's words fell, Tan Xingqing turned around again and questioned. Warden, I thought we agreed not to finger test. Why do you still have to bend over? Tan Xingqing covered her body with an angry face. Cough. It's not a finger test, but it's also necessary to look and check. Don't worry, I've explained. Dr. Xia's skills are very good. It won't be anything. Li Life was a little embarrassed, but still explained. You, line blah. Tan Xingqing knew that she had already reached this point and it was useless to resist, so she could only endure her grief and anger and bend over. Although Tan Xingqing didn't turn around, she could feel the sight behind her. At this moment, her heart was full of humiliation, and she couldn't wait to bite Li Life to death. The good words and the bad words have all been said, but they didn't block this humiliating way of checking. This prison governor, when she goes out, she will definitely not let him go. Chapter 31, Do You Have a Fever? In the midst of Tan Xingqing's hatred, Xiahong was nonchalant and carefully opened it to look at it clearly, confirming that there were no problems, before nodding to Li Life, then drew a check mark on Tan Xingqing's file. After passing this hurdle, both Li Life and Tan Xingqing let out a breath. Tan Xingqing also finally reattached the clothes on the side to her body, covering a large portion of her spring light. Once upon a time, she would never have dreamed that this thin prison uniform could also bring her a great sense of security. At this moment, her aggrieved heart had already reached its peak, and her tears were flowing uncontrollably. But this was a prison, and no one was there to take care of her fragile heart. After the inspection, Li ordered the guards at the door to take Tan Xingqing back to the prison area, and also specially explained to arrange a single cell for her. Seeing that Li Life didn't go back on his word, Tan Xingqing felt a little better again, giving Li Life one last grudging look before following the prison guards. Li Life was physically and mentally exhausted after settling things here, but he couldn't rest yet. There was still a Wang Kuyen waiting for her. This little girl was not a prisoner. She had to be treated carefully, not to mention that she still owed Wang Xin once. Thinking of this, Li Life hurriedly found the second disciplinarian and asked her where she had placed Wang Kuyen. In a short while, Li Life arrived at the door of the guest room where Wang Kuyen was. Li Life knocked on the door. Knock knock. It took a while before the door to the room opened in response. Wang Kuyen, who was dressed in cartoon pajamas, playfully pulled open the door. Looking at her still wet hair, she should have just taken a shower and hadn't blown it dry yet. When Wang Kuyen saw that it was Li Life, her face blushed and she sidestepped to let Li Life walk in. Brother Li, you're done. When can I see my mom? I miss her so much. When Wang Kuyen thought that her mother, Wang Xin, was in this prison, but she couldn't see her, her heart was aggravated and she was saddened to the point of tears. Aya, don't cry. Tonight you have a good sleep. Tomorrow I will arrange. Now it is the prisoner's sleeping time. I can't operate conveniently. Tomorrow must let you see your mom. Li Life to see Wang Kuyen crying. Some hands and feet. This is not Tan Xingqing. This girl cried that have to be coaxed. But how did Li Life know how to coax a child? Although Wang Kuyen was not a few years younger than him, in his eyes, Wang Kuyen was still a small child. He could only reach out his hand and gently stroke Wang Kuyen's hair, hoping for an effect. Unexpectedly, when Li Life's hand was just placed on it, Wang Kuyen instantly stopped crying, and her face turned red and her body stiffened. What surprised Li Life was that he could see with his naked eyes that Wang Kuyen's body temperature had risen, and her freshly wet hair was steaming up from her body heat. This magical sight made Li Life's mouth open wide in disbelief. But, Kuyen, you have a fever? Why is your face so red? Li Life asked in surprise. The palm of his hand was placed smoothly on Wang Kuyen's forehead, but before he could put it on for a second, he was blocked by the shy and angry Wang Kuyen. Oops, brother Li, I don't have a fever. You sit first. I blow dry my hair. Wang Kuyen finished her sentence and ran into the bathroom like a rabbit. Left alone with a dumbfounded face, Li Life stared blankly at the bathroom door. It was only after several more moments, when the idly sitting Li Life almost fell asleep, that Wang Kuyen walked out of the bathroom. But the Wang Kuyen who came out had changed her clothes. The cartoon pajamas she had just worn had long since been taken off, and at this time she was actually wearing a full JK. The top was a cream-colored shirt with a blue and white bow tie tied at the collar, and the bottom was a short plaid skirt, red and black intertwined, and the length was just above the knee. Full of girlishness, with nothing on his bare feet, he took a step towards Li Life with his bare feet. She had noticed before that Li Life's eyes always unintentionally hovered over her feet, and this time she purposely went barefoot and showed herself off so that Li Life could get a good look at her. And Li Life didn't let Wang Kuyen down. Looking at Wang Kuyen who was walking slowly, he swallowed hard. He really wanted to ask Wang Kuyen if she knew that she was killing it. And also, barefoot, you're testing the cadres with this? Li Life suddenly some nervous. He is not wrong. This Wang Kuyen is not a child. This dress let Li Life remember. Wang Kuyen are 20 years old. It is an adult. Li big brother, do I look good in this outfit? Wang Kuyen asked shyly. Good looking, but this is, you, tried Li Life. Could it be that this girl's heart for her own thievery was not dead, and this was another attack on him? Brother Li, I'm going to see my mom tomorrow, and I want to wear this so that she can see that I'm doing well and not let her worry. So I asked you to help me see if this body is okay. Wang Kuyen pursed her lips and smiled. Looking at Li Life's nervous appearance, she knew that she hadn't worn this body for nothing, and Li Life definitely liked it. Oh, ha ha ha, okay, too good. You can wear this. Your mom must be very happy to see it. She will be especially proud to see such a beautiful daughter of hers. Li Life secretly sighed in relief. I don't know if I'm disappointed or relieved. That's good. Thank you, big brotherly. I don't even know how to repay you. Wang Kuyen was truly grateful. Li Ming was like a beam of light appearing in her life and bringing her to see her mom. It was like stepping on a seven-colored auspicious cloud to pick up her chosen intended. There's no need for any kind of repayment. I'm the warden of the prison. Just a little help for your mom. It's all due. It's on the way anyway. You don't need to take it too hard either. Li Life waved his hand. He thought to himself that he didn't need Wang Kuyen to repay her. Her mom Wang Xian had already paid in advance. Wang Kuyen shook his head. In his mind, Li Life was a great person who did not ask for anything in return. He would find a way to repay Li Life. Wang Kuyen just wanted to continue to say something, but she suddenly felt a line of sight fall on her feet again. She smiled slightly, already having some ideas. The ground is cool. Kuyen, you'd better put your shoes on. Li Life saw Wang Kuyen's bare feet. Although the pink and tender young girl's feet were very inviting, he was still concerned. Well, brother Li, the ground is a bit cool. How about you help me cover it? Wang Kuyen's face was red again, not daring to look at Li Life's eyes, said in a small voice. Ha! Li Life thought he had heard wrong. You want me to cover myself? How to cover? This is not good. Kuyen, this. Li Life scratched his head, not knowing what to say for a moment. Big brotherly. Wang Kuyen clenched her teeth. Since Li Life likes it, what is she shy about? There are so many women around Li Life, and all of them are also beautiful. The deputy prisoner Lin Shi that she saw today looked at Li Life's eyes are not quite right. Strike first and suffer later. Wang Kuyen's eyes were ruthless. Chapter 32, Shame on You. Wang Kuyen was ruthless in her heart and slowly walked around the table and sat on the sofa next to Li Life, sitting side by side with him. Brotherly, I know you like. You, help me cover it. Wang Kuyen's eyes closed, leaving everything behind. No longer caring about being shy. Under Li Life's shocked gaze, she slowly raised her feet and just tremblingly reached out to Li Life's legs. Li Life looked at Wang Kuyen, who covered her face with both hands and was too shy to look at him at all, and was a little confused for a moment. Do I like it? Li Life suddenly made a big red face. It must be that he peeked at Wang Kuyen's feet and was discovered by her, so she thought he liked it and put his feet over for him too. Li Life finally understood what it meant to die in place socially at this moment. This girl. Li Man swallowed and suppressed the throbbing in his body, fearing that some strange task would pop up again in a moment. He quickly got up and looked at Wang Kuyen, who was still lying horizontally on the sofa covering her face, and coughed awkwardly. Ahem. Kuyen, I'm tired for the whole day here. I'll go back to rest first. You also rest early. Wait for me to come over to find you tomorrow. That's it. I'll go back first. Li Life finished his words, not waiting for Wang Kuyen to respond, ran straight out of the room. Click. With the slamming of the door. Only then did Wang Kuyen in the room put down her hands that were tightly covering her face, only to see Wang Kuyen's face turn red as far as the eye could see, comparable to a boiled crab. Shame on you, shame on you, shame on you, shame on you. Wang Kuyen rolled over and buried her face underneath her body, her trembling voice continuously coming out, and Li Life, who had fled, was now on his way back to his office. Li Life's warden's office and Lin Shi's office were right next to each other, and as he passed Lin Shi's office, Li Life noticed that the light in her office was still on. It's late and you're still up? Li Life hesitated for a second, but walked up and knocked on the door. Knock knock, come on in, the door is unlocked. Lin Shi's voice immediately came out. Li Life sniffed and pushed the door open. He only saw Lin Shi writing and drawing on his desk, not knowing what he was busy with. He curiously went up to check it out, but was given a blank look by Lin Shi. What's there to see? Being so curious. Ha ha, I want to learn from you. I've only been a prison governor for a few days. I don't know anything yet. Naturally, I have to learn from Senior Lin. Li Life smiled and came up. Humph, I wouldn't dare to be your senior. How powerful you, Lin prisoner. I'm just a deputy prison governor. How dare I be your senior? Lin, she said in a conspiratorial manner. Oh, don't be angry. That's not because there are outsiders present. I just pretend. Who are we with each other? We all grew up with bare asses together. We are the same gang. Li Life to Lin Shi winking. Fawning said, don't. Who grew up with your bare ass? Don't identify yourself. I'm not with you. When Lin Shi saw Li Life with such an attitude, she wasn't that angry and gave Li Life another blank look. What? Did you talk to that beautiful inmate? Did you see that she has a good figure and is pretty? And your heart is in turmoil. I can't believe you're so biased in her favor. I heard you even arranged a single room for her. Are you going to keep this little lover in prison? Lin Shi didn't have the good sense to say, Seeing that Lin Shi reacted so strongly, Li Life could only compensate for his smile and slowly opened his mouth to explain. No, you're mistaken. This time when I went to Qingqing prison, the warden there, Huang Feihu, told me something related to the outgoing and accidents of the previous governors, and during that time, he even specifically pointed me out, and I just returned to the prison, and I met this Tan Qingqing. She insisted that there was something she wanted to say to me alone, so I won't delay anything by listening. Guess what? This Tan Qingqing said that if she came to our prison, she wouldn't be able to stay for more than a few days, and the people outside would be able to fish her out. She said it with such conviction that it didn't look like a lie to me, so I agreed to work with her. And then I wanted to see how this Tan Qingqing would get out of prison. Who's so powerful? Who's got such a long reach? Li Life lowered his voice and mysteriously explained to Lin Shi, and Lin Shi also heard this kind of thing for the first time. Her good-looking eyebrows frowned tightly, and she didn't speak for a long time, as if she was digesting the news. No wonder. There is such a thing, Lin Shi said to herself. What? What's so strange? Li Life asked curiously as he sniffed. Lin Shi put down the pen in her hand and explained to Li Life with a straight face. Li Life, be careful, don't play it off. Those people dare to extend their hands so long. They must have something to rely on. The previous car accident and the last prison governor who committed suicide might have been killed because of this situation. And what I call odd is something else. Li Life sniffed and became even more curious, busily asking after him. What is it? Tell me quickly. Lin Shi rubbed her forehead, and after slightly organizing her words, she opened her mouth to tell the ins and outs. Is what happened at the beginning of last year, when I was not deputy director, also just came to this prison not long. There are a group of new female prisoners, according to the procedures of the physical examination, stayed in the prison area not a few days. Suddenly an order from above said that the case of those prisoners have suspicions, need to be arraigned. I was in accordance with the orders of the director of the prison is responsible for the prisoners will be taken out. The prisoners go. I heard someone say they will not go back to prison, but after a long time there is really no news of those inmates. When the prisoners left, I heard someone say that they would not return to the prison. At that time I did not care, but after a long time, there was really no news of the prisoners. At a later stage, I even curiously inquired about their files, but it was as if these few people had disappeared from the earth. Even their files had been emptied. In retrospect, they should have been rescued somehow. 2. Lindsay's voice trailed off slightly as she spoke. These criminals, who have escaped punishment without realizing it, will surely do it again once they are out of prison. But Lindsay, the guards who are supposed to watch over the prisoners, unknowingly help the prisoners to get away with their crimes under orders, which is really hateful. Li Life nodded after listening to Lin Shi's narration. Not bad. It seems that there were indeed some people who were fished out by the so-called big shots before. But, now that I'm here, if these people still dare to put their hands here, I definitely won't let them go. I will make them pay the price they deserve. Chapter 33 It's cleaner this way. Then Lin Shi told Li Man about some of the strange things that had happened in the prison in the past, and specifically urged Li Man to consult her if there was a situation. If she can't carry it off then she'll tell her dad, or old man Li Life. However, Li Life for the time being has not contacted the idea of the old man. He is not a child, which can be wronged outside to go home to find the old man and mom. The two of them chatted for more than an hour, and Li Life's eyelids were fighting a little before he said goodbye to Lin Shi and went back to his office, not bothering to wash up. The sound of even breathing came from the bed within moments of lying down. Early the next morning. Today, Li Life was sleeping until he woke up naturally. Lin Shi did not come over to wake him up, probably because the last time he accidentally looked Li Life over, more or less embarrassed. Li Life was also happy to have a comfortable sleep. After getting up and washing up, and looking at the time, he went directly to Wang Kuyan's place. The main thing today was to arrange a meeting between the two mothers. When he came to Wang Kuyan's door, the door was open. Li Life went straight in and looked around, but did not find her figure. Li Life was puzzled and looked for the guards outside to ask, and only then did he realize that Wang Kuyan had gone to the cafeteria to eat with the second disciplinarian. Fortunately, Li Life was also hungry, so he also walked in the direction of the cafeteria. When he arrived at the cafeteria, Li Life saw Wang Kuyan wearing that JK outfit from last night at a glance, and with her at the table, besides the second disciplinarian, Lin Shi was surprisingly also there. When Li Ming appeared at the entrance of the cafeteria, Lin Shi naturally saw it, and she raised her hand and waved at Li Ming. The warden is here. Come here, come eat at our table. There are little beauties at this table. The rice smells better. Lin Shi's voice spread in the cafeteria. The crowd of eating prison guards were all casting narrowed gazes at Li Life. Ahem, what are you talking about? Li Life blushed slightly and hurriedly walked over to sit down. Wang Kuyan also revealed a smile as she looked at the defeated Li Life. Just now Kuyan told us, You're a hero saving the day, helping Kayan's mother find the daughter she's been longing for from 1,000 miles away. This is a great thing. If I were the warden, I'd send you a banner. Unfortunately, I'm just a deputy of this banner. You send one to yourself. Lin, she spread her hands and said deliberately, you all know it, I'm not a hero to save the beauty. It's just a part of the job. Eat. Li Life si Wang Kuyen, this little girl actually what all with Lin Shi, they said, have no choice but to diverge from the topic. I am sorry, big brother Li, I didn't go through your consent. Wang Kuyen lowered her head with a pitiful look. Harm, there's no need to apologize to him. It's not something to be ashamed of. Lin Shi took over the conversation and directly waved her hand. Yes, there's no need to apologize. What's this? Yahahaha. Kuyen, quickly eat. You didn't even eat well yesterday. You must be hungry. After eating I will arrange for you to meet your mother. Li Life spoke and took the bowl of rice handed over by the first prison area correctional officer and also took a big bite to eat. All with our prison warden to learn well. Sisters, in the future to find a boyfriend, you have to find our prison warden like this. Consider it. No matter what, it's best to directly find the prison warden as a boyfriend. One step at a time. Lin Shi's voice rang out, causing the surrounding prison guards to rise up and laugh. Li Life didn't say anything when he sniffed, but only ate at a somewhat faster pace again. On the other hand, Wang Kuyan's little face was flushed, but she had listened to Lin Shi's words, sneaking a glance at Li Life and quickly lowering her head again. After a windy meal, Li Life ate a 6-minute full and then got off the table first, giving Wang Kuyan a look before turning around and walking out of the cafeteria. Wang Kuyan followed closely behind. Her heart was apprehensive, her two hands grasped together, unable to stop peeking at Li Ming's back. Li Life naturally sensed her mood and softly comforted her. Kuyen, don't be in a hurry. I'll take you to the counseling room now, and your mother will come over in a while. Don't worry. Wang Kuyen nodded and said softly, Brother Li, actually I am afraid. My mom separated from me when I was very young. If it wasn't for a photo of my mom when she was young, I had forgotten what she looked like, and now that we are going to meet soon, I am afraid that my mom is not the same as I imagined her to be. This silly girl. Your mother couldn't be more different from what you think she is. She's still your mother, the closest thing to a mother who has served 13 years in this prison, worrying about you and thinking about you every single day. Don't worry about that. When you see it, all this is just useless anxiety. Come on, hurry up so you can see it and you won't have these worries. Li Life smiled gently, and his footsteps quickened a bit. When he arrived at the psychological counseling room, Li Life arranged for Wang Kuyen to wait here while he took the second disciplinarian and personally went to the second prison area to bring Wang Xian over. Passing through the layers of barriers, Li Life was currently standing at the door of Wang Xian's prison cell. The second disciplinarian didn't wait for Li Life's command, so he had the eyes to take out the key and open the prison door. Wang Xian is in the prison cell as 6 people. She looked at the electronic clock hanging on the wall. It is not yet time to release the wind. How come the prison door opened? The inmates inside the cell all looked at the door with curious faces until they saw the figure of Li Life. Hello, warden. The inmates were surprised and curious as they gave Li Life a hello. Only Wang Xian, with half joy and half worry in her eyes, was afraid that Li Life would bring her bad news. But she was afraid that there would be no news. She had been in this mood since the last time she met with Li Life, and she had lost a few pounds in a few days. Well, hello guys, Wang Xian, come out with me for a moment. Li Life simply replied back, and then directly asked Wang Xian to come out with her. Warden. Wang Xian walked out of the prison cell with an expectant face, and the second correctional officer also then locked the prison door again. Warden, you called me to be? Wang Xian asked nervously. Come with me. I've done what you said last time. Come with me to the counseling room. Li Life didn't tell her that Wang Kuyen was already waiting for her there, intending to surprise her later. Wang Xian, on the other hand, was apprehensive in her heart. She thought to herself, could it be that Li Life was horny again? It's been a few days since he's seen her, and he's gone to the counseling room, so maybe he needs her to help him out again. It's only been 2 days, and Li Life surely didn't help her to find out about her daughter. Wang Xian secretly resolved in her heart that she must exert all her strength and perform well in a while, and if he didn't mind, she would give him all of her body this time, say anything and ask for his help. He was the only man in this prison, and even if she wanted to exchange her body, she couldn't find another target. She must seize this opportunity, or, if Li Life is not satisfied, then she will not want to know the news of her daughter. Warden, you take me to the medical examination room to take a shower, so that it's cleaner. Wang Xian whispered in the behind Li Life's ear. Chapter 34, I know you're in a hurry. Take a bath? Li Life turned his head to Wang Xian in confusion. Did she hear something? Knowing that Wang Kuyen is already here? Li Life thought again of the uproar of the crowd in the cafeteria just now and nodded with some understanding. It must have been whichever prison guard who had finished his meal who had spoken out, and that was what made Wang Xian already know that her daughter had arrived. Li Life had wanted to surprise her, but now he couldn't surprise her, so he nodded. It's good to wash and clean up, and it'll be reassuring to see you clean. Let me take you to the physical examination room to wash up first, then come with me to the counseling room. Li Life waved his hand and called the second disciplinarian over. Second steward, go about your business. I'll just take her myself, and when it's over I'll bring her back myself. Warden. The second disciplinarian saluted and stopped following Li Life. Wang Xian looked at Li Life so easily detached the second disciplinarian and spoke without fear that the disciplinarian would hear him. His face was a bit odd. Now the warden has complete control of the prison? Subterfuge prisoners, such things are not afraid to be heard. Really young and talented. She secretly rejoiced in her heart. She really did not find the wrong person. Li Life led Wang Xian towards the medical examination room. Looking at Wang Xian, who was obviously much happier, knowing that she was eager to see her daughter, her footsteps intentionally sped up a bit, and in no time, she arrived at the medical examination room. Go wash up. I know you're in a hurry. I'll wait for you here. Don't forget to dress up. Li Life sat down on the chair in the medical examination room and pointed to the bathroom. He knew that Wang Xian would definitely want to show her best side to Wan Kuyen when she saw her daughter this time, and he wondered if he should go next door to the infirmary to find the foxy Xia Hong to borrow some cosmetics to use. However, Li Life's words changed flavor when he heard Wang Xian's ears. I'm in a hurry? I'm not in a hurry. You're the one who's in a hurry. So you said that on purpose. Wang Xian gave Li Life a flirtatious blank look and walked into the bathroom. She had been arrested and sent to prison ever since her former husband died, and this stay lasted for more than 10 years. Although she was begging for Li Life to do her a favor, she wasn't repulsed, and even looked at Li Life's handsome face and felt somewhat like she had earned it. Other prison districts, not to mention, just their prison district, do not know how many people greedy prison director's body, and now let her first. Her heart actually gave birth to some inexplicable pride, feeling the water rushing over her body. Wang Xian stroked the good figure she had purposely maintained, and since Li Life had nothing to do left or right, and Wang Xian had to take a shower for a while, he got up and went out of the medical examination room, and came to the medical room next door and knocked on the door. Knock knock. Xia Hong didn't make him wait much longer and quickly opened the door for her. Warden? Why? What are the instructions? Xia Hong today resumed her usual seductive outfit, black stockings wrapped around her long and straight long legs, clad in a white coat. She could not block her exploding figure. As Xia Hong sat on the chair and crossed her legs, Li Life keenly saw her red-soled thin-heeled high-heeled shoes. Ahem. There is nothing. Just to see if you have any cosmetics. Wan Kuyen's mother is taking a bath next door. I think a moment to let her put on a makeup, so that she can meet with her daughter who has not seen her for many years. Well, Li Life smiled and explained to Xia Hong. Oh, you're kinda sweet, but I don't have much makeup. I don't usually wear makeup. Just lipstick. Xia Hong casually dug in a nearby drawer and a brand new lipstick was thrown at her. Li Life caught it in a panic, but he didn't look at the lipstick first. Instead, he stared at Xia Hong's face and looked fiercely. Sister Hong, you have such a beautiful face, and you haven't put on any makeup at all? Li Life asked in surprise. Yeah, what's so rare about that? Sister, I'm not naturally beautiful. Xia Hong's eyes instantly narrowed with a smile when she heard Li Life praise her. And in this prison, there's no man. Who is the makeup for? Li Life pointed at himself with a sniffle and a laugh. Sister Hong, who said there are no men? Isn't the one standing in front of you now a man? Xia Hong laughed even more when she heard Li Life say that. You don't count. Ha, how am I not considered a man? Li Life scratched his head. You still don't know if you are a man or not. At first, you even praised me for my capital. Ha ha ha, you're not Xiaoxi's man. Not my man. What's the point of showing you? Xia Hong covered her mouth and snickered. You know about me and Lin Shi? Li Life didn't expect Lin Shi's big mouth to actually tell others about the two of them coming to the prison for a blind date. I know. I knew it the day you first came. Xiaoxi even specially asked me to give you a good body check. You forgot. Xia Hong's gaze swept to Li Life's crotch. Just looking at it made Li Life's asshole tighten. How could Li Man forget? It was the first time he had been fingerprinted since he grew up. He had long ago put Xia Hong, the foxy girl, on his revenge list, but just didn't have the right opportunity. Ahem. That. Lin Shi and I actually knew each other when we were kids. It's also not what you think. I didn't even figure out what was going on when I first came here. Or Lin Shi told me that I came to the prison for a blind date with her. Li Life helplessly explained. Giggle, then you are also the man that Xiaoxi has booked. I have taken a bath with Xiaoxi. Don't look at her cold as ice all day. If you can take her down, you can have your happiness. Xia Hong raised her eyebrows and egged on. Harm, don't mention this. I'll go back first. Thank you for the lipstick. Li Life realized that he couldn't talk to Xia Hong at all. so he could only say thank you and fled. Xiaohong looked at Li Life, who went out like he was running for his life, shouting behind her. Li Life didn't dare to respond at that, and quickly closed the door. This Xiaohong really deserves to have a face like a fox charming. Even her voice is seductive and criminal, and when she was talking, her eyes were still looking at his lower body. Li Life straightly exclaimed that he couldn't stand it. Taking the lipstick, Li Life returned to the medical examination room and gently pushed the door open. He thought that Wang Xian was going to wash for a while. Women are not very slow to take a bath, not moving 1 or 2 hours, but when he opened the door, he saw Wang Xian standing in the room, putting clothes on her body. Wang Xian, who is not very old, has extremely tight skin, not seeing the sun in the prison area for many years, and her skin is also exceptionally fair, and she doesn't look like she has had a child at all. Hearing Li Life's push, Wang Xian didn't have much of a reaction. Anyway, he was the only man in this prison, so it didn't matter who he let look at him. You're back, Warden. I was afraid my clothes would get wet, so I took them out to wear. Chapter 35. But hold your horses. Ah, good. It's okay, you wear it. Li Life took a deep breath. Who else could stand to see this scene after just escaping from Fox Mei? Wang Xian had also finished dressing at this time, and turned around to stand quietly waiting for Li Life's command. Just now I wanted to go and borrow a set of cosmetics for you, but unfortunately I didn't. I only got this one lipstick, so try it on. Li Life handed the lipstick to the surprised Wang Xian. Yikes. Thank you, Warden. I haven't worn lipstick since I've been in prison. It's still red. Great. Wang Xian took the lipstick and looked at the mirror on the wall. The red lipstick was especially suitable for those of them with cold white skin. The original face that was still a bit haggard. After applying the lipstick, she instantly felt refreshed and feminine. Li Life looked at it and was satisfied. Wang Xian's already outstanding appearance. Even if she had only applied lipstick, she was already even more beautiful and touching. Li Life did not look at it more. A look at it reminds him of what happened last time in the psychological counseling room. Sometimes he is also very bitter about his special forces like physical fitness. Screwed him. After Wang Xian admired her beauty in the mirror, she came back to Li Man's body. She didn't know Li Man's torment at this time. Warden, I'm ready, let's go to the counseling room. As Wang Xian spoke, she also raised her eyebrows at Li Life. Insanely suggestive, but her winks now cannot play a little role, because Li Life simply did not look at her. See her over? Li Life directly put his head down. Heart meditation Amit Babuda, waiting for the body to calm down. Otherwise he now cannot stand up. How to take Wang Xian to see Wang Kuyan. I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. Just sit down and wait a little while for me. I'll return a message. Li Life didn't know what excuse to make, so he took his cell phone out and made a gesture to slide the screen. Okay, Warden, I'm not in a hurry. You get busy first. Wang Xian spread her hands indifferently. Li Life kept saying that she was in a hurry, making Wang Xian slightly unhappy. How is this man like this? Even if you are in a hurry yourself, you still have to rely on her, making it look like she is more eager. Li Life at this moment cannot care so much. Naturally did not find Wang Xian's strange expression. He took the phone out, directly opened the browser. In the search bar searched for 4 words. Horror pictures. Looking at the bloody and violent one picture that popped up on his cell phone screen, Li Life finally calmed down. Exhaling deeply, he slowly lowered his crossed legs down and confirmed that there was nothing more unusual before getting up. Mentally admiring his own resourcefulness, Li Life waved at Wang Xian. Let's go. You're in a hurry. Sorry about that. I'm a little busy with business. Li Life thought that Wang Xian wanted to see his daughter and was still being delayed by him, so he apologized to Wang Xian. Warden, I'm not in a hurry. I'm really not in a hurry. No need to apologize. Wang Xian wanted to cry, secretly thinking in her heart if Li Life was good at this. Role-playing? Shouldn't she cooperate with him? Pretend to be in a hurry? But it's so embarrassing. Don't be brave. I still don't know it. Go, not much far to the... By the way, take this roll of paper. A moment will definitely need. Li Life from the side of the shelf took a roll of toilet paper, stuffed into the hands of the crying and laughing Wang Xian. Then he took the lead and opened the door, walking towards the psychological counseling room. On the road Wang Xian already did not want to talk. She suddenly felt that Li Life, this person is not very good. A little down head, just a little bit of good-looking face, but then again down head they still have to beg for people. The heart secretly thought that a moment absolutely cannot show a disgusted expression. If it is detected by Li Life, it will be a foregone conclusion. The two of them, one after the other, went straight to the door of the counseling room. Li Life had already gripped the doorknob at this moment, and he turned to look at Wang Xian, who was following behind him, and smiled mysteriously. Ready or not, I can open the door. Wang Xian was speechless in her heart, but she still put on a look of excitement on her face and nodded. trying her best to cooperate with Li Life's bad taste. Seeing Wang Xin nodding, Li Life smiled slightly, and without further delay, he directly pushed open the door and took the lead. Wang Kuyen has been waiting in the room for Li Life to bring her mother. The more she waits, the more nervous she is. From time to time, she looks at the electronic clock hanging on the wall, and feels that the days are like years. Finally, under the expectation of looking at the door for I don't know how many times, the door of the room was slowly pushed open, and Li Life's figure walked into the room. Wang Kuyen stood up excitedly. She had already seen that Li Life was being followed by a woman behind her, and this woman was clearly the mother that she had been thinking about every day since she was a child. She's really stepped out of the picture and is standing in front of herself for real. Wang Kuyen instantly burst into tears. Her heart kept calling out for her mother, but her voice suddenly didn't listen to her, and she just stared at her mother, frozen in place. Wang Xin, who walked into the room, did not recognize the girl in front of her as her own daughter, and only felt that the girl was born really good-looking, with a few similarities between her eyebrows and herself. Doubtfully, he gave Li Life a look, as if asking him what was going on. There was someone else in the room? How could she perform this? Can't it be that Li Life still wants to have a three-way trip? Is he going to play such a perverted game? He made the little girl cry? Li Life naturally noticed Wang Xion's puzzled eyes. He suddenly froze. A very absurd idea flashed in his mind. It can't be. Not her daughter. Himself. Mistaken? No. It can't be wrong. But what does that look in her eyes mean? Why is she so calm when she sees her daughter? And Wang Kuyen, how do you know how to cry? Say something. You guys. The room was quiet for a moment. Only Wang Kuyen's cries. Li Life and Wang Xian stared wide-eyed, one more surprised than the other with their eyes. Finally it was Li Life who couldn't hold it in. Looking at the awkward atmosphere in front of him, he pointed at Wang Kuyen who was in tears in place, and tried at Wang Xian. She is not your daughter? Not Wang Kuyen? What? My daughter? Wang Kuyen? Wang Xian's eyes instantly widened when she heard Li Life's words. With a stiff neck, she slowly looked towards Wang Kuyen who had long been crying uncontrollably. Wang Xian looked at the face in front of her with an unbelievable face that was similar to her own, and only then did she react. This little girl is actually her own daughter who is longing for her. Wang Kuyen, Chapter 36. What a surprise. Kuyen? Wang Xian looked at the tearful Wang Kuyen in front of her with disbelief, and her tears were instantly uncontrollable. She also finally realized why Li Life said to let her take the roll of paper, saying that she would use it in a while, and she thought it was a good idea. It turned out to be her misunderstanding. Wang Xian wept with joy. She quickly walked to Wang Kuyen, trembling hands, carefully stroking Wang Kuyen's hair. She was afraid that this was a dream. She would wake up as soon as she touched it, and she didn't want to wake up. There was a time when she had grown her hair this long, like the year she gave birth to Kiyan. Child, my child, this isn't a dream. Kuyen, I've finally met you. My daughter. Wang Xian could no longer control herself, and wrapped her crying daughter in front of her in her arms, the flowing tears seeming to speak of how much she had missed her daughter over the years. Wang Kuyen felt her mother's warm embrace and knew that this was not a dream, and with the same care, she raised her hand and wrapped it around her mother. The two women embraced each other and cried. Li Man looked at the scene in front of him and was relieved. I'm glad it's right. It would be so embarrassing to go through all this trouble and get it wrong. Li Life had the sense to give the room to the two mothers and turned to walk out. A stone in his heart fell to the ground, making him very relaxed. Wang Xian mother and too hard to see once, certainly want to stay a little longer. Li Life cannot bear to disturb, explaining the two prison guards to watch point. He walked out of the office building. It's been a few days since I patrolled the cell block, so it's a good time to go and take a look. And in the meantime, see how Tan Xingqing is doing. Li Life came to the first prison area, but the area was empty, not a single prisoner. Li Life froze, and then thought of something, and headed for the second prison area. Sure enough, the same empty space. Li Life kept walking until he reached the end and passed through the playground again, only to find the prisoner. Lin she had brought Li to this place. It was the place where the inmates worked. Li walked into the factory. There were racks of sewing machines inside. The inmates were divided into groups and groups were busy working. When he saw Li Man coming over, the guards and inmates greeted Li Man in a mixed manner. Li Life nodded, casually checking out the inmates' work. The inmates are now making what seems to be clothes, in groups of a dozen or so, and it looks pretty busy. Not much different from the assembly line work outside the prison, and they have to work for about 10 hours a day, which is called labor reform. Keep in mind that the inmates were on workdays 5 out of 7 days a week, and the other 2 days, one day was used to learn skills and one was a rest day. That doesn't sound too bad, but as Lindsay said last time, it only sounds good. Sometimes the inmates are made to work overtime in order to catch up with the schedule, and they can't afford not to do it. which is much more tiring than going into the factory outside. After all, this is a prison, and inmates are not locked up for their old age, but free labor. Li Life cruised around and didn't find Lin Shi's figure, but it did allow her to find Tan Qingqing. The woman was now squatting on the ground with a small pair of scissors in her hand, looking sadly at the clothes that kept passing in front of her, picking them up from time to time and cutting off the threads on them. Tan Qingqing did have a good night's sleep last night, and when she returned to the prison area, the guards assigned her a single cell as ordered by Li Life, and she slept comfortably. But when I got up in the morning, I was shouted at by the prison guards to wash up and eat, and after eating, I was brought here to cut the threads. She has never done this kind of work. Just for a while she could not stand it. Her legs are sore and numb. She wants to change the work, but the guards do not spoil her. This is a prison and not outside. But the guards would not let her. Tan Qingqing again told the guards that she wanted to see the prison governor, and was similarly ignored by the guards. She still wanted to make a scene, but she saw that the female guards raised the throwing stick in her hand to make a gesture to hit. She still yielded. Honestly, continue to work. Tan Qingqing, who was burying her head in her hands, watched as a figure suddenly stood in front of her. She looked up and realized that it was Li Life. Directly surprised, she jumped up. Warden, great, quickly save me. Tan Qingqing eagerly pulled Li Life's hand and held it hard, afraid that Li Life would leave her. Save you? Save you what? I've been watching you for half a day. You're doing quite well Li Life bad smile. Of course he knows that Tan Qingqing does not want to work. Look at her crystal clear small hands, know that she has never done this hard work. This moment may be how difficult it is. Warden, can we talk alone? I have something to tell you. Tan Qingqing looked at the prison guards behind Li Life, so she couldn't say it outright and could only plead. But, I still have to inspect it. There is something you say here, Li Life deliberately said. This Tan Qingqing had 7 disobedience and 8 indignation from the beginning, and Li Life always couldn't help but want to kill her sharpness. 6725. Tell me what's going on. Don't delay the warden's time. Seeing that Tan Qingqing was stammering, unable to say anything for half a day, the second disciplinarian directly stepped forward and scolded. This, warden, I don't want to work. I haven't done manual labor in all my life. Warden, can you not let me work? Tan Qingqing saw that Li Life wasn't chatting with her alone, so she had no choice but to stammer it out. Before Li Life could speak, the second disciplinarian took over. Not working? You don't want to work? Then don't commit a crime. Whoever goes to prison doesn't work. It doesn't matter what your status was before. You'll be treated the same in prison. If you perform well, the warden can apply for a reduction in your sentence, and you can get out earlier. You're dreaming. You can stop working when your sentence is up. Get to work. Don't try to slack off. If you don't finish the job, you'll be locked up. The second disciplinarian gave a output to Tan Qingqing, and the frightened Tan Qingqing didn't dare to raise her head. Dreaming she could not imagine that the prison is so bitter. She would have thought to endure the past, and not much days, did not expect a day she could not stay up. Tan Qingqing's aggravated tears spurted out, seeing that Tan Qingqing didn't say anything anymore either, so she just cried all the time. Li Life secretly nodded for the second steward, and then patted the second steward's shoulder. Alright, second steward, hand her over to me? I'll take her for an ideological education. You go on and get busy. Li Life held back his laughter and instructed the second disciplinarian. Warden, if she doesn't listen, you can just hand her over to me. I've seen this kind of person a lot, and I'll keep it safe that after a few days, she'll dry out faster than anyone else. The second correctional officer swore. Tan Qingqing had just gotten happy when she heard that Li Life was going to take her away, but then she heard the words of the second correctional officer and instantly wilted again. This correctional officer was too fierce. She didn't even look like a woman. When she gets out, she will definitely make her look good. The second disciplinarian still didn't know that he was on Tan Qingqing's revenge list, and gave Tan Qingqing a warning look, then went back to monitoring the prisoners. Chapter 37. Let's go. Li Life greeted with his hands behind his back, and then directly led Tan Qingqing out of the factory. While walking, Li Life poked around with Tan Qingqing. Do not want to work? Then you have to go out early. How your family is not much movement. My cell phone has not come to a call. You find people in the end is not hard enough. After Li Life finished speaking, he also observed Tan Qingqing's expression, seeing that although she was sad, she did not look desperate, and was clearly confident in her so-called family. Warden, I am now also considered a felon. Of course it is not so good to fish. I also want to get out early. Or, we make a deal? Tan Qingqing looked at Li Life expectantly, waiting for Li Life to answer. What deal? And what do you want? Li Life smiled slightly. He knew that Tan Qingqing couldn't work honestly and would definitely beg him again. Warden, this prison work I really can't do. Just do an hour. I have a sore back and leg cramps. Or, you make a price. How much money can let me stay? not work on the line. Tan Xingqing had a fawning face. At this juncture she didn't dare to throw her face at Li Life. It was really too tiring to work. She first hid over it. Oh, let me make a bid? Then, $1 million? Li Life tried. 1 million. Lines. It's settled. Don't make me work until I get out. I'll just stay in the prison area. I promise to be honest. Tan Xingqing hurriedly raised her hand and swore, fearing that Li Life would back out. Oh, so well behaved? Then, $10 million. Li Life didn't care if Tan Xingqing swore or not. He raised the price without blinking his eyes or blushing. It's okay for you. $10 million is $10 million. I'll give, but you have to promise to agree to the conditions I just said. Tan Xingqing was furious. Said $1 million. Li Life this said to raise the price. Not a bit of credibility. Oh ho. Then, $100 million. Li Life saw that Tan Xingqing agreed to a price of $10 million. It seems that this woman is really not an ordinary person. At least there is a lot of money. But now it was his home turf. His face was unchanged and he continued to raise the price. You, Li Life, you're finished. You did it on purpose? Are you playing with me? Tan Xingqing really couldn't hold back. This Li Life is too greedy. What kind of person talks about prices like this? 10 times higher. He also went back on his word, even if he had promised him. In a moment, it will turn into $1 billion. Ha ha ha, take it easy. Calm down. I don't really need money. If you tell me one thing, then I'll decide that you don't have to work for half a month, so you can stay in the prison area comfortably. How's that? Li Life winked and seduced. Really? Then don't go back on your word again. What is it you say? Tan Xingqing really didn't want to work. She only wanted to fool Li Life right now. But money didn't work for Li Life. Li Life sniffed but did not immediately ask questions, taking Tan Xingqing all the way out of the prison area and onto the playground. The inmates were all at work, and there were only 2 people on the playground, Li Life and Tan Xingqing, besides the prison guards on duty in the distance. Li Life found a chair that the prisoners sat on when they rested, and took Tan Xingqing to sit down. Today's weather is very good. The sunlight hit Li Life's face. Warm, sunshine for a while will be a little sleepy. Even Tan Xingqing was sitting comfortably on a chair to the side, enjoying the warmth of the sun, but not much later. Tan Xingqing was a bit unable to sit still, because Li Life, who had promised to ask her questions, seemed to have forgotten what he had promised before, and ignored her, looking like he was about to fall asleep in the sun. Tan Xingqing looked at this lazy look of his, finally was unable to sit down, slightly moved his position, sat closer to Li Life. See that he still did not have any reaction. Tan Xingqing gritted her teeth, reached out and tugged on Li Life's sleeve. Warden, I thought you were going to ask me questions. Why don't you? Li Life sniffed and changed his position to lie directly on the chair, his hands resting on his head as he lazily opened his mouth. I don't think you're going to tell the truth so suddenly. I'm too lazy to ask. Forget it, just keep going back to work in a bit and pretend I didn't say anything. You went back on your word again. You man, you're the one who should be in jail. Pissed me off. Tan Xingqing was on fire, bouncing up from her chair in a flash, pointing at Li Life, but she didn't know how to scold him. I'm going to file a complaint against you. You've gone too far. Li Life looked at the exasperated Tan Xingqing in front of him, and with a poof, he didn't hold back his laughter. Complain about me? Who are you complaining to? I'm the biggest in this prison. You're looking for me to complain about myself. Ha ha ha. Li Life really couldn't hold back his laughter. This Tan Xingqing was quite funny, holding back a complaint for half a day. It was really a bit cute. Let's put it this way, then I'll give you another chance. I'll only ask once. If you lie to me, then forget it. You continue to do your work and don't look for me anymore. The bet we made didn't include not letting you work. Li Life sat up and crossed his legs, looking at Tan Xingqing with a smile on his face. You ask. Tan Xingqing's chest couldn't stop heaving with anger. Her face was suffocating red, and in her heart, she wanted to chop Li Life up and feed him to the dogs. How can there be such a repulsive man in the world? At the expense of him having a good-looking face, but his heart is black. Not only black, but also extraordinarily ugly. If there was only one man left in the world, Li Life, she, Tan Xingqing, wouldn't even like him. She would rather die alone, die of old age, die of drought. She wouldn't even look at Li Life one more time. Although Li Life does not know what she is thinking, but can also guess that she must have cursed dirty in her heart. But Li Life does not care in the slightest. The advantage is in me. She is just incompetent rage. Li Life absently shook his sleeves and tied his shoelaces again, and finally opened his mouth in Tan Xingqing's eyes that were about to burst into flames. You said that your family will fish you out. So which big brother is your family looking for? Tell me his name, and I'll be the one to let you live this half-month in peace. How about it? Li Life asked seemingly casually, but in his heart, he carefully felt the change of his heart-feeling skill. But Li Life still underestimated Tan Xingqing. Tan Xingqing was still furious, looking like she was about to die of anger in the next second. But after hearing Li Life's question, she quickly calmed down and looked at Li Life with some disdain under her eyes. Warden, you're underestimating me. Aggravation? Work tired 15 days and tired 25 years I still distinguish. You are here to set my words. It cannot be afraid of losing it. I did not let you lose. You turn a blind eye, close a blind eye. When I get out, absolutely give you a big gift. Tan Xingqing felt at this moment that Li Life was not only obnoxious, but also naive, really treating her as a little cutie. If it wasn't for the fact that she was restricted by Li Man, did she really think that she was so easy to talk to? Chapter 38 I love to work. When Li Life saw that Tan Xingqing didn't take his bait, but instead even showed him a disdainful look, Li Life heatedly smiled and didn't care. It's best if you fall for it. If you don't. Li Life's mind moved and mobilized his skills. The heart is sincere. Effect can be cast on the target actively, so that the target can feel your incomparable sincerity. Open your heart and be honest, and quickly gain the target's favor. For women, the effect is doubled. For men, the effect is halved. Li Ming used the sincere heart spirit on Tan Xingqing before he slowly opened his mouth to explain again. Tan Xingqing, I'm not condescending to you. I'm really curious about who is so capable of fishing you out. And even if you tell me, I have no evidence. I'm a small prison warden. What can I do with people? Li Life spread his hands, indicating that even if he knew, he wouldn't dare to go against their big brother. And when the big brother fishing you, and do not have to go through my consent, an arraignment order over, I have to obediently hand you over. I do not agree that is disobedience. Right, before also this is how to operate. I know you just to satisfy my curiosity. Quietly tell me who it is, and does not affect you to go out, but also allows you to have a month of comfortable lying flat. A twofold effect. I know it well. How about it? Think about it? Li Life followed the instructions, expecting the effect of the skill, and watched Tan Xingqing go from being disdainful and wary just now to frowning and thinking, obviously having already gained a few percent of trust in her heart for Li Life's words. And Tan Xingqing is at this time in the brain of the heaven and man. A black villain is shouting never trust Li Life. Li Life is a backtracking man. If you believe him, you don't want to get out of the prison. The other white villain was all smiles as she was talking about how from the moment she met Li Ming, even though Li Ming was a bit out of tune, he had done everything he promised her in terms of a separate cell, and not having the doctor finger test her, even more thoughtful to leave her a phone number, let her and her family call for 5 whole minutes. So it looks like this Li Life is still trustworthy enough to trade. A name in exchange for 15 days of not having to work is simply not worth it. When the black villain heard the white villain say this, he shivered with anger and hurriedly shouted again, let Tan Xingqing think about her 25-year sentence. Such a critical moment. If she is not careful, she will stay in this Thai prison for 25 years and do 25 years of hard labor. Can she carry it? Not waiting for Tan Xingqing to react, the white villain added that it's just a name. So what's the point of telling him? He's just a small warden of a Thai prison. What can he change? Satisfy his curiosity. Let him see a long time, but also let him respect himself a little. Tan Xingqing frowned tightly as the two little people argued and fought, causing her head to ache. Looking at Li Life's loyal and honest expression in front of her, Tan Xingqing always felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't figure it out for a while. Looking around, the guards on gun duty, the several-meter-high barbed wire fence, the towering black prison wall outside the net. He was dressed in the prison uniform of Montenegro prison, and his back was aching. It's not right. It's too wrong. Got to get out of here myself. Get out of prison. She should be sitting on a fancy customized couch, drinking wine, eating a fancy dinner, looking out the window at the beautiful city night view, enjoying the life of the upper class. Can't say, mustn't interfere one bit with your plans to go out on your own. It's just work. I'll do it. 15 days of exhaustion, 25 years less in jail. Tan Xingqing's eyes were certain, nor did she answer Li Life's words. Turn around and walk away. Li Life was confused when he saw the situation. What's going on? The skill didn't work? Li Life hurriedly got up to catch up with Tan Xingqing and asked after him. Tan Xingqing, what are you leaving for? You haven't answered me yet. You don't want to go back to the prison area to stay without working? Warden, I love to work. I love to work. You can send me back to the factory quickly. I'll accept the rehabilitation. I won't bother the prison warden to make an exception for me. Tan Xingqing's eyes were firm. No matter how much the white villain in her head fussed, she was not moved. Even if in her heart, she believed in Li Life's words, she would not gamble with her happiness for the rest of her life. She couldn't afford the consequences. You sure? I'm sure. Really not changing? I don't know what you're talking about, warden. I'm going back to work. It's already been so long. If our group doesn't complete the task, warden, you'll be mainly responsible for it. Oh. Tan Xingqing quickened her pace. At the moment she was frighteningly strong. Li Life cried and laughed as he brought Tan Xingqing back to the factory again. A bit of temptation plus skill didn't make Tan Qingqing say the man's name, so it seemed that Tan Qingqing was determined not to say anything, and after Tan Qingqing returned to her workstation, she looked at the mountain of clothes in front of her and gritted her teeth. Picking up the small scissors, her hands flew fast, a far cry from her previous speed. The second disciplinarian who was watching from the side couldn't help but nod his head and said to Li Life, "Warden, you are still great. Your ideological education is so effective. No wonder you can be the warden. You're much better than us." Li Life listening to the praise of the second discipline, but also cried and laughed. He is rushing to give people the back door. People do not go. Belongs to the reverse ideological education is also. Shaking his head, Li Life left the prison area. It seems that the skill is not 100% effective. The skill of sincerity of the heart is only able to make the other party feel good about her and be honest with her. But when it comes to important things, it still won't mindlessly reveal the truth. Li Life back to the office building, looked at the time, think Wang Xian mother and daughter this bout should calm down. He was about to go to see, but just as he passed the infirmary, Xia Hong walked out of it. "Yo, warden." What a coincidence. Xia Hong spotted Li Life and greeted him playfully. "Yeah, what a coincidence. What are you doing here, Sister Hong?" Li Life looked at Xia Hong holding the file and asked curiously. I'm going to deliver the file to Xiao Shi." Xia Hong smiled and walked forward side by side with Li Life. "Lindsay? I haven't seen her since dinner. What is she busy with?" Li Life wondered. This prison warden of her own, a day of doing nothing, and dumping the same, feel that Lin Shi is much busier than her. "Huh, warden, you do not know. A few days our prison is not held in the dance competition. Xiao Shi is busy choosing beauty." Xia Hong patted the file holding continued. "These files are the list of people who have signed up. Hoshi is going to choose people to form a team within these people, and then have them trained to perform group dances for a competition. If they perform well and get the top few places, Hoshi will help them apply for a reduction in their sentence. Our prison often organizes similar competitions, and you'll have to be a judge at that time." Xia Hong gave the shirker Li Life a generalization of the daily activities in the prison, causing Li Life to be slightly surprised. A prison girl group? Chapter 39, Cells? No way. A prison girl group? Li Life thought to himself. There are so many capable people in the prison. Having a prison girl group is really something. Someone had said before that they were so bad at dragon soccer that they might as well go to prison and find a group of death row inmates to play. And if they won, they would have their sentences commuted and wouldn't have to die. So they would definitely be pulling out all the stops for the chance to live. And then there might be hope for dragon soccer. Prison girl group is also the same. There is a chance to reduce the sentence. These female inmates will certainly do their best. The performance must also be very exciting. Li Life, just think about it already, look forward to on. Then you guys go ahead and get busy. I'll finish up on my side in a while. I'll go take a look as well. Li Life separated from Xia Hong and continued walking towards the psychological counseling room. Li Life arrived at the door of the counseling room, greeted the prison guard guarding the door, and then knocked on the door. The door wasn't locked, so Li Life just knocked politely and pushed his way in. On the sofa Wang Xian and Wang Kuyan were sitting side by side, holding hands, and Wang Xian was still pinching half a roll of toilet paper in her hand. When the mother and daughter duo saw Li Life enter, they hurriedly stood up. "Warden, you're back. I really don't know how to thank you. Our mother and daughter can see each other again. Thanks to you. In the future, no matter whether we are in prison or out, if there is anything we need, just say the word, and we will definitely go through fire and water. You are our great benefactor." Wang Xian spoke while pulling Wang Kuyan to directly kneel down. Seeing this, Li Life hurriedly helped the two of them up. "Get up. There's no need to be like this. I'm the warden. It's only right to help you with this little thing. It's nothing. Brother Li, thank you. If it wasn't for you coming to find me, maybe I wouldn't be able to see my mom in this life." Wang Kuyan said as tears flowed down her face again. "Ha ha, alright, don't cry. Now that mother and daughter have recognized each other, all are happy. You should be happier." Li Life waved his hand. He didn't feel that he had gotten much credit. "This time you can come over to see your mom more often, but the next time you see her again you'll have to take the visitation pathway. Oh, this time it's kind of an exception for me, but also cannot let you see too long. This time here." Both mother and daughter Wang Xian nodded, knowing that Li Life was already breaking the rules like this, so naturally they didn't dare to expect too much. "Kuyen, there are rules in the prison. You can't stay here all the time. Have you thought about where to go when you get out?" Li Life asked. Wang Kuyan nodded at his words, and then looked at her mother Wang Xian, and only after receiving Wang Xian's response did she open her mouth to explain to Li Life. "Brother Li, Mom bought a house before. It's in the city. Mom told me to go and live there, or I can find a job nearby. I'll come to see Mom when I have time." "That's great. Our prison has a visiting bus that goes through the city, but it only goes through once a month, so you can take that bus over to visit then. Lee Life instructed. Their Black Mountain prison only allows the families of prisoners to visit the prison once a month. The location of the Black Mountain prison is hidden, and the road is not easy to travel, so there is a visit to the prison once a month by bus, in order to facilitate those families to come over to visit. Before Wang Xian's sister was also sitting on this bus. Aha, I know that Big Brotherly. Mom just told me. Thank you Big Brotherly, Wang Kuyen said with a sincere expression of gratitude. Well, then, Wang Xian, it's almost time. Go back with me. Kuyen, you go back to last night's room first. I'll send you back at night. Lee Life looked at his cell phone. The time had long passed an hour, and it was almost time to let them see the present. Wang Xian nodded, reluctantly hugged Wang Kuyen hard, then collected herself and obediently followed Lee Life out of the counseling room. Lee Life led Wang Xian one after the other, walking towards the prison area. On the road, Warden is sorry. Wang Xian's voice suddenly rang out. I'm sorry? What's sorry? Lee Life wondered. It's, this morning you brought me out of my cell. I thought, that's why I said, go wash up first. I didn't realize that you were actually letting me see Kuyen. I really don't know how to thank you properly. Wang Xian's face, which had just cried, was already a bit red, and now that she thought of misunderstanding Lee Life in the morning, her face turned even redder. I look like that kind of person. How would I do that kind of thing? Lee Life cried and laughed. It seems that in Wang Xian's eyes, he is a big devil. Using his power for personal gain. The devil warden. Ha ha, I was the one who misunderstood the warden. You really are a good person. Wang Xian smiled delicately, her heart's impression of Lee Life already high to the extreme. Not only is he good looking and handsome, but he also takes good care of his mother and daughter. If he were not already a child's mother, he would have pursued the prison warden regardless. Even if he could not get the result, it would have been worth it to have had it. While chatting with Wang Xian, Lee Life had already entered the prison area. The prisoners were still working at this time, and there was no one in the prison area. Lee Life was about to bring Wang Xian to the factory as well, but Wang Xian gently pulled Lee Life back. Can the warden accompany me to my cell? Wang Xian had a gentle face and looked at Lee Life meaningfully. A cell? Not in the cell. Right. Lee Life responded in a whisper. Warden, you come with me. There is no surveillance in the cell. Usually the iron door of the cell is closed. There is monitoring will also be blocked by the cell door. So the solicitation is not installed, only the center of the aisle. As long as you enter the cell, no one can see. Wang Xian's eyes seemed to be dripping with water as she tugged on Lee Life's sleeve and pulled her inside her cell. Lee Life into the cell, carefully surveyed a circle, and sure enough, the outside monitoring cannot shine inside the cell, and Wang Xian's bed actually has a layer of bed curtains. As long as it's drawn, you can't even see what the person in the bed is doing from the outside. This bed curtain of yours, does discipline not matter? Lee Life asked curiously. But the discipline every day to inspect is a time. After this time, also do not care. Occasionally do something on their own. Pull the bed curtains or not also more involved in some well. Wang Xian said words, then has made the bed. The bed curtains also pulled open. Blocked down. Warden, don't you mind. My bed is all clean. Come up and have a seat. Wang Xian hooked her finger at Lee Life. One hand propped up the bed curtain and waited for Lee Life to get in. Lee Life some vain look at the door of the cell. In broad daylight, the two of them are hanging out inside the cell. If this is discovered, his prison director will be the end of the day. Forget it. It's not safe. It's too dangerous. Although Lee Life wanted it, he still wasn't overwhelmed by beauty. It was just a moment of pleasure. And if they were found out, the consequences were unimaginable. Warden, you don't worry. I have been in prison for so many years. I guarantee that this time absolutely no one will come over. And our second prison area is still in the middle. Even if we shout how loud, no one can hear it. Lee Life just wanted to continue refusing. There was a ding in his brain. The content of the mission appeared in his mind out of nowhere. Points for hyping it up. Big readers, thanks for the support. Chapter 40, Listening. Publishing tasks, listening to what the other person is really thinking. Mission reward, Vigilance Aura. Effect, when the body is in a state of excitement, you can freely choose whether or not to turn on the alert aura. The aura can detect living people and animals within a radius of 200 meters. It can be kept on during the state of excitement, and automatically turned off after the state of excitement has passed. Penalty for failure, obtains the title. Cowardice. Title effect, amplifies caution, reduces courage, is indecisive when it comes to things, runs away first, fantasizes that anyone will persecute him or her, prefers to hide in corners. Lee Life quickly skimmed through the content of the mission and helplessly covered his forehead with one hand. He guessed that the mission might pop up at this time, but he didn't expect it to really trigger. Lee Life shook his head and studied the mission again. The mission reward is really good, but this excited state, I don't know if it's good to trigger the mission punishment is not to mention how he can't let the mission fail, and he also has a good person card, which can exempt a failure punishment. After a short period of thought, Li Life turned around and came to Wang Xin. Looking at Wang Xin's imploring eyes, he tentatively asked, Wang Xin, it's not just a matter of whether or not it will be heard by others. I'm the prison warden. It's only right that I help you. There's no need for you to be so condescending in return. If you have any other needs, you can tell me. I'll still help you. With a sincere look on his face, Li Life looked at Wang Xin's bright and attractive face, and a passage inexplicably appeared in his heart. Young people don't know the fragrance of young women, wrongly regard young girls as treasures. But Wang Xin, who had heard this part of his speech, was laughing even more happily, and her eyes became more and more flirtatious as she looked at Li Life and couldn't stop swallowing her saliva. Warden, you're thinking wrong. People aren't committing themselves to repay you. They are. Wang Xin said the words. In the eyes of Li Life, unbelievable. A hand pulled Li Life into the bed within the curtain. Li Life suddenly thought of the dream he had that night. Perhaps he was not assimilated by those tiger-headed people, but he himself might be so. The cell block of their prison, the diameter of which was only 400 meters. In Li Life's consciousness, he had clearly seen the prison guards on duty outside the cell block. It was simply a divine skill that was unbelievable. But before Li Man could continue exploring, the alert aura was automatically shut down, and no matter how Li Man opened it, he couldn't open it again. Li Life studied the skill description, which said that one must be in a state of arousal to start consistently. But himself now? A flash of light flashed in Li Life's head. Could be referring to this? Li Life savored it for a moment, thinking that it was quite possible given the usual oddball quests. Returning to his senses, Li Life knew that now was not the time to study his skills. Maybe someone would come in a while. Li Life hurriedly put on his clothes and thoughtfully helped Wang Xin to recover as well. Wang Xin grudgingly looked at Li Life. He thought that Li Life was a white rabbit, but he hated to realize that the one in front of him was a big tiger. He himself is losing the battle. Now the body has no strength at all. How can I go to work in the factory in a while? Warden, I can't. I'm so tired. I don't have any strength at all. Let me rest for a while. Wang Xin begged for mercy. Li Life smiled faintly and continued to put on Wang Xin's prison uniform, laughing. It's fine. Just rest here. In a moment I'll go and tell the correctional officer to let her give you a day off. Chapter 41, he's not wearing it. Li Life helped Wang Xin clean up her bed and checked what she was wearing again to make sure there was nothing more wrong before she stepped out of the cell. First, he went to the factory and found the second disciplinarian to talk to her about letting Wang Xin take a day off, then stopped by to see if Tan Xingqing was still on top of things at this point. From far away Li Life saw Tan Xingqing's beautiful face at this time has been wrinkled into a ball. Assembly line work is so, one after another, do not allow you to be idle. Extremely sharpened will and laborious body. From the morning until now, even if Li Life took her out to rest for a while in the middle, but for her, a five-fingered young lady who did not touch the spring water, it still tired her out. It wasn't just the physical strain, but the boring, monotonous job was torture for someone like her. Tan Xingqing mechanically picked up the clothes. Her eyes were lifeless. She was a bit regretful. It's not that he regrets not telling Li Fate the name of that big man. It's that he regrets how he was so stupid. Li Life and do not know who they are looking for. How then their own head on the rust? Just say a person's name, or find an official to borrow the name of the people to Li Life to fool the past not on the line. He had to be stupid to compete with Li Man. Tan Xingqing wanted to cry, crying from her own stupidity. Li Life looked at Tan Xingqing from afar, and did not prepare to go up and strike up a conversation. The name of the person that he had used his skills to not even set out. I guess Tan Xingqing did not have the intention of saying anything at this time. There was still more practicing to be done. She should come back to herself when she's too tired to resist. Li Life stopped to watch for a while and instructed the second disciplinarian to inform him if Tan Xingqing couldn't take it anymore and wanted to find him. The second disciplinarian nodded his head in response and memorized Li Life's instructions. In his heart, he secretly thought, this Tan Xingqing has just entered the prison. Not only is she good-looking and exquisite, and also a virgin, could it be that the prison governor has moved his heart? But she heard that the relationship between Deputy Warden Lin Shi and Li Life also seems to be unusual. It does not make sense that the warden will give up the deputy warden for the sake of this prisoner. On the beauty of the face, or on the curves of the body, Deputy Warden Lin, which is not worse than this Tan Xingqing it, or is it that the identity of the prisoner has any special hobby? The second correctional officer was shocked by his own thoughts, and did not dare to think about it again. He was not easy to mix to the position of correctional officer, or honestly listen to the words of the warden. After all, the warden is always better than the deputy warden grows up. Li Life didn't know about the brainstorming of the second disciplinarian. By this time, he had already arrived at the downstairs of the office building, and rode the elevator straight to Lin Shi's office. Knock knock. Li lives to knock on the door. The one who opened the door was Xia Hong, and in the room Lin she was at her desk again not knowing what she was busy with. The warden is here. It just so happens that we still have to find you. Xia Hong closed the door and smiled gently. Looking for me? What is it? Li Life said in surprise. He came to Lin Shi's office. On the one hand, to see how far the matter of the prison women's group competition had gone. On the other hand, to tell Lin Shi that he was going to drive Wang Kuyen back to the city in the evening, and before he could open his mouth, Xia Hong looked at her with an odd face and smiled straight at her. Good thing, letting you be a judge. Xia Hong explained to Li Life with a smile on her face. The number of participants in the competition this time is quite large, so we have to hold a preliminary round first to sift out some of the abusive ones. Xiao Shi and I just discussed it, and we plan to let you be the judge for the preliminary round. Those you think will work will enter the rematch, and those you think won't work will be passed off. After all, the number of slots for sentence reduction is limited, and the participation in the past competitions was not high, so those who participated in the training would more or less reap some benefits. But this time, because there is a big handsome man in our prison, the inmates participated a lot, and they all wanted to show off to our big handsome man in the competition, and this resulted in the rewards not being distributed evenly. It's quite possible to rehearse for a long time and end up getting nothing out of it. Then the inmates will fight privately and try to eliminate the other teams, and it's easy to get messy. Hearing this, Lin Shi also took over Xia Hong's words, continuing to explain. Not bad. In order to avoid those playful groups to snatch the position privately for the reward, let you be the judge. The first round of the preliminary round, no reward, the inmates can again show off in front of their handsome prison warden, and can screen out the abusive teams. 2 birds with 1 stone. Oh, and you get to enjoy a beautiful prisoner dancing for you. 3 birds with 1 stone. Beautiful. Lin Shi glanced at Li Life, thinking to herself that this little rascal would be very happy. So many beautiful women piled up to dance for him. Put in the past, that is the emperor treatment. After listening to the 2 women's explanations, Li Life scratched his head awkwardly. Is she so attractive that all the prison inmates want to dance in front of her? Not really. Ahem. I'll do whatever you guys want. I don't have much to do all day anyway, so you guys can just call me when the game starts. Seeing that Li Life had agreed to this errand, Lin Shi also nodded in satisfaction. He then picked up the thick pile of documents on the table and handed it to Li Life. That's the list of teams. Take a look at it when you're not doing anything, just to familiarize yourself with the inmates. In this prison for a long time, do not look at a lot of inmates, each with their own characteristics. Slowly you can recognize a 70 to 80%. But, Lin Shi suddenly straightened up and stared into Li Life's eyes. The eyes narrowed slightly, releasing a dangerous light. But, you mustn't hit these prisoners. Don't forget your own identity. You should know very well what the consequences are. I don't want to see the day when Uncle Li still has to personally fish you out of jail, and I won't let you off the hook either. Lin Shi looked at Li Life warningly, although she didn't think Li Life could do something stupid like that, but she still barked a warning, just in case. And when Li Life heard this, he was suddenly incomparably vain, and hastily took the document and pretended to read it. With a hardened mouth, he returned. Cut. I don't need you to tell me that. You can rest assured. I don't even need you. My father would have to send me to jail himself. He won't fish for me. Although Li Life's mouth was hard, but in his heart, he had no bottom at all. Secretly thinking, it's not that he wanted to have something with the prisoner, but he couldn't even refuse if he wanted to. Who would have thought that in this world where science is supreme now, there would be such an outrageous system? Pops, blame the system if you want. Blame it on the mysterious power that manipulates me. I didn't mean for this to happen. When Lin Shi saw that Li Life answered like that, she also gave him a blank look without any good intentions. Humph, it better be what you say. Our prison is full of felons, even a lot of death penalty death sentences. If they suddenly get pregnant, you're the only man in our prison. You're just waiting to take the blame. Lin Shi suddenly said such a sentence. She herself did not think that deep, thought and said, a small joke. May Li Life, the sky is falling. He's not wearing it. Chapter 42, You Two Talk. Xia Hong sat on the sideline smiling faintly as she watched Li Life and Lin Shi flirting, suddenly a little envious. She used to aspire to this kind of love, but unfortunately to the miserable end. Slowly she also let go. Love is already a luxury for her. She does not deserve to have, so just live happily on their own. One person to eat, the whole family is not hungry, but also quite comfortable. Xia Hong shook her head, her thoughts going back to the papers in her hands, and Li Life just remembered that he wasn't wearing it at all. If Wang Xian suddenly got pregnant, then he wouldn't have to wash his hands of it. Everyone would know he did it. Li Life cold sweat swish a moment to soak through the back. He is really stupid. Just care about then cool. So important things are forgotten. Li Life took out his cell phone and hurriedly checked the information. The remedy he knows. but there is no such medicine in the prison. Only to go to the city to have this back and forth, at least 10 hours, do not know whether to come in time. Fortunately, when Li Life searched for this kind of emergency remedial medicine, which was effective when taken within 72 hours, and the earlier it was taken, the better the effect, then he was slightly relieved. Li Life secretly complained that he was too careless. He did not care about pulling the wool over Lin Shi's eyes here. He put the information on the table and said directly, "That what? I will go out for a trip in a while. Wang Kuyan and her mother I have arranged to meet the end of the meeting. In a while I drove her back. A trip to the city. Do you have anything you need to bring? I will help you buy back." Lin Shi and Xiaohong exchanged a glance at what she said. Lin Shi was just about to shake her head, but she suddenly remembered something like that and frowned with a slight hesitation. Li Life naturally found Lin Shi's wrong. See her like this, obviously there is something inconvenient to say. Li Life did not pursue the question, just said, "I'll drive first, you guys take your time, just send me a message when you're done, my cell phone is always on." Lin Shi sniffed then nodded. Xiaohong was not lacking in anything. The trucks delivering supplies came once every few days, and what she needed had been purchased long ago. Lin Shi took out the keys to the jeep from the drawer and threw them to Li Life, thinking about it but still admonishing, "You're going out at this time of night. It must be very late for you to come back. I'm here at the prison, and there's nothing for you to do. You can come back tomorrow during the day." Li Life smiled faintly, knowing that Lin Shi was just a knife with a heart of gold and still cared about herself. Taking the key, he waved his hand toward Lindsay. "Understood, Lord Deputy Warden." Then, without waiting for Lin Shi to reply, he opened the door in a flash and ran out. Lin Shi's little face in the room instantly clouded over. This deadly life. What a pot to piss in. What's wrong with a deputy warden? He's just one level below him. Sooner or later, I'll kick him down. Humph. Xiaohong watched Lin Shi gasp and giggle, and she couldn't help but flirt. "Xiao Shi, I really think that you two are quite compatible. I heard that it's only long-lasting for a couple that fights and fights like this to live a long life. You might as well try to talk to him." Lin Shi was even more furious when she heard Xiaohong say so. "Sister Hong, what kind of enemy is he? He's a real pain in the ass. I can't get any good out of him, and he's so annoying. I just want to punch him when I see his face. I'll let you have him if you like. You two can talk. I'm all for it." Lin Shi spat up Li Life in a rare moment. Since Li Life came to the prison, she felt bad about everything, and always felt that it was Li Life who brought him bad luck. Xiaohong bitterly smiled and shook her head, thinking that Lin Shi this is a deep grudge against Li Life for stealing her position. It seems that for a while this pair of enemies cannot become. As for herself and Li Life, Xiaohong is even more crying and laughing. Impossible. She does not want to harm others again. In the meantime, Li Life got the key and ran all the way to Wang Kuyan's door. The door wasn't locked, so Li Life directly pushed the door and walked in. He thought that Wang Kuyan and Wang Xian met, must have cried for a long time, and must not have slept well last night. Back to the room that must have had to sleep to make up for it. But Wang Kuyan at this time is abnormal spirit, also do not know from where to take a mop, is concentrating hard dragging the floor of the room. She didn't even notice when Li Life opened the door and came in. Li Life naturally couldn't keep watching, so he had to call out to Wang Kuyan, "Ki-yan." Wang Kuyan had just mopped the floor with great devotion, and did not pay any attention to Li Life coming in, when she suddenly heard a sound from behind her. Wang Kuyan was scared and couldn't help but scream, "Ah!" Seeing this, Li Life quickly reached out and blocked Wang Kuyan's mouth from continuing to shout. If the prison guards outside heard it, they would think that he had done something to Wang Kuyan. Even if he explained, the guards wouldn't necessarily believe him. Li Life hurriedly turned Wang Kuyan's body around so that she could face herself and see clearly that he was a human and not a ghost. Wang Kuyan was turned around, and only then did she realize that the extra thing in the room was Li Life. The hanging heart finally dropped. "Li, brotherly, it's you. Scared me to death. How come you walk without a sound?" Wang Kuyan patted her chest and said in shock, "Harm, you were the one who was so absorbed that you didn't hear me when I opened the door so loudly." Li Man wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. He just suddenly thought that if the scandal between him and Wang Kuyan spread to her mother Wang Xian, it would be a big deal. One has to stay away from Wang Kuyan, or at least not be made up in prison. Li Life thought of this and hurriedly pulled away from Wang Kuyan. "You don't need to clean the house. Pack up your things. I'm going to make a trip into the city, just in time to send you back." Li Life said indifferently to Wang Kuyan, "You clean up first. I'll wait for you at the door. Just come out directly after cleaning up." After saying the words, Li Life didn't wait for her to respond. He directly turned around and left the room. Wang Kuyan looked at the back of Li Life's departure. Always felt that there was something wrong. Before Li Life was not like this to her. Now see her how like seeing the plague. Rubbing the lips that had just been blocked by Li Life. Wang Kuyan only thought that she was overthinking. Since Li Life was going to the city, she naturally had to follow back. Her things had long since finished packing, and the room was almost cleaned. Wang Kuyan reluctantly took one last look, then carried her backpack up and left the room. When she got to the door, Li Life was really there waiting for her, and had even driven over, just waiting for her to get in the car. Li Ming waved his hand towards Wang Kuyan, signaling her to get straight into the car. Wang Kuyan didn't hesitate and sat on the co-pilot. Although Li Ming would have preferred to let her sit in the back seat, that would have been a bit too obvious, so he had to give up. Li Life drove the car and signed at the security office at the prison gates and was released, and with one foot on the gas, the jeep sprinted away. On the road, the vehicle is driving smoothly on the mountain road, but the car is unusually quiet. Finally, Wang Kuyan felt the atmosphere is not right and asked, "Why don't you talk to me, Big Brotherly?" Chapter 43. I love it when you look at. No, I'm not concentrating on driving. Li Life wiped the sweat from his palms and replied with a calm face, "Oh, I thought you hated me, Big Brotherly." Wang Kuyan sidled up to gauge Li Life's expression, trying to see something on his face. Ha, how come? Why would I hate you? Nothing. Li Life laughed and defended. "Brother Li, do you know that the first reaction of a person who lies with a weak heart is ha awkward laughter Wang Kuyan looked at Li Life with some grudges. She wasn't a little cutie. How come Big Brother Li always fooled her like a little kid? Ahem. I really didn't lie. How could I hate you?" Li Life hurriedly put away his smile and explained with a straight face. "Oh, but you weren't like this before. I thought you were different when I got out of prison. It's like, strange." Wang Kuyan frowned as she continued to stare at Li Life with a sly grudge. I'm not always like this, so tell me, what was I like before?" When Li Life heard her say this, he secretly sighed at how this girl was so alert, and this is how she noticed the difference? Wang Kuyan sniffed and somewhat gamely adjusted her seat backward, leaving enough space for her feet, then slowly stomped the shoes off his feet. Li Life noticed her movements and panicked in his heart. What is this girl up to again? He hadn't had time to stop it. Wang Kuyan then has numbly wool socks also off. A pair of slender white jade legs, just so bright and shiny by Wang Kuyan lifted to the front of the car windshield. "Hey, Ki-Eon, what are you doing?" Seeing this, Li Life could no longer sit still and hurriedly opened his mouth. "Brother Li, my shoes are a bit stuffy. I want to tan my feet. Don't mind me, oh my feet don't stink." Wang Kuyan smiled mischievously and was secretly happy as she looked at Li Life's somewhat panicked appearance. It seems that he is still very attractive, and Brother Li cannot resist, and has been sneaking a look. "Let's see you still ignore me, so you can act cool again." Wang Kuyan snickered in her heart. "Ahem. Why don't I turn on the air conditioner for you to blow off some steam?" Li Life do not dare to look again, and then look down is going to be a problem. This girl is really lawless. Sometimes the courage is too small. Sometimes I do not know where to borrow the courage, and act boldly uncharacteristic. "No, I just want to bask in the sun. Brother Li, my feet can be cold. Cold. If you do not let me sun or, you cover me again?" Wang Kuyan's face blushed slightly. Her two long legs folded together and moved again in the direction of Li Life. This is good. Li Life driving the car certainly have to look at the road. At this time her legs and feet have been stretched to Li Life within the scope of vision. Li Life want to not see cannot hide, also no place to hide. Wang Kuyan that toes are round and small, especially the pink nails, neatly trimmed. The sunlight will shine. The ankles were slim and unmanageable, and under the white and delicate skin, green veins were faintly visible, making Li Life's gaze always unconsciously linger. A moment Li Life to see some of the fascination, but he is still driving, cannot be distracted. In his heart, he cursed this girl is really kill regardless of burying. In the end, does she know how much she is seducing people? Li Life knew he couldn't look any further. Something is going to happen. With a hard heart, he put the tip of his tongue under his teeth and bit down hard. Hiss! A sharp pain came, and the blood that had just risen in Li Life's brain instantly cooled down. Li Life slowly breathed out, before opening his mouth to advise. "Kuyen, don't be like this. You're a big girl. How can you just let someone cover your feet? You'll make people misunderstand, and men and women are not related. You have to protect yourself. Men are all very bad and horny. What if you don't pay some attention to yourself and get taken advantage of by the bad guys? Your mom will definitely be worried about you," Li Life advised bitterly. He really didn't want anything to happen with Wang Kuyen. Her mom Wang Xin surely didn't mind if he was with any woman, but the only thing he couldn't do was to have any kind of unclear relationship with her daughter. If this was known by her mom, Li Life couldn't even dare to imagine how terrible the consequences would be. Wang Kuyen, however, did not react when she heard Li Life's words, and instead of stopping, she intensified her efforts. "Brother Li, I'm not a kid anymore. Of course I know what you're saying, but Big Brother Li, you are not a bad person. I'm not afraid of you misunderstanding, and I like Big Brother Li, you look at me. Once you peek at me, I get itchy in my heart. I like. I like you to be colorful. Wang Kuyan's face was already red after she finished this paragraph, but she didn't cover it with her hands this time. Instead, she stared at Li Life's side face with a shy plus serious face. Wang Kuyan fell regardless of the fact that she spoke from her heart and was honest. May Li Life. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You. This young man. Li Life's sudden face also turned red, even more so than Wang Kuyan ever did. Li Life thought to himself, this is a 20-year-old girl. This kills. How can she say these words in a dignified manner? He is not older than Wang Kuyan a few years. How this just a few years? Is separated by a yellow river such a big chasm? Li Life really wanted to cry out to the sky. What the hell did I miss? He had 100 turns in his heart, and his cognition was dry collapsed by Wang Kuyan. But Wang Kuyan was still staring at him with a burning gaze, waiting for him to answer. Li Life's brain cells were running wild, trying to think of an answer that wouldn't hurt her and would round out the conversation. But, Kuyan, you really misunderstood. I didn't. Peek at you. Li Life thought about it. Or first bite the death of his own did not peep. He did not recognize, looked and did not see. Ayo, that you are looking at it squarely? Wang Kuyan's head tilted and her mouth turned away as she looked at Li Life with amusement, her eyes seeming to speak. It was almost as if it was written on his brain that you're teasing me? For big words were written. Cough cough cough. Cough cough. Li Life suddenly choked on his own saliva after hearing Wang Kuyan's words, coughing non-stop. Wang Kuyan could see Li Life's panic and she smiled shyly, shaking his head. He whispered, brotherly, I'm actually quite good at studying, and I learn things very quickly, and I'm not clumsy at doing anything, and I can draw. I taught myself and I've learned some dancing. I also know how to cook. I do egg fried rice is also very delicious it. Brotherly, I'm telling you this because I want to tell you. Actually, I know everything. I'm not a kid anymore. I like you to look at my feet. ... hyping it up. Thank you all. Working hard on the words. Thank you to Chingdaku's Manta boss for the reminder charm. Chapter 44, One Grain to see the effect. Although Wang Kuyan was shy, she still worded her words so that Li Life could hear her clearly. But Li Life was torn. Li Life only felt hot blood on his head, hurriedly parked the car on the side of the road, unbuckled his seatbelt, opened the door and fled out of the car. Getting out of the car and taking a big breath of fresh air from the forest outside the car calmed me down a little. He really didn't expect that Wang Kuyan, who was shy like a little quail in front of her before, could also say such spirited words about tigers and wolves. Li Life was afraid of accidentally triggering the mission, which is why he hurriedly got off the car to interrupt. In the car, Wang Kuyan saw Li Life fleeing and giggled as she sat in the passenger seat and laughed. She suddenly felt that although Li Life was colorful and always aiming at her feet, but when she showed him, he couldn't stand it instead and would blush. How is it so cute? Wang Kuyan liked Li Life even more. Brotherly, have you gotten well yet? Isn't it still an emergency? Get in the car, I won't tease you. Wang Kuyan shouted at Li Life's back. Li Life sniffed and took a few more deep breaths before getting back into the car, starting it up and continuing to drive. Kuyan, you're still young. There are some things you don't understand yet. When you grow up a bit, you'll know that you'll definitely regret these words of yours today when the time comes. Wang Kuyan smiled and nodded, not arguing with Li Life. Right. Brotherly, you're right about everything, okay? Anyway, I'll just tell you and show you alone. I don't even bother with other men. I won't regret anything I say to you. Li Life helplessly shook his head. He is considered to take Wang Kuyan nothing to do, can only accelerate the speed, while looking at the windshield in front of the folding of the two beautiful legs, while his foot hard on the gas pedal. Originally at least half a day's journey, borne by Li Life shortened by half. Not he does not want to slow, really as the temptation in front of him is too big. Did not look at a moment the body has some changes. He held back his energy, forced to hold back the chaotic thoughts in the brain, can be considered to send Wang Kuyan to the destination. Accompanying Wang Kuyan to find the house that her mother bought before, Li Life checked once. The standard 2 rooms and 1 hall. Furniture and appliances are old-fashioned. The house a thick layer of dust, a long time have not been cleaned. Li Life to Wang Kuyan called housekeeping to clean the room, but also brought her to buy some daily necessities, which is a success. Li, big brother, I know you still have things to do in a while. I won't delay you from doing your business, but I want you when I can call you. Wang Kuyan reluctantly sent Li Life to the car and said pitifully, it's okay. You can also call me if you miss your mom. I'll let your mom talk to you if I have the chance. Li Life patted Wang Kuyan's shoulder and said as if he was relieved. Thank you, brotherly. Next time you come over here, don't forget to come and see me. Wang Kuyan waved her hand as she watched Li Life start the car. Will do. See you later. Go back quickly. Li Man also waved his hand and said goodbye to Wang Kuyan. Li Life drove his car, alone, through the city streets, without those nice jade feet in front of the windshield. he actually suffered a bit. Shaking his head to get rid of those unrealistic thoughts, Lee Life opened his cell phone and looked at the messages. Lindsay's avatar was being displayed on the screen. In her office, Lee Life knew she wanted her to bring something, but didn't have the heart to say it. Lee Life thoughtfully asked her to send a message to herself, and sure enough the message had been sent. Jade House, spicy crawfish, spicy chicken, spicy fried clams, and spicy duck head in dry pot. Extra spicy, please. Lee Life looked at the message and covered his forehead speechlessly. Just this, thought Lin. She had something difficult and inconvenient to say, but I didn't realize she was a foodie. She also loves spicy food so much, no wonder she's so bad-tempered all day long. It's like she's a gas tank that explodes at the slightest point. Lee Life skimmed his lips, but still replied to Lin Shi with an okay emoji. Just now Wang Kuyen was inconvenient for him. This time he was left on his own. He didn't forget the most important thing this time out. Buy medicine. Luckily, time hadn't gone by long yet, so he could catch himself and be back in jail by nightfall. First he navigated to the Emerald House and told the waiter to pack these dishes, after which he wandered around the restaurant. After being cold and quiet in prison, it's still a little disconcerting to suddenly be back in the city. Didn't make it hard for Lee Life to find. There was a pharmacy not far away. Lee Life walked through the crowd and into the drugstore. He thought there were enough people on the street, but he didn't realize there were even more people in the drugstore. Now buy drugs actually have to queue up. A lot of Moncler Jackets outlet, on crutches in line. Every move with the queue is exceptionally difficult. Lee Life smacked his lips as he watched the scene inside. That life was not easy, and then joined the group as well. While waiting, Lee Life idly looked around the pharmacy, and a page of posters pasted on the pharmacy's wall caught his attention. Ching Pharmaceutical, recruiting agents to join, win-win cooperation, seeking partners with strength to build a better tomorrow. The inscription is made by the chairman of the board of directors, Mr. Tan Changchang, and the CEO, Mr. Tan Chingching. The posters showed two women with different temperaments, but with the same dainty look, back to back, hands clasped on their shoulders, leaning together, smiling confidently at Lee Life. Lee Life rubbed his eyes, once again carefully distinguishing the woman on the poster, and couldn't close his mouth in surprise. Tan Chingching. There was absolutely no mistaking it. This woman was none other than the prisoner she had just met in the morning, Tan Chingching, and the woman who took the picture with her, Tan Chang. Listening to the name seems to be her family. The two do look alike. Maybe they are even sisters. Lee Life held his chin in thought as he remembered when he first saw Tan Chingching on her file. She was guilty of smuggling, bribery, and financial fraud. Is smuggling drugs? Is financial fraud swindling a partner? The more Lee Life thought about it, the more she thought it was possible. She had sworn that her family would fish her out, and if she was a close sister, then indeed she would not have let her go to jail without a care in the world. Lee Life thought for a moment and took out his cell phone to write down Tan Cheng's phone number on the poster. After Tan Cheng used Lee Life's cell phone to call her family during the last bet, she deleted the call records, so Lee Life didn't know which number she called, and this number in front of him might be the number that Tan Cheng dialed that day. After memorizing the phone number, Lee Life put away his phone and continued to line up. One more person would be his turn. What kind of medicine are you buying? The salesman asked casually. That. Emergency resuscitation, not to give birth to a child, a pill to see the effect of the aftermath. Lee Life replied in a whisper. Oh, 20. Anything else? Don't. That's all that's needed. Lee Life nimbly picked up the medicine to pay. After reading the instructions, took the medicine out. The box was directly thrown into the garbage by Lee Life, which then sure walked back to the Emerald House Hotel. Chapter 45, Children Stretching Legs and Staring Ice Pill. Despite the delay in the drugstore line, a few of the previously explained dishes were not made. Maybe Lee Life is not the time to come. Now is the mouth of the meal. Come to eat a particularly large number of people. An Emerald Building is one of the most famous restaurants here. Guests naturally endless. Casually finding a seat and sitting down, Lee Life picked up his cell phone and flipped through it. Since and Yang a goodbye. Yang has not yet not looked for him, although each other added friends, but the chat record is still blank. Lee Life just bought medicine, suddenly thought of Yang. Last time he and Yang also did not wear, but Lee Life thinks she is at least a prison doctor. This she should know more than himself. After thinking about it for a while, Lee Life thought it would be better to ask. His fingers flew and typed a line. Felt not too good, and then deleted half a line, but still felt not quite right, so deleted and changed. For a while before finally deciding to send the two-word message over. Lee Life bitter face. This kind of thing how good to ask. Also cannot come up to ask you whether you have eaten the child leg stretching and staring pills, right? That is also a little too ruthless. But just in Lee Life's message just sent over less than a minute, a phone call came over. Lee Life fixed eyes. Really is Yang. Lee Life coughed lightly and picked up the phone. Hello, Dr. Yang. Yo, this is not our prison director Lee. Well, only separated for how long? This will miss me? Yang Yang's voice was a little surprised. She thought that Li Life took the initiative to look for her because he wanted her. And in his heart he secretly thought that Li Life was a good person, able to deal with, not that eat dry wipe clean, put up his pants and do not recognize things. Cough cough. It's not that you went back without any news, and I didn't see you report a piece, so I just asked. Li Life's brain was spinning frantically, thinking about how to mention the key issue in a moment. Ayo, you are quite concerned about me. We returned to the prison is already very late, so I did not bother you, and today, our prison is divided over a batch of prisoners. I was busy all day, just rested for a while, then I saw the message you sent me. Yang Yang stretched his body, and lazily replied, oh, in that case, then pay attention to your health. You must be very tired these 2 days, rest early in a while. Li Life politely replied back. He suddenly felt that he was scum. Eating was what he ate, although there was an element of mission within, but he also enjoyed it, eating and not wanting to be responsible for it. And those scum who played with other people's feelings, what is the difference? Well, of course I'm tired. It's mainly because your prison chief Li's body is too good. My little body almost can't bear it, and I also had my aunt today. I'm sore all over. I don't know if it's because of you or my aunt. I'll have to have a good sleep in a while. Yang Yang's voice revealed fatigue. If it wasn't for the message from Li Life, she would have gone back to sleep. Oh, well, you go to sleep then. I'm not doing anything, so get some rest and we'll talk again sometime. Okay, bye. Li Life will hang up the phone, face crying and laughing. I did not expect Yang Yang so coincidentally came to aunt, just as he did not know how to open it. Learning from his mistakes, Li Life secretly made up his mind. Next time he can't do this stupid thing again. If he accidentally made anyone's belly bigger, he will have to eat it all. The main reason was that the last few times he had triggered the quests were too odd and the rewards were rich and the punishments were heavy, so he couldn't afford to refuse. Otherwise he wouldn't have made such a mistake. Li Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Yang's side was also fine. When she went back and gave the medicine to Wang Xin, there would be no more hidden dangers, and she would be relieved of a piece of her mind. Li Life continued to wait for the dish he had ordered in a bored manner, but then the waiter suddenly walked towards him. Sir, your takeout is almost ready. Can you please move to one side and stand for a while? The other tables are already full. Now there is only this one table left. If it were usual, I wouldn't ask you to give up your seat. It's really because the box inside is going to have an important guest, so I had to invite the guests in the box to come out to a table and switch to this table. However, our store manager has said, you order takeout we give you free. In a moment when it's ready, you can just take it away directly. The waiter politely and courteously explained the ins and outs to Li Ming, which did not cause Li Ming's offense, not to mention that he also gave him a free bill. He was just by himself. Occupying this table was indeed a waste. Li Life smiled and nodded, standing up to give up his place. After the waiter bowed and thanked him, he went to the box and brought out the guests inside and replaced them at this table. Li Life think this jade building can be so hot really is a reason. Listen to change out of this table guests chat. The store manager will also be there single to free. Everyone is just a change of location only. All happy, why not? However, Li Life is still a little curious. A moment to come to what big shot guests, but also have to specially give people to make a box to. Li Life surveyed the door, deliberately staring at the store manager. He guessed that a moment of valuable guests came. This store manager must be to go to meet. Sure enough, Speak of Chow Chow arrived, did not let Li Life wait more. Several men and women flanked a well-dressed, four-square footsteps, smile-standard and amiable middle-aged man walked into the hotel. The store manager immediately jogged to meet the situation, shaking hands with the middle-aged man while inviting several people to the box, groveling, a good look of a dog's leg. With a sweep of his eyes, Li Life knew that the man who had been flanked by the crowd and held up in the box was an official, and his rank was not low. If he was asked how he could tell, Li Life could only say that he had seen a lot, so he could naturally tell. The higher the rank of the official, the more standardized the smile, the straighter the back. Even the posture of walking is different from ordinary people, unless it is mixed to their own old man. That level can reach the realm of return to the realm, other than that are more or less the same. After watching the hustle and bustle, Li Life withdrew his gaze, and the waiter had already wrapped up the dishes that Li Life had packed and handed them to him by this time. Li Life carried the dishes and was going out. It was getting late. It was time to go back to the prison. Just walked to the door of the hotel. On the face walked up to a beautiful woman wearing a white slim dress. She was alluring, but without losing the elegance and gentleness. This is a tall person also stepped on a pair of black high-heeled shoes. More show the figure of the slim. From the point of view of the life of Li look, the woman's legs are longer than the hotel door of the welcoming pines. Woman passes by Li Life, bringing up a fragrant breeze, but Li Life's focus wasn't on this woman's sultriness. It was on this woman, whom she had just met. Li Life carefully recalled the photo on the poster and made sure that he was not mistaken. This face that was extremely similar to Tan Qingqing was the other woman on the poster. Tan Chang. Points for hyping it up. Thank you all. Thanks for the support. Chapter 46, Eavesdropping. Li Life didn't expect to come out to buy a few groceries and actually run into her. Watching Tan Chang stride elegantly into the box that the store manager and his party had just entered, Li Life also felt that it was coincidental. Standing in the same spot and thinking a little, Li Life decided to wait and see what was going on first. First, he went out to put the dishes into the car. Then empty-handed, he went back to the Emerald House, walked to the door of the box where Tan Chang was, and listened with his ear to the side. Unfortunately, there were too many guests around and the noise was too loud. Although the box wasn't that soundproof, Li Life still didn't hear anything. After eavesdropping for a while to no avail, Li Life was planning to give up and leave the place. At this time, the door of the box was suddenly opened. A silhouette angrily opened the door and barged out. Ms. Tan, you have to think clearly. In RS City, you have to know that what others can do, I can do. What others can't do, I can do. What others dare not do, I dare to do. What I want to do, others, I don't dare to do. If you just go, without giving me face, then you're madder. Except me, no one can do it. You can think clearly. A man's voice came out from the box and called out to Tan Chang who was about to leave. And when Tan Chang heard the man's words, she no longer had the elegance she had when she arrived. Her beautiful eyebrows were frowning and her face was struggling. But in the end, she still regained her composure. Turning back to the man in the box, she said in a cold voice, "Thanks for the mention, but I'm afraid I can't accept the conditions you mentioned. If Bureau Zhang is willing to help, I'm willing to double the honorarium. And besides this condition, you can also mention other conditions." When Li Life heard this, he hurriedly perked up his ears for fear of missing any important message. The man in the room, on the other hand, just smiled at the words and was polite again. Ms. Tan, the honorarium is even. I am a clean person. I do not like those vulgar things. My conditions have been said. If you agree, stay. Do not agree, then go ahead. The man said in the end. The threat was self-evident. Tan Chang saw the man's oil and salt, and had no choice but to step out of the box. Li Life in a face of ice-cold color. Tan Chang again brushed shoulders. Tan Chang naturally found Li Life, but just a slight sight sweep, is skimmed over. She is not in the mood to pay attention to a stranger, even though this stranger has a little bit of handsome. Li Life watched Tan Chang leave and was contemplating whether or not to follow him when the conversation started again in the box. Zhang Bureau, this Miss Tan will definitely still look for you. Up and down I have made a good point. No matter who she looks for, she will have to touch a nose. An unfamiliar voice rang out, and the complimentary tone was clearly a puppy leg. Hey, what's the point of punching? We're on official business, and we resolutely can't let those people disrupt the social atmosphere. This kind of corrupt person who tries to bribe, I still have to personally clean up the mess. Ha ha ha. Bureau Zhang spoke righteously, and as he spoke he couldn't help but laugh out loud himself. Yes, you are right. It's just you who has to do it. You eat the food and eat the food. The dog-legged man's voice rang out at just the right time. With the end of Zhang Bureaucrat's laughter, an individual came out of the box and closed the box door tightly, and Li Life could no longer hear the voices inside. Seeing that there was nothing more to hear here, Li Life quickly walked out of the restaurant, trying to find Tan Chang's figure, but unfortunately he came out too late. Tan Chang is long gone. Searching in vain, Li Life had to find his car and drove back toward the prison. On the road, Li Life recalled the scene in the restaurant. Tan Chang apparently begged the so-called Zhang Bureau to do something, but because of the conditions that cannot be promised, Tan Chang angrily left. Li Life thought about this critical point, and it could only be Tan Chang's matter that would make her go out and beg for help. But obviously Tan Chang is afraid to be disappointed. This can do the job of the Zhang Bureau is not looking at the money. If the money cannot be settled, then it will be difficult to do. Li Life cannot help but secretly some funny. If he went back to tell Tan Chang today what he saw and heard, I'm afraid that Tan Chang will not be so confident, swearing that he will definitely go out. Think about it is also quite interesting. Li Life drove the car, although by this time, the sky was already completely dark. However, after leaving S City, there were already very few vehicles on the road leading to their Black Mountain prison. After all, no one would be fine with heading to the deserted mountains in the middle of the night, and away from the city, into the mountain road. It is not even a silhouette. The road also has no speed limit. Li Life opened the high beams. A straight road. Stepped hard on the gas. Feel the vehicle speeding. Li Life rare empty mind. He found that he didn't need to pay special attention to drive the vehicle with ease. And the special forces like physical quality didn't just make him physically stronger, but all around improved. And his reflexes were one of a kind. Just like a warrior who had been in the battlefield for a long time, and had years of experience born out of thin air, Lee Life drove at a high speed, and before long he had entered the foothills of the Black Mountain prison, and when he arrived here Lee Life couldn't race the car, and drove honestly. Finally, Lee Life staggered the car back to the prison entrance. The prison guards on guard duty saw a car coming. The searchlights hit from afar, shaking the eyes of Lee Life could not open, so they had to stop the car. The prison guard at the door realized that it was Lee Life's car that had returned and ran all the way over to greet Lee Life. "Hello, Warden. You're back, Warden. I'll open the door for you, okay? Hard work," Lee Life politely said. "No hard work, no hard work. I thought you would have to come back tomorrow, so I didn't report to you. The searchlight must have shaken you just now." The prison guard was embarrassed. "It's fine, this is nothing. You guys are doing a good job. This is how our prisons should be. The stricter the better." Lee Life didn't care and even complimented the prison guard on duty. As the gates pulled open, Lee Life pulled into the prison, parked the car and looked up. Lin Shi's office light is still on. Maybe not sleeping. Secretly think Lin Shi a day is really busy. Not get up early in the morning is to stay up late. Lee Life took the elevator up with the groceries, and when he reached the office door, he knocked. Knock knock, knock knock. Lee Life knocked twice before the door to the room was opened by Lin Shi. Unlike what Lee Life imagined, at this time Lin Shi was not working, but changed into a set of halter nightgown. Her snow-white delicate shoulders and slightly concave collarbone, as well as the fullness and roundness of her chest, deeply attracted Lee Life's line of sight. You're back? What's the point of coming back so late?" Lin Shi's voice rang out, waking up the dumbfounded Lee Life at once. "Oh, ha ha ha, this is not for you to buy jade building dishes. Put a long time will not be delicious. You quickly taste." Chapter 47, Have you seen enough? Shay, count your heart. Lin Shi gave Lee Life a blank look and took the dishes in Lee Life's hand and turned back to put them on the table. Lee Life followed into the office, surveying Lindsay's movements from behind. Lin Shi's halter nightgown was very long, covering all the way up to her knees, only revealing a section of snow-white calves, and her feet were wearing a pair of cute slippers. A look of a neighborly girl, a far cry from the usual image of a taut-faced, cold deputy warden. "Ha, it's not too cold. You flew a plane back, didn't you?" Lindsay touched the packing box and was surprised. "Ha ha, I turned on the air conditioner all the way and blew it. It's good that it's not cold. Eat quickly." Lee Life laughed, thinking that if I let you know that I drove a flying car back, it will still scare you. "Goo. I didn't realize that you were quite attentive. Sit down, eat together." Lin Shi gave a rare compliment to Lee Life, then went to the bottom of the desk for a while and actually took out a few bottles of beer. "This is my treasure. I don't give it to ordinary people. For the sake of you buying me good food, take you one." Lee Life looked at Lin Shi's behavior, surprised, did not expect that she actually liked to drink. Looking at her, she was quiet, but when she drank wine, she directly blew into the bottle and was unrestrained. Lee Life cried and laughed as he also followed a sip. He usually did not drink a lot of alcohol. The last time he drank with Huang Fei Hu in Qingcheng prison, he was only half drunk. The amount of alcohol he thought was not bad. Naturally, he would not be polite. After Lin Shi took a sip of beer, she opened the food that Lee Life had bought back for the next meal and ate it one bite after another. Lee Life according to her request. Each dish is added spicy. Look at all red. But Lin Shi does not care. Eating especially fragrant. From time to time stop hissing, pour a mouthful of beer, and then again buried in the head and eat. Lee Life to see her eat so fragrant, also followed the taste, picked up a piece of spicy duck head. Just the entrance to the tongue was spicy pain up. Tears also unconsciously overflowed. Really spicy tears. He hurriedly picked up the beer to pour a mouthful of it, which only relieved some. "Ha ha ha, really finished, which is so spicy, how delicious. You're still crying here. Drama queen." Oh. Lin Shi saw that he was so afraid of spicy, directly laughed out loud, under the flowery branches, also did not care about the dress at this time, chest trembling, as if the next second to jump out of the neckline in general. Lee Life was naturally attracted by her scenery at the moment. Even the still fiery pain in her mouth was forgotten, and her eyes stared straight up. When Lin Shi saw that Lee Life didn't answer, she looked up just in time to find Lee Life, the colorful rascal, looking at her chest. She sat up straight in a hurry and snarled, "What are you looking at? Stinking rascal, have you seen enough?" Only then did Lee Life react to his words, and quickly smiled. "Enough is enough. No, not. I didn't read it. I didn't read it." Lin Shi whitened him fiercely and fiercely snapped again. "If you dare to peek again, your eyes will be gouged out for me to serve as a drink. Stinking rascal." Seeing that he had been caught peeking by Lin Shi, Lee Life had no choice but to smile with him and change the subject. "Ahem, that. I went out this time. Found a thing. Tan Qingqing, you know it. She is not that there will be someone to fish her out of it. This time I went to the Emerald House to buy food for you. Coincidentally saw a person. Seems to be her own sister. Called Tan Cheng Chang. She and what is called what the Zhang Bureau of the people also eat in the Emerald House. I secretly listened to some words. I see this Zhang Bureau. I am afraid that not too clean. But did not talk about it. I secretly listened to some words. I see this Zhang Bureau. I'm afraid not too clean. Tan Cheng Chang originally wanted to find him help, but did not talk. I listened to this Zhang Bureau, as if he is quite powerful. Our system, there is no one surnamed Zhang? Seeing that Li Life changed the topic, Lin she didn't bother with him and just gave him another blank look. Then she thought carefully about the people in the system surnamed Zhang. Suddenly she seemed to think of something and spat out a name with some hesitation. Could it be Zhang Wanhai? Zhang Wanhai? Which department? Li Life asked suspiciously. The one in charge of us. A hand of the prison administration. I've met him twice. In his 50s, he's smooth. He talks and acts without a drop of water. He doesn't look like a good person. Lin she thought about it. The only one who could meddle in their prison system was this one Hai. Li Life sniffed but felt that it should be this Zhang Wanhai. At that time, listening to his grandiose words in the hotel, Li Life all felt that the sky is the oldest. He is the oldest. If it is a hand of the prison administration, then it makes sense. Do you need me to ask my dad to send someone to check him out? Lindsay took a sip of her beer, full of concern. Well, first don't need, not yet to that step. Wait for him to reveal his footwear. And it's not too good to trouble Uncle Lin. Just leave it to me. Li Life took over the words and politely refused. Obviously Zhang Wanhai has not been put in the eyes of the two of them. Not to mess with them is good. Mess with them, then Zhang Wanhai's position is considered to be sitting at the end. Who would have thought that in a small prison, there were two government officials with deep backgrounds who were drinking beer and still had tears in their eyes from the spicy duck head. Li Life and Lin she drank 2 beers each, and then they ended the drinking game. Lin she said that it was too late. She had to go to bed, and she had to get up early tomorrow, so she kicked Li Life out. Li Life back to the room, paralyzed in his own small bed, confused, always feel that he has something not done, but cannot think of a moment, so do not think about it, undress and sleep. When he pulled the cell phone out of his pocket, he felt something in his pocket, and it was still cool when he touched it, so Li Life took it out suspiciously. Suddenly Li Life's eyes snapped open. He actually forgot the most important thing, only to see that what he pulled out of his pocket was the very same kid's leg stretching and staring pills that he had traveled all the way to buy specifically for the occasion. Drinking with Lin she drink actually such a big thing to forget. Drink mistakenly Li Life hurriedly got up and quickly washed his face to clear his head for a few moments, then went out with the intention of heading towards the prison area. But just a door is to feel a little wrong. All this time, if you go to the prison area to hang out, is not to be gossiped about and Wang Xin is a 6-person cell. If you are so directly over, tomorrow the prison will certainly spread gossip about the two of them everywhere. How can this be? The instructions he had read clearly. The sooner you take it the better the effect. A minute later is a minute more dangerous. It had been more than 10 hours since the two of them had been together in the morning and now, late at night, it was past the best time to take it, and he didn't dare delay any longer for fear that it would be too late to make it. He had to go downstairs while thinking about how to give Wang Xin the medicine without attracting attention. Li Life worried, scratching his head. Chapter 48, Wipe Your Mouth. After getting off the elevator and coming to the first floor, Li Life still didn't think of any good solutions, so he could only go to the prison area to take a look first. Anyway, he hadn't been to the cell block at night to inspect it himself yet, so it would be a good excuse to say that he was going on an unannounced inspection. As soon as he thought of it, Li Life slowly walked towards the prison area. Late into the night, the prison was also silent, and there was no one to be seen except the guards who were on duty for the night. Li Life walked to the electronic door outside the prison area and suddenly realized that he actually couldn't get in, because the door was opened by the prison guards in the monitoring room, and there was no face recognition or physical key. Obviously the prison guards watching the door in the monitoring room didn't see Li Ming, who was waiting at the door. At this time of the day, either they were asleep or there was no one assigned to watch the door at night. In short, Li Life was stuck here and couldn't even get in. So what could be done? After thinking about it, Li Life returned to the office building and went to the surveillance room first to see what was going on. The monitoring room Lin she brought him here. Li Life found the door with ease, pushed the door in. A prison guard was sitting on a chair asleep. Li Life walked in front of her and found that this sleeping prison guard drooled out. This prison guard looked not very old, with a clear appearance, wearing large black-framed glasses, with a kind of college student's clarity. It looks like it should not come to the prison for a long time as well, and the sense of budding newness is very heavy. Gently patted her shoulder. The prison guard hazily felt as if someone called her, muttered and opened her eyes. A man's figure appeared in front of her. She reached out her hand to touch it with an anti-smile on her face, thinking that she was dreaming, and thinking in her heart that tonight's leading man was good, handsome and tall, and quite similar to their new handsome warden. But when her palms fell on the man's buttocks, she squeezed them out of habit, feeling the feel of the hand, the elasticity of the. It was moist, it felt real in my hand. The policewoman comfortably squinted her eyes. She was about to make the next move and thought to herself, you ran into me today, so you're going to have to be old and miserable here at the old lady's place. But Lee Life was suddenly coughing, catching the small hand of the prison guard that had moved to his abs. If you don't stop her again, she'll go all the way down and climb the stairs of her abs, and she'll have to. And the prison guard, feeling his hand being controlled by a pair of large hands, barred his lips in dissatisfaction, thinking to himself that this little man is quite naughty. Wanting to resist? Yossi, I like it. The prison guard was just about to put her other hand over as well to show him what she was capable of, her sleepy eyes opening and searching for a position. But suddenly Lee Life took a step back, anticipating her move. The prison guard raised an eyebrow and was about to continue her pursuit, but she suddenly froze. Why does the immediate environment look so much like the surveillance room where she works? How come the man in front of her also looks so much like her warden? The prison guard rubbed her eyes vigorously and opened them to the maximum, finally seeing the scene in front of her. But she still couldn't believe it and pinched her thighs hard. The pain in her thigh came instantly, and she clearly knew that it was not a dream. The prison guard swished and stood up from his chair with a face of rawness plus social death in place. Hello, warden of prison. Warden, I'm sorry. Warden, I was wrong. Oh. Lee Life looked at this girl's triple series of apologies with amusement, and hastily waved his hand to interrupt her spell casting. It's okay, I don't blame you. You'd better wipe your mouth first. Hypes it up. Thanks for the support. Chapter 49, Throwing Mud. The female prison guard sniffed, then felt a cool swish on her face and reached out to touch it. Warden, she wiped her face haphazardly with her sleeve, a look of distress on her face. Slacking and touching the fish was caught by the warden, not to mention that, but also by him to see their own face of saliva to do sex dreams. Even more terrible is that they actually take the warden as a male lead. They also do it. Also touched the. Why are there no cracks in the ground? I want to drill. How to do? Wait online. It's super urgent. What's your name? Lee Life couldn't help but laugh a little at her terrified look. Warden. My name is Leafberry. Berry of Strawberry. When Berry heard the prison governor ask her name, she said in her heart, it's over and done with. Being named. Won't be disciplined. Whoops. I really shouldn't have stayed up late to watch the skit. This is bad. Oh, Leafberry, the name is quite nice, seeing as you're not too old. How long have you been in prison? Lee Life looked at her innocent expression and couldn't help but want to tease her. I've just been here for 2 months. It was hard for me to get in, so please spare me. Warden, I'll never touch a fish again. Woohoo. Spare you? It's not impossible, Lee Life laughed. Really? Thank you. Warden, you are too good. When Berry heard this, he immediately smiled with joy, not realizing that the prison warden was not only handsome, but actually so nice to talk to. Hey, I haven't said the conditions yet. Don't get too happy too soon. Oh, then you speak. Warden, you speak. Lee Life thought about it. He didn't want to make things difficult for her, and there was something else to do in a while, so he opened his mouth and asked, what's your talent? Perform a talent and I'll pretend I didn't see you touch the fish. Ha, talent I sing a song, okay? Okay, sing it. Ahem. Leafberry cleared his throat and closed the door again, pushing it tightly, then searched his head for the song, but for a moment he actually couldn't remember the lyrics. Suddenly she had a flash of inspiration and the song slowly came out of her mouth. They threw mud at me, I took the mud and planted lotus flowers. They threw stones at me, I built a building with stones. Oh. I don't dodge, I only have flowers in my eyes. Lee Life interrupted with a wave of his hand as he cried and laughed. Okay, stop singing and spare me. Yay. Thank you, Warden. Berry jumped up happily. Luckily she didn't just brush up on short dramas, she also loved to watch hot internet stems. This didn't work. It wasn't even a waste of time to watch. Harm. I'm leaving. I'm going into the prison area. Don't fall asleep again in a while. Remember to open the door for me. Lee Life instructed. Warden, guarantee to complete the mission. Berry showed his teeth and saluted. Lee Life shook his head and walked out of the monitoring room, quickly arriving at the entrance of the prison area. This time, without waiting for Lee Life to wave his hand, the door opened automatically. Lee Life gave a thumbs up to the camera and then slowly walked into the cell block. There are correctional officers on duty in the cell blocks at night, and they sleep in the entrance lounge of each cell block. Lee Life just entered the first prison area, and was discovered by a correctional officer, who hurriedly walked over to greet him. Warden, what is the matter with you coming over at this late hour? A correctional officer looked at Lee Life suspiciously. Prisoners are also human beings. they have to sleep every night. So basically nothing happens at night, and it's the first time she's seen a person like Lee Life who goes into the prison area at night to hang out. Well, I'll make a trip to the second prison area. Open the door for me. Lee Life naturally wouldn't say too much to her and directly ordered. Warden. A correctional officer saluted and pulled out a key to open the door to the passageway. Without letting the first disciplinarian follow, Lee Life walked alone to the end and opened the door into the second prison area. The correctional officer of the second prison area was also the first to spot Lee Life and came over with a flashlight. Warden, you are. The second correctional officer was a bit surprised, but his eyes were full of curiosity. Thinking Melon is coming. The prison warden had a secret meeting with a female prisoner late at night. Is it a moral degradation or a distortion of human nature? Greeting the second disciplinarian's melon-eating eyes, Lee Life raised an eyebrow and whispered, "Take me to Tan Xingqing's cell. It's 6725. The one with the solitary cell." The second disciplinarian sniffed more excitedly, nodded and also replied in a low voice, "Warden, 6725 is in the innermost part. In a moment let's walk a little more carefully. Don't wake up the other inmates. Otherwise their mouths won't be tight, and the rumors will be detrimental to your image." The second disciplinarian scowled at Lee Life, looking at him with deep meaning. What's with that? What were you thinking? I have something to ask her. You don't have the right look in your eyes. Lee Life looked at the second disciplinarian with this look and knew at a glance that she was thinking the wrong way. It's true that a woman's heart for gossip is unstoppable. The second disciplinarian sniffed and hastily put away his melon-eating eyes. I wasn't thinking where. I'm sorry, Warden. The second correctional officer thought to himself. Careless. Accidentally exposed. Ahem. Lead the way you. Lee Life skimmed his lips. This second disciplinarian was definitely not thinking in a serious way. As the second disciplinarian led the way, Lee Life walked deeper into the prison area, and in the middle passed by Wang Xian's cell, but Lee Life didn't move and continued to follow. He already had a plan in mind. Not very sophisticated, but it had to be used. Coming to the door of Tan Xingqing's cell, the second disciplinarian took a flashlight and shone it in against the observation port. Tan Xingqing was sleeping soundly. A day's work to her tired, sore body. She how to do this work. A day down the feeling of the body is not their own. While working while crying, other prisoners see her this pretentiousness, if not the second correctional officer at the side of the watch. In the morning went to give her too big mouth, but even if she didn't get beat up, she couldn't avoid the run-ins from others, and she was yin and yang tirades at dinner, so she didn't eat a few mouthfuls of rice, and she was so full of gas, hard to get up to go back to the prison area to sleep. She did not even care to wash her face. Lying there can no longer get up. If it is not in the heart of the thought of enduring, and then endure a little bit of endurance, she will be able to go out. She couldn't even hold on to this day's work. Lee Life took the second steward's flashlight and watched as the second steward opened the door to her cell. The sleeping Tan Xingqing didn't react at all, completely unaware that there were already two large living people standing beside her bunk. Lee Life took the flashlight and shone it up at Tan Xingqing's face. The still delicate face had two curved tear stains on it, and she was still frowning in her sleep, as if she was having some kind of nightmare. What Lee Life didn't know is that he randomly really guessed right. At this time the sleeping Tan Xingqing was facing the mountain of clothes in front of her, while crying and constantly drying the work. She only felt how to dry can't be finished. She regretted it. She regretted that she didn't think about becoming bigger and stronger and creating another glory. That would not have ended up in this situation today, suffering this torture. Chapter 50, Shocking Bad News. Lee Life nudged towards the second steward, signaling the second steward to wake up Tan Xingqing. The second disciplinarian but skimmed his mouth, thinking all here still pretend what? You're woman you do not call yourself, but also to avoid suspicion. Cut. However, she only dared to think about it in her mind and stepped forward to push the sleeping Tan Xingqing. Tan Xingqing felt that someone pushed her, and accidentally, she plunged headlong into a mountain of clothes. She struggled in the pile of clothes trying to get up, unable to stop waving her arms and legs, but how could she not stand up? And in the sight of Lee Life and the second disciplinarian, Tan Xingqing suddenly lay down on the bed and paddled in place. Her face was anxious, but she just didn't open her eyes. The two of them looked at each other with shock in their eyes, seeing Tan Xingqing's arms and legs flailing and about to fall off the bed. Lee Life rushed forward to catch Tan Xingqing and forcefully picked her up, controlling her arms and legs and pressing her down on the bed. Tan Xingqing, what are you doing? Wake up! Lee Life's voice exploded from Tan Xingqing's ears. Finally it was Tan Xingqing who woke up from her sleep. She opened her eyes and looked at Lee Life, who was still pressing her body, and cried out with a wow. Woohoo! Help! Tan Xingqing flailed her arms and pushed Lee Life away, her screams echoing in the prison area. It woke up the sleeping inmates. The inmates listened to the sounds coming from the depths of the cell block, and one by one, they curiously looked out from the observation ports. Seeing this situation, the second disciplinarian directly stepped forward and snapped a big mouth on the face of Tan Qingqing, who was still bawling. The beating caused Tan Qingqing's body to lurch, and the howls from her mouth came to an abrupt end. "What are you shouting for? Can't you see there's someone? Don't call for help. Are you crazy? Behave yourself." The second disciplinarian pinched his waist and gave Tan Qingqing an output. The frightened Tan Qingqing immediately put up and shut up, no longer daring to cry out. As for Li Life, who was pushed away by Tan Qingqing, seeing her being beaten, her heart was still a bit sore. When she opened her eyes, she screamed for help, and if it wasn't for the second disciplinarian watching from the side, she would have really thought that what had been done to her. Li Ming coughed lightly and instructed the second disciplinarian. "Well, it's good that she's awake. Go out and wait outside for a moment while I ask her a few questions." Warden." The second disciplinarian obediently walked out of the cell. She was already convinced at this moment that Li Life had no special relationship with this prisoner. Otherwise, when she opened her eyes and saw Li Life, she wouldn't have reacted so strongly. The second correctional officer, who had no melon to eat, left the cell without the slightest bit of attachment. "What are all looking at? Go back to bed." The reprimanding voice of the second disciplinarian came into the cell from the aisle, frightening Tan Qingqing with another shiver. Li Life looked at Tan Qingqing's pitiful appearance and was slightly unable to bear it. He sat opposite Tan Qingqing and thought about it or opened his mouth. "Tan Qingqing, I came over to look for you this time because I met a woman named Tan Qingqing outside. You should recognize this person, right?" Tan Qingqing was still scared and shrunk into a ball on the bed. The corners of her eyes couldn't stop shedding tears, as if she was a homeless canary to be pitied. However, when she heard Tan Qingqing's name from Li Life's mouth, she sat up from the bed at once, staring at Li Life dead in the face, and opened her mouth, but no sound came out. It wasn't that she wasn't curious as to why Li Life knew Tan Qingqing's name, but she didn't dare to ask. She was afraid of what bad news would come out of Li Life's mouth that she wouldn't be able to bear. Li Life looked at Tan Qingqing's reaction and knew that he wasn't mistaken, and that when she said that her family would fish her out, she was referring to Tan Qingqing. Li Life organized his words and continued to recount to Tan Qingqing what he had seen and heard. Tan Qingqing had an appointment with a Zhang bureau at the Jade House for dinner, but they finally did not talk about it and parted on bad terms. Tan Qingqing slammed the door and left, and the so-called Zhang bureau said that no one but him could do it, and no one dared to do it. He also told Tan Qingqing to think it over. "If I'm not mistaken, this bureau Zhang is the big brother you didn't say anything about." Li Life's tone was flat, word for word for Tan Qingqing to hear. Tan Qingqing's face became worse and worse as Li Life told her, and finally she even shivered unconsciously. Seeing this, Li Life continued, "If I'm not mistaken, this bureau Zhang should be Zhang Wenhai. If your biggest reliance is him, then you might have to be disappointed. Odds are you won't be able to get out." When Tan Qingqing heard this, her fingers tightly grasped her clothes, tears flowed out uncontrollably, and her lips were infected by the shaking of her body, unable to stop trembling slightly. Although I don't know what conditions Zhang Wenhai proposed for Tan Qingqing to do, but looking at Tan Qingqing's angry behavior at that time, it might not be a problem that can be solved by money. "I'm afraid that you have to be mentally prepared to stay here for 25 years. Li Life's voice is soft. There is no threat, intimidation, but this seemingly gentle words in Tan Qingqing's ears, but as cold as a bucket of ice water poured in the icy sky and snow. "Can you let me make a call?" Tan Qingqing restrained her fear and trembled. Seeing that Tan Qingqing seemed to have wilted, Li Life felt that his guess just now should be the truth. He wasn't afraid of Tan Qingqing making this one call, so he pulled his cell phone out of his pocket and handed it to Tan Qingqing. However, the moment Tan Qingqing took the phone, Li Life grabbed the phone without letting go, and meeting Tan Qingqing's puzzled gaze, he whispered, "I can let you fight, but I have one condition." "What? What conditions?" Tan Qingqing said in fear. "The condition is that calls are okay, but must be on speakerphone. If you can accept it, then you can call," Li Life said indifferently. Tan Qingqing swallowed uneasily and thought that it should be fine to turn on the speakerphone. She already believed 80% or 90% of what Li Life just said. Otherwise how would he know Tan Qingqing and Zhang Wenhai's names? Seeing Tan Qingqing nodded, Li Life then let go of the phone. Tan Qingqing took the phone and typed in a string of phone numbers. Looking at the name of Tan Qingqing that automatically surfaced on the screen, her heart went a few points colder. Li Life actually has her phone number. It seems that it has not intentionally come over to swindle her, but he really may not be able to get out. Thinking of this, Tan Qingqing's hands shook a little more, and several times she couldn't grab the phone, letting it fall between her legs. Seeing that her hands were shaking badly, Li Life had to help her dial Tan Qingqing's phone number and turn on the speakerphone. "Hello, this is Qingqing Pharmaceutical. Our company is recruiting agents to join. Win-win cooperation. Seeking partners with strength to build a better tomorrow together. This is Tan Qingqing. Welcome your call. Please don't hang up. I'll answer it right away." If I am not in, I will also call you back later. Thanks again for your call. Hypes it up. Thank you all. Thanks a million. Thanks again to all the gift givers. Chapter 51 I promise you everything. Tan Chang Chang's voice rang out from her phone, but it was a recorded color ringtone. The colored ringtone kept ringing until the end. And just when Li Life and Tan Ching Ching thought that Tan Chang Chang might be sleeping and wouldn't pick up again, a pleasant voice came out from the phone. Hello, is it Ching Ching? Tan Chang Chang's voice suddenly came out, causing Li Life's spirit to be lifted. The call went through. Sis, it's me. Tan Ching Ching heard Tan Chang Chang's voice. The tears were even more decisive. She so wanted to go out. Ching Ching, how are you now? Have you been bullied? Don't worry. Sister will get you out no matter what. Don't cry. Tan Chang Chang's voice on the other end of the phone was also a little choked. Since they were young, the two sisters have been close to each other, inseparable, working together, starting a business together, making money together, but now they are on different sides of the world, and her sister is even in jail, and there is not a single day that she is not worried. Sis, I'm okay. Don't you worry, but I want to go out, so bad sis, I miss you, so much. Tan Ching Ching came up for air and cried, Ching Ching, bear with me a little longer. I've already looked for Zhang Wenhai today, but it didn't go too well. I am still thinking of other ways. If I really can't find anyone to help, then I will go to beg Zhang Wenhai again. He is the first hand of the prison administration. He will definitely be able to fish you out. Ching Ching, don't worry. Sister will definitely not give up on you. Tan Chang Chang seriously promised. Sis, what conditions Zhang Wenhai put forward? You tell me. Tan Ching Ching knew her sister very well. If the conditions weren't really harsh, Tan Chang Chang would have agreed without hesitation. Don't ask. You just wait for your sister at ease. I don't believe that we scatter our family's wealth and still can't change you out. Even if it's Zhang Wenhai, with our fortune, he may not be unmoved. Tan Chang Chang was vague, as if hiding something. Sis, it's definitely not money he wants, right? Isn't it? He wants your body? Tan Ching Ching listened to her sister's reaction and instantly thought of that. There wasn't much they could take besides money and their bodies. If money couldn't be squared away, then they must want people and money all together. Sis has something in her heart. You don't have to worry. If it really comes to that, doesn't he just want me to stay with him for a few days? If I can change you back, I'll do anything. Tan Chang Chang's voice is getting lower and lower. She returned to the residence from the Emerald House, contacted a lot of people, but usually bragged about their hands and eyes of the big boys, but at this time are all shrunken head turtle. They said they could not intervene, and some even gave her the idea to go to Zhang Wenhai. Pissed off, Tan Chang Chang is going to have a bad period. Sis, no way, don't do that. That Zhang Wenhai must have lied to you. What if he eats you up and then doesn't do anything? You'll fall into his trap. We can lose money, but not our bodies. When Tan Ching Ching heard Tan Ching Ching's words, she instantly became anxious, not caring about her own situation, and hurriedly advised. So what else can we do? Are we going to let you spend 25 years in prison? You're young now, but what about 25 years from now? Your whole life is ruined in prison. I can't bear it. Tan Ching Ching finally couldn't hold it together and cried out mournfully on the other end of the phone as well. Tan Ching Ching listened to her sister's cries. Her body was cold, and she looked up at Li Life in despair, then suddenly smiled with relief and picked up her cell phone. How about? Forget about it. The prison is pretty good too. The warden here is also very handsome. The food is also good, and I even live in a single cell. It's just that it's slightly more tiring to work, but I'm about to get used to it. Another 10 days and half a month. I will also get used to it. I just want to go out. Sister, you must not be fooled by him. It's useless. Tan Ching Ching was unusually calm. If Zhang Wenhai was asking for money, then it was fine, but he wanted her sister's body. Then she would rather go to jail and prison than let her own sister be spoiled by that clothed beast. Ching Ching, it's all my fault for not stopping you. If we had stopped earlier, maybe it wouldn't have been like this. Tan Chang Chang regretted pounding his chest, but it didn't help in the slightest. If I had known it would be today, why would I have bothered? Don't say it, sis. Remember what I said. Don't ever be fooled by Zhang Wenhai. You come to see me more often. I'm in prison. It's fine. Tan Ching Ching bit her lips to prevent herself from crying out again. She was afraid that Tan Chang Chang would be wasted by that Zhang Wenhai on impulse for nothing. I won't give up. I'll still find a way to save you out there. Ching Ching, you wait for your sister. Tan Chang Chang cried out. Li Life was still quietly listening to their sisterly love on the phone, secretly sorting out the ins and outs in his heart. Now everything is clear. Tan Chang Chang wanted to save her sister and found Zhang Wenhai. Zhang Wenhai wanted to exchange her body for it, but even if it was exchanged, Zhang Wenhai couldn't operate it with Li Life. Li Life thought about it, but still kindly reminded him. Tan Chang Chang, I'm the warden of Black Mountain Prison. I heard all of your conversations, Originally I didn't need to tell you, but I think it would be too bad if you were spoiled by Zhang Wenhai for nothing. What I want to tell you is that even if Zhang Wenhai personally came to me, he wouldn't be able to save your sister Tan Xingqing. Prison is not a place outside the law. If you commit a crime, you go to prison. It's impossible for you to fish her out. Don't waste your time. No one can take her away without my consent, not to mention a mere Zhang Wenhai of the authority. Even if it's a handful of people one level up, it's useless when it comes to me, so you'd better not toss it. Li Life's voice traveled through the cell phone into Tan Cheng's ears on the opposite side of the room, shocking her into freezing in place. You are the warden? Tan Cheng inquired in shock. That's right, otherwise where would Tan Xingqing get the phone to talk to you for so long? I've said all I can say. You can disbelieve me and keep looking for connections to try, but I'm afraid you'll end up disappointed. Li Life spoke out to advise. He really didn't want to see that beautiful woman today, and ended up being cheated by Zhang Wenhai, but he was just pointing out, believe it or not, let her be. I believe. This prison warden, listening to your voice, seems like you are very young? A light suddenly flashed in Tan Cheng's eyes and asked tentatively, well, still quite young. What's wrong? Li Life puzzled, thinking that this Tan Cheng thought so jumping out of the box, is talking about serious things, with their own years is not young have anything to do. This prison warden, a wise man doesn't speak in the dark. If you can become a prison governor at such a young age, you must have a valuable person behind you. I have an unforgivable request, and I ask the prison governor to fulfill it. You can ask for whatever conditions you want, as long as I have them. I'll promise you everything. Chapter 52 Throwing in the Towel. Li Life listened to Tan Cheng's words and naturally understood what she meant. However, Li Life did not want to give her hope. It was a matter of principle. Tan Xingqing committed the crime first and was not wrongfully convicted. Then she deserved it when she went to prison to serve her sentence. One has no reason to help her out. Li Life was just about to open his mouth to refuse. There was a ding in his brain. A text surfaced. Release task. The immediate moving tears of sisterhood. How rare. As a prison warden, within his ability to help the two sisters, it is not impossible, although she is to blame, but she has been remorseful. It may be worthwhile to special treatment, to reap the gratitude of the two sisters. Please grant Tan Cheng's request to help Tan Xingqing get out of prison and see the light again. Penalty for failure, receive the title, Oil and Salt. Title effect, in the future, when faced with anyone's request, you can only refuse it, you cannot accept it, and you will be isolated by everyone, unable to socialize normally. Quest reward, Charm Aura. All women's favorability towards you skyrockets. As long as you keep any woman within the range of the aura at all times, she will fall hopelessly in love with you and can give everything for you. Can be cast freely on a target of your choice, or cast at range. Li Life surveyed the mission information floating in his mind. The mission was as odd as usual. The punishment was extremely severe and the rewards were very generous. The effect of this charming aura was simply rule-breaking, and if he obtained this skill, wouldn't no woman in the world be able to escape from him? It was really too terrifying. If it was usual, then Li Life must not hesitate to take the task. This kind of divine skill in hand, he still shall not be lights and wine, night and day However, it is biased that the mission this time is to help Tan Xingqing get out of prison. Again, it's breaking the rules, and it was a crime. If one really did it, what was the difference between that and a prisoner locked up in jail? Could he do whatever he wanted just because of his special identity background? Li Life thought to himself that he wasn't some kind of conformist rotten good guy, or else he wouldn't have gladly accepted Yang Yang's and Wang Xian's throwbacks in the face of them. Even though it was the punishment of the mission that forced him to accept it, he had long ago realized that he was enjoying it within himself. He himself seems to have taken the name of the mission can't fail, and gladly does those illegal and unethical things. Li Life felt that he had changed and was assimilated. It was true that he didn't have a choice before and could only passively accept the mission, but this time was different. There was a card floating silently in Li Man's mind, the reward from the previous mission. The good guy card, props effect, can be exempted from one mission failure penalty. This time, unlike before, he has the right to make his own choices, and a way to deal with the punishment. So what's he going to choose? Seeing that Li Life did not respond for a moment, Tan Cheng opened her mouth again and begged. Prison warden, don't worry, just say what you want. As long as I can get my sister out of prison, even if I give everything I am willing. Even if it takes me, I am willing. As long as my sister gets out, I'm willing to accompany you. Warden, you save us, please. Tan Xingqing was also thrilled at his words and pulled on Li Life's sleeve. Crying, she pleaded. Warden, it's me who has eyes to see and bet with you. It's me who is wrong. Please help me. As long as I can get out, no need for my sister. I'll come to accompany you. Okay, I'm willing. You can do whatever you want to me. Tan Xingqing spoke, fearing that Li Life would not agree. She stood up from the mattress, Her jade hand stroked Li Life's chest and her body pressed tightly against it. Prisoners wear prison uniforms and special undergarments issued by the prison. And to ensure the safety of the prisoners, the undergarments are special thin layer of chest wraps. Tan Qingqing stuck to Li Life's body. The thin layer of fabric couldn't block anything at all, and Li Life could clearly feel her soft body. Li Life had seen Tan Qingqing's body during the physical examination, with straight shoulders, smooth back lines, a waist that was well held, and two long straight and slender legs. The proportion was nearly perfect. The body was still young and tender as if she could pinch out water. With such a warm fragrance and soft jade thrown into his arms, Li Life naturally had some impulses. But impulses are impulses. Natural reaction although he could not restrain. But the beauty in front of him is not a buffet that you can eat when you want to. Want to enjoy this stunning cuisine? The price to pay is extraordinary. Li Life slowly pushed Tan Qingqing's body away, maintaining some distance, lest Tan Qingqing would discover that his body was different and go even more overboard with her up and down on him. Li Life had already thought about it, and this time he was going to choose to refuse. Even if the rewards of the mission were good, the temptation of Tan Qingqing's sisters was even greater. He couldn't be dictated by the mission to do something dirty without a bottom line. Sorry, I can't help you guys. Don't make useless efforts. No matter who you find, you can't fish it out. Li Life took the cell phone and hung up directly without waiting for Tan Qingqing to reply. The mission in Li Man's brain also disappeared at this moment, and along with it was the prop card that exempted him from the punishment of one mission. Don't, Warden, please let me go. Okay, I really don't want to go back to jail. I really can't do the work in the factory. Even in my dreams I'm working. My body is so tired it hurts. Even my hands are throbbing with pain. I'll do whatever you want. I have money. I'll give you all the money. Let me out, okay? Please, let me out. Tan Qingqing fell to the ground crying, refusing to accept the reality, tears flowing down her swan-like neck into her collar. It was really pitiful to me, but the iron-hearted Li Life didn't have the heart to appreciate her posturing anymore. He still had important things left to do. Li Life turned around and exited Tan Qingqing's cell, calling out to the second disciplinarian who was loitering in the aisle. Second disciplinarian, go get Wang Xin for me. I'll have a few words with her. Then you pack up all her personal belongings and transfer her to the cell to live with Tan Qingqing. Tan Qingqing is not in the right mood right now. I'll have Wang Xin keep an eye on her, and the two of them won't have to go to work tomorrow for now, so she can calm down. The second correctional officer sniffed, nodded and went to call Wang Xin. She did not think too much. Wang Kuyan's matter these prison guards know. The warden helped Wang Xin so much. I think she will do her best to help the warden do things soon. A curious Wang Xin then stood in front of Li Life. Just now the second disciplinarian told her to pack up her things. She was still a bit puzzled, and only after inquiring did she realize that it was Li Life who had changed her cell. She still didn't know what Li Ming wanted to talk to her about. Couldn't it be that she hadn't had enough fun during the day and had to work overtime at night? But today, I have been in a drought for a long time, and I have exerted myself too much. At the moment there is still some slight pain. I'm afraid I can't stand him, this humanoid pile driver. Are you bullying me like a woman with a small life? Everyone clicked to urge more. Thanks to the big guys. High energy warning for the next chapter. Repeat. High energy warning. Please urge yourselves to replace your tickets and get in line for the plane. Big brothers. Chapter 53. I forbid you to make a sound. Li Life didn't pay attention to Wang Xin's odd look as he first waited for the second disciplinarian and Wang Xin to put her bedding and personal belongings into Tan Qingqing's cell before he instructed the second disciplinarian. Second steward, go back and rest. I'll talk to them alone and call you when I get out. Warden. I'll go back to the entrance lounge then. The second correctional officer saluted and went back down the aisle. Li Life waited for the second disciplinarian's figure to be far away before he walked back into the cell. Tan Qingqing was already paralyzed on the bed at this point, still being dragged from the floor to the bed hand in hand by the second disciplinarian and Wang Xin. Li Life came closer to see. This Tan Qingqing, because of the blow just now, sadness overload, coupled with the hard work during the day, actually raw crying in sleep. Li Life shook his head and also pitied her a little. Now she was at the best age of her life. She should be out enjoying her life and running to freedom. But the reality was that she was lying in a gloomy prison cell and was about to receive a sentence of up to 25 years. Even if she had more money, what good would it do? In this dark prison, money was already like waste paper. Li Life felt slightly guilty, but he immediately threw this emotion out of his mind. Everything was just her own fault. Wang Xin finished cleaning up her own bed on the side, and also came next to Li Life, looking at Tan Qingqing, who was generally compassionate like Lin Daiyu, and lifted her finger to poke Li Life. What's going on here? Why is this good-looking girl crying like this? Was she bullied by our prison warden? Wang Xin had a smiling face and whispered. She is unable to accept the reality. I didn't bully him. In these 2 days you watch her a little. If there is anything timely, notify the discipline. I am afraid that she will not be able to think about it. Lee Life bitterly laughed. Alright, the prison governor has orders, I'm sure to complete the task. Wang Xin blinked, and her fingers obediently climbed directly onto his shoulders. Lee Life was startled and hurriedly looked toward the cell door. Tan Xingqing is sleeping soundly as nothing, but in case the second discipline kills a horseback and discovers the two of them, that could be the end of the matter. Hey, stop it, Lee Life said carefully. Isn't that why you called me over? You really just asked me to come over to watch her? Wang Xin looked surprised. Was she misunderstanding Lee Life again? Ahem. Of course not. There are so many people in the prison area now. Make some noise. Tomorrow it will be spread throughout the entire prison. I have so much guts. Lee Life lowered his voice and said in Wang Xin's ear. Cut. What are you afraid of? Just don't make a sound. She's sleeping so hard. She definitely won't wake up. That's what you men like to do, isn't it? Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Hey, don't. Cough. Lee Life fled away in a panic, not daring to get close to Wang Xin again, fearing that he wouldn't be able to control himself and make another big mistake. Wang Xin giggled as she looked at Lee Life's panicked appearance. Originally, she hadn't wanted to do anything, just teasing him, but looking at this shy little look on his face now, it had in turn aroused Wang Xin's interest. Wang Xin didn't retreat but advanced, directly leaning on Lee Life's shoulder. Lee Life smelled the constant fragrance coming from Wang Xin's body and sighed in his heart. A young woman is really a young woman. It's so unbearable. But Lee Life hadn't forgotten the purpose of this trip. He finally did take out the childlike stretching and glaring pill from his pocket, and in Wang Xin's unexpected eyes, he explained in a small voice. You recognize this one. I went to buy it for you on purpose. I was too involved and didn't wear it. You can eat it now, and you'll feel relieved afterward. As Lee Life spoke, he had already taken the small pill out of the package and handed it to Wang Xin. However, Wang Xin did not reach out to pick it up. Instead, she glanced at Lee Life angrily and slowly opened her cherry mouth. She gave an to Lee Life. Lee Life let out a bitter smile, but still put the small pill directly into Wang Xin's mouth. Wang Xin's lips moved slightly, and the small pill was swallowed by her, but she still continued to stare at Lee Life and licked her dry lips. The two of them glanced at each other, and it was the understanding Wang Xin who lowered her voice and spoke first. The medicine is all taken. Bought all the way here. Don't waste it. Lee Life swallowed his saliva. The bully opened his mouth. Then, I forbid you to make a sound. Wang Xin nodded with a winking face as she sniffed and replied as well. Warden. The cell was quiet for a moment. Because of the stimulation of the external environment, after a short period of time is a successful conclusion. Lee Life was also afraid that the Tan Xingqing next to him would suddenly open her eyes. So after a successful completion, Lee Life left the cell with a flourish. Wang Xin didn't feel reluctant to give up. At the moment she was very satisfied. In more than 10 years, today was the happiest and most joyful day for her. Lee Life passed by the entrance of the prison area, greeted the correctional officer, and then stepped out directly within the confines of the prison area without changing his face. At this moment, the worry in Lee Life's heart was gone, and his body was relaxed. This kind of satisfaction made him addicted. Lee Life proceeded to return to his office and wash up properly. Lee Life, who had finished packing, lay on the bed and was thinking about his next plan. Suddenly the phone dinged, and the text message beeped abruptly. Lee Life casually picked up his cell phone to check it, only to see a familiar name floating on the screen. Tan Chang. Tapping on the text message, there was only a short sentence in it. Warden, let's meet up. You set the time. I'll wait for you at Tanny Villa. I won't see you there. Chapter 54 Addiction. Tanny Villa? Lee Life looked at the screen a little mesmerized. He was naturally clear about what Tan Chang was looking for, but he had already decided that he wouldn't help, so he didn't plan to go to the meeting. Lee Life's finger landed on the screen for a long time, but still didn't return her message. She's been hit pretty hard today too, so it's better to wait for her to be quiet, and maybe in a few days she'll come to terms with reality too. Lee Life put down his cell phone and closed his eyes with the intention of sleeping, but the image of what had just happened kept flashing through his mind. This unprecedented excitement was not only experienced by Lee Life for the first time, but Wang Xin even more so. When she turned back to look at Lee Life with her charming eyes, Lee Life felt as if her soul had left her body and was sucked into the vortex by her seductive eyes. Tan Xingqing, who was sleeping beside her and might wake up at any moment, the prisoners resting on the other side of the wall, and the cell door that was kept open. None of it was irritating his every nerve. He even took the initiative to turn off his alert aura with a detection radius of 200 meters in order to enjoy this unprecedented passion to the extreme. This euphoria that made his blood run cold eroded his sanity like a drug and made him want to stop. He knows. He's addicted. Lee Life didn't know how he fell asleep. He was dreaming again. The dream was still of a group of tiger-headed monsters, sitting around a table as they wolfed down the few delicacies on the table, and he wasn't among them this time. He sat high in the middle of another table, surrounded by countless delicacies, at his disposal, picking and choosing, but ultimately just a taste. And this group of tiger-headed monsters robbed the table after the food, are all eyeing him. Early the next morning, Lee Life woke up from his sleep. He wiped his forehead, only then realizing that his undershirt was soaked with cold sweat. Lee Life let out a deep breath and picked up his cell phone to check the time. It's already 9 o'clock. Touching his stomach, only to feel the hunger in his abdomen, Lee Life quickly got up to wash up and took a shower. Looking in the mirror, he straightened up his attire again and nodded in satisfaction as he looked at his instrumental and suave self in the mirror. That's what went out the door. Straight to the cafeteria. But the cafeteria is empty. Not a single person. Apparently it is too late. They have all eaten early and finished packing. Lee Life dug into the back kitchen, trying to find something to deal with to alleviate his hunger. Last night, he drank with Lin Shi. He didn't even eat 2 bites of the food. And then he used up so much physical strength that the little bit of energy he ate in had long since been depleted. Lee Life looked around. The prison meals are always potatoes, eggplants, peppers, tomatoes, eggs and other ingredients back and forth to change the pattern of doing. And Lee Life college cafeteria meals. There is no difference. The main are cheap and healthy. Although Lee Life knows a little bit of cooking, but his specialty is still egg fried rice. Skillfully opened the pan and put oil, scrambled eggs, and from the tray, 2 bowls of leftover rice were poured into the pot. A plate of colorful and fragrant egg fried rice is out of the pot. Lee Life walked out from the back kitchen with his plate in satisfaction, only to realize that at some point in time there was a gorgeous beauty standing in the cafeteria looking at Lee Life with a smile on her face. Sister Hong, such a coincidence. You haven't eaten either? Do you want to try the egg fried rice? Freshly baked and still hot. Lee Life placed the plate on the table and invited. Xia Hong sniffed and looked at the egg fried rice in Lee Life's mouth on the table. She really couldn't hold back her laughter. You did? Xia Hong laughed. Right. How is it? It looks okay. Lee Life admiringly looked at his own work. Although it was slightly rough, the oil was put in a bit too much, the eggs were scrambled a bit muddy, and the rice was fried for a long time and slightly hardened. Other than that, it was quite good. Ha ha ha. Do you know how to cook? You this fried rice. You are frying and falling asleep. Xia Hong really couldn't help it, covering her stomach and laughing as she held the table straight. Harm. I think it's not bad although the appearance is not good. You taste, the flavor is still good. Seeing Xia Hong smiling like this, Lee Life didn't doubt his own craftsmanship, and carrying the plate, he was going to feed Xia Hong a taste. Xia Hong quickly waved her hand to refuse when she saw this. No, 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 I won't eat it. I'm horribly poisoned. You wait here honestly, sister will show you her hand today. Xia Hong raised her hand to tie up her long hair as she spoke and rolled up her sleeves as she walked towards the back kitchen. Lee Life's eyes lit up when he saw this, and he hurriedly followed. And the egg fried rice that he had just boasted about was also dumped into the garbage can by his hand. Sister Hong, you can still cook. Look at your hands, the way you don't dip your fingers in the spring water. You still know this skill? Lee Life was surprised. What's this? It's just cooking. It's still as hard as holding a scalpel. You're not needed here. Just go out and wait. Xia Hong washed her hands and said to Lee Life who followed her. I'll give you a hand and play a hand. Let you do it yourself. How is that good? Lee Life snatched the small onions from Xia Hong's hands, put them on the dishwashing sink, and turned on the water faucet to rinse them. The water flowed slowly down the leaves of the small onion, and when Lee Life wasn't paying attention the water flowed all over the place. Xia Hong looked at his clumsiness, washing a dish to make a floor of water, cried and laughed and snatched back the small onions. You'd better get out. Don't cause trouble for your sister. Lee Life scratched his head awkwardly. Just now when he did it himself it was quite smooth. How come he got clumsy once he helped? Then I'm going out. Call me again if something happens, ha? Lee Life shook off the water droplets on his hands and just wanted to go out. Xia Hong hurriedly nodded in agreement. Yeah, you get out there. You're doing me a huge favor by going out. Before Xia Hong could finish her sentence, her feet, which were wearing fine-heeled high heels, slipped. The water on the floor that was spilled by Lee Life was even more slippery on the already smooth tiles. Xia Hong is wearing a somewhat hip-hugging black dress today, with a white coat on the outside. There are some steps that cannot be taken. A slip in the foot is simply too late to react, can only helplessly reach out to try to catch something. Unfortunately, the front was bare, and she could only fall straight back toward her back. Just as Xia Hong was about to close her eyes to welcome the close contact with the ground, a pair of large hands instantly passed through her waist and hips, lifting her body violently. Xia Hong only felt her body jolt, her brain shaking with it, then her body was easily lifted up by the pair of big hot hands underneath her. Yet that was not all. Those powerful arms even pawed her body, as if they were holding a feather as light as a feather in their arms. The boyfriend power was overwhelming. Sister Hong, you're so light. Everyone make sure to help me out with a little bit of hyping. I went into the hack yesterday, so thanks for the support. After that, it's going to be great. Chapter 55, He's Not Dead. You're too skinny. Eat more in general. Li Life's voice rang in Xia Hong's ears. It was only then that Xia Hong reacted to the fact that she was now being held horizontally by Li Life, with one arm passing under her armpit, holding herself up, and the other passing under his leg, completely princess hugged. Xia Hong really read this time. Don't look at her usually big grin, wearing sexy and vulgar, but also every day stepped on the thin-heeled red-bottom high heels, like to say a little bit of revealing words, but she is also an untouched yellow flower big girl. Xia Hong nervously grabbed Li Life's clothes, trying not to be so obvious, and opened her mouth stiffly. I'm called Slim. What do you know? You're still hugging me. It's not over. Put me down. Do you want to eat or not? Li Life looked at Xia Hong, blushed slightly. He also heatedly smiled. Did not expect that Xia Hong, who always looked like a royal lady all day long, also had shy moments. He gently placed Xia Hong on the floor, and took a nearby mop to wipe up the standing water on the floor, before he made his way out of the kitchen. And Xia Hong at that moment looked at the slap-shaped watermarks on her top and bottom, and stomped her foot in anger. This little rascal, he's really taking advantage of me, not spoiling me at all. Xia Hong remembered Li Life's broad and powerful arms. He was hugged by him simply like a human-shaped pendant. I did not expect that. He did not seem to be a strong body. The strength is actually so big. What a fine and strong man. Xia Hong's face burned slightly at the thought. However, she knew Lin Shi and Li Life's relationship, and also knew that Li Life came to this prison to be sent by his parents to cultivate a relationship with Lin Shi, and her face suddenly darkened again. Xia Hong patted the watermarks on her body, and without further thought, she picked up the ingredients and operated them. Not long after, a plate of colorful and fragrant fried rice was brought over by Xia Hong, twisting her little waist. Eat it, eat it. Now that's what I call egg fried rice. Okay. Xia Hong sat across from Li Life, looking at Li Life's surprised expression. She couldn't help but smile smugly as well. Yummy, yummy. Sister Hong, you this handicraft, who married you that can be blessed? Li Life received the plate was fried rice, aroma gluttony straight drooling. Cannot wait to take the spoon to eat up. While eating also did not forget to praise Xia Hong. Li Life had expected Xia Hong to be complimented by him and smile, but out of his expectation, Xia Hong, who had just been smiling, suddenly had her face crumpled, and her sadness flickered. Naturally, Li Life didn't miss the change in Xia Hong's expression, and realizing that he might have said the wrong thing, he hurriedly opened his mouth. Sister Hong, did I say something wrong? Why are you suddenly unhappy like that? Xia Hong sniffed and waved her hand, quickly regaining her smile again. Nothing, just remembering some bad memories. Seeing this, Li Life wasn't in a hurry to eat. He suddenly wanted to know about Xia Hong's so-called past. He knew that Xia Hong used to be obviously a high achiever and had a better development in future outside, but for some reason she suddenly fell silent, and instead of living a sparkling life outside, she came to the women's prison to be a prison doctor. The general public cannot accept the fall. Xia Hong, on the contrary, enjoy it, every day in prison leisurely, a look of enjoying life. But Li Life keenly sensed that Xia Hong was not really very willing to be in prison. She must have some hidden agenda. Li Life hesitated for a split second, and when he saw that Xia Hong wanted to bring it up in one sentence again, he thought about it and still used the skill on Xia Hong. The heart is sincere. The skill fell onto Xia Hong with the movement of Li Life's mind. Xia Hong, who had just tried to stop the conversation, suddenly felt aggrieved inwardly and did not vomit. And Li Fate is another man she has some good feelings for. Somehow feel that Li Fate, this person is very reliable. After much hesitation, he let out a long sigh. What's wrong, Sister Hong? There is something in the past you can tell me. I'm a person with a particularly strict mouth. Say it out and you'll definitely be in a much better mood. Or else you'll keep it in your heart and suffocate what to do. Li Life looked at Xia Hong with a smile. He knew that the skill had worked. Cut. You're the one who suffocated the disease. Xia Hong gave Li Life a glance. Then she plopped down on the dining table, her arm leaning on her chin, and flipped through the dusty memories. Me. Almost got married before. It was so close. He also complimented me on my good cooking and said that whoever married me would be blessed. That's why I touched my heart when I heard you say that. Isn't it true that you men, all of you are so flamboyant and coaxing girls? Xia Hong pointed at Li Life's lips that couldn't move to speak sweet words. Harm. I'm not. Who made your cooking really delicious? I'm a hero at best. Li Life said with a smile. Xia Hong, however, didn't believe it, extending her index finger and shaking it at Li Life. Li Life didn't care and continued to pursue the question. What happened afterward? Why it was so close to being married? Xia Hong's face was again a little pained at her words, but this time she didn't try to change the subject, but instead slowly spoke while recalling. Then, we got engaged. He was also a doctor and a skillful lead surgeon too. and on the day of our engagement. We went to the bridal store to try on wedding dresses and he suddenly answered a phone call. It is the hospital called. There is a patient suddenly brain hemorrhage. Need emergency surgery. And the identity of the patient is extraordinary. Must be him and the hospital's top doctors together to the patient. He had already taken a leave of absence. But, pressured by those people, he still decided to go back to participate in this operation. And I happened to wear a wedding dress. He did not wait for me, so he drove back to the hospital alone. I wasn't too concerned at the time, trying on wedding dress after wedding dress at the bridal store alone. And when I finally changed back into my own dress, I noticed a dozen missed calls from the hospital on my cell phone. I was shocked and rushed to call back, but all I heard was, "But it's the terrible news that he was in a car accident." When Xia Hong said this, her face suddenly paled and her expression was horrified, as if the scene was right in front of her eyes, and she couldn't stop shivering. Li Life hurriedly held her shaking hand that was placed on the dining table and comforted her. All right, all past. People cannot return to life. All past so long, you should also put down his spirit in heaven to see you like this. He will not feel good. He must be hoping that you live happily ever after. Xia Hong sniffed but shook her head, tears spilling out of her eyes as she continued sadly. At the time, he didn't die. Chapter 56 The Big Dumb. B. At that time when I received the call, he didn't die. Xia Hong forced back her tears and bit her lip in grief. He didn't die? Then what? Li Life knows that now is a bit not the time, but he is still a bit embarrassed. Thought that the man died in the car accident. Did not think that there is a follow-up. Then, I got the call and immediately took a cab back to the hospital. But, when I arrived at the hospital I realized that his injuries were very serious. Multiple comminuted fractures all over his body, and his internal organs have been hit to different degrees. But that's alright. The most serious injury is that his arm was caught under the impact of the car door during the crash. By the time the paramedics got him out, his hand had caused irreversible damage, and if the surgery had been done in time, he might have been able to recover. But the doctors in the hospital who can do this surgery have all been gotten into the operating room by that big shot's family, and there are no more doctors in the hospital who can do this surgery, and the only one left who can is me. I didn't know it at the time. I was at the bridal store trying on wedding dresses and had no idea he had been in a car accident. By the time I saw the call from the hospital, it was almost too late. I rushed to the hospital and immediately pushed him into the operating room, but because the time dragged on for so long, I tried my best, but I couldn't restore his hand to its original state. Only the most conservative treatment was possible, which could still save his hand. Li Life couldn't help but interject when he heard this. Then this is not quite good. Life is saved. The hand is also fine. Slowly recuperate from the injury is not on the line. How to end up like this? Xia Hong shook her head, wiped the tears from her face, and suddenly laughed ruefully. Yeah, what's up with that? If only he thought like you, isn't it? I'm not dead, and I have such a beautiful wife. So what else do I not know? The body hasn't fallen into disability. After the injury is healed it's a good man again. Li Life said doubtfully. He really couldn't guess how that man and Xia Hong were separated, and how it had anything to do with Xia Hong coming to work in the prison. According to the theory that he was not happy when he died in a big way. Oh, no, he's not what you think. He just got out of danger, woke up in the hospital bed, saw that his hand had been operated on, and was so scared that he rushed to read the diagnostic sheet. I was trying to hide it from him for a while, but he's also a doctor at our hospital, so he had the nurse take his chart over while I was gone. When he saw his diagnosis, everything changed. We, the chief surgeons, are extraordinarily important to our own hands, and are usually very protective, because the slightest injury to the hands will not be able to do the surgery, and not being able to do the surgery will mean that the techniques and experience that we have learned for so many years will no longer be of any use. Ordinary doctors are still like this, let alone a genius doctor like him. When he found out that he was taking conservative treatment for his hand, which meant he would never be able to hold a scalpel again, he went crazy and yelled at me. He said I had ruined him, and he complained why I hadn't gone over there sooner, why I hadn't operated on him in the first place. But I did everything I could. How could I not operate on him with all my heart? But it was too late. I could only do that. I really didn't have any other way. If I didn't treat him conservatively, there was a chance that he would never be able to feel his hand again, whereas with conservative treatment at least he'd still be a normal person. What can I do? Xia Hong clutched his hair in agony, recalling the man's anger and snarls at him. It's my fault. I shouldn't have gone to the wedding that day. I shouldn't have let him drive back alone. I shouldn't have even failed to hear the call from the hospital. If I had gotten the call that day and gotten there first, I might have been able to save his hand. It's all my fault. Xia Hong instantly collapsed emotionally, unable to stop herself from grabbing her hair, her hands clenched into fists and hitting her head. Seeing this, Li Life hurried forward and held both of Xia Hong's hands, not letting her hurt herself. Xia Hong, don't be like this. It's not your fault. Why are you blaming yourself? It was his bad luck that he got into a car accident. It was good enough for you to arrive and save his little life. It was clearly him who was beneficent. Not only did he not appreciate you, but he also grumbled and resented you. None of this is your fault. Li Life held Xia Hong in his arms and couldn't stop comforting him. And this kind of person, the first thing that comes to mind when something happens is to blame someone else, not looking for his own reasons at all. It's all his fault. Luckily you didn't marry him, or if you did, it would have been 100 times more painful than what you're going through now. Sister Hong, you should be happy. How is this kind of person worth hurting yourself like this? Li Life's gentle voice entered Xia Hong's ears, calling her out of her misery. She had never told anyone about her past in all the time she had been in prison. Whenever it was a late night, she always had insomnia all night long. Even when he fell asleep, that man would come to his dreams and accuse her. Every time that man's face appeared in his mind, he shivered. And somehow today, Xia Hong just wanted to spit it out with Li Life. And listening to Li Life's comforting words, Xia Hong felt doubly relieved. Li Life, I'm fine, so what you said was right. It's really much better to say it. In fact, things have already passed for a long time. I should have long ago forget him is right. It's just that I can't get over this hurdle in my heart. From the time he accused and resented me, I found that my hands couldn't stop trembling as well, and as soon as I picked up the scalpel, I remembered the surgery I had performed on him at that time, and whether I should opt for conservative treatment for the sake of safety, or to put up a fight, and risk my hands being wasted. This question has always tormented me, and since then, I have never performed any more surgery on a patient for surgery anymore. I thought, since I caused him to be ruined and not be able to be the chief surgeon, I would ruin myself too, never to be able to operate again. Wouldn't that be also be considered to owe him to pay off? Xia Hong looked up at Li Life, her eyes full of expectation. She hoped to hear in Li Life's mouth that she had paid it back. Then she would no longer owe him, and she could start over. But Li Life shook his head at his words, ignoring Xia Hong's disappointed and miserable eyes. He twisted Xia Hong's face toward his own and said wordily, "You're wrong. It's not that you owe him, you never did. It was he who held you back. He's the one who should pay. The is paid off. He's the one who should pay. You've never done him any wrong from start to finish. You hear me? You don't owe him. And you saved his life. Saved his hand. Wake up you. You shouldn't cry. You shouldn't suffer. You should hate. Hate him for holding back what should have been a brilliant and colorful life for you. Hate that he's an underbred white wolf. And you're cursing him with me. Learn from me. He's a big dumb ass. Big dumb. I'm counting on you all to support me now. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you for all the gifts and reminders. There's more to come. Chapter 57. Up there. Xia Hong listened to Li Life's curses and suddenly burst out with a poof of laughter. Maybe that was what attracted her to Li Life. Unlike that man who was always serious and wore a false mask, when she was with Li Life, although Li Life's eyes were always sweeping up and down his body, especially her own legs, but Li Life gave her a comfortable feeling, and didn't make her feel offended. Instead, she felt that she was appreciated by someone, and out of thin air, some confidence and pride was born. Ignoring the fact that he is a little bit colorful outside, several times to meet him are quite interested in Li Life, quite interested, but unfortunately, such a good man, is Lin Shi's, she cannot grab. Alright, let's not talk about it. You haven't even finished your meal. You go ahead and eat. Xia Hong laughed out, also escaping from her grief. She struggled slightly, pulling her hand out of the one that was tightly clutched by Li Life, and her hand was sweating from her clutch. Li Life also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Xia Hong return to her usual appearance. I didn't realize that Xia Hong had hidden so many sad things in her heart, and I don't know how she came to be alone all these years. Sister Hong, I'm glad you're okay. I still love seeing you smile and laugh more. It's super beautiful. Li Life's sweet words came out of his mouth. Xia Hong wiped her face that had just been blossomed from crying, and when she saw Li Life praising her here again, she also gave him a flavorful blank look. So after that, Sister Hong, you gave yourself up and came to our prison? Li Life asked again. Pretty much. I was looking for a cleaner place to work after I stopped having surgery, so I came to the prison by chance. It used to be really quite boring here, but after you came these days, the prison seems a bit less boring. Xia Hong collected her emotions and said lightly, "Oh, then I have to thank that white-eyed wolf. Otherwise, where would I go to meet such a beautiful, gentle, and virtuous woman as our Dr. Xia Hong? Ha ha ha," Li Life teased. "Quickly eat you, don't be poor. I'm leaving, just cried my eyes are swollen. I go back to clean up. See you later." Xia Hong also do not listen to Li Life poor mouth. She has no mirror, cannot see what kind of face, in case people see still think how they are, so she hurriedly slipped, back to the infirmary to clean up their own go. Seeing Xia Hong run away, Li Life also continued to eat at the egg fried rice. Instead, he thought of the intimate encounter he had just had in the back kitchen. Xia Hong's body is as great as ever, and I don't know how to maintain it. Every piece of meat is long in the place where it should belong. And do not use those cosmetics. Only with the face is super resistant. Sometimes inadvertently glancing at his glance. I'll let him feel that it is this fox charming Xia Hong in the discharge to him. Just now he put Xia Hong on the floor and hurriedly left the back kitchen also to cover up his own abnormality. Foxy is no less than a foxy, and a foxy with gold-rimmed glasses. It's so seductive. After eliminating a whole plate of egg fried rice, Li Life ate and drank enough to go around the prison area as usual. It's still a workday and the cell block is still empty. Li Life came to Tan Xingqing and Wang Xian's cell, where they were sitting opposite each other. Looking through the observation port of the cell, Tan Xingqing still had a lost look on her face, as if she still hadn't accepted reality. Her face was no longer delicate either. Her face was dark and she didn't know how many times she had cried. Wang Xian, on the other hand, was looking at the probes Li Life with a smile on her face. Yo, the warden is here again? What are your instructions this time? When Tan Xingqing heard Wang Xian's words, she hurriedly looked towards the door of the cell. Seeing Li Life's face, she again hurriedly stood up and begged at Li Life. Warden, can you help me? Whatever you want me to do if you help me. Warden. Li Fate didn't wait for him to finish and interrupted her with a wave of his hand. Tan Xingqing, I can't help you. I've made my words clear. I advise you to accept the reality. Otherwise you'll be in pain if you're here for a long time. Tan Xingqing sniffed and bit her lips tightly, her face ashen. Sister, there is nothing bad in prison. You are just here. Stay here for a long time. It is actually not bad. Like me, more than 10 years will pass in the blink of an eye. Wang Xian saw that Tan Xingqing was ignoring her, but she didn't care and still said to herself, I just came then you are still Smollett. Also with you the same panic, but to go to the factory to do a month's work, a day in addition to the tired what do not want to, slowly also accustomed to. Now no one bullied you, cannot get out also cannot get out. What is, still have to be accepted well, and since our wise and mighty warden came, this prison than before is even better. I do not know how much it said here. Wang Xian also threw a wink towards Li Life. Originally, Wang Xian's winks were nothing at all, but it couldn't help but make Li Life's heart weak, which could make Li Life nervous. He hastily changed the subject. Ahem, there are still quite a few activities in our prison. As long as you behave well and participate in more activities, I'll even apply for a reduction in your sentence. There's a group dance competition coming up in a while, and I can sign you up if you have any ideas. Don't look at your 25-year sentence as long, but you can get out a couple years early if you're active. Tan Xingqing sniffed but was not moved at all. What, get used to it? What good behavior to reduce the sentence? It is not useful at all. She does not want to spend a day in this dark and sunless prison. Seeing that Tan Xingqing didn't answer, Li Life was helpless, so he had no choice but to instruct Wang Xian again. Keep an eye on her. Communicate more. You have experience. Get a corrections officer to contact me if something happens. Wang Xian nodded happily. She was still full now, thanks to Li Life, and she would definitely listen to him. But this girl was not easy to enlighten, unless she was made to suffer some blows all day long, so that she would die completely. Then Li Life left the second prison area and went to the factory to take a stroll. Looking at everything in order, he returned to the office the same way. Li Life had just returned to the office not long ago, when there was a sudden knock on the door. Knock knock. Li Life opened the door and found that it was actually Lin Shi, only to see Lin Shi holding up her cell phone. The screen of the cell phone still showed that it was in a call. Li Life was puzzled. What was the meaning of this? Lin Shi first gave Li Life a meaningful look, and then said in an official tone to Li Life squarely, reporting to the warden, there's a call from a superior. It's Bureau Chief Zhang from the authority. He said he has something for you. The phone is for you. As soon as Li Life heard Zhang Bureau's, his heart suddenly realized that he was sure Zhang Wanhai's call. He hadn't even looked for him yet, but he called him first instead? Is it hard to believe that? Is Tan Cheng Cheng? She really went looking for this Zhang Wanhai again. Chapter 58, Have we met? Li Life had just picked up the phone when a familiar voice came out of the phone. Ha ha ha, it's little Li, isn't it? You transferred over so many days. I have not gone to see you. You cannot blame me. Ha ha ha. When my side of the work is finished, I will go to your place, the two of us to recognize the understanding. The future of the work is also good to start it. You say right. Zhang Wanhai's voice rang out from the phone, and Li Life secretly said, it's really him. What are you talking about? Bureau Chief Zhang. I should be the one to check on you. You called this time. I wonder what instructions you have. Li Life said tentatively. Hey, I can't talk about instructions. It's not a few days after your prison to organize this group dance competition. I just talked to your deputy director of the Lin understand the situation. Now we all pay attention to this humane management. Your prison is very good. The inmates' enthusiasm is very high. I'm here with you to learn from this advanced experience. When the time comes to let other prisons to do a little bit, so that the inmates also have a bit of entertainment. Ha ha ha. Zhang Wenhai laughed loudly, explaining in an intimate tone. Oh, our prison's activities are all made by our deputy warden. I just come here not long ago. I'm not too skillful yet. It's all because of our deputy warden. I'll have to ask Bureau Zhang for more guidance in the future. Li Life said indifferently. Hey, Lia, you're polite not. We are a system. Have to help each other well. Ha ha ha. By the way, I still don't know Liu before in which unit phone transfer over Zhang Wenhai asked inadvertently. Oh, we are all serving the people. All units are the same. In the future, if there's anything you want to do, you can just order it. Seeing that this Wenhai turned out to be prying into his own bottom line, Li Life faintly smiled and said. Zhang Wenhai also laughed after hearing this for a moment. Ha ha ha. Yes, it's all about serving the people. Of course, all the same. Well, I won't keep you guys from working. I'll hang up now. Let's have dinner sometime and get close, huh? Okay, Bureau Chief Zhang. Definitely. The phone hangs up. Li Lifeheart has a sense of skill flashes non-stop. This Wenhai did not have a word of truth. He must have some plans. Li Life explained to Lin Shi when he met her puzzled eyes. Nothing much. I think he's here to find out who I am. Looks like he might be up to something. Li Life frowned as he pondered. Zhang Wenhai definitely wouldn't make this call for no reason. He suspected that it was because Tan Cheng Cheng might have contacted him again. That's why he had come to test his words. Just be careful of him. This man has a deep city. Don't forget to talk to me if something happens. If he really wants to pull something, I'll tell my dad. Lin Shi took the cell phone handed over by Li Life and instructed. Well, don't worry. If you want to get someone out of my hands, he's not qualified yet. Li Life smiled faintly and said confidently. Lin Shi looked at Li Life's foolishness and turned around with a blank look. Li Life also spread his hands helplessly and closed the door. At the same time, the prison service. Zhang Wenhai hung up the phone and the smile on his face instantly disappeared. Bureau Chief Zhang. How is it? What's this Li Life's attitude? The lapdog who had eaten with Zhang Wenhai that day opened his mouth and asked. What attitude? The attitude of not giving me face. I asked him where he was transferred from, and he actually said that it's all about serving the people, and it's the same wherever he comes from. This little brat. Zhang Wenhai slammed his desk hard and said angrily. Then he is so unintelligent. Do you want me to send someone to warn the warning? Dogleg asked in a low voice. First do not need. This kid is young to be a prison governor. Certainly not right. And talk to me not humble, but also mysterious seems to be very bottom line look. Maybe there are some characters behind. First can not move. I will then poke around to find out. Zhang Wenhai calmly said. Then Tan Cheng Cheng sighed. The dog-legger picked up his cell phone and showed it to Zhang Wenhai. On the cell phone screen was a message from Tan Cheng Cheng. Zhang Wenhai took the cell phone to check, but in his heart, he could not help but think of Tan Cheng Cheng's hot body appearance. This woman he thought about for a long time. He was bound to find a way to take it. Bureau Chief Zhang. I've thought it over. As long as you save my sister first, I will agree to your request. But I must see my sister come out safely and stand in front of me before I'll fulfill my promise. Zhang Wenhai smiled sorrowfully when he saw this. The fish has finally taken the bait. Li Life sat in the office chair, took out his own cell phone to check. Tan Cheng Cheng's message he has not yet replied. He guessed that maybe Tan Cheng Cheng saw that he did not reply to the message. Desperate, she went to find Zhang Wenhai again. Out of kindness, Li Life still decided to ask, so he sent a message back to Tan Cheng Cheng. Are you looking for Zhang Wenhai? Just seconds after the message was sent, Tan Cheng Cheng's message came back. Warden, I'm still waiting for you at Tanny Villa. I said I won't see you again. Li Life frowned. This Tan Cheng Cheng was actually so stubborn. However, he still returned. Didn't I tell you it's useless to look for him? You didn't do anything stupid. Soon Tan Cheng Cheng's message came back. Please, meet with me. Li Life difficult to cover the forehead. This woman, how to say nothing to listen to, are so blunt with her. She still does not give up, and then so get down. Will certainly be Zhang Wenhai to pinch the dead. Li Life was torn. He really wanted to not care. Let her touch a head full of big bags, she will not be so stubborn. But in his heart, he couldn't bear it. Finally Li Life long sigh. Still picked up the car keys. Li Life finally went soft and he drove the car out of the prison again. Opened the navigation to locate the Tianyi Villa. Li Life found that this place is not really too far away from their prison, but it is also a mountainous area. Looked at the distance. Probably at noon. Li Life a foot throttle. Began the journey. But look at the mountain run dead horse. Navigation. Although not far to look at. Drive up the car. The road is not good to go. Li Life shaking all the way. Finally Kanchan in the dark before this arrived at Tianyi Villa. Walk to half Li Life regret. This shortcut is not as good as first go to the S city, and then from the S city to the Tianyi Villa. Although the distance is far, but also early too, why bother him to go to this broken mountain road? Shaking his head or dizzy, Li Life drove the car directly into the mountain villa, and then got out of the car to survey the so-called mountain villa. In fact, it is said to be a mountain villa, more like a small villa located in the mountains. Whether it is the building or the decoration is exceptionally high-grade luxury, with the surrounding pure natural scenery. It is simply beautiful. Li Life stood beside the car and called Tan Chung Chang, and the phone was picked up instantly. I'm here. I'm in the parking lot. Where are you? I'll be right there. Wait a moment, Warden. Tan Chang Chang's voice was pleasantly surprised, not expecting Li Life to really come over. Soon, Li Life saw Tan Chang Chang's dainty figure trotting from inside and heading straight to him. Looking around, Li Life was the only one here. It was only then that he stepped forward and spoke. Are you the warden? Haven't we met somewhere before? Thank you all for the rush. Why are you guys so nice? Chapter 59, I'm with Chingching. Tan Chang Chang sized up Li Life, who was dressed in civilian clothes, handsome appearance, tall, upright posture, and an unruffled aura. Standing there alone was intimidating, and Li Life was really too young. He looks like he's in his 20s. Is there really such a young warden? Tan Chang Chang had more trust in Li Life, and she secretly made up her mind. It's me. My name is Li Life. We did meet once. Li Life extended his hand and shook hands with Tan Chung Chung, who stepped forward. Tan Chang Chang's face is still exquisite, but she seems to have deliberately dressed up this time. A dancing color high open fork cheongsam, a pair of the same color high heel shoes under her feet. This is not a special wear, but it is unusually special to wear it on her body up. Her height is at least 1 meter 7. Her long slender thighs from the side to reveal a large area of snow white. The ungainly waist, the spectacular silhouette of her breasts standing up, the perfect S-shaped curves that outshone her sister's figure by 1 point. Whenever Li Life saw Tan Chang Chang, he would always be stunned by her. Ha, I thought you looked familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen you. Tan Chang Chang wasn't being polite. She really felt familiar, but she couldn't remember for a moment. Li Life didn't continue to sell the story and directly reminded. Jade House. I was right outside the door when you were negotiating with Shang Wenhai. It just so happened that I also went to the Emerald House that day to buy a few groceries, so I ran into each other by chance. When Tan Chang Chang heard Li Life's words, she was enlightened. She remembered the little handsome guy she met when she walked out of the box. At that time, she was being upstaged by Zhang Wenhai's anger, so she just took a quick glance and didn't look closely. That's why she didn't think of it. So it is you. I really have eyes to recognize you. You don't blame me. I really didn't expect you to be so young. Tan Chang Chang was all smiles. Warden Li, let's go in and talk. I've already prepared the wine and food, just waiting for your grand entrance. Li Life nodded and followed Tan Chang Chang inside the house. Soon the two of them walked into a luxurious box. With Tan Chang Chang's order, the staff quickly served all the food and drinks, after which they retreated, leaving the two of them looking at each other. Ms. Tan, you don't have to be like this. In fact, on the phone, I said everything I needed to say to you, and I came over because I didn't want you to be deceived by him. Today Zhang Wenhai did call me. He wanted to probe me, but I won't cooperate with him. Li Life politely refused Tan Chang Chang's toast and said directly. Hearing Li Life say this, Tan Chang Chang did not look different. Still smiling, moved her chair to sit beside Li Life, and drank the small glass of white wine in her hand by herself. Warden Li, you are a man of understanding and you are a good person. You're not the same as that scum Zhang Wenhai. I do want my sister to come out, and if you can name the conditions, I will definitely do it, even if the conditions are too much. If it's to accompany you, I'm also willing. Tan Chang Chang had a serious face, her big watery eyes looking up imploringly staring into Li Life's eyes, but Li Life still shook his head. Ms. Tan, you are indeed beautiful and have a top-notch body, but that's not a reason that can make me break the law and go through the back door. It's true that there are some assholes who are desperate for money and sex and bend the law, but I won't and I can't. I advise you to really stop harboring illusions. If Zhang Wenhai is really making any small moves behind his back, Ms. Tan, I can tell you that not only your sister can't get out, Zhang Wenhai's position is also sitting at the end. You understand what I mean when I say this. Li Life hit the nail on the head and didn't give her any chances, which wasn't heartless, but instead helped her recognize reality. When Tan Chang Chang heard this, she was already a bit tense with her emotions, but she still took a deep breath and poured herself another glass of wine and drank it all in one go. Warden Li, what if Chingching and I accompany you together? We can both be your girlfriends or lovers, and we will be there when you need us. If you don't need it, we'll mind our own business and never cause you any trouble. And our money, even though you can't see it, Warden, we can both give it to you. I just don't want my sister to suffer in there. She's been with me since we were kids. Our parents died early and didn't leave us any property. So the two of us made it step by step from having nothing to eat to today. You know how hard it was. She did make mistakes. But we also just want to live. No bribes. We'd be stuck selling our products. If we don't smuggle, we won't be able to get the drugs. Our drugs are all real. There are so many fake drugs on the market that they don't go after them, but they go after us. And there's no such thing as financial fraud. We were just trying to expand, finding some partners for distribution all over the world. But we don't know which one's interests we've pissed off. He sent someone to work with us, but then he turned around and sued us for fraud, and evidence of bribery and smuggling that we don't know where we got. We were made prison wardens. My sister is not a 10 evil villain. She is also a good person. You help us. Tan Cheng Cheng's tears continued to flow out and his voice was a little trembling, waiting expectantly for Li Life to answer. But Li Life is still shaking his head. I still can't help you. If you really have no illegal behavior, then I will definitely help you. But there are always bribes and smuggling. As for what you said about someone doing a bureau to sue you for fraud, if what you said is true, then I can still help you investigate the investigation. The rest I can't do anything about. Tan Cheng Cheng's gaze finally dimmed as she sniffed. She has already taken out the greatest sincerity, and still can't move Li Life. She is already at a loss for what to do. Is she really going to let her sister be in a dark and sunless prison for 25 years? Li Life see her sad look. Also some heart cannot bear. But the law does not tolerate mercy, even if Tan Qingqing is a good person again. But she also did illegal behavior. To help her would be to break the law, especially in her own right. Shaking his head, Li Life intends to say goodbye and leave. Words are over. Tan Cheng should also be dead. If she is obsessed again, then Li Life also has no way. Just then, there was a ding. The quest appeared directly in Li Man's head again. Li Life secretly said that it was not good. He had already used the prop card for the last mission. If he was still asked to save Tan Qingqing this time, then how could he refuse? To save or not to save? Li Life's face changed and he hurriedly looked at the content of the mission. Posting Turkate Untuck. Oh suffering man, as a prison warden, your prisoner's crime is otherwise. Do you still hold the previous point of view? So attached to her sister's sister, but want to make her sister live less bitter. If you do not want to break the law, it may be within the duties of a slight variation, so that it is not impossible to have an easy life in prison. Chapter 60, It's Not Impossible. Quest Reward, Great Recovery Technique. Rapidly recover from injuries when suffering non-fatal injuries. Limit of use, once per day. Penalty for failure, strip all skills already possessed. Li Life relaxed a little after quickly checking the contents of the mission. This time, the mission wasn't like the previous mission which was completely mandatory to execute, and the mission punishment was so high that he couldn't bear it. Failing this mission is nothing more than stripping all skills. He counted the skills he now possessed and there were only 5. 1. The heart feels something. It is possible to feel others lying to you. 2. Aura of majesty. You can make yourself unruffled and intimidate others. 3. Physical fitness and combat skills of special forces. 4. Sincerity of heart. It is possible to make the target feel incredibly sincere. 5. Alertness aura. Detects living creatures in a 200-meter radius in an excited state. The effects of these skills are very powerful. Li Life naturally cannot afford to give up. But the content of the task is slightly changed to make it easy and comfortable in prison? Seems like, isn't out of the question. After thinking about it, Li Life opened his mouth to Tan Changcheng who was already lying on the table sobbing uncontrollably. Ms. Tan, don't cry. I have a compromise. I wonder what you think. Tan Changcheng was still incredibly sad, and at those words, she violently got up and looked at Li Life, the violent movements causing her chest to tremble and quiver. Li Life was unconsciously drawn to her. Warden Li, what did you say? What compromise? You just go ahead and say it. I can do anything. Tan Chengcheng heard that Li Life seemed to have switched his tone and thought that there was hope, so she hurriedly agreed. Ahem, I just thought about it. Letting your sister out of prison is impossible, but it's still possible if we let her have an easy and comfortable life in prison. Li Life withdrew his sight and picked up his wine glass and took a sip. In our prison, 5 days a week are working days. 1 day for rest and 1 day for skills learning. Except for legal holidays, they all have to work on time. And Tan Xingxing was so tired yesterday that I didn't let her go to the factory to work today. If the idea is switched, just staying in prison and not being able to go out, I'm sure she won't be so resistant. This is the maximum I can do. In addition to what you said about someone making a case to sue you for fraud, if it can be overturned, it may be sentenced to a few years less, plus some of the contests and activities in our prisons that can reduce the sentence. And if your sister cooperates, she won't have to sit in prison for so many years. When Li Ming said this, Tan Changcheng had already understood Li Ming's meaning and frowned as she pondered on the feasibility. If there really was no way to fish out his sister, Then the compromise that Li Life had said was indeed the optimal solution. If her sister's case could still be overturned, rounding it up shouldn't take more than a few years in jail. Thinking of this, Tan Cheng Cheng finally nodded. Warden Li, your approach I agree, but my sister, she has never done hard labor work since she was a child. You must take more care of her, whether it is money or you just need to open your mouth. I will definitely do my best. Tan Cheng Cheng sat down on the chair as if her body had no strength and looked at Li Life with tears in her eyes. Compared to Zhang Wenhai, she trusted Li Life more, not just because he was young and mysterious, but because Li Life was a man of principle. Whether it was money or their sisters' bodies, if this kind of condition was given to Zhang Wenhai, he would definitely agree without hesitation. But Li Life was not moved at all. I know, you don't worry, when I go back to prison, you'd better come with me too. When visiting the prison you tell her clearly, let her accept the reality. Otherwise, she looks like she's dying all day long. She must be very sad in prison. Li Life instructed. Tan Cheng Cheng nodded, and that was all that could be done. Warden Li, you eat the dishes. This Tianyi Villa is a property under my name. You can come anytime you are free. If you like it I will give you this villa. Tan Cheng Cheng put some dishes into Li Life's bowl and said attentively. Don, T, I don't want it. No merit, no reward. I didn't help you for this reason. Li Life ate a mouthful of food and smiled. There was a compromise. Li Life also felt good. A stone in his heart fell to the ground, but also a little hungry. Then you have helped us so much. How can I repay you? You just say. It's. Tan Cheng Cheng blushed slightly, thinking that she must have thought of something. Hey, don't think too much. I'm talking even less about that ahem. Seeing the way Tan Cheng Cheng lowered her head and blushed, Li Life immediately realized that there was something wrong with what he said, making her misunderstand. He really didn't want to use this condition to get anything. Here in Tan Cheng Cheng he was just to fulfill the mission. After Tan Cheng Cheng agreed to his compromise, the mission was completed, the reward had arrived, and he had gotten what he wanted. While Tan Cheng Cheng listened to Li Life's words but nodded in understanding. Warden, you don't worry. I know you are worried that I will use this to blackmail you. You believe me, I definitely won't. I haven't had a boyfriend. You are my first man. As long as you let Ching Ching live comfortably in prison, I am willing. There's no surveillance in this box, and not a single word of what we said will get out. It's late outside. You, stay here, for the night, and go back tomorrow. Tan Cheng Cheng blushed, her voice getting lower and lower. Obviously inviting a man to stay for a night, this kind of thing is still too difficult for him. A yellow flower girl, even a female boss with a large fortune. At this moment also an ordinary people generally shy. Ahem, you really misunderstood. It doesn't have to be like this. If I am narrowly beneficent, what difference is there between me and Zhang Wenhai? Li Life explained with a bitter smile. Right. I haven't asked you yet. Are you looking for Zhang Wenhai again? Tan Cheng Cheng sniffed and became even more grateful to Li Life. She was even more sure that she hadn't found the wrong person. Well, but I only sent him a message. I said that I would only agree to his terms if he could really get Ching Ching out and bring him to me. I won't be so stupid to accompany him first. Tan Cheng Cheng directly took out her cell phone and found the message and showed it to Li Life. Li Life nodded after taking a look at it. I said how Zhang Wenhai would call me and probe me. And it's true. Before Li Life could finish his sentence, suddenly Tan Cheng Cheng's cell phone ding-donged. A message was sent over, and Li Life and Tan Cheng Cheng fixed their eyes on it. It happened to be the very same message sent by Zhang Wenhai. MS. Tan, what you said already has an eyebrow. The warden of Black Mountain Prison is my good friend. Let's meet and talk. Tonight at 11 o'clock. I've ordered a table of wine and food at Emerald House. Let's not see each other. Tansy? Li Life. Hypes it up. Thank you all for your support. Special thanks to the bigwigs who sent the reminder charms and gifts. I wish all the bigwigs reading this a rich year. The excitement will continue right away. Give a 5-star review by the way. Chapter 61, Deaf and Mute. Li Life looked at Zhang Wenhai's message. Really want to give a phone call over to ask when we became good friends. How can he say such nonsense? He's really not afraid of being exposed. Greeting Tan Cheng Cheng's puzzled look, Li Life had no choice but to explain. When Zhang Wenhai said that, he must have some plans for you, presumably using my name to ask you out and then have some plan to take you down. This old man has a lot of guts. Li Life could guess Zhang Wenhai's routine with his toes, and had already sentenced him to death in his heart. Tan Cheng Cheng sniffed but spread a smile and said, I believe you, Warden Li. I'm afraid Zhang Wenhai didn't expect us to have contacted him long ago. I'm afraid he won't be able to fool me this time. It's fortunate that you came over today, or else he might have really gotten away with it. Li Life nodded. Looking at this situation, it was estimated that Zhang Wenhai was planning to take Tan Cheng Cheng down tonight. Li Life was a little curious about how this Wenhai would look if he saw him. Tan Cheng Cheng held up her cell phone and handed it to Li Life. who thought for a moment and then answered right back with a yes. He intends to go to meet this old man face to face, but he needs Tan Cheng Cheng to cooperate a little. So he asked tentatively, "Ms. Tan, since he's not honest, I'm planning to clean him up today. Can you cooperate with me? I'll secretly record his words as evidence, and let him step down tomorrow. I wonder if it's convenient for you." Lee Life thought about it. If you can record the evidence is best. Recorded not actually does not matter. On is kind of corrupt, a check a quasi, but he kinda want to see Zhang Wenhai's furious expression. Tan Cheng Cheng nodded her head in agreement without hesitation. If she could help Lee Life, she was more than willing to help. Moreover, Zhang Wenhai had been plotting against her for more than a day or two, and she had long hated him. Now that she could bring him down, she was naturally happy to do so, not to mention that she could also see how powerful Lee Life was, killing two birds with one stone. Lee Life looked at the time. There was still a distance from Tianyi Villa to S City. It was just the right time to leave, so Lee Life directly greeted Tan Cheng Cheng and set off with him immediately. Tan Cheng Cheng took the time to wash her face and make up, restoring the face that had just been blurred by tears and crying in a few moments to the image of a refined and successful woman. Watching Lee Life tsk, Lee Life didn't drive his car, but instead rode with Tan Cheng Cheng in her open-topped mini runner, and after getting onto the main road, Tan Cheng Cheng kicked the gas down, and the clear pushback feeling made Lee Life couldn't help but stick his hand out the window. I've heard that when the car is going fast enough, you can feel the wind resistance with your hand out the window, and depending on the speed, you can feel something similar to the feel of a woman's hand in all sizes. 20 miles per hour is A, 40 miles per hour is B, 60 miles per hour is C, but now Tan Cheng Cheng's kick is at least 100 miles per hour, so isn't that a lot of potential? But Lee Life reached out his hand but only felt the evening breeze was a bit cool and damp, with some fragrance of the soil. It might be raining, Lee Life muttered. It's supposed to be. It hasn't rained in a long time. It's been hot lately. Tan Cheng Cheng drove the car, her high-split cheongsam exposing her entire thigh to Lee Life's sight. The first time he saw her legs, Lee Life felt that the legs were longer than the welcome pine of the Emerald House. Not only long and slender, but also very good skin, white and delicate. Can't help but float in Lee Life's mind three big words. Leg play year. If these legs were covered with black silk, black and white, one light and one dark, it would still fascinate people. I don't know how she takes care of it. Her legs are better than other people's face skin. Lee Life sked. No wonder Zhang Wenhai is so miss. Tan Cheng Cheng was concentrating on driving and didn't notice his line of sight. The car was a little quiet, so she took the initiative to speak. Warden Lee, when we get to the meal in a while, how am I going to introduce your identity? Lee Life returned to his senses after hearing the words. Cupping his chin and thinking for a moment, he said back, just say that I am your driver. Cannot speak, is a mute. I'm afraid it's not safe for you to drive at night, so I've come to pick you up and drop you off. Zhang Wenhai called me today and listened to my voice. If I speak I might be detected by this old fox. I'll keep quiet for now and see what tricks he's up to. Lee Life clapped his hands together, grunting at his own bright idea. Tan Cheng Cheng sniffed but couldn't help but laugh. Mute? That's not going to work. Isn't it a bit fake? What if he says he wants you to go out and wait and then talk to me alone? I can't dismiss someone's face either. Lee Life smiled faintly and pulled again without any concern. Then you say I'm even deaf and dumb. He can't have to kick me out. Don't worry, it's fine if it's discovered. This old fox is very smart. We're just testing his purpose to see if we can secretly record it. If it's found out, forget it. I have a way to deal with him. With me here, you don't have to be afraid. Lee Life thought. Zhang Wenhai, this old fox, if found any clues, then he also do not accompany him to play the drama. The text also line, martial arts also, Lee Life can pinch him to death. One only needs to be sure that he, Zhang Wenhai, is not a good person. Then he will wait to be sanctioned. Tan Cheng Cheng also settled down when she heard such confident words from Lee Life. Although she had a bit of money, but with these people with power to do things, sometimes money really isn't good. Soon, Tan Cheng Cheng and Lee Life entered the S City. Just in time, the two were about to drive to the Emerald House when a message was sent again. Tan Cheng Cheng picked up her cell phone and checked it. Then she frowned and handed it to Lee Life. Ms. Tan, the warden of Black Mountain Prison happens to be in the Celebrity Hotel's official office right now. You can come here directly. They're all your own people. You'll have no problem with what you need to do. We'll wait for you here. Box 1801 of the Mingdu Hotel. Lee Life stared at the message on his cell phone and smiled knowingly. Sure enough, switched to the hotel. It seems to be a Hongmen banquet. Go, let's get going. Let's see what he's up to. I'll drive. Lee Life got out of the car and switched places with Tan Cheng Cheng, then drove straight to the famous Capital Hotel. The famous hotel is a landmark building in S City. Dozens of high-rise buildings, decorated with high-grade luxury, and there are many foreign tourists. Set of food, accommodation, shopping, entertainment, and even foot massage a dragon anything. It belongs to the more upscale hotels. Lee Life will drive the car to the parking lot. There will be staff to help park the car. After parking the car, Tan Chang Chang in the front, Lee Life in the back, is under the leadership of the staff to the 1801 box. But what was said to be a box was in fact a large suite, which was exactly like a hotel room, but with a large table, which was also decorated with nice-looking and small quantities of fine dishes as well as the all-important drinks. The door was left open and Tan Chang Chang knocked on it. Zhang Wenhai's figure greeted from inside. Chapter 62, Middle Age. Zhang Wenhai immediately welcomed Tan Chang Chang when he saw the beautiful and sexy shapely Tan Chang at the entrance. Ms. Tan, you're here, come on in. Warden Black Mountain. Lee Lively prison warden is inside. They are all our own people. Don't worry, your sister's matter. I'll take care of it. Zhang Wenhai was so attentive to Tan Chang Chang that he almost didn't let Tan Chang Chang accidentally laugh out. Lee Lively prison director is inside? Then who is behind me? Even Lee Life was somewhat unable to hold back his laughter at this point. Lee Life is in there? Then who am I? However, he was now playing the role of being deaf and dumb, so he definitely couldn't laugh out loud. So he had to hold back his laughter and follow Tan Chang Chang into the room. The fact that Li Ming followed him and also caused Zhang Wenhai to be a bit surprised, and tentatively asked towards Tan Chang Chang, "Is this friend?" Tan Chang Chang glanced at Li Life and took a deep breath to introduce himself to Zhang Wenhai. "Duro Zhang, this is my cousin, is now my driver. He is deaf and mute. Rest assured that I cannot, a moment to end to pick me back. You can rest assured. I let him put his hearing aid in the car, didn't bring it up. He can't hear us. Cousin, hello, come on in." Zhang Wenhai froze for a moment and then reacted, bringing the two of them to the dining table inside. At this time from the restroom out of a dress in Zhang Wenhai generally different from a man, also wearing a black executive jacket, hair made shiny big shoes, and bulging belly. A look is usually the role of authority. Fat gasping like snoring, and pigs are generally the same. As soon as this person walked out of the restroom, Zhang Wenhai introduced him. "Little Li, this is Tan Ching Ching's sister, Tan Chang Chang. Let's go to the table, ha ha ha." Chatting while eating, Little Li and I are wearing the same pants, and I also promoted them. That's why I said, "Your sister's matter, only I can do it." Ha ha ha. Zhang Wenhai patted big belly Little Li's shoulder and bragged to Tan Chang Chang. Tan Chang Chang sniffed and immediately cooperated, saying, "You're a godly man, Bureau Chief Zhang, so my sister is relying on you." Zhang Wenhai nodded with satisfaction and opened another bottle of white wine, pouring a full glass and handing it to Tan Chang Chang. "Ms. Tan, you and Little Li your first meeting, you have to toast prisoner Li. Let him take good care of your sister. Go program this period of time. If he takes care of one or two, your sister in prison is also better not." Zhang Wenhai squinted his eyes and gestured. Tan Chang Chang naturally understood the meaning of Zhang Wenhai. She is not afraid to drink too much can be how. Li Life is in her side, but she really cannot beat the strength of alcohol. This cup of 2-2 white wine if a mouthful of drink down. Their own a while still not lying out. But then she thought about Li Fate's plan to steal the recordings, so she gritted her teeth and picked up her wine glass. "Prisoner Li, first time meeting, I toast you, my sister trouble you to take care of." After saying the words Tan Chang Chang, then a mouthful of this full cup of white wine down the belly. Seeing this, Zhang Wenhai was even happier and busily refilled Tan Chang Chang's glass again. "Ms. Tan, this matter with your sister. To say it's simple. It's simple. To say it's difficult. It's really harder than climbing up to the sky. It's definitely illegal to do this kind of thing. If we're taking such a big risk, don't you have to show us your appreciation?" Zhang Wenhai pushed his wine glass towards Tan Chang Chang and hinted. Tan Chang Chang was already a little dizzy after a glass of white wine went down, but she still gritted her teeth and brought the glass up again. "Bureau Chief Zhang is right. The young woman is unable to return the favor. I'll do it." With that said, another drop of white wine was downed by her. Tan Chang Chang's alcohol went to her head and she was already a little unsteady, falling into the chair. Zhang Wenhai was excited to see this, but he still refilled Tan Chang Chang's glass again. "Ms. Tan, the sea. You don't worry, the matter of saving your sister from prison is wrapped up in me. As long as you drink this cup of wine, tomorrow I will have your sister out of jail pending trial. First bring him out of prison, so as not to suffer that crime in prison is not." Li Life sniffing at this time has been some cannot help it. This one high actually so excessive. Come up is to fill the wine. The two of them did not drink a mouthful. Tan Chang Chang are themselves filled 2 cups. Look at the state she's in. If she had another drink, she'd be lying down. Li Life was just about to go up to stop him, but Tan Chang Chang didn't know where the strength came from and pressed Li Life's hand, then swiftly picked up the wine glass and poured a mouthful into his mouth. 3 glasses of white wine down. Tan Chang Chang completely drunk, leaning back in the chair has been delirious, face red, still exquisite makeup coupled with the redness of the face, as if a blooming flower. Just looking at it, I want to pick it off, and then ruthlessly rubbed, tasted, and ate into the stomach. Li Life looked at Tan Cheng Cheng in this state and felt more pity in his heart, and Zhang Wenhai couldn't help but be overjoyed when he saw that Tan Cheng Cheng had already drunk down without much persuasion at all. But there's a big, living Li Life on the table. With a twinkle in his eye, he turned to the big-bellied Li, and gave him a wink. Big Belly immediately understood, took a sip of white wine, and staggered towards Li Life. Arriving at Li Life's side, he wrapped an arm around Li Life's shoulders. Dude, I have to pee and I've had too much to drink. Help me to the bathroom. Just after Big Belly finished speaking, Zhang Wenhai observed Li Life's reaction. He looked at Li Life still with a puzzled look on his face, as if he hadn't heard what Big Belly had said. Heart then put down some doubts. It seems that this person should really be deaf and mute. And the beauty of the current, he was hot blood at this time. Just want to quickly eat this tempting flowers, so directly opened his mouth. He can't hear and can't speak. Deaf and mute. You pull him into the restroom, close the door, then I'll carry the woman next door. If he's in a hurry to find Tan Cheng Cheng, you stop him, and a delay of half an hour will be enough. Mute. I'm sure he can't report it to the police. By the time he gets to the police station, I'll be finished too. When Tan Cheng Cheng wakes up tomorrow, she won't talk nonsense. She just has to be at my mercy if she wants to save her sister. Ha ha ha. Break her virginity. Let her be clean with me again. Zhang Wenhai laughed out loud as he spoke, but his eyes didn't leave Li Life's face in the slightest, trying to find any breaks in his face, but he was destined to be disappointed. Although Li Life heard clearly, but not a single change in expression, is still puzzled to look at the big belly on his shoulders. Li I do not know what to say, some ghost words. When Zhang Wenhai saw this, he was able to completely put down his heart. There was no reaction to such a test, so he shouldn't be pretending. Only then did he reveal a sinister and lewd smile, admiring the already drunk Tan Cheng Cheng on the chair. Her body leaned tightly against the chair, her chest holding the cheongsam tightly, while her waist was tightened beyond her grasp. Her two long legs were together and fell aside. Her snow-white thighs seemed to glow as if they would shine. Flashing his eyes, he could not wait to tear it open to see what kind of light was inside. Thinking about the fact that last time, Tan Cheng Cheng had walked away without giving face, but now she was at his doorstep, at his mercy, Zhang Wenhai was already irritated. People to the middle age has been unable to do anything. His age is the situation is even more grim. To the tigress of the family, how many years ago he was not interested. Even go out to spend the day to drink. Those entertainment club beautiful sister to show all the tricks, but also can let him some of the feeling of youth. But Tan Cheng Cheng was different. Since the first time he saw her, her white slim-fitting dress was deeply imprinted in his heart. Every time he thought about it, his body actually had some urges, and Tan Cheng Cheng's temperament even reminded him of the white moonlight that he loved and couldn't get rid of when he was young. For this reason, he wanted to get Tan Cheng Cheng even if he had to take a dangerous move. If it wasn't for the lack of cooperation from that kid in Black Mountain Prison, he would have really wanted to get her sister out. Maybe Tan Cheng Cheng will be grateful and commit to him, to make up for his regrets. Pity. He waved his hand at Big Belly. A direct order. Pull that kid into the restroom and lock him up. You go in with him and stop him. I'll call you out when I'm done. Hurry up. I can't wait. This little beauty is finally mine, ha ha ha. Zhang Wenhai stretched out his devilish claws and rubbed them together, about to lay his hands on Tan Cheng Cheng. Just then, everyone, point and click to urge more. Thank you all, and a special thanks to Jin Shi 4th No, One Country Big Brother for the popping sprinkles, and the inspiration capsules, and to all the gift givers. You'll be rich if you send gifts. 100 million each. Men are more handsome and women are more beautiful. Rich as hell. Chapter 63, Speak Up. Just then, Li Life unhurriedly took out his cell phone from his pocket that had long ago turned on the recording function. He also took a close-up of the frozen Zhang Wenhai. Zhang Wenhai's eyes showed horror and he hastily raised his hand to block his face, but it was already too late. With a click, Zhang Wenhai's horrified expression appeared in Li Life's cell phone. What are you doing? Get this dumb cell phone off me. Zhang Wenhai ordered Big Belly to grab his cell phone while he himself pounced. But how could these two bloated beasts rob the special forces-like physique of Li Life? Li Ming took a slight step back, which caused Zhang Wenhai to lose his target and fall to the ground. And the big-bellied man also showed a ferocious face, and a bear hug was about to overwhelm Li Life. Li Life wasn't alarmed. He just caught the man's arm and staggered slightly. With a bone click, the man's arm was easily dismantled by Li Life. And then the man held his arm and rolled around on the ground wailing in pain. He could no longer stand up. As for Zhang Wenhai, when he saw that Big Belly was subdued by Li Life so easily, he swallowed in shock and didn't continue his attack, but forced himself to calm down. Big Belly is their authority's security chief, but also his brother-in-law. He was single-handedly promoted up. used to be a big social mixer. Even he couldn't withstand a single move from Lee Life, and his own old arms and legs were even more unbearable. Zhang Wenhai slowly revealed a smiling face and tried at Lee Life. This brother should not be deaf and dumb, right? Let's open the window and say bright words. Your cell phone I bought, you open a price. Cold sweat continuously dripped from Zhang Wenhai's forehead, dripping down his face all the way to the ground. He didn't care to wipe it off and just smiled curtly at Lee Life with a nervous face. Bureau Chief Zhang, then how much are you going to offer to buy my cell phone? I'm the latest model. It's very expensive. Li Ming looked at Zhang Wenhai with a smile on his face and sneered. The evidence has arrived. He is not pretending. Thanks to the cooperation of Tan Cheng Chang, 3 glasses of white wine went down, and at once Zhang Wenhai exposed his nature. Little brother, you say, I'll admit defeat today. You hold this cell phone, there is no use. It is better to change a sum of money. You are still young, the future is promising. Do not engage in extortion. Fairy jump the set. Take the money, you enjoy life is not good. We are safe and sound. I will not retaliate against you. This woman you also take away. Today when I did not come, you see how. Zhang Wenhai looked at Lee Life just looking at him with a sneer on his face and smiled. Again his heart trembled and added with a twinkle in his eye. And, there is also Ms. Tan's sister. This matter I free gratuitous help her do. Just as an atonement to Miss Tan. I want the cell phone in your hand on the line. Otherwise there are other requirements. You can also tell me. In the yes city I Zhang Wenhai still say the words. I just do not want to engage in fish death net broken. Little brother you do not self-mistake. Zhang Wenhai said in a half-consultative, half-threatening tone to Lee Life. But Lee Life was sneering. In front of Zhang Wenhai's face, his fingers moved slightly, and the recording and photos that he had just recorded were directly sent out, and also thoughtfully labeled with the hotel room number. It wasn't until he received an OK emoticon on his phone from Lindsay in return that he put his phone away. Zhang Wenhai still didn't know what Lee Life had done, and when he saw that Lee Life still didn't reply, he crossed his heart and a fierce color flashed on his face. He grabbed a table knife from the table and quickly ran towards the already drunk Tan Cheng Chang. He knew that today this kid was afraid that he wouldn't stop. He couldn't unilaterally be blackmailed by him, so he had to use Tan Cheng Chang to threaten him. As for the consequences, he could not care about thinking at this time. If the recording was passed on, his own fate would not be any better. But Zhang Wenhai's idea is good, but his legs and feet really can't keep up the pace. When Lee Life saw him running towards Tan Cheng Chang, he didn't chase after him, he just fished out a chair from the ground, and swish was thrown out by him. As if the chair was equipped with automatic navigation, it accurately smashed on Zhang Wenhai's back, smashing Zhang Wenhai to the ground, falling into a dog, and the table knife in his hand was out of his hand and thrown to nowhere. The old arm and leg Zhang Wenhai suffered this blow, can no longer climb up, and his brother-in-law generally lying on the ground wailing, have mercy, little brother, don't hit me, what do you want, you say it instead. How do I know what you want if you don't say? Egu, my waist ah. Seeing that Zhang Wenhai was completely unable to stand up, Lee Life also pulled a chair and sat beside him before slowly speaking. Bureau Chief Zhang, can't you hear my voice? We talked on the phone today. You're so forgetful. Zhang Wenhai covered his back waist on the ground, did not dare to move, but listening to Lee Life, he as if he remembered something, wide-eyed, finally spit out the name that he himself did not dare to believe. Lee Life? You are Lee Life? Black Mountain Prison Warden Lee Life? Egu my mom. Finished. Are finished. Zhang Wenhai face like ashes, completely extinguished the psychology of Fluke. He hung up the phone with Lee Life today, is around to ask Lee Life this little brat background, but as if this person out of thin air in general, no root, no ping ping, each familiar units are not Lee Life this character, but can sit to the position of prison director. How can no one know it, or such a young man, unless, comes airborne. Zhang Wenhai was startled by his own thoughts at that time, to know that he was in power all these years, almost single-handedly in their prison system, did a lot of things enough to drop his head, and at this juncture, suddenly appeared a origin unknown parachuted in the prison director, cannot help him not to think more. The more Zhang Wenhai thought about it, the more afraid he became, which is why he didn't continue to set up a relationship with Lee Life, but instead chose to take the desperate step of finding someone to pretend to be Lee Life, and then cajoling Tan Cheng Cheng to get him drunk, so he could get what he wanted. Forgive her for not daring to do anything. After all, her sister is still in prison. But Lee Life now suddenly appeared in front of him, and recorded the sound to leave evidence. Zhang Wenhai only feel the sky has collapsed. Mercy, prisoner Lee, my ancestors, you adults do not remember the small man's fault. Put me as a fart. You spare me, I will never dare again. Lee Life looked at Zhang Wenhai, who was splashing and rolling on his knees begging for mercy, but he smiled coldly. Zhang Bureau, this is saying what words? Is not said to come to me to have a meal. Close to it. How also raw? Zhang Bureau, You still get up and eat some. Such a good dish. A bite did not move. How wasteful. Ah. By the time into the prison cannot have this food. Ah. I advise you to get up and eat something hot while the person who is taking you away is still here, so that you don't get hungry at night in the detention center. Chapter 64. Take me. Zhang Wenhai heard Li Life say this. His face changed again and again, but in the end, he still deflated. He looked at the sword-browed, starry-eyed, imposing Li Life in front of him and said hatefully, "Kid, don't be too happy. I am indeed planted today, but don't think you're going to win. The evidence you secretly recorded is not necessarily legal. Whether it can be used as evidence or not is still a matter of opinion. At least I am also the director. Do you think that by casually scaring me, I will admit it? You're dreaming. Don't forget, this is my turf. You want to go against me? Be careful." Zhang Wenhai's tone was cold and threatening. If it were someone else, he might have been bluffed by Zhang Wenhai, but this time he had chosen the wrong person. Li Life smiled faintly, not caring, and even dug his ears. This Wenhai really thought that he couldn't clean him up without the recording? Recording is just to find a reason to pack him up. He is afraid that he does not know what Lin Shi's old man is doing. That is eating at the same table as his own old man. Say it out. Quasi Zhang Wenhai scared of peeing his pants. Lin Shi as a deputy warden. Not that she can only be a deputy warden, but she did not borrow her old man's name to break the rules. Step by step to rise up. Unlike him, by the oldly head of a paper transfer order to arrange a warden's position. When Li Life was unconscious as a child, the few children who played with him, Lin Shi among them, those of them, were born destined to stray inside and outside the rules. And a good upbringing is to make sure that they don't break the rules so easily. Not that they can't. Old man Li Life had told him, if you can shine in your position, make a contribution, have the ability, strength, and vigor, you can sit in anyone's position you want. Instead of saying that you break the rules, others will embrace you, honor you, and love you. The key point is not that you break the rules, but what you break the rules can bring. When he was a child, Li Life seemed to understand, but now he has slightly more understanding of his own. Without letting Li Life wait for long, a rush of footsteps sounded from outside the door. Then a group of people poured in from the doorway of the room. At the head of the group were two men, wearing navy blue uniforms with special badges on their chests. After walking into the room and scanning around, they walked towards Li Life. "Hello, you must be Warden Li Life. I'm Inspector Li Tao. This is my colleague, Gui Shan. We were ordered to come and investigate Zhang Wenhai's case. Thanks to the evidence provided by Warden Li, we'll just leave the rest to us. I'll take these two away." Li Life shook hands with them as nodded. "Tough luck. You guys take the people. You can call me if you need my cooperation." "Okay, Warden Li. Bye." The two men thundered into the room and greeted each other before leaving with Zhang Wenhai and his brother-in-law, who had already frozen. Zhang Wenhai saw the two inspectors walk into the room. No longer the arrogance of a moment ago, and even a trace of strength to resist is not there. Let them drag it away. Before leaving, turned back to look at Li Life in confusion and horror, as if in his eyes to ask, why is it an inspection? Why is the supervision? Who the hell are you? Supervision, a special department to supervise and scrutinize the officials at all levels of the Dragon Kingdom, headed by Lin Aigua. Li Life sent Zhang Wenhai away before returning to the table and looking at Tan Cheng Cheng, who was in a drunken mess. At this time Tan Cheng Cheng also no longer pay attention to the image. The high heels on her feet were kicked to one side at some point by her, and her white and translucent pink little feet were exposed. Along the way up to look at the white flowers of the slender legs so exposed in front of Li Life. Chest Chonsam buttons do not know when by her own unlocked a few. Slim swan neck collar is not generally beautiful. Side face slanting to one side. Neckline deep, not see the bottom of the valley. Li Life didn't dare to take a closer look inside. Alone with a man and a woman, he was afraid that he couldn't control himself. Letting Tan Cheng Cheng lean on the chair wasn't a long-term solution. Li Life looked at the large bed inside the room and secretly recited Amitabha Buddha, then picked Tan Cheng Cheng up in a horizontal hug, taking 3 steps and placing him carefully on the bed. He took a sigh of relief and sat down on the sidelines. Tan Cheng Cheng was so drunk that she couldn't carry her herself, so it was better to let her sleep here for the night. Li Life was about to go to the next room to rest by himself, but Tan Cheng Cheng might have felt Li Life's movement of hugging her and actually turned around and woke up. "Li Life, you awake? How do you feel? Do you want to throw up?" Li Life hurriedly asked. Just now, Tan Cheng Cheng drank so much wine in a row for him to be able to record the incriminating evidence. Li Life has a clear idea in his heart that he did take her favor, so he also got closer to her. "I am fine, just dizzy." "Where's Zhang Wenhai?" Tammy asked, sitting up shakily and leaning against the bed. "He was taken away by the people from the inspection. Don't worry, he doesn't have any good fruit to eat. He will get the punishment he deserves," Li Life explained with a smile. "Ayo, that's good. Li Life, you, will fulfill your promise and let my sister live comfortably in prison, right? Tan Chang sobered up slightly, but only slightly. At this moment she was still pretty red. The corners of her mouth unconsciously showed a smile, and her movements were unusually slow. Her hands sank down half a day and couldn't be lifted up, obviously still in a state of drunkenness. It will be. Don't worry, I won't let her do the work in the factory. When I go back to arrange a casual job for her, but you still have to do her work to make her accept reality. Li Life also leaned on the bed with his hands resting behind his head, thinking about how to arrange it when he went back. Not only Tan Xingqing, but also Wang Xin. After all, there was an extra layer of relationship with herself, so why not arrange a clean job together and take care of her? Tan Chang sniffed and nodded, her body tilted, lying in Li Life's arms at once, not knowing if it was on purpose or if it was the effect of the alcohol. Li Life, I and my sister depend on each other for so many years. She and I are one person. Let her suffer. I would rather suffer in me. Now a short time she can't come out. Everything is handed over to you. Li Life saw Tan Changcheng fall on himself, and hurriedly held her up. I don't know if it was his illusion. He felt how the atmosphere was instantly ambiguous, as if it was ambiguous. Cough. Miss Tan, you have done me such a great favor today. I definitely won't pretend that nothing has happened. Just put 100 hearts. Your sister's side, I will also arrange for her to participate in the activities to reduce her sentence. The most important thing is still the charge of her financial fraud. This charge, if it can be removed, then she really can't sit in jail for many years. Li Life pondered. However, he knows nothing about such things as lawsuits. This way, after you organize the file and evidence of the previous sentence, and then I will help you find a lawyer, and at that time, you butt heads with her, and see if you can overturn your sister's case. Tan Chang sniffed. The gratitude in her eyes was full to the brim. She obediently nodded her head. She felt that Li Life's appearance had brought her light. Unconsciously she wanted to listen to his words. You must know a good lawyer. The one we paid a lot of money to find before the trial swore to assure us, and after the trial said that the evidence is solid, nothing to fight for. Can only listen to the court's sentence? I feel that he is the enemy sent over undercover. 25 years of imprisonment for a year did not fight for a lighter sentence. There's such a lawyer? When the time comes, you show her this lawyer's contact information as well. Maybe this is the breakthrough. I think it's very likely. Tan Chang nodded again. She had suspected it too, but she hadn't had time to investigate yet. She had been busy all day trying to get her sister out. The room was quiet for a moment. Tan Chang was helped by Li Life to also lean against the bed, and the two sat side by side. Li Life at this time then thought of the memory of the famous female lawyer who reigned over the world and pointed the way. She was also the ex-girlfriend who had killed in the countless thousands of young girls back then and took her own blood. Su Qinghuan. Just as Li Life was still recalling the bits and pieces that he had once shared with her in his mind, Tan Chang's voice suddenly rang out in the quiet room. Li Life, you want me? Everyone keep clicking to urge more. A million thanks. Special thanks to all the bigots who sent me gifts. Good luck to the bigots whose only trouble is that they have too much money and don't know how to spend it. Thank you to all the old fans who have been supporting me. You all need to be rich. High energy alert for tomorrow. I repeat, high energy alert. Everyone get in line to replace your tickets and get on the bus. Chapter 65, Linigua. At the same time, Montenegro Women's Prison. Office of the Deputy Warden. Lindsay hung up the phone with her mother and changed into her pajamas, was lying on her bed thinking about her mother's conversation with her. First, the usual concern about how she was doing, whether she was eating well, whether she was unhappy, and whether she wanted to change her job. Then again, she started complaining about how she couldn't think straight, how she got into the prison system and couldn't go home all day, like she was in jail there. The complaints were followed by a concern about her love life, and a mention of Li Life, asking if her relationship with him had progressed. It ended up with a bit of education for herself, with axioms forced into her tiny brain. Said she was just like her father, that one was an old fart and the other was a little fart. After Lin she endured a meal of love from her old mother. She finally hung up the phone. Her eyes were lifeless, as if she was devastated, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. It is true that the only people who can make themselves break the big defense are those closest to them. In the daytime, the image of the cold deputy warden is no longer there. Take off that uniform. She is also just a flower girl, budding, waiting for the person who appreciates her to let her bloom the most beautiful red flowers in the world. Could this person be Li Life? She doesn't know. Suddenly, the contemplative Lin she was called back by the urgent ringing of the cell phone. She took a look at her cell phone and immediately sat up straight from the bed. Fingers slowly pressed. Connected the call. Hey, Dad, are you done with your work? Lin Shi's voice rang out with a bit of a leap. Aha, just now have time. Give you a call to chat. Just now in the meeting. Did not care to chat a few words. Usually you don't call me. Lee Life his father always laughs at my little cotton jacket leakage. The man's voice came out from the cell phone. The voice was full of magnetism, and the pressure of a superior, although it was to his own daughter, but for a long time in a high position. He had long since turned this way of speaking into an instinct, without anger. It was much stronger than the system-given intimidating aura of Lee Life. Dad, I'm not afraid that you are busy, affecting your work. When you are free, you call me on the line. I have nothing to do. I can answer. Lin Shi's voice was a bit shy. In front of her dad, she was always the child who never grew up. Ha ha ha, Xiao Xia. There is no Miss Dad ah. We can have a period of time has not seen. The last time you come to a city to pick up Lee Life that little bastard. Not to say to your father me. I also deliberately told them if you come, do not care what I am doing, immediately come in to inform the results you did not come. You don't want your dad, but he still misses you. The man's voice was as gentle as it could be, and in a rare moment, he lowered his armor slightly, revealing the fullness of love in his heart that never diminished by half. Dad, I also want you. Did not come to your place as also afraid of delaying your work? You are doing great things. Mom and I know that you have us in your heart is enough. Lin she said to the cell phone with a reverent face. Alas, you this girl, from a young age, so understanding, with your brother once a kind, if your brother is still alive, can also for me to take care of you and your mother. The man's voice suddenly low, evoking the heart cannot erase the pain. Dad, my brother is also a man who did great things. He sacrificed his life, but he was honorable, and if the people need me one day, I will also not hesitate. Lin she said with a straight face. Hey, this girl, don't talk foolishly. If you don't have any more, how can your mom and I live? You can stop it. At first I should not let you go this way. To what prison? Well really, you a little girl. You enjoy the flowery years. Then find a favorite person peacefully and calmly through life on the line. Have to go this way, with your brother as stubborn, the man said with dissatisfaction. By the way, you and Lee Life that little bastard, how is it? There is no idea. This kid is also I watched grow up. Nothing too ambitious, no accident, can let you live a peaceful life? And nature is not bad. I quite optimistic about him. Your Uncle Lee also does not want to let him contact too much. He only this one son, like me, just want to let the child live in peace. I think the two of you are just right for each other. The man had some laughter again and asked narrowly. Dad, you don't worry about this first. This kind of thing is not 3 days and 2 days to have the result of You still worry about the big thing to go. I myself this little thing. Let nature take its course. Lin she some blush. Just been mom rush finish. This again was dad rush again. She is still young. What is the hurry? What is the big and small things? My baby girl's lifelong happiness is also a big deal. You get along with that little bastard, and strive to lead our family in the new year, so that the oldly head of the two families envy death. When the man thought of that scene, he couldn't help but laugh. Oops, dad 8 words haven't even been spoken yet. You cannot say nonsense. Lin she blushed. After growing up, she had only been in contact with Lee Life for a few days. How could she talk about the matter of leading the family? Right, Dad, has that Zhang Wenhai matter been dealt with? Lin she hurriedly changed the topic. She didn't want to be teased by her dad about her relationship problems. Hey, Dad waiting for grandchildren. You expedite. Think of your mom and I that is also a quick cut. Instant decision. This is to get together well. With Dad still shy what? That Zhang Wenhai's matter you do not have to worry about. I called the lower side of the people to do. This is a small matter. You are the big thing. Man he smile. Naturally will not be on Lin she this little girl when she is still tender. Oops, Dad, I'm sleepy. I have to go to bed. I'll talk to you some other time. Bye bye Lu Yu. Lin she was so shy that she had to hang up the phone, and then by her dad. She would not blush like a boiled crab, although the dad cannot see through the phone, but she knows too much about the dad's power, what he can guess in his own heart, and chat further. The little secret in his own heart were found by him. She does not want to be so hasty to have anything happen with Lee Life. At most, she is still in the inspection period. On the other end, Lin Igua, who was hung up by his daughter, put the cell phone away with a smile on his face, and in the effort of turning around, the amiable and cordial appearance just now no longer existed. His face was serious, slightly frowning with Chuan's eyebrows. His face was as fierce and alert as a lion hunting. His eyes were glaring, living as an angry-eyed Vajra, and as if he was a wild lion roaring with rage, openly domineering. He turned back and pushed open the door of the conference room, and inside the door were dozens of so-called big officials who were prominent in front of people. All of them shivered in unison and hurriedly all stood up, bowing and honoring Lin Igua in front of them. Hello Chief. Well, delayed everyone. Back to the meeting. And on the other side of the room in the prestigious hotel. Chapter 66 Decisions. Lee Life. You want me? Tan Cheng Cheng's voice was crisp and pleasing to the ear, and with a decisive tone it reached Lee Life's ears, startling Lee Life out of bed for a moment. Ha, ms, Tan, you, what did you say? Lee Life swallowed his saliva, Tan Chang at this time leaning against the bed, Cheongsam chest buttons and I do not know when to undo several more, revealing a large area of snow white and black lace underwear. With a firm gaze, drunk but not insensible, she looked at Lee Life, who had escaped from the bed, and smiled faintly. Lee Life, I'm not drunk, I'm sober. You help my sister, is to help me. If you don't want anything, how can I let go? Since I was a child, I have known that anything needs to be exchanged for the same price. No one will be good to you for nothing. If you don't want money, and then don't want me, I really don't have anything to repay you. And, you're very handsome, long on my aesthetic, if I give you. I also do not lose. I am 31 this year, have not had a boyfriend, is not very useless. Tan Chang shyly lowered her head. She couldn't have said something so blunt if she hadn't killed her through drink. Or, you think I'm too old? Not in good shape? Not pretty to look at? As Lee Life listened to Tan Chang's questioning, he only felt his hot blood rising, which he disliked Tan Chang. From the first time he saw Tan Chang he had already been stunned by her straight and slender artwork like long legs, not to mention that she didn't lose the star-like face, and perfect body proportion. Simply can't pick any shortcomings. Even her voice was full of temptation, simply a perfect color on earth. But how could he mess around with Tan Chang? Whether it is Yang, the prison doctor of Qingqing prison, or the prisoner status of Wang Xin, are not seeking fame, the initiative to offer themselves, and the mission threatened under the mischievously life which will be eaten by the two women, and Yang and Wang Xin are still within their control, and will not spread their relationship out. But the innocent Tan Chang, how dare he mess with her at will, to know that he came to be this prison director. But the old man let him come over and Lin Shi matchmaking. He is so promiscuous, sleeping with women everywhere love. By his old man know not to break his legs. Lee Life just wanted to refuse. With a ding, the content of the quest appeared in his mind out of nowhere. Special mission, choice. It's up to you to choose what path to take under your feet. 1. Refuse Tan Chang's invitation. You will not get missions in the future. Lose the mission system. Deprive of the skills you already have. And continue to be a second-generation government official and live out your life in mediocrity. 2. Accepts Tan Chang's invitation to look straight into the heart. Wanting is wanting. Will continue to have a mission system. Quest reward, storage space, size 10 cubic meters. Lee Life looked at the series of tasks that appeared and fell into a deep thought. This was the first time he had encountered this kind of special mission, and he was allowed to choose for himself? Accept Tan Chang's kindness and he can continue to have it. Reject it and he'll turn back to his old normal self? If you ask him himself, do you want to have a dewy love affair with Tan Chang? He definitely wanted to. Not only him, which man doesn't want to? This level of beauty, sitting in front of you with no clothes on, sending out invitations to you, unless you like men, who can resist this temptation? He understood the meaning of the mission, and asked him to look straight into his heart, and he wanted to, but who can be alone, without a care in the world? He himself was born as doomed not to be as reckless as ordinary people. His identity is not only on behalf of his own, behind him there is also Pops and Mom, as well as those who love and adore Pop's advocates. Even the enemies of Pops abroad are staring at him. If he has any scandal that he can't control, it's nothing for him to lose face. But the face of his old mom and dad must have been lost by him. But to say that Tan Chang could be moved? Lee Life has a number in his heart. The probability is that it is possible, and it can even be counted as a deal. It's just that he simply doesn't want to become like Zhang Wenhai. And while Lee Life's mind was frantically weighing things up, Tan Chang on the bed saw that Lee Life didn't answer and just froze in place with a stony face. Without the slightest hesitation, she staggered to her feet, her jade hands unbuttoning the few remaining buttons on her chest, and the cheongsam slowly slipped off her body. Dressed in a black lace lingerie, Tan Chang just stood in front of Lee Life. She brushed her palm onto Lee Life's cheek and said slowly, "Don't hesitate. I don't need you to be responsible. I'm willing." Lee Life, want me? Lee Life back to God. Looking at the eyes of the sincere eyes of Tan Chang in front of her, she suddenly thought of Wang Xin in the psychological counseling room at the time, but also this kind of eyes, and Yang in the bathtub. That day not also this kind of imploring to look at him. Did one enjoy it in the first place? Was he or she forced into it solely because of the system? No, he is not. Is he likes it? He wants it. But it is just borrowing the name of the system mission as a cover-up and finding a reason to dump it. He enjoyed it completely. Even the second and third time with Wang Xin and Yang afterward, he was even more addicted to it. And without the compulsion of the mission, he wasn't enjoying it. Lee Life instantly realized, maybe, it wasn't the mission that turned him into what he is at all, but rather he is himself. Li Life smiled faintly and slowly picked up Tan Chung Chung from the waist. Feeling the touch of Tan Chang Chang's smooth skin, Li Life walked towards the bed firmly step by step. Li Man dreamed again. In his dream those fierce-looking tiger-headed monsters, eyeing the mountain of food at Li Man's feet, and the monsters who couldn't help themselves, swarmed up and tried to snatch his food, but he suddenly shifted and a huge tiger, even more hideous and terrifying than those monsters, ambled over the dining table. Countless delicacies were swept to the ground with a flick of his huge tail, and just now also ferocious and incomparable tiger head monsters, but altogether put away the stern color, a fawning face backward, even dropped on the ground of delicious food. Do not dare to look at more than one glance. Early the next morning, Li Life slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Tan Chung Chung, who was still sleeping beside him. Her fragrant shoulders were bare outside the quilt, and she was still holding Li Life's arm in her arms, a few strokes of her mischievous broken hair blocking her eyes, frowning slightly as if last night's physical discomfort hadn't yet eased. Li Life gently ruffled the broken hair from her face and looked at her overwhelming beauty with pride in his heart. Opening the reward of the quest, the storage space, a 10 cubic meter space appeared in his mind. Not too big, not too small, about the same size as the restroom in his family's dabino, but he was used to going everywhere empty-handed, and the space was no more than optional. Just as Li Life was still surveying the storage space, his cell phone suddenly rang. Li Life's heart trembled when he saw the name of the caller. Hurriedly, he picked up his cell phone. Just the name that surfaced on the cell phone screen was, quite literally, Pops. Everyone, keep clicking on the hyperbole. Special thanks to the crispy paste-loving Taemin Big Brother for sending me flowers, and to all of you who sent me gifts. I wish you all the best of luck with your hair. Thanks to all my old fans who have been supporting me. Chapter 67, Call Me Cheng Chang. Li Life sheepishly looked at the side of the puffy chest half exposed, sleeping Tan Cheng Chang, last night tossed to the early morning. She was tired enough, should not be so early to wake up. Li Life then pulled his hand out of Tan Cheng Chang's arms and picked up the phone. Pop's voice came out of the phone. Son, how are you doing as a prison warden? If you have any difficulties, tell me, Dad will help you. Old Li Tu's voice is thick, unlike Lin Igwa's pressure and righteousness. Old Li Tu is a bit unrestrained and loves freedom. Dad, you've thrown me in jail. What can I do? Difficulties are none. It's only been a few days. What difficulties can there be? Li Life helplessly replied back. That's good. As the saying goes, a dragon begets a dragon, a phoenix begets a phoenix, and a mouse's son can make a hole. My Li Yutian's son, being a small prison warden isn't a piece of cake. Ha ha ha. Li Yutian laughed out loud with debauchery, very satisfied with Li Life. Li Life cried and laughed along with the accompanying smile. Here we go again. Here we go again. This narcissistic virtue of his old man could not be changed. Li Life had to change the topic and not listen to this old man laughing smugly here. Oh Pops, what's the matter with you calling me? Li Yutian smiled and opened his mouth with another heated smile. This is not this morning with your Uncle Lin dinner. He told me that you also arrested a small corrupt officials? I thought, my son has made a fortune, so I had to call him to offer my condolences. You're not hurt, are you? You're the only one I have. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to live. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to live. Li Yutian pretended to be aggrieved and told Li Life about his worries, making Li Life's heart warm. No matter what time of the day, his father always thought of his safety first, holding him in the palm of his hand since he was a child, fearing that he would lose a hair. Pops, I haven't lost a single hair. You can rest assured. At least I'm a big boy. With my hands, 3 or 2 people can't even get close to me. Li Life also smiled and said, blow it out your ass. It's my fault for protecting you too well. Why don't you come to my place to practice one day? I'll let your Uncle Wong teach you a few tricks. I'll let your Uncle Wong teach you a few moves and show you the army, so you'll have a better understanding. Old Li Tu laughed. Originally, Li Life was still joking with Pops and didn't care too much, but when he heard Pops say this, Li Life was suddenly shocked. Ha, let me come to your place to practice? And show me the ropes? Dad, you wouldn't have been taken over, would you? This is not your character. I grew up. You don't let me touch the gun. You don't let me go to the army. You change the channel for me when I see a military program on TV. Why the sudden change today? This is not like you. Li Life was truly shocked, knowing that old Li Tu had done everything in order to keep this precious son of his to live an ordinary life. How could he not be surprised when he suddenly changed his nature today? Che, is to let you long insight, learn a couple of tricks to avoid getting beaten up. After all, is now a prison director. You think I am letting you into the army? Don't even think about it. Our old Li family is your seedling. Not to get you locked up to pass on the family is good. Other than you die this hard it. Li Yutian directly strangled Li Life in the cradle with one sentence. Li Life shrugged. And sure enough, Pops is still Pops. Forget it. Thanks to you, I don't want to be a soldier. It's not bad to be an officer. Yo, It seems that my son adapted well. Okay, do a good job. Father then give you a promotion. But don't forget to do your business. You and Lin Shi that girl. How I heard that there is no progress. Li Yutian laughed. Lin Shi that girl. But father has seen. Now grow watery. You two Lang talented girl. Childhood and always play together. Do not start to wait for her father and I are waiting to hold grandchildren. We'll bring the pregnant Lin Shi to our home for New Year's Eve, and let her father sulk at home. Ha 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 ha. Li Yutian couldn't help but laugh out loud as he spoke. He was so happy just thinking about it. Father you have something else? Not. Nothing I can hang up. Li Life covered his forehead. Really can't do anything about his old unorthodox father. Hey, you brat, there's something going on. I'll send someone over in a few days to be your bodyguard, and you'll pick her up at that time. Don't refuse. I don't feel comfortable with no one by your side, and you know you have a special identity. I don't want what happened when you were a child to happen again. These days I have not worked hard to pick a personal bodyguard for you. She is the same as your Uncle Wang. What I do to your Uncle Wang, you do to her. That's an order, Li Yutian said to Li Life with a straight face. He knew that Li Life didn't like having bodyguards following him, but it was not up to him. Okay, that's it. She'll contact you when the time comes. Her name is Yellowing. Li Yutian directly hung up the phone after commanding, not giving Li Life a chance to refuse. Listening to the beeping sound coming from his cell phone, Li Life frowned. Bodyguard? Huang Ying? Listening to the name is also like a female. He is now moving to trigger the mission. More people around is very inconvenient. And now there is a freshly eaten Tan Cheng Cheng lying next to him. Afterwards and cannot not contact. If that Huang Ying found out and reported to Pops, let Pops know that he did not cultivate a good relationship with Lin Shi, but instead went outside to steal food. Then the old man will not be angry. Rubbing his somewhat painful temples, Li Life did not think of any good solutions for a while. According to Pop's thunderous nature, I guess Huang Ying will have to contact him in the next 2 days, so I'm afraid I'll have to restrain myself. Li Life was still pondering what to do after that. Just then, Tan Cheng Cheng felt a pang of emptiness in her sleep, as if something was missing, making her a little panicky, so she forced herself to control herself to wake up from her dream, and just as she opened her eyes, she saw the frowning Li Life. No wonder it felt empty. It turned out to be the Li Life arm that he had clutched to his chest that he had drawn back. She moved her body and stretched, but the first time she went out to sea, she experienced a violent storm, and was almost broken apart by the wind and waves, and at this time, when she moved her body, a gust of soreness came from all over her body, and there were some silky pains in certain locations. She couldn't help but cry out in pain. Li Life. Li Life heard the sound and only then noticed that Tan Cheng Cheng had woken up. Ms. Tan, how are you doing? I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Tan Cheng Cheng frowned her pretty eyebrows and shook her head, slightly moving her body, feeling as if it didn't hurt as much, so she looked at Li Life grudgingly and said, "There's no one else, and call me Miss Tan. Call me Cheng Cheng." Li Life was glanced at by Tan Cheng Cheng's flavorful glance, and he thought of last night's madness again. His blood ran uncontrollably and indiscriminately. Chapter 68 6 Big Words. However, he knew that Tan Cheng Cheng's body couldn't afford to be tossed around by him right now, so he had to take a deep breath to suppress the distracting thoughts that had arisen. Ching Ching, I'm fine. Covering her chest, Tan Cheng Cheng retrieved the clothes she had flung away last night from under her feet and slowly put them on under Li Life's watchful eye. Li Life also gulped and found his own in a field of clothes and put them on as well. Soon, with Li Life's help, Tan Cheng Cheng finished dressing and resumed her image of yesterday's dignified and atmospheric strong woman. She looked at the bit of scarlet on the white sheet and didn't know what to feel, but just asked the attendant for a pair of shears and cut it off and put it away. "What are your plans for today? Going back to Tianyi Villa first?" As Li ordered the two to finish packing, he asked Tan Cheng Cheng. "Well, before Ching Ching's case information are in the mountain village. I just happened to go to get it over, and then go with you to the prison to see Ching Ching. She went to prison these days. I haven't gone to see her, just afraid to see her disappointed eyes, but now it's good. Prisoner Li became her secret brother-in-law that she can't talk about. I think it won't be difficult for our Ching Ching." Tan Cheng Cheng made fun of Li Life, her face full of laughter. "Ahem, you can rest assured that's good. I go back to arrange, but, our relationship, you cannot." Li Life want to say, "You can also rest assured. Of course I won't talk nonsense. This is a little secret between the two of us. Ching Ching, I won't tell her either. Just continue doing your thing without worry. But don't forget to help me find that awesome lawyer you mentioned." Tan Cheng Cheng gave him another sly look. "Well, let's go." Li Life nodded and led Tan Cheng Cheng out of the hotel. I did not expect that Zhang Wenhai had originally prepared a hotel for himself, but it was a complete success for Li Life. If it is not here, but about the Emerald House, I think that Tan Cheng Cheng will not be so bold. Alcohol is not chaos. Chaos is their own heart. Unlimited amplification of the desire within. while usually used to resist the desire of reason, is paralyzed by alcohol, and then cannot counterattack. All the water to the end. On the road, Lee Life drove the car all the way to the Tianyi Villa, and soon arrived at the Tianyi Villa. Without letting Li Man wait for a long time, Tan Cheng came out with the information and handed it to Li Man. Lee Life, curious, to open to check. Really? Smuggled medicines were captured on receiving videos, audio recordings, photographs, and even chat records with overseas drug dealers, and it would be difficult to get such complete and clear evidence if it was not purposely investigated. And let's not even talk about the bribes. The bigwigs were investigated and took the initiative to explain themselves for a reduction in their sentences. And everything was clear, every single dollar. The key is the last financial fraud. According to Tan Cheng, someone looking for their cooperation, but also paid them a large amount of shares to join the fee. The results backhandedly sued them for fraud. Because the goods smuggling was seized, the goods sold off. The big brother was investigated. The person paid the money down the drain, and do not accept the compensation. That is, a mouthful of death of their financing fraud. According to reason, it should not be so. The case is quite suspicious, but in the end somehow so the court pronounced the verdict. The Tan Cheng sisters were so confused that they had to pick someone to take the blame. This brings us to the imprisonment of Tan Cheng. Lee Life, after reading the case file, only to feel suspicious. It seems that the sisters are who did the job, but things have come to this, can only try to minimize the damage. Let's go. I'll drive my car and you follow me behind in your car. But this car of yours is not good. At least you need to replace it with one with a higher chassis. The road to the prison will not be easy to drive when you reach the foot of the mountain, Lee Life said as he glanced at her car. Well, Ching still has a Jeep, so don't worry. Let's go. Now. Tan Cheng nodded. So Lee Life got into the car and started the return trip with Tan Cheng. This time he did not take the broken road when he came, but a detour back. Although it is a detour, but the road surface is smooth. Then when he came to save half the time, also just after noon, the two have driven back to the prison door. In order to avoid suspicion, Lee Life first asked Tan Cheng to wait for a while he went in first, so he drove to the entrance first. As usual, after being stopped by the prison guards at the entrance for a check, Lee Life drove the car into the prison, and the back came over Tan Cheng for the first time. The inspection was even more meticulous, explaining the reason, for a while before being released, but the car was also left outside the prison. Instead of stepping forward to help her, Lee Life told her to go through the regular visiting procedures so that she wouldn't be talked down to by the prison guards. It wasn't until Tan Cheng was led into the prison by the prison guards that Lee Life happened to show up. Hello, prison warden. The prison guard leading the way immediately greeted Lee Life when he saw him. Well, what is this one? Lee Life pretended to be unrecognizable and looked at the following Tan Cheng, inquiring the prison guard, reporting to the warden. This one is here for a visitation, but doesn't have an appointment, so I'm about to take her to her appointment. The warden said, oh, it just so happens that I'm going there as well. Leave it to me, I'll take her there. You go and get busy. Lee Life waved his hand and detached the prison guard who was leading the way. Warden. The female prison guard saluted and retreated, but she also curiously looked at Lee Life and Tan Cheng 3 times a step back. A woman's sixth sense told her that there was something wrong with these two people, not to mention the fact that the two arrived at the prison one after the other. Just look at the face value of the two. Tan Cheng's beauty is enviable, and Lee Life is handsome as hell, and the two of them stand together and inexplicably feel like a good match. And Lee Life was a little nervous as he watched the female prison guard turn back from time to time. Is it hard not to have fooled her? If Lin Shi knew that she had led another beautiful woman over to visit the prison, she would have to be shady again. Shaking his head, Lee Life couldn't care less as he led the way towards the office building, sneaking Tan Cheng to the counseling room. Tan Cheng and Tan Cheng's conversation definitely couldn't be chatted about in the interview room where they were visiting the prison. If the other guards heard that their warden was giving privileges to the inmates, they wouldn't be able to brainstorm a 100,000 word scandal about the warden and the inmates. After placing Tan Cheng in the psychological counseling room, Lee Life looked around to make sure no one was in sight before heading towards the direction of the prison area. Today was still a working day. Lee Life didn't see anyone in all directions. He entered the prison area, and when he passed by Tan Cheng's cell, he realized that the two were not there. It seems that they have been called to work in the prison area again. After all, what Li Ming and the second disciplinarian ordered was only to prevent them from working for one day. As he passed by the empty cell, Lee Life smelled again the faint pungent odor of rotting seafood that he had smelled when he first entered the prison area. At that time, he saw that Lin Shi and the girls were accustomed to it as if they didn't have any reaction. So he didn't ask more questions and thought that it was the odor of an unused cell. But he'd also been wandering around this cell block for a few days now, and the unused cells didn't smell so pungent and fishy, did they? Lee Life was a bit puzzled and looked around. There was indeed no one else in the prison area, just himself, and the doors of the cells were all in an open state. Anyway, it happened to be on the way, and curiosity got the better of Lee Life, following the source of the fishy odor, twitching his nose to try to find out which cell the odor emanating from was actually in. Finally, at the end of the prison area, Lee Life is finally smelling the most intense seafood smell at the cell. He frowned as he stepped forward and slowly pulled open the door to this cell, but the 6 big words that appeared in front of the eyes, so that life froze in place for a long time cannot return to God. Everyone keep clicking to urge more. Thank you very much. Special thanks to Jin Shi's 4th country's big brother for his God certification, and all the brothers and sisters who sent gifts. I wish you all the best of luck and wealth from all directions. Chapter 69, Demonstration. Only a few large green garbage cans were placed in the center of the cell, and it was from the garbage cans that the fishy smell was coming from. However, Lee Life already knew exactly what the cell was for without needing to enter it for a closer look. Only 6 big words were written on the wall. Sanitary napkin drop-off. Same time, in the surveillance room, Yi Berry, who was caught groping for fish by Lee Life last time, saw Lee Life enter the prison area. That is, his sight was always on his movements, only to see Lee Life walking. Suddenly, as if he had discovered something, his steps slowed down and he frowned as if he was looking for something. Yi Berry knew that there was not a single person in the prison area right now, and seeing Lee Life's current action was even more curious. Pushing the black-framed glasses he was wearing and staring closely at Lee Life's next move, he only saw Lee Life walking slowly for a while, then seemed to have found the direction, walking faster and faster, finally arriving at the end of the second prison area. Yi Berry naturally knew what was there. Prisoners and guards are all girls, and it is natural that they will not throw things away that they use every month. Therefore, a sanitary napkin drop-off place has been purposely set up in the cell, and the used sanitary napkins of the inmates will be uniformly thrown into the garbage cans inside and then incinerated. However, there are too many prisoners, and even though they are cleaned and burned once a day, the smell is inevitable. Over time the smell of blood is along the cell door into the prison area, but the prison are women. The smell of natural familiarity, over time will be accustomed to, but Lee Life, a man, naturally did not touch this thing, let alone used. He is not seen. Yi Berry watched Lee Life pull open the cell door where the sanitary napkins were placed, and with a poof, he couldn't hold back, so he laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, what was the warden doing there? Shouldn't be curious about that smell. Laughing baby, record it. This has to be taped. Lee Life naturally do not know that the leaf berry has been to the screen to record his embarrassment at this time. He realized that this is the sanitary napkin drop-off place, is speechless to cover his forehead. No wonder no one has brought him here to see it. Lee Life shook his head and closed the cell door back again. Fortunately he didn't ask them this question at that time with excessive curiosity, otherwise he would have to die of embarrassment. After finding the source of the smell, Lee Life then proceeded to go straight to the factory. Tan Chang was still waiting for him. It didn't take much effort for Lee Life to see the naturally beautiful Tan Xingqing at a glance. Still in the same job as last time, still in the same place, still with the same bitter expression as last time. Tan Xingqing mechanically waved the small scissors in her hand, constantly cutting off the excess threads on the clothes. At first glance, it really looked like that, but not even 2 minutes later, Lee Life discovered the end, only to see Tan Xingqing's fast movements when the instructor was around. Scissors waved rapidly, clothes one after another were cut by her threads and thrown to the hands of Wang Xian in the next step, and then Wang Xian was also quick to fold and pack the clothes into shape. The two of them are so clearly divided and work so well together that it's kinda like that. But the disciplinarian had just walked by, and Tan Xingqing instantly put down the scissors, still throwing one piece after another towards Wang Xian, but the hand holding the scissors never moved again. The next step in the process of Wang Xian did not say anything. A smile on the face of Tan Xingqing threw over the clothes packaged. Anyway, these clothes will be sent away immediately. More points of threads is nothing. Buy is to earn. The prison first-hand source. Lee Life cried and laughed at the two tacit understanding of the action, thinking that this Tan Xingqing is really good at touching the fish, are touching the prison to come. After Lee Life discovered the duo's hook, he didn't break it up and walked straight up. Warden, you're here. The second correctional officer spotted Lee Life and hurriedly ran over to greet him. Well, I'll take her away. There's something I need to ask her. You guys go on and get busy. Don't worry about me. Li Ming pointed at Tan Xingqing and said to the second disciplinarian, Warden, call me again if you need anything. The second correctional officer saluted knowingly, then turned and went on his rounds. The second discipline is not curious about what Lee Life is always looking for this prisoner. Last time she also saw Tan Xingqing who cried and fainted. She knows that she and Lee Life have nothing to eat melon. Other than eating melon other than she is not interested. Tan Xingqing saw Lee Life pointed to himself, hurriedly stood up, thinking that Lee Life had changed his mind. Maybe, she was still going out hopefully. Lee Life and Wang Xian, who was on the side, briefly glanced at each other, and then they misplaced their gazes. There were so many people here, so many pairs of eyes watching him, he didn't dare to make a mess. Tan Xingqing, come with me, there's something I want to ask you, Li Life said indifferently. Warden, Tan Xingqing replied excitedly. Li Life then turned around and left, with Tan Xingqing following close behind. On the road, Warden, you want to ask what matter? You ask, I will tell you everything, as long as you let me out. I'll work for you as an ox, do whatever you want. I'm your man, don't treat me like a human being. I'll do whatever you say. I'll do whatever you say. I won't complain, please, prison warden, let me out, Tan Xingqing whispered behind Li Life. However, Li Life, who was leading the way in front, didn't say a word and just walked on his own, ignoring Tan Xingqing at all. Tan Xingqing didn't get a response, but she didn't give up either. She rolled her eyes and saw that no one was around, so she directly went forward to stop Li Life. At this time, the duo had already walked to the second prison area, not far from Tan Xingqing's cell. Tan Xingqing cut Li Life off, and in Li Life's puzzled eyes, Tan Xingqing let out a deep breath, and then with her back to the camera, she actually slowly pulled up her prison uniform from the bottom to the top. Tan Xingqing's already fair skin, and after spending so much time in a prison that rarely saw sunlight, her body was even more snow white. The small savage waist that could not be held in a single grip even had a few more abs at some point, as well as the scenery that could not be blocked even by the special corset in front of her chest. She just pulled her dress up to the neckline for Li Life to admire. Seeing Tan Xingqing move in such a manner, Li Life hurriedly reached out and slapped her hand away from pulling on her clothes, and the prison uniform slowly slid down, also covering that tantalizing body. What are you doing? Can't you see that this place is full of surveillance cameras? Li Life was really shocked by Tan Xingqing's action. They were now standing in the center of the prison aisle. It happened to be the place where the surveillance could take pictures, and for her to just pull her clothes open for him to see, so that others could see it would not think that he had ordered it. Warden, please, just let me out. Let me do whatever you want. Tan Xingqing's tears were rising again. It was hard for her to wait until Li Life went over to her again. It was hard for her to talk to Li Life one-on-one. She couldn't care less about whether there was surveillance or not. She was afraid that if she missed the opportunity now, she would never be able to get out. Chapter 70, Strawberries Berry. Tan Xingqing cried and prayed. In her heart, she immensely hoped that Li Life would soften his heart and be lenient towards her. However, Li Life was black-faced and coldly threw down a sentence. Cut the crap and follow me. Don't blame me for getting mad if you make any more small moves. Then continued toward the outside of the prison area. As for Tan Xingqing, after being ferociously scolded by Li Life, she also lowered her head like a frosted eggplant, crying while following Li Life's footsteps. This is not even a good idea. Do you really want to be his dog? But, even if she is a dog, she also wants to be the dog outside, not the dog in the cage. Tan Xingqing thought darkly. Same time, the one who was just as caught off guard as Li Life was also Yi Berry in the monitoring room. She had seen with her own eyes Tan Xingqing, the prisoner, swish her clothes and play a hooligan on their warden. It made their warden so angry. His face went black, but she wouldn't dare to record this one. If she did, something would happen. She hadn't been here long, and she was doing a good job, so she wasn't going to make a fool of herself by looking away and pretending she didn't see it. Who can stare at the screen without blinking is not, and occasionally desert. It's perfectly normal. Yi Berry comforted himself while deleting all the funny videos of the prison warden that had just been recorded and commented on. She also deliberately checked the recycle bin to make sure there were no more records, and only then did she feel relieved. She's just a college student who got in with great difficulty. This is not something she should have to endure. She misses home. Also misses milk tea, ice cream, ice beer, fried chicken, ice coke, stinky tofu. Li Life blackened his face and led Tan Xingqing out of the prison area. The two went straight to the counseling room. On the way, Tan Xingqing didn't crumble anymore, and Li Life still didn't say a word, obviously pissed off by Tan Xingqing. Finally, accompanied by the sound of Li Life's door opening, Tan Xingqing walked into the room and also met her long-for-blood sister. Tan Chang, Xingqing, has suffered you, my sister. Tan Xingqing just couldn't hold it together once she saw Tan Xingqing and tears began to break the dike. Sis, oh why are you here? I missed you so much. Sis, Tan Xingqing embraced the two sisters and they were finally reunited, hugging each other tightly and crying. Li Life looked at the sisters, one more capable of crying than the other, and had to go out of the room alone, leaving the room for the two sisters to catch up. Tan Chang would naturally make everything clear, and there was no need for him to be present. Moreover, the psychological counseling room was not monitored and was soundproof, so it couldn't be more suitable. Li Life out of the room is remembered just in the prison area. Tan Xingqing bold action. He bitterly rubbed his hair, straight to the monitoring room to go. As for Yi Berry, she was also watching the surveillance in the office building at that moment, and when she saw Lee Life walking towards the surveillance room she was in, she immediately tensed up. No way, no way. The warden is coming for her? Don't. She didn't see anything. Evil spirits retreat. 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 Unfortunately, Leafberry's spells don't work too well. Lee Life straightened up and made his way to the door of the surveillance room. Without knocking on the door, Lee Life directly pushed the door in. Warden, what are you doing here? Leafberry gulped and tried to look as calm as possible as he asked to Lee Life. Oh, you're on duty today. Ye berry right. Lee Life, to see the girl in front of him was actually the college student who drooled in her sleep last time. The mood then just now was quite relaxed. Yes, Warden. I'm Leafberry. Berry as in strawberry. Leafberry replied, not forgetting to add the finishing touch. Cute and cuddly. That. Did you see anything special just now? Lee Life asked absently, but his eyes were glued to the screen, looking for where he had just been. Ha! Report to the warden. I didn't see anything. Ye Berry sniffed and hurriedly returned, although his mouth returned quickly, but Ye Berry's heart panicked. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm sure it's because of this. The warden won't kill him for this, will he? It's just that the inmate harassed me. It's not like you harassed the inmate, so I'll just pretend I didn't see it. The center of Lee Life's brain felt a slight tremor of skill. A special feeling is born from. This Leafberry lied to him. She definitely saw it. Lee Life narrowed his eyes. Since it was seen, it is necessary to address the person who found the problem. Ye Berry, what do you think of our prison? Come for such a long time adapted to it yet? Lee Life revealed a smile, faintly looked at Ye Berry, slowly said, reporting to the warden. Our prison is good everywhere. I especially like here. Very adaptable. I don't want to leave at all. I want to work until I die. Oh no. Work until I retire. Ye Berry listened to this light tone of Lee Life, only to feel some soles of feet. I'm not going to be able to do that. This is a greeting to her. This is a threat. This is a threat. Help. There is no one. Well, that's good. I see that you are also doing quite well. Is it quite difficult to find a job outside now? Lee Life's voice is not big, also not terrible. Idle chat general tone, but listen to the Leafberry is about to cry out. Reporting to the warden is pretty hard. It was also hard for me to find this job, warden, and I will definitely do a good job. What I shouldn't see, I shouldn't see, and what I shouldn't say, I shouldn't say. Firmly follow the instructions of the prison warden. Ye Berry replied to Lee Life's words with a bitter little face. In the back of my mind, I'm thinking, this is not something I can handle in my 20s. I'm under pressure that I shouldn't be at this age. Well, said very good. Then you see what hunting things in the course of work will not record and send online, right? Nowadays, the network is so developed and spread so widely. If the matter in the prison is spread out, the impact is particularly great. Lee Life's voice slightly lowered, closely watching Ye Berry's expression change. Ha, warden, how dare I post it online? This is my cell phone. Please inspect it. Warden. Ye Berry's heart immediately flinched at the words, and cold sweat swished down. Secretly glad that she had just deleted the video of the warden going to the sanitary napkin drop-off place. Fortunately it was deleted, otherwise she would be dead. Lee Life was not polite, and took Ye Berry's cell phone, and indeed examined it, opened the album, which are all Ye Berry's life photos, as well as screenshots of various corrupt dramas, although there are also a few selfies of her in the surveillance room. But this does not matter, as long as it is not just the video, that will be fine. He carefully flipped through again, and in the hidden album, he also found Ye Berry's portrait photos. The scale is very large. He is not convenient to look at it in detail, hurriedly swept through, and finally determined that indeed, it is not anything. Finally, he opened and looked at Ye Berry's chat records under Ye Berry's gaze, and there were no sensitive topics other than daily chats, which was why he finished the check and handed the phone back to Ye Berry. Well, performed well, but, if Deputy Prisoner Lin asks, you should know how to answer. Lee Life tried again, reporting to the warden. No, I didn't see anything. Ye Berry straightened up and replied with a straight face. Aha, that's good. How long have we not cleared the memory of this surveillance equipment? How to clear today's video? You teach me. Lee Life patted Ye Berry's shoulder with satisfaction. Then under Ye Berry's hands-on teaching, he personally deleted today's video without leaving any traces, which made him feel relieved. In the end, the problem-solving Lee Life again patted Ye Berry's shoulder and added her contact information before letting her go and leaving the monitoring room. Lee Life thought to himself, don't blame him for making too much fuss. If Ye Berry really sends that video of Tan Xingqing and him to the internet, and then it is maliciously edited, maybe tomorrow's news headlines will have to turn into a certain prison, where the warden submerged a female inmate, ordering her to lift up her clothes. The people and gods are outraged, and so on the topic of, and maybe it is much more serious than his imagination. After all, the netizen's ability to do the whole job he was quite aware of. And after the robbery of the Leafberries, at this time paralyzed in the chair, back are soaked with cold sweat, dry for more than 2 months. Today is his most afraid, the most difficult day. Blame her for seeing what she shouldn't see. Also hand owed to record the video, fortunately deleted. Fortunately, the warden is horrible. She wants to cry. The matter of monitoring was solved. Li Life slightly put down his heart. This moment is also quite a long time. I think the Tan Cheng Cheng sisters must have talked about the same. Li Life returned to the door of the counseling room and was just about to push his way in. Only the elevator doors dinged, slowly opened. Lin Shi's silhouette. He stepped out of the elevator. Everyone continued to point hyped up. Thank you to all the big brothers who send gifts. Thank you for the hyped up note. Wish the big brothers a burst of fortune. Walk all, pick up money, do anything to get rich, more money than you can spend. Simply can't spend it all. Chapter 71. You're just a vice. Lin Shi discovered Li Ming's figure with a sweep of his gaze. She froze slightly, and then she walked towards Li Life. When did you come back? What happened to Zhang Wenhai afterward? Lin Shi faintly asked. She hung up the phone with her old man and was left without a source of information, only knowing that he had sent someone to take care of it. Zhang Wenhai, this kind of lawlessness, personal enrichment scum. She hated to kill it, so extra curious about his later end. And Li Life panicked when he saw Lin Shi walking towards him. He should know that he was standing at the door of the counseling room, and the Tan Cheng Cheng sisters were also in the room. But coincidentally, Lin Shi would actually take the elevator downstairs at this time. Li Life carefully brought the Tan Cheng Cheng sisters over just because he was afraid that Lin Shi would find out and be conspiratorial with him. But in the end, there was no coincidence. The paper couldn't hold the fire, and he was blocked by her at the door. However, fortunately, the counseling room was relatively soundproof, so both Li Life and Lin Shi did not hear the movement inside, which led to the current scene. Li Life sniffed and pretended to smile normally. Just came back. Zhang Wenhai was taken away by the people from the supervision. When he left, he should be scared. He didn't say a word, but the way he looked at me was quite strange. He must not have thought that it wasn't the police who arrested him, but the supervision. Right. Lin Shi sniffed and revealed a smirk. Images already appearing in her mind. Zhang Wenhai must have been scared out of his wits, knowing that the name of the supervision is known to no one and no one, known as the King of Hell's life and death spectrum. 9.5 out of 10 people who are targeted by the watchdog are investigated, the last jailed. So the supervision of the people appeared. That also means that a certain official East window, don't think of getting away with it, can escape quickly escape, can't escape then wait for death. There is absolutely no possibility of letting you overturn the case. And the reason why the watchdogs are so good at catching them is also because their particular department is ridiculously powerful. No matter what position they are in, the inspector has the right to arrest them, torture, and even torture. It is a special department created specifically for a group of corrupt officials who bend the law for their own benefit. It is also because of the existence of this department that the law is able to deliver justice without the sun being blotted out by black hands. Lin Shi, as the daughter of the highest supervisor Lin Aigua, naturally led by example, from a small prison guard, climbed step by step to the present position of deputy director of the prison, for which she was very proud that she did not lose her father's face. And she was only so angry when Li Life came parachuting in and snatched away the position of prison governor that should have been hers. And she targeted Li Life at every turn just because she thought Li Life was the biggest rule breaker. It was obvious that Li Fate's father, Li Yutian, had a special status, but Uncle Li actually took the lead in blatantly breaking the rules, transferring the inexperienced Li Fate to the prison for the ridiculous reason of letting the two of them match. This made Lin Shi, who had always been guided by the mission of monitoring, almost lose her temper. However, she knew that this was jointly agreed upon by her old man and Uncle Li, so she was powerless to resist, and could only vent her anger on Li Life. However, when Li Life did a few days after the prison director, Lin Shi had some change of opinion about Li Life. Although he was clueless when he first came here and did not look like a prison director at all, but his performance has been pretty good lately, and he also pulled down the scum of Zhang Wenhai of their management bureau, and grasped the evidence of Zhang Wenhai's crime, which made Lin Shi's good feelings towards Li Life soar even more. Idle Time also began to consider the Li Life and her suitability of the problem, but with her cautious nature, certainly not so easy to agree in Li Life in a place. She is still examining. Well, that's good. This Zhang Wenhai may all be related to the previous prison director stepping down. This time he fell into the hands of the supervision. We'll certainly tell all. Our prison system is also getting rid of a tumor. Lin Shi waved his hand and said excitedly, "Yeah, you that. Where are you coming down to?" Li Life saw Lin Shi chatting nonstop at the door of the counseling room, somewhat afraid that she would find out, so he changed the topic and said, "Me? I'm fine. I was just about to go to the prison area to turn." Lin Shi was just about to say that she was going to go to the prison area to turn around, but she suddenly noticed that Li Life seemed to be a bit off. She sniffled and moved a little closer to Li Life. as if she had realized something and frowned tightly. Why do you smell so good? A woman's perfume? Lin, she frowned with a look of anger, but tried to keep her voice steady. Ha, do I smell good? No, it doesn't. Li Life's heart was shocked as he sniffed. Raising his arm, he took a sniff himself. Sure enough, Lin, she is not swindling him. His own body really has a fragrance. Li Life carefully smell is to distinguish. This smell is precisely the body fragrance of Tan Chengcheng body. Oh, is quite fragrant. Maybe last night in someone else's car sitting. Long time stained flavor it. Ha ha ha. Li Life, some vain defense, laughed. Li Life, you lie. Whenever you lie, you can't help but laugh awkwardly. Do you think I don't know that? Lin, she was even more enraged after hearing Li Life's explanation. Li Life actually lied to her. The smell was clearly that of a woman's body, and if it had just sat in the car, it wouldn't have marinated so flavorfully. Maybe Li ordered him last night. Lin, she thought of this. He could not control his anger at once. Directly questioned. Li Life, did you sleep with that woman? That MS Tan from the recording? Tan Qingqing's sister? Don't tell me you slept with her while she was drunk. You're still human. Lin, she angrily pointed at Li Life and chided. She didn't expect Li Life to be so bottomless. If he really took advantage of people's danger and spoiled Tan Qingqing's sister after she got drunk, then Li Life would never want to get her forgiveness again. On the other hand, the opposite side of Li Life's face was getting darker and darker in the face of Lin Shi's groundless accusations. Originally, he was afraid that Lin Shi would be shady with him, which is why he brought Tan Chengcheng in secretly in order to take care of her mood. But he didn't expect that Lin Shi could be so angry to this extent without even seeing the person, just based on the scent stained on her clothes, and coming up with accusations and questioning, and speculating about his relationship with Tan Chengcheng. Although he wasn't wrong, he did put Tan Chengcheng to sleep, but he can do whatever he wants. Why should Lin Shi accuse him? Li Life narrowed his eyes with a calm expression as he first waited for Lin Shi to finish his sentence before he slowly spoke. Lindsay, you're talking to me? Talking to your superior? With this attitude? Don't forget where you are right now. Do you realize that it's during working hours? And what kind of person are you to me? My girlfriend or my fiancé? Aren't you minding too much? Is this prison your home? I'm the warden. You're just a deputy. Understand? Deputy Warden Lin? Chapter 72, Having an Eye for a Good Time. Li Life contained anger, word for word, clear for Lin Shi to hear. Lin Shi also didn't expect Li Life's reaction, and suddenly took a step back in shock at his tone. Listening to Li Life's reprimand and rhetorical questions in her ears, she was unable to answer for a moment. Her throat seemed to be sealed, losing the ability to speak, just staring blankly at Li Life output towards her. Before, I didn't care when you didn't have a big deal with me based on our old acquaintance, but now have you drifted off and are daring to accuse me like that? Do I need to ask you to report what I do? For the sake of Uncle Lin, I won't talk to you this time. But remember, this is the last time. Aren't you the one who likes to do things in public and not break the rules? Next time if you commit the following offense, then I will have to exercise my warden's right to change a deputy warden. Li Life's icy, cold words mercilessly struck on Lin Shi's face, disliking her speechless. Liang Long slowed down. Lin Shi, face white, unwillingly biting his lips, recognized the man in front of him in general, mouth hard openings. You can't remove me from office. It's not up to you to appoint or remove me from my position. Li Life sniffed but smiled disdainfully. Slowly walking past Lin Shi, he slowly opened his mouth as he did so. Oh, you know that my father is used to me, but some formalities. Guess whether I can change you. But if you also follow my example and also find your dad to take a back door, then I can't get rid of you. But we never break the rules of the Lin deputy prisoner. When the time comes to choose to go through this back door, or would rather be jerked off, but also determined not to break the rules. Li Ming's voice clearly reached Lin Shi's ears, causing her to freeze in place again. Li Life is blatantly breaking the rules based on his status, and he wants to jerk him out of his position as deputy warden. It was clearly a blatant provocation and a violation of the law, but Lin Shi suddenly realized that there wasn't really much he could do. First of all, she was not as high as Li Life's position and was his subordinate. He had the right to recommend or apply for removal from his position. And if the person above him agreed, then what was it that she had worked so hard to climb step by step from a small prison guard to her current position? He could knock herself back to her original form with a light sentence. But if he went to his old man, Lin Aigua, what was the difference between that and Li Life looking for his father to break the rules? Wouldn't it be the same thing as Li Life? What is the mission of the watchdog that you believe in so strongly? I check myself, but now let her go back to the grassroots as an ordinary prison guard again. This discrepancy, even if she accepts it, but she was already a deputy director. Why would all her hard work go down the drain with one word from Li Ming? What about all the hard work she's been doing? Lin Shi stood still, caught in an internal struggle. She regretted a little, just now, if she hadn't been so impulsive to accuse Li Life. But It was clearly him who wanted to go on a blind date with her. What's wrong with saying something to him when he's screwing around? If he didn't screw around, why didn't he explain? It was Li Ming who made the first mistake. Why should she be the one aggrieved? Lin, she bit her lip. Seeing Li Ming's figure walking further and further away, she finally was not able to hold back and a tear overflowed out of her eye. Lin, she raised her head to keep the tears from flowing down, trying to control her emotions, but she still failed. Despite tilting her head high, the tears that were gathering more and more finally broke the dike, gushing down uncontrollably. At the same time, just after the rescue of Yiberry, before she had time to organize her mood, she was again in the office building's surveillance. Saw the scene just now, although she did not hear the sound, but she clearly saw the deputy warden pointing at the warden to curse something, and then the warden got angry and scolded the deputy warden again, and finally scolded the deputy warden to tears, and the departure of the warden is now step by step, again toward the location of her monitoring room. All Leafberry wanted to say now was, there's no end to this pussy class, she doesn't want to work a day. Lee Life quickly walked towards the surveillance room around the corner where Lin she couldn't see. You know that the Tan Cheng Cheng sisters are still in the counseling room right now, just a wall away from Lin she outside the door. Although Lin she didn't know it yet, but if she found out, she would inevitably catch herself again. However, Lee Life thought about it. Anyway, just now is also considered to be torn face. Even if it was found out, then it does not matter. It is not like she can be sure that she and Tan Cheng Cheng really slept together, but it is just a guess. He is the warden of the prison. In the past, he still cared about some childhood friendship, and he was very tolerant to Lin Shi, but now Lin Shi is getting more and more excessive. It is time to knock her out. Otherwise, I do everything with my hands tied. And after the old man sent a bodyguard, with so many pairs of eyes staring at him, he had to give Lin Shi a precautionary shot while he was at it, lest he get into more trouble afterward. Li Life pushed open the door of the monitoring room. Yi Berry had already stood up and waited for him. Seeing Li Life come in, Yi Berry greeted him. Warden, you are back again. I've already deleted the video of what just happened for you. You don't have to make the trip yourself. You can rest assured. It's clean. Absolutely no traces. Yi Berry piled up a smiling face, fawningly looking at Li Life. She thought to herself that now she must listen to the words, and can't mess with the warden again. Otherwise, the deputy warden was scolded to tears. If she is still not to be scolded to death. Li Life oddly looked at the Leafberries. Did not expect this girl unexpectedly know things. They have not thought to delete the video of the fight between him and Lin Shi just now. This girl has already deleted. Have eyesight. Not bad, not bad. Very good. Keep it up. Li Life gave a rare compliment to Yi Berry, and looking at Yi Berry's joyful smile, he couldn't help but reveal a smirk as well. But business was important, and Li Life sat in his chair and watched Lin Shi's movements, only to see Lin Shi crying in place for a while. She wiped her tears, and then returned the same way, entered the elevator, and after that, she went straight back to the office. Li Life waited for a while again, not going out right away, until he confirmed that Lin Shi would not come out again for a while, and only then did he leave the monitoring room, and went back to the door of the psychological counseling room, and directly pushed the door in. In the room, the two Tan Cheng Cheng sisters had calmed down. Tan Cheng Cheng's face was covered in tears. Obviously she hadn't cried much, and her face was ashen. I'm afraid that she already knew the result of her disposition at this moment. Tan Cheng Cheng, on the other hand, had a pitying look on her face as she wrapped her arms around Tan Cheng Cheng's shoulders, hating the fact that it was herself who was wearing this prison uniform. When the two women saw Li Life come in, their gazes went to Li Life. Tan Cheng Cheng is pleading eyes, hoping that Li Life will take good care of Tan Cheng Cheng in prison, while Tan Cheng Cheng is with hatred. She knows that if Li Life is willing to loosen up, she doesn't have to sit in jail for so many years. It's all because of this man who can't stand oil and salt. How can one be so unlucky to run into this unintelligible, soft and hard-speaking person? She really wanted to complain about him. Li Life looked at the two sisters in the room and was just about to speak. Suddenly, behind Li Life, the knock on the door sounded suddenly. Knock knock. Keep on pointing the hypes. And thank you, everyone, for the little gifts from the big boys. I wish you all good luck and prosperity. I can't thank you enough for supporting me. Chapter 73. Back to the infirmary for you. Knock knock. Li Life was shocked. Who was knocking on the door? He made a point of looking around when he came in and didn't notice anyone at all. So how could there suddenly be a knock on the door? But Li Life couldn't help but open it. This person knocking on the door must have seen Li Fate enter the room. If it's not open, it's even more of a secret. Li Life had no choice but to give the two sisters a look, telling them to take their respective seats on either side of the table, then slowly turned back and opened the door, only to see the person standing playfully in the doorway was actually Xia Hong, who was dressed in a sexy outfit. Xia Hong today, and as usual, outside is still a white coat, but inside the coat is wearing a black lace camisole. deep V neckline next to reveal exquisite collarbone. Chest at the ripples seem to be a pair of invisible hands holding the old high, especially eye-catching. Lower legs wearing black stockings, slender long legs straight and sexy. The knee was also what hook-like. There is a conspicuous white hooked silk through the stockings to reveal the color of the white skin inside, and the foot is stepping on the pair of red bottom fine-heeled high-heel shoes familiar to Lee Life. But the sexiest thing of all was the half-rimmed gold-rimmed glasses with gold chains hanging over the eyes. It's pure and royal, sexy and flirty, shapely and generous. This body looked at the open door. Lee Life could not help but freeze for a second. Eyes from top to bottom to Xia Hong did a full body scan, only then slowed down, marveled and asked, "Sister Red, what are you?" Lee Life looked at Xia Hong, who was obviously well-dressed, and was curious as to how she knew she was here. "I was just organizing the medicines in the medicine store next to the house, and I heard you and Hoshi arguing in the house, but I didn't dare to come out, and I was about to come out when you all left, but then I saw that you came back, so I came to find you to talk to you." Xia Hong smiled faintly. She naturally felt Lee Life's gaze surveying her body, and also saw the marvelous color in Lee Life's eyes, which made her satisfied with her outfit. It seemed that she didn't dress up for nothing. Xia Hong's thoughts are very simple. Just now she did hear the two arguing in the drugstore, and after Lin Shi alone tears she saw. But if before there is no chance that she will help to comfort Lin Shi, counting down Lee Life this big man. But ever since she told Lee Life about the painful experience she had once had, she had some special feelings for him, as if Lee Life was the only one who felt worthy of her trust, which made her think differently than before. At this moment, she was thinking that if Lin Shi and Lee Life broke up, then was she not considered to be stealing Lin Shi's man? Now is not just a good opportunity, one even if not to speak of martial virtue or not, take advantage of the situation or not. She is so big, if not crazy she will be old. She wants to try. "Oh, I said why I haven't seen you, but I'm a bit busy at the moment. How about you, go back to the infirmary and wait for me?" Lee Life swallowed his saliva and pointed to the Tan Cheng Cheng sisters inside the room. Xia Hong naturally also discovered that there were two other women in the counseling room, although she didn't see when they came in, but it seemed that Lee Life was really busy, so she had no choice but to nod her head. "Okay warden, then get busy, I'll go back to the infirmary and wait for you." Good, I'll be over there after I'm done in a while." Lee Life sent Xia Hong out of the doorway and purposely added a sentence. Xia Hong glanced at Lee Life with a faint smile and didn't say anything. Her body swayed and floated away. Lee Life shook his head, although he didn't know what Xia Hong was looking for him to talk about. But with this kind of beauty invited, how could he not go? Since coming to the Black Mountain prison, Xia Hong is the first woman who let him move his heart, saying that he fell in love at first sight or not, seeing the color also. In short, when Xia Hong gave him a finger test day of the first meeting, he was attracted by the unique temperament of Xia Hong, the doctor in a white coat. So Lee Life consciously or unconsciously always have some special intimacy with Xia Hong, but still in the way of Lin Shi, and he didn't express it. Now Xia Hong took the initiative to find him, then if he does not go can be too ungrateful. And Xia Hong is on his revenge list. When the finger inspection revenge, he has not yet reported it. Lee Life sent Xia Hong away and then went back to the counseling room. Both women were looking at him with odd eyes and didn't say anything, making Lee Life look a little embarrassed. He had to speak first. "What you guys should have said has already been said. Right, letting you out of prison is definitely impossible, but I will take special care of you, as well as the matter of the group dance competition afterward. I will also help you to sign up for it, so you can honestly go to jail here. After all, your smuggling and bribery charges aren't fake. The evidence is overwhelming. After that you behave well and try to get out a few years earlier." Lee Life looked at Tan Qingqing and gave a direct explanation. After all, her sister was already in a relationship with herself, so she naturally wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. So Lee Life looked at Tan Cheng again. "Ms. Tan, that's all for now after the chat. It's not compliant to let you meet here, and it would be a bit of a hassle to be seen by anyone else. So if there's anything else after that, just give me a call, and I'll pass it on to her." Tan Cheng wiped the tears that were about to well up in her eyes again and nodded helplessly. "Warden Lee, you must take good care of my sister. In prison these days she has lost a circle of weight." Lee Life nodded at his words. He also found out that Tan Qingqing had indeed lost weight. Originally her figure was already impeccable, but under the continuous blows in the past few days, she had lost another round of weight. The original well-proportioned and flat belly had lost a few abdominal muscles, and her body looked a bit thinner as well. Tan Cheng again turned her gaze to her younger sister, Tan Qingqing, and tenderly said, "Qingqing, it's my sister's uselessness that she didn't manage to get you out of here, but my sister will definitely help you continue to fight the lawsuit outside, or at least clear up the case of the financial fraud. That way with the reduction of the sentence, you won't be staying for a long time." Tan Qingqing bit her lips and held back her tears, but she still opened her mouth. "Sister, don't say that. You've already done enough. I don't blame you. When it was agreed, I'll take the top when things go wrong. It's all my fault for being too greedy. It's me who dragged you down. Sister. Sorry. The two women were crying and hugging each other again, both of them not letting go of each other. But in the end, one person is going to stay. Li Life patted Tan Cheng Cheng's shoulder, separating the two of them. Tan, I'll walk you to the door. Then I'll come back and walk her back to the cell block. Follow me. Li Life pushed open the door of the room and gestured for Tan Cheng Cheng to follow. Even though Tan Cheng Cheng was no longer reluctant to part with her, she couldn't possibly stay here with Tan Cheng Cheng all the time. And with one last look at her sister who had been with her since she was a little girl, Tan Cheng Cheng still got up and followed Li Life to leave. She had more important things to do. She'd do anything for her sister. Li Life and Tan Cheng Cheng walked side by side towards the prison entrance. Tan Cheng Cheng wiped her crying red face, trying not to let herself be seen to have cried. Finally at the prison entrance, Li Life stood still, ready to say goodbye to Tan Cheng Cheng. Before Li Ming could say anything, Tan Cheng Cheng spoke. Warden Li, there's no need to send him off. If there's anything I can do to help you, just ask. Don't forget our agreement. Li Life nodded with a straight face. Don't worry. So Tan Cheng Cheng, who had been promised by Li Life, walked alone toward the oncoming prison guard and walked out of the prison under her leadership. Chapter 74, Squatting. Li Life also watched Tan Cheng Cheng get into the car and leave the prison before he turned back. He also has to bring Tan Cheng Cheng back. Li Life returned to the psychological counseling room. Tan Cheng Cheng was sitting on the chair with a disoriented face, and did not know what to think about. Seeing Li Life pushed the door, and she also did not have much of a reaction, but only odd eyes surveyed Li Life, giving him a furry look. Why are you looking at me like that? Let's go. Take you back. Don't say anything to anyone about what just happened, or I won't be able to help you. So don't let your sister's hard work go to waste, Li Life said indifferently. Tan Cheng Cheng sniffed and stood up. I'm not stupid. Of course I won't say, but that prison doctor who just knocked on the door, she seems to be interested in you. At a glance, it's a well-groomed dress, so I guess she's thinking about how to seduce you in her heart. Li Life sniffed and was slightly embarrassed for a moment, then returned to normal, glancing at Tan Cheng Cheng, who seemed a little less satisfied, and said, it's none of your business. Get going. It's been out for so long. Go back and arrange a cleaner job for you first. While Tan Cheng Cheng watched Li Life push open the door but did not immediately follow. Instead, her face was slightly angry. How is it none of my business if you slept with my sister? Tan Cheng Cheng bluntly stated the doubts she had just been agonizing over. Since she and her sister just met, she found something wrong, whether it was the walking posture or mental state. It was different from before, but she didn't think deeper at first. But then Tan Cheng Cheng told her about the causes and consequences of Zhang Wenhai's arrest, and vaguely said that Li Life would definitely help her. Let her honestly stay in prison first. At this time she became even more suspicious. You have to know how Li Life, a man of oil and salt, can be so nice. One doesn't want their money, the other doesn't want their sex. So what's the point of helping her? Just for helping her with a few drinks? Li Ming is so eager to break the rules to help them? Tan Cheng Cheng didn't believe that Li Life was so kind. It must have been her sister who exchanged her own body with Li Life, so it all made sense. As Li Life listened to Tan Cheng Cheng's questioning, even though he already felt that he was thick-skinned enough, he still inevitably blushed slightly and casually closed the door again. Li Life knew that Tan Cheng Cheng wouldn't talk to her sister about this, so Tan Cheng Cheng was just blindly guessing and could completely deny it. He calmed down and narrowed his eyes at Tan Cheng Cheng. What are you talking nonsense about? I'm helping you because your sister counts as a favor to me. Don't be ungrateful. Don't ask if it's none of your business. Get out of here, Li Life urged. But Tan Cheng Cheng didn't know where the emotion came from, and suddenly she was yelling at Li Life again. Don't you lie to me. If you really slept with my sister, don't mess with other women. My sister is a good woman. It's her first time. You can't apologize to her. Tan Cheng Cheng held her red face in anger. Her sister hadn't even talked to her boyfriend. If she just cheapened it to Li Life, who was still hooking up with others, then she felt too unworthy for her sister. Although it is in order to let her live in prison more comfortable. But sister is a yellow flower big girl. Match Li Life, this is not more than enough. How can he not know enough? But also to provoke that Tai Fox prison doctor. Li Life looked at the furious Tan Cheng Cheng in front of him and suddenly reached out to grab it. With a slight force, Li Life grabbed the prison uniform on Tan Cheng Cheng's chest. Then he exerted force with one hand and yanked it in his direction. Tan Cheng Cheng's already somewhat slim body was instantly lifted up by Li Life with one hand, pulling it in front of her and facing Li Life face to face. Li Life narrowed his eyes slightly, staring into Tan Cheng Cheng's eyes, and said softly, Tan Cheng Cheng, don't get your identity wrong. You're a prisoner now. Dare you talk to me like that? Have you forgotten the bet you made with me back then? Li Life's voice became lower and lower as he spoke. Now that you've lost and are still in the palm of my hand, shouldn't the original bet be honored? At first you said that if you couldn't get out, in this prison, you'd have to obey me and be my dog. You shouldn't have forgotten that. Li Life pressed on with each step, and Tan Qingqing's face turned from red to white. Naturally, she hadn't forgotten the bet she had made with Li Life back then, but at that time, she thought that she would definitely be able to get out, so she was just talking nonsense, until she received the bad news and knew that she might not really be able to get out. Only then did she remember the betting agreement with Li Life. When his dog, Tan Qingqing, was frightened by Li Life, instantly lost her voice. A face of panic wanted to retreat, but the clothes on her chest were still being pinched in Li Life's hands, so she naturally could not retreat. He could only helplessly grab Li Life's hand, tears wetting his eyes. Li Life looked at her in this manner, and did not spoil her. Raising a dog is like this. If you never get down and hit it hard, it will keep testing your bottom line, and finally think that it is the master. And humans are just a shoveler who shovels for him. But if you hit it once until it's convinced and it hurts, then you'll have an obedient pet, and it will never show its teeth to you again, but will only wag its tail around you, eager to be caressed by you. As it is with animals, so it is with people. Li Life looked at the terrified Tan Qingqing and pushed her to the ground. Looking at Tan Qingqing, who had fallen to the ground in a sorry state, he ordered directly, "Get down!" Tan Qingqing was pushed to the ground and instantly lost her strength. She didn't expect Li Life to actually do this to her, and even mentioned the bet. It's hard to believe that he really wants her to be his dog. On the way here, Tan Qingqing had thought about it, but that was based on the premise that she could get out of the prison. If we do get out and get free, when the dog also pooped, but now that she can't even get out, and with her sister in the middle, Li Ming actually wants to do this to herself? Why? Is the warden a big deal? And you're ordering yourself to crouch down? Really treat yourself like a dog? She, Tan Qingqing, would fall to her death from here today and be beaten to death. She will not listen to the orders of Li Life. This dead is dead. Who's afraid of Hua? I just don't believe that you, Li Life, can really get me killed. Of course, these thoughts were all Tan Qingqing's mental activities. At the moment she collapsed to the ground, tears flowing out uncontrollably, and her legs were still hurting from the impact she had just received when she fell, while Li Life issued the command. Seeing that Tan Qingqing froze and just knew how to cry, not moving at all, he narrowed his eyes again, frowned, and slowly took a step forward to stand beside Tan Qingqing. Then Li Fate slowly took off his jacket and threw it on a side chair, loosened the cuffs, and unbuttoned a few more buttons of his collared shirt. Then under the gaze of Tan Qingqing's incomparably terrified eyes, Li Life slowly pulled open the shirt hanging down from his waist, revealing his black belt. With a slight movement of his fingers, the belt clicked, unraveled by Li Life. I said, "Squat." Everyone keep clicking to urge more. Thank you for your support, and thank you to all the gift-giving bigwigs. I wish all the gift-giving bigwigs prosperity. Wealth rolls in like a mighty river. Chapter 75, Shut up, I said. Crouch down. Li Life's voice was like a thunderclap into Tan Qingqing's ears, shocking her brain into a blank, completely at a loss for words. What do you want to do? Don't you mess around. Tan Qingqing's voice trembled with panic. She watched Li Life's movements at the moment, her scalp tingling. What did this man want? What was he doing with his belt? He had just promised her sister that he would take care of her. Why did he turn into this all of a sudden? Is this how he takes care of himself? Li Life saw that although Tan Qingqing was already trembling with fear, she still had a stiff upper lip and told him not to mess around, and was still indifferent to his commands. Li Life had to take the belt off his waist. He must not stop now. If he stops, then Tan Qingqing will know his bottom line. Knowing that he will not do anything to her, then Tan Qingqing will even stomp on her nose. So Li Life can only continue. He wrapped the belt around his hand in a loop, and the long belt naturally hung down along his arm, no more than a few centimeters away from Tan Qingqing, who was sitting on the ground and trembling. Li Life shook his arm slightly, and the belt swung with his movements, gently brushing past Tan Qingqing's legs, scaring Tan Qingqing to the point where goosebumps were born directly out of thin air. Last chance. Crouch down. Li Life slowed down his speech. His low voice reminded Tan Qingqing one last time, if she disobeyed orders and provoked his authority again, then, don't blame me for being ruthless. Tan Qingqing looked at Li Life acting in such a manner. Although she was already scared to death in her heart, her nature had always been like this. No matter what, she was always tough-talking. If it wasn't really endangering her, she wouldn't have said anything to be soft. Before she begged for forgiveness to Li Life, it was only a temporary commitment. If she got out of prison, then the sky is high enough for birds to fly, and the sea is wide enough for fish to leap. She, Tan Qingqing, naturally would not honestly be Li Life's little lover when called. Unfortunately, she didn't expect that she really couldn't get out no matter what, and now she even fell into Li Life's hands. Look at this situation. If you do not listen to his words, perhaps the next second Li Life and the hands of the belt will be drawn to their own body. Tan Qingqing was still hesitating. but her mouth was much faster than her brain. What do you want? You dare to hit me? Who are you scaring? If you hit me today, I will. Before Tan Xingqing finished her colorful words, she only saw Li Life raise an eyebrow. The belt in his hand was flung violently. Snap! The sound of Tan Xingqing only felt her thighs instantly numb for a moment. Then came the fiery pain that came violently, visible to the naked eye. The originally fair legs instantly bulged with a belt-width red mark. Hurrah! It was Li Life's belt that had landed here hard. Ah! Tan Xingqing's scream snapped through the room. She couldn't believe it as she looked at the mark on her leg. It was just off the charts. Li Life actually really dared to whip her? He was a big man. He was a big man. He really had no respect for a weak woman like her? Did he really hit her? Tan Xingqing's three views collapsed, instantly retracting her beautiful legs that were still in fiery pain, cupping her hands around the wound. She had a look of horror on her face. Shut up! Li Life's anger rose from his heart as he listened to Tan Xingqing's sudden scream. Again, his palm moved slightly. Another snap. The sound of the belt was under his control, accurately jerking above Tan Xingqing's arm again. As earlier, her slender snow-white arm, also a blood mark had emerged. Ah! Tan Xingqing's scream sounded again. When she saw Li Life's arm movement, she had raised her arm in defense, but her flesh and blood arm which could resist Li Life's leather belt. Unsurprisingly, another hard smack from Li Life. She had no time to react. Her brain was down and all she could do was scream in terror. But Li Life didn't care about these mental activities of hers. Seeing that she was still screaming, he again raised his arm to aim at the position to make a gesture to draw down. This time Tan Xingqing saw Li Life's raised hand. Finally, she was raising her hand in surrender. Ah! Don't fight! Don't fight! I won't scream! I won't scream! Tan Xingqing cried and begged for mercy from Li Life. She was scared. No longer would she dare to go against Li Life. But Li Life's hand was already up. How could he not drop it? Li Life swung his arm again. Snap! The sound of, accompanied by Tan Xingqing's agonizing screams once again. It landed hard on top of Tan Xingqing's back that had been exposed to Li Life because she had turned around in shock. With this whip down, Tan Xingqing completely lost her mind to resist. She didn't wait for Li Life to speak. She withdrew her agonizing screams herself, just wrapped her arms helplessly around her knees, tears flowing silently down her cheeks. It was a pearly, icy pity. Seeing that she had already begged for mercy, Li Life did not raise his hand again, but only icy coldly repeated his previous command. Get down! Li Life's words just fell. Tan Xingqing is enduring the pain on his body, immediately squatting in front of Li Life, tilting her head up. She looked at Li Life pitifully, like a docile pet waiting for its master's praise. Li Life looked at Tan Xingqing's appearance. His body naturally had a strange feeling, but now was not the time. Wanting to tame a little pepper like Tan Xingqing, I'm afraid this is not enough. Li Life slowly retied the belt around his waist again, and rebuttoned the buttons he had just undone. Finally, he picked up the clothes that he had thrown over on the chair and put them on against the window. Only then did he wave his hand at Tan Xingqing, who was still crouching in place, not daring to speak. Let's go and send you back to your cell. Remember today's lesson. Don't forget who you are now, and if you dare to disobey my orders again, what happens to you today is what you'll have to go through every single day in prison in the future. I advise you to behave yourself. After Li Life finished speaking, he opened the door and walked out of the room on his own, and behind her, Tan Xingqing, trembling her body, hurriedly followed. She didn't think of anything right now. She didn't dare to think of anything. She just obediently followed Li Life's pace, walking towards the prison area. With every step, a fiery pain came from the place where her body was whipped, and she didn't dare to say anything. She could only bite her lips and secretly endure it. Originally, the distance from the office building to the prison area is not very long, but in Tan Xingqing's current feeling, this road seems endless. How to look forward to the end of the hope? She now only wants to escape from the sight of the life of Li. Even if she let her go to work in the factory again, she is willing to do so. Unfortunately, Li Fate has already arranged the next work for her. She is destined to not be able to escape Li Fate's control, can only be under the eyes of Li Fate, living in fear. She regretted it again. Chapter 76, Is This Beautiful? Under Tan Xingqing's expectation, Li Life was finally bringing her back to the factory. The sharp-eyed second steward saw Li Life coming over and was the first to welcome him. Here you are, Warden. Aha! Second steward. Our prison. Who is the librarian of the library now? Li Life asked indifferently. Librarian? There isn't one yet. After watching TV at night, the inmates all borrow and return books on their own. As long as there are 2 guards watching and checking to see if the books have been maliciously damaged, the rest is basically unattended to, so there hasn't been an election for this administrator either. The second correctional officer said after thinking about it. Oh, I said just how the books in the library are arranged in a mess. There is no category at all. I can't find a book. It turns out that there is no librarian. Like this. You go and call Wang Xin to come as well. Let her and Tan Xingxing go to the library together as an administrator, and later specialize in managing the library to borrow and return books. Today, go and categorize all the books in there. Now they are placed in a mess. What a shame, Li Life commanded, pretending to be angry. Warden. The second correctional officer didn't think much about it and led the way. Indeed, the books in the library are arranged in a very messy way. This thing she knows, but usually it is the inmates themselves in the inside rummage. They did not care. The inmates look at a book, find which one to read, just read which one. Thought it was outside the library but since Li Life had ordered it, she had no choice but to go and call Wang Xin over. When Li Ming waited for Wang Xin to arrive, he directly led the two of them out of the factory. On the way to the library, Li Life and the two girls explained the librarian's job, which was actually not much of a job. Every day after the prisoners watch TV collectively, they have an hour and a half of free reading time, and those who want to read will come to the library to borrow books, and it is not impossible to bring them to the prison district to read them, but they have to be reported to the police, and not everyone can return to the prison district with books. The two women are responsible for helping them to find books and records on the line. The task is much easier than the factory. During the day when the inmates work they are basically nothing, that is, organizing, and at night busy for a while on the end of the work. In comparison is very free. If Tan Xingxing had been doing this job from the beginning, I'm afraid she wouldn't have been so malicious towards the prison. If she was the kind of person who liked to read books and had a restful nature, she would have enjoyed doing this librarian job instead. That's it. In Wang Xin's imploring and seductive eyes, Li Life brought the two girls to the library. On the way here, Tan Xingxing was still a little frightened and didn't say a word. Li Life didn't care about her, and brought them to the library and then drifted away. There are still people waiting for him. There is no time to take care of Tan Xingxing now. When she finds her own taste, she will naturally obey. After settling the matter of the two men's work, Li Life was out of the prison area. On the way he thought he was not doing too much. Change the previous he absolutely cannot do to whip the prisoner thing, but now do it seems to have no psychological burden. The prisoners do not listen to orders, but also dared to shout with him to question, if he does not clean up, but also how to be a prison director. Li Life had thought that the quest would be triggered, but there was peace and quiet in his brain, and the mysterious power that had been controlling him seemed to have disappeared. In his dream world, it seemed that the unscrupulous author had been controlling his every move, and now that the quest hadn't been triggered, was it possible that his own behavior had unconsciously conformed to the direction that the unscrupulous author wanted him to go? Is that why there are no quests posted? Li Life thought carefully. He felt very likely, but the arrow on the string had to be sent. He has nothing to regret. With Tan Xingxing he also stayed his hand, after all, but also to see her sister's face. I hope that Tan Xingxing in the future will be obedient. Same time, the library. After Li Life left, Tan Xingxing was paralyzed in her chair. The pain in her body had lessened a bit, but it was still a fiery pain. But compared to the physical pain, the changes in her psyche were even more indescribable in words. Tan Xingxing stroked the wound on her arm that had been whipped by Li Life, and when her fingers touched it, there was a more intense pain. By rights she should be upset, resistant and scared, but I don't know why. When Li Life left, the pain in her body instead made her a little strange. Excited? Every time she touched the wound, she had the feeling of freedom from prison for a while, as if she were still alive. The feeling made her horny. She had been under her sister's protection since she was a child, and although she had had a hard time as a child, she had never been beaten. After entering the prison, the last time the second correctional officer gave her that slap, she still remembered it vividly. It was the first time in her life that she had been beaten. The last time she was bent on getting out, she hadn't felt the way she did now, and now that she knew she couldn't get out, and had been smacked 3 times by Li Life, this suppressed emotion violently erupted. Tan Xingxing pressed hard on the wounds on her arms and thighs, letting the pain fill her entire body. She closed her eyes and slightly tilted her head, taking a deep breath of air, only to feel that the air she inhaled this time was the free fresh air outside, unusually fresh. Wang Xin, who was on the side, was somewhat dumbfounded as she looked at Tan Xingxing, who was constantly revealing smiles and happy expressions in front of her and whose body was slightly trembling. Her heart was curious. This is beautiful. While Tan Xingxing was still enjoying herself, Li Life had already returned to the office building. Arriving at the door of the infirmary, Li Fate first straightened up his attire before gently knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the room was opened from the inside just as the knock sounded. It was none other than the gorgeous Xia Hong. The warden is here. Come in. Xia Hong smiled slightly and stepped aside to allow Li Life to walk into the room. Li Life didn't make himself polite, and after walking into the room, he sat down on a chair. The chair was warm and hot, and Li Life guessed that Xia Hong should have just sat on this chair. so there was still her residual warmth on the chair now. Li Life looked around the infirmary, and it was no different than usual, so he opened his mouth. Sister Hong, just now you looked for me is something. Xia Hong sniffed, twisted her delicate body and slowly sat opposite Li Life. Her long legs in high heels cocked, her legs were stretched out. Warden, there's really something. In a few days we're not organizing a group dance competition. I have a good girlfriend, just want to come to the prison to see me, and she happens to be a dance teacher. Why don't we ask her to come to the prison to guide the inmates' dance level? What do you think? Li Life sniffed. Best friend? Dance teacher? It seems that it is not impossible. He is still worrying about how to make Tan Qingqing stand out in the competition at that time, and get a ranking or reduce the sentence if Xia Hong's best friend comes over, teaches these prisoners to dance, and then gives Tan Qingqing a small stove. This is not a perfect solution. Li Life was just about to agree. Xia Hong spoke again. And, this bosom friend of mine is much more beautiful than me. Before as the school flower of the dance academy. Don't know how many people fall under her pomegranate skirt. It's just a pity that she's about the same age as me, but she's still not married. And she keeps telling me that she doesn't like those smelly men out there who are always holding her up. She likes the kind of man who is fierce, not angry and powerful, and who can make her feel awe at a glance. It's not love at first sight, it's just that after all these years, she hasn't met one. What a shame. Everyone hyped for more. Thank you to all the bigots who sent gifts. I wish you all the best of luck with your euros. All the best. More money than you can use. Fortune is in the air. Thank you for your support. Chapter 77. Li Life nodded slightly after hearing Xia Hong's words. Yes, no problem. If she's free, let her come over. If it's not convenient, it's fine if I pick her up. Xia Hong couldn't help but be overjoyed when she heard this, standing up at once from the opposite side of Li Life, her body trembling chaotically as she shook when she got up. Great. Then I'll tell her later to come over early so she can stay with me for a few more days too. Xia Hong looked at Li Life with surprise. This little man really did like her in every way. Ahem. Sister Hong, that's why you're looking for me? Li Life asked tentatively. Xia Hong glanced at Li Life in a flirtatious manner and laughed in a delicate voice. No nothing. Li Life was too busy to say back. He was complaining about Tan Qingqing at this time in his heart. Didn't he say that Xia Hong was well dressed and had seducing him in mind? This is also not like Li Life was disappointed in his heart. Looking at Xia Hong's sexy one-piece outfit, he unconsciously swallowed his saliva, and Xia Hong didn't know if she had seen Li Life's movements. She smiled faintly, walked to her bedroom, and came out with a cup of water in a short while. Warden, I don't have anything to entertain you here. Have a drink of water. You seem to be thirsty. Looking straight at me and gulping, Xia Hong meaningfully handed the cup of water to Li Life. Li Life received the cup of water when the two hands interlaced, accidentally touched Xia Hong's hand. Ahem, was a little thirsty. It's not that I'm looking at you gagging, it's a bit hot in your house. Li Life was discovered by Xia Hong that he was looking at others gagging, suddenly felt a little embarrassed, so he had to change the topic and said, oh, when you say it, I do feel a little hot. Xia Hong slapped her hand like she suddenly realized, and then directly in front of Li Life, she slowly took off the white coat from her body, revealing the black lace camisole she was wearing, and the V-neck camisole undershirt was held up by Xia Hong to a great height. The extremely linear small waist is hidden, the long black silk legs underneath are straight and sexy, and with the high heels on her feet, it's as if the animated character has stepped out of reality. It was hard to believe that her body proportion was so well proportioned. Xia Hong was so dumbfounded by Li Life's actions, he couldn't help but compare Tan Qingqing's body to it, but the two were not a style at all, and it was really hard for him to tell the difference. The main thing is that she also did not like Tan Qingqing with him honestly. He naturally cannot compare, but even at this point it was already a little too much for Li Life to bear. He hastily grabbed his glass of water and took a sharp sip. This time he's really thirsty. The more you look at it, the more your mouth gets dry and your body heats up. This foxy Xia Hong is really something, just like the manga. Still drinking or not? Want to pour you another one? Xia Hong looked at Li Life with a smile on her face and teased. No more. Too much water always makes me want to go to the bathroom. But this weather is really hot. Li Life also took off his jacket and wore only his shirt, slightly soothing some of the heat in his heart. You mean you always want to go to the bathroom when you drink too much water? Xia Hong pretended to be surprised and covered her cherry mouth as she inquired at Li Life. Yeah, what's the matter? Li Life raised an eyebrow. Isn't it normal to drink too much and always want to go to the toilet? Why is Xia Hong so surprised? No, don't underestimate this. I'm a doctor, you have to trust my expertise. Come here, lay down here, I'll check you out. Xia Hong pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses and pointed to the medical bed on the side, signaling Li Life to lie up. Li Life froze at his words. He suddenly remembered the finger test Xiaohong had given him the day he first came to the prison. He suddenly tightened his chrysanthemums. Hastily, he shook his hand. No, I don't think so. Sister Hong, I'm fine, my body is great, and I eat well. No need to. Xiaohong smiled faintly. She didn't wait for Li Life to finish. She directly stepped forward and grabbed Li Life's hand, and with a slight force, she pulled Li Life up from the sofa. Don't be afraid. It's not a finger test this time. You may have a prostate problem in this case. If you leave it alone, it might get worse in the future. Come on, listen to the words. Xiaohong took Li Life's hand and forcefully pushed him down onto the medical bed. Li Life couldn't argue with Xiaohong, so he had no choice but to half-heartedly lie down. Xiaohong then positioned Li Life's body upright and pressed her fingers at the small of Li Life's back. Does it hurt here? No pain. Summer Red went down another 3 inches. What about here? No. No pain. Li Life lying in the medical bed, only to see that Xiaohong did not know when. Originally beautiful and bewitching face has become red. There was no longer the usual smiling face like a flower, and Li Life's alert aura was instantly turned on. No one within a 200-meter radius escaped his monitoring. As she examined Li Life, the Star Chief Surgeon's hands couldn't help but gradually tremble. After all, this treatment was different from the past. It had also been a long time since she had operated on a patient. Now that it's been a long time, her technique might be a bit rusty. Li Life, did you and Xiao Shi have a fight? Do you like Hoshi? I don't like. So do you like me if you keep peeking at me? Well, like it. So, would you mind if I was older than you? No, it won't. Sister Hong. Then, if Hoshi finds out, will she be mad at me? Do I count this as taking advantage of the situation? When? Of course it doesn't count. I never liked her in the first place. Just a childhood friend. Okay then. After a long time, Xiaohong went to the side sink and washed her hands. Li Life also sat up from the medic bed with a flushed face. Warden, there's nothing wrong with your body. You have to drink a lot of water in general. If you keep wanting to go to the bathroom again, come see me again and I'll help you check again. Xiaohong shook off the water droplets on her hands and said with a straight face to Li Life. Ah, yes. Li Life returned to his senses and agreed. And Hoshi, if you really don't like her, then I won't be polite. Xiaohong smiled seductively and clenched her fist at Li Life. Li Life came back to his senses, his head still a little dizzy. Everything had caught him off guard. He had thought about having something happen with Xiaohong, but he hadn't thought about this situation. And he hadn't thought that Fox Maisie would actually be so bold. And it was true that Fox Maisie was Fox Maisie. Li Life mechanically sat back in his chair and took the water that Xiaohong repassed to him, still in a bit of disbelief. It was as if I had just had a dream. Xiaohong couldn't help but snicker and think as she watched Li Life behave like this. District Warden, take the pinch. It's a piece of cake. Chapter 78, Su Qinghuan. Li Life came out of the infirmary in a daze, still lingering a bit, but now was not the time. Having just had a long all-night talk with Tan Chengcheng last night, and being forcibly awakened by Xiaohong today, even with his special forces like physique, he was a bit tired. Li Life felt that if he continued to make it like this, he might have to be drained by these little goblins one day. Shrugging it off, Li Life got on the elevator and headed for his office. He's got things he hasn't done yet, so Li Life walked into the office, first locked the door, then washed his face to clear his head, before pulling out his cell phone and looking for the familiar string of phone numbers. As Li Life flicked his fingers, 3 words of people's names emerged. Su Qinghuan. Without hesitation, the phone was dialed directly by Li Life. Doodle doodle. The phone was busy just as it rang, obviously hung up by Su Qinghuan. Didn't pick up. Li Life is not angry. Again redial. Toodaloo. Not picking up again. Li Life raised an eyebrow, and a third call was made again. Not to be outdone, this time instead of a busy signal, a nice voice came out of the phone. Li Life, are you nuts? Why are you calling when I'm taking a, believe it or not, I'll clip you off like, you're disturbing my pleasure. The woman's voice is gentle but not too cold and rough. It's hard to describe how these two voices blend together. It's almost as if the fairy smoked and drank and permed her hair, relying on her natural beauty to make a mess. When did you take a and bring your cell phone with you? Aren't you afraid of getting hemorrhoids? You're afraid you're not squatting in the toilet to watch some movie you shouldn't be watching, right? Li Life asked curiously. He and Su Qinghuan had been together since the very beginning of the university, and the two got along quite well, although in the end, she, Barrister Su, had decisively given up her young boyfriend, Li Life, in order to pursue an exciting life as a lawyer. However, the relationship between the two is still quite okay, usually playing around. Dirty jokes are also open mouth. What's there to see? There's nothing to see in that thing. The guy's fine and the girl's ugly. It's not as good as the two of us. It will definitely be the no. One on the website, sweeping all the lists. It's a pity that our Mr. Li is a low-profile person, so he's not destined to become famous. Su Qinghuan smacked his lips, a look of pity on his face. Li Life also cried and laughed at her words. She was still the same. She hadn't changed at all. Stop it, Qinghuan. Have you been busy lately? I have a case on my side. I want to ask for your help. Li Life said indifferently. A case? You've committed a crime? Su Qinghuan asked back with an excited expression. No, not me. A friend of mine. Her sister has a financial fraud case. It seems to be a bit suspicious. See if you can operate to help her get a few years less sentence. Ah, friend male and female. Su Qinghuan asked curiously again. Female, Li Life helplessly returned. The two of them would have to butt heads afterward anyway, so surely they would know. Wow, even. It can't be your current girlfriend. You damn well can't be looking for your ex-girlfriend to help your current girlfriend with a lawsuit. You know how to play. Su Qinghuan's tone was surprised. Ahem, don't guess. It's just a friend. Are you going to help or not? Barrister Su, you're not afraid of losing face in front of me if you mess up, are you? Li Life directly provoked Su Qinghuan to use it, his tone sneering. Su Qinghuan sniffed but didn't fall for it. She laughed out loud and continued. What do I have to lose face? The biggest face I've lost in my life is being ridden by a man. Losing a lawsuit is nothing. But, want me to help is fine. First treat your big brother me to a meal. Where are you now? I will fly over to find you. Hearing Su Qinghuan say this, Li Life knew that it was a done deal and couldn't help but reveal a smile. Not just have a meal. I'm in S-City. You fly S-City Airport. What time to arrive? I'll pick you up. Okay. See you at the airport tonight. After Su Qinghuan finished speaking, she directly hung up the phone to buy a ticket. Li Life is also satisfied to put away the phone. Su Qinghuan's professionalism, Li Life is still very trustworthy. Small age has been based on the strength of the gold medal lawyers. Past record of few failures. Belongs to the wind is in full bloom. A forward. This little case in her that is nothing. Li Life solved another matter and lay comfortably on the bed. He planned to rest for a while. Su Qinghuan would be able to arrive in the evening and he still had to rush to the airport to pick her up. Just now Xia Hong also let him use up a lot of energy. He had to sleep to make up for. Li Life eyes just closed. Urgent cell phone ringing again. Jingle bells. Hopelessly opening his eyes again, Li Life picked up his cell phone and looked to see who was so good at picking the time. All that was visible on the cell phone screen was a string of unfamiliar cell phone numbers. Li Life frowned and chose to connect anyway. Hello? Who is it? Hello, Chief. I am Huang Ying. I arrived at S-City Airport at 9:17 tonight. Please instruct me. Chief. Huang Ying? No need to call me Chief. Just call me by my name. I'll pick you up at night. Just call me when you get off the plane. Li Life frowned and rubbed his temples. Although he knew that Huang Ying would definitely come very quickly, he didn't expect it to be this fast. Pops is really swift. There is no buffer at all. Chief. I'll hang up first then. See you tonight, Chief. Do. As the busy signal on the phone rang again, Li Life couldn't help but think, how come it's always someone else who hangs up on you? He's not done yet. Luckily, Huang Ying also got off the plane at the S-City Airport, or else he would have been distracted. Had to pick it up with both of them at night. Li Life thought darkly. I don't know whether Huang Ying coming is a blessing or a curse for him. Pop stuck a nail into his side, and he couldn't pull it out. If Huang Ying snitched with Pops, he would be miserable. Recently, the mission is also irregular. With the menstrual irregularity like a draw, he can be really afraid to draw cold a moment and then come to the mandatory mission. Now he does not have a good man card that exempts the punishment. When can he not be subjected to others? Li Life drifted off to sleep as he thought about it. It wasn't until there was a knock on the door that Li Life snapped out of it. Li Life opened his eyes. After a good night's sleep it felt like he had endless energy all over again. Spirits are high. He got up and went to open the door. Or else, not to his surprise, the person who knocked on the door was still Lindsay. Lin Shi's eyes were slightly red, obviously having cried, but her face had already regained its usual calmness, and as she watched Li Life open the door, she opened her mouth. Warden, the evening is the monthly wrap-up meeting and your presence is needed to speak. However, Li Life didn't wait for Lin Shi to finish his words before he directly interrupted with his words. I'm not available. I'm going out. At night you look after it. From now on, you don't need to call me for things like speeches. You can do it yourself. Li Life commanded. Directly closed the door. The doorway is still standing in place. Lin Shi rejected the door. Lin Shi looked at the cold door of the room that had been closed in front of her. Her eyes became more and more gloomy. Bastard Li Life. No gentlemanly manners at all. You don't expect me to ever forgive you again. Everyone keep clicking on the hypes. Thanks to the big guys who sent gifts. To everyone reading this. Lots of money. Lots of outrageous wealth. Getting rich is over. The surprises continue in the next chapter. Every day is high energy. Chapter 79, Inviting the King into the Jar. After Li Life turned Lin Shi away, He looked at the time and it was almost time to leave, so he went into the restroom and washed up, lest by then Su Qinghuan would say that he smelled of women's perfume again. Although Su Qinghuan didn't have as many things as Lin Shi, but as a former ex-boyfriend, Li Life still cared about his image in front of his ex-girlfriend. When Su Qinghuan broke up peacefully with Li Life, the words also said very clearly, her goal is the lawyer in the know. 1. So the first sword ashore, first chopped the intended victim, Li Life, so she did not hesitate to chop, but to say that Su Qinghuan still liked Li Life, that is certainly unquestionable. She also said that when she didn't want to work as a lawyer one day, if Li Life didn't have a partner yet, she would come to give Li Life a big fat boy. If Li Ming got married and had a family, then she would find Li Ming to borrow a seed and give birth to a big fat boy by herself. It's not like she can't afford it anyway, but she has a particular fetish that she wants to be on top of. When she was with Li Life, she accidentally made a slip and was robbed of her position by Li Life, which caused Su Qinghuan to hold a grudge and bring it up all the time. Li Man recalled the previous images of spending time with Su Qinghuan in his mind, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but bring up a smile. After finding an everyday outfit from his suitcase and scrutinizing it in the mirror for a few moments, Li Life exited the office with the intention of departing. With the speed at which he was driving, it was now perfectly timed, and he drove out of the prison without panic. On the road, Li Life made another call to Su Qinghuan to determine the time to get off the plane, and he found that both Su Qinghuan and Huang Ying got off the plane at about the same time, so it just so happened that neither of them would be delayed. So Li Life stepped on the gas and sped towards S City, but Li Life underestimated their own driving speed. Into the S City is less than 6 o'clock. The genius is just a little dark. Both of them are more than 9 o'clock on the plane. They still come early. Around nothing, Li Life and want to go where to stay for a while. Kill time? But he is not familiar with the S City. He knows people in the S City in addition to Tan Chengcheng left. Wang Kuyen, Tan Chengcheng there he temporarily do not want to go. The morning has just been separated only. If he went to find her again, then her body does not say whether to suffer. The heart will not be comfortable. He is not do not know how to pity people. That leaves Wang Kuyen. Speaking of that day after sending her back to her new home, this girl also did not contact himself, said he would call himself, also did not play. After all, it is Wang Xian's daughter. He felt it was better to call and ask. After all, her mother, Wang Xian, was very understanding. He liked it very much. So Li Life took out his cell phone and found Wang Kuyan's phone number and dialed out. As soon as the call was sent, it was quickly answered. Wang Kuyan's voice of excitement and joy hears. Brother Li, you actually called me. Li Life smiled at that and replied, yeah, asking how you've been doing the last few days. If there's anything difficult you need my help with. Big brother Li, you are in prison. All the way to where I have the nerve to let you help. I am afraid to disturb you. I don't dare to call you. Wang Kuyan shyly said. She wanted to call Li Life every day for the past few days, but the hand holding the cell phone did not dare to dial out. She thought about it when she was alone. Li Big Brother is a prison director, an official, and she is an ordinary person, and her mother is still a criminal. She is not worthy of Li Big Brother at all. If anything, it was only his own body that he could hold. But, last time, she was like that to Li Daogao, and Li Daogao did not do anything to her, making her also somewhat doubt her charm. But she went out to look for work these days. These men outside cannot wait to stick their eyes on her body, that she is still good looking. Well, how the Li Big Brother is not cold on their own it. Wang Kuyen was puzzled, so she had been hesitant to contact Li Ming. Today, she suddenly received a call from Li Life and was so surprised that she jumped straight up from her bed. It seems she was overthinking it. Oneself is still attractive. This is not. Li Daogui remembered himself. He misses me. Wang Kuyen was secretly happy in her heart. What's the disturbance? Just say what you need me for. I'll definitely help you if I can. Li Life laughed. Really? Then, brother Li, when you have time can you come to my place? I have something I want to say to you. Wang Kuyen whispered, although the voice was small, but also let Li Life hear her meaning clearly. Something wrong? Can't you tell me on the phone? I happen to be in S City right now, and it's very close to your place, so I'll go there now. Wait for me. Although Li Life was puzzled, he still agreed. After all, the little girl is always a little special. Some words are also embarrassed to say. Maybe in person she will let go a little bit, and she has no other relatives. He must help her. Thinking of this, Li Life drove directly in the direction of Wang Kuyen's home, and Wang Kuyen, who was standing on the bed, heard that Li Life was going to arrive in a while. Surprised, she jumped up again. She rushed into the bathroom and cleaned herself up. Naked again, she ran to the mirror, picked up a piece of clothing in the cupboard and compared it to the mirror, but she felt that none of it was satisfactory. She was a little anxious as she watched the minutes tick by. That's when she suddenly thought of something. Eyes lit up. Bending down, he retrieved a thin, flat, square card-like object from under the cabinet. Wang Keyan opened it up and a pair of white ultra-thin knee-high stockings appeared in her hands. She blushed slightly and gritted her teeth. Then without further hesitation, she slipped it over her legs. Then she took the simplest white strapless dress from the cupboard and pulled it over her. Wang Keyan turned to the mirror before nodding in satisfaction. This white ultra-thin knee-high stockings she had specially bought just so that she could wear them till life when she had the chance. I didn't expect that this day would arrive so soon. Wang Keyan secretly cheered herself up in her heart. When Brother Li arrived, she was bound to take his heart. Not a moment too soon. Li Life has already stood to Wang Keyan's downstairs. At this time the sky is already dark. Wang Keyan's house is open lights. Li Life looked up and was ringing the doorbell. Just the next second after Li Life pressed the doorbell, the lock of the unit door opened in response. Obviously Wang Keyan had been waiting right next to the unlocking button of the unit door, waiting for him to arrive. Otherwise it couldn't have been so fast. Li Life shook his head helplessly and took a step up the stairs. Li Life just arrived at the floor of Wang Keyan's house. Not waiting for Li Life to knock on the door of the room has opened a crack, as if it has been waiting for a long time, just waiting for Li Life into the jar in general. Li Life did not hesitate, pulled open the door of Wang Keyan's room. Chapter 80 Gifts. Pushed the door open. Wang Keyan, who was dressed in a white dress with ultra-thin white stockings on her legs, was standing playfully at the doorway, welcoming Li Life's arrival. From the perspective of Li Life, Wang Keyan's beautiful legs were wrapped in white silk, but because of the ultra-thin stockings, both the jade feet and the beautiful legs were hidden and visible only with the naked eye. The tiny toes were crystal clear, like clear crystal candy bars, and smelled sweet and tantalizing. Brother Li, you're here. Wang Keyan smiled and bent down to get a pair of slippers for Li Life, but she herself was not wearing it, just stepping on the carpet. I don't know when the room was Wang Keyan laid a layer of carpet. Originally some shabby house has been brand new. Li Life around her feeling very cozy, as if a day of hard work to return home husband. Back home, virtuous wife is standing at the door to greet kindly, so that Li Life slightly some trance. Ah, Keyan, this house is so well cleaned up by you. Li Life didn't dare to stare at Wang Keyan's feet anymore, so he looked around and looked up the house. In just a short time it became like this. It seems that Wang Keyan didn't put in a lot of effort. It's okay, I thought that when mom gets out of jail, it will feel cozy to come back home. After all, this will be our home from now on. I still have so many ideas that I haven't gotten around to yet. And when you come next time, Brother Li, it will definitely look even better. Wang Keyan smiled and explained to Li Life. She couldn't help but feel a little proud of herself as she watched Li Life change into her slippers, but not of the decor of the house, but of her own body. Just now, when Brother Li entered the house, his eyes glanced at his feet several times without blinking, naturally not missed by the purposefully observant her. It seemed that Brother Li liked his white silk, and he had not prepared it in vain. Wang Keyan was inwardly delighted as she welcomed Li Life to the living room, and the two of them settled down on the sofa. Keyan, didn't you say you have something to tell me? Tell me now. What do you need my help for? Li Life deliberately did not look at Wang Keyan's lower body, fearing that she would misunderstand, and looked at Wang Keyan's eyes and asked, Big Brother Li, is actually nothing, it's just that, I miss you. Wang Keyan said, her face somewhat reddened. Such a straightforward expression was still too embarrassing for her. Hey, Keyan, didn't I say last time, you are still young now, you will meet a lot of better men in the future. Don't think too much, I treat you as my sister. Li Life busy said, Big Brother Li, I'm not small anymore. Wang Keyan pinched her fingers and muttered in dissatisfaction. Ahem, let's not talk about that. It's good that you're not in any trouble then. I just came to see how you were doing, and it seems to be going well now. I'll tell your mom that you're doing well when we get back to the prison. Li Life changed the topic and said, to Wang Keyan he had always had the mentality of taking care of her, probably treating her as a younger sister, and although he was inevitably attracted to her with his eyes out of control, he still restrained himself. Thank you Brother Li. Then why did you suddenly come to S City? It's dark, why don't you stay here for one night, and then leave tomorrow? Wang Keyan said shyly. No, I'm here to run some errands, and I have to pick someone up at the airport in a few minutes, and then I'm afraid I have to go back to the prison, and there's still something going on in the prison, so I might have to catch up. Li Life directly refused to say. The heart size this girl is too big courage. Do not know where such a big courage. Really not afraid of their own do something? Oh, well then, how about, Big Brother Li, I'll cook something for you to eat? I've recently learned several dishes. My cooking skills are quite good. I'm sure I can be a qualified good wife and mother in the future. Wang Keyan smiled sweetly and hinted, ha, that I believe. Keyan, you will definitely have no problem in the future, but there's no need to cook. I can't stay for much longer. There's still a bit of distance from you to the airport. I'll just have a glass of water. Li Life smiled. Big brotherly, it's all my fault. You've been here for half a day and I didn't even pour you a glass of water. This brain of mine. Wait for me, I'll pour you some water. Wang Kuyan's face was red. She hurriedly got up and went to pour water. Looking at Li Life couldn't help but laugh. There was a time when he would have liked to have such a cute sister. But old Li too was not competitive and he was the only son for so many years. Receiving the cup of water handed over by Wang Kuyan, Li Life drank 2 mouths to relieve the body's heat, and then led by Wang Kuyan, visited the house again. The original shabby furniture has been replaced. Home appliances have been replaced with new ones. This time it is like a bit of home. After the visit, Li Life looked at the time and stayed for a while, so he asked to leave. He still had to go to the airport. Kuyan, I'll leave first. Don't forget to tell me if you have anything. Don't carry it on your own. Don't let your mom worry. Your mom will be out of jail soon. Know it? Li Life exhorted uneasily. Got it, big brotherly. Don't worry. Wang Kuyan nodded obediently. Well, then I'll leave first. Li Ming waved his hand towards Wang Kuyan. Wait a minute. Big brotherly. Wang Kuyan's face blushed with shame as she gathered enough courage to call out to Li Life. Li Life turned back in confusion and asked in disbelief. What's wrong, Ki Eon? Li big brother. Wait for me. I have something to give you. Wang Kuyan blushed with shame and said, then hurriedly ran into the room, and moments later carrying a small black bag, she hurried out of the room again and stuffed it into Li Life's hand. Before Li Life could take a closer look at what was stuffed lightly into his hand, Wang Kuyan blushed and gently pushed Li Life out of the room. Such an action caused Li Life to be stunned, and in response, he had already stood outside the door, and inside the door of the room, Wang Kuyan's voice then came. Brotherly, that's my gift to you. Goodbye brotherly. Li Life weighed the lightweight small bag in his hand. A moment of some confusion. Had to go downstairs first. Found the car that drove up and sat on it. At the same time, Wang Kuyan inside the house was currently leaning against the doorway, sitting on the floor, her hands covering her reddened cheeks. Even though Li Life had already left, she was still too shy to raise her head. Secretly for her own behavior, she felt inexplicably ashamed. But when she thought of Li Life opening the gift she gave her in a while, she was again thrilled and excited. I don't know if Big Brother Li can understand her heart. She had hinted to this point, so Big Brother Li should be able to believe in her determination. Downstairs parking lot, Li Life sat in the car, which brought the gift from Wang Kuyan, to his eyes. Weighing it in our hands, it was light. He squeezed it again, still couldn't feel what was in it. Guessing in vain, he had no choice but to open the small black bag and pour its contents into his hand. But when Li Life reacted to what exactly was the thing that was now being placed in his hand, Li Life's vigilance aura instantly and automatically opened. The blood rushes straight to the head. Li Life, clueless. Everyone keep clicking on the hypes. Thanks to all the gift-giving bigwigs out there. A free gift for everyone at Love Power. And may you all get rich and famous. Just rich. The next chapter is even more exciting. Chapter 81, The Yellow Warbler. Only the soft object that was poured into Li Life's hand. It was actually just what Wang Kuyan had been wearing. Ultra-thin white knee-high stockings. Moreover, when Li Life touched it, he still felt some temperature residue in general, glowing and glowing in the palm of his hand, stimulating Li Life. His blood was also hot. The alert aura involuntarily turned on. Can't control it at all. This girl, I can't believe I sent this to myself. No wonder when he just watched Wang Kuyan run out, he felt that there is something wrong, but she was hurriedly pushed out of the door. He did not think carefully, and now he saw this white silk he suddenly recalled. Just Wang Kuyan is indeed bare legs out. She was going back to her room to take off this white silk and put it in a bag for him. This is also, too. Li Life blushed slightly and took a deep breath. He couldn't think about it anymore. That was her daughter. Now these young people. Stimulate. Li looked at the time, put the white silk in his hand back into the black bag, and then put it in the armrest locker of the car. This is to start the vehicle. To the S-City airport to rush. Wang Kuyan temporarily left behind him. She is not like other women. If he did her, soon after her mother Wang Xian came out, mother and daughter duo quilt a pair. To say some whispers, then Wang Xian shall not hate himself. It wasn't like he was a spermatozoa how horny he was. Naturally, he couldn't do anything with Wang Kuyan, so he had to pretend that nothing happened and rushed towards the airport. By this time, it was completely dark, and Li Life followed the traffic and it was almost 9 o'clock when he arrived at the airport. Timing it just right, Li Life parked his car and went to the pickup hall to wait. It was logical that Huang Ying should have gotten off the plane first, but he hadn't seen Huang Ying either, so he can only watch the outpouring of people silently from the side and wait for Huang Ying to call him. Li Life looked at the time. 9:17. Huang Ying said she was also arriving at 9:17, so maybe Huang Ying was already in the bustling crowd across the street. He looked around and surveyed the crowd. when suddenly a short-haired woman in the crowd wearing a mask and black glasses caught his attention. This woman is tall, at least 1 meter 7 up, which is still wearing flat shoes, the upper body ordinary military green shirt, the lower body is wearing jeans, although wearing inconspicuous, but her body is conspicuous. This pair of long legs, thin and long, smooth lines, but also full of power. The two legs together, not a single gap, straight as if painted. The shirt around her waist was tucked into her jeans, outlining her waist and stomach, and her already slender waist coupled with the obviously suppressed, but still suppressed, contours of her chest was simply unbeatable. Although the mask and glasses on her face couldn't see if her appearance was as top-notch as her figure. The wheat-colored swan neck at the neckline was a sure sign that this woman would not be plain-looking. If he asked Lee Man how he could see so clearly and carefully, it was that this mysterious woman wearing a mask was walking step by step in Lee Man's direction. Finally, to Lee Life's astonished eyes, he stood in front of him and proceeded to salute. "Hello Chief, I'm Huang Ying, please instruct the Chief." The woman's voice was clear and pleasant, and Lee Life thought that if she were to sing, she would definitely be able to do it. But now it was at the airport, with so many people coming and going beside it. Huang Ying said good day, sir, as if some program had been implanted at the same time. The surrounding crowd all stopped in amazement, necks craning as they looked in unison at the conspicuous Huang Ying and Li Ming. There was curiosity in their eyes. Li Life was shocked in his heart, hastily waved his hand. Ha ha ha, stop it, there are so many people here, don't be misunderstood. It's a joke, it's a joke. Li Life snorted with a silly smile, finally dispelling the curiosity of the surrounding crowd. After a few heartfelt smiles, they dispersed and went back to their business. Li Life also wiped a cold sweat and hurriedly grabbed Huang Ying's arm and brought it towards an unoccupied corner. Huang Ying, didn't I not let you call me Chief? I'm not a chief, just call me by my name. My name is Li Life. You must know it. Li Life lowered his voice and said, Chief, the mission I received is to protect the personal safety of Chief Li Life 24 hours a day. Never let you get hurt. Huang Ying replied crisply. Ahem, but what do you call the chief? It's too attention-grabbing. Do you have to listen to my orders? Li Life asked. Yes, Chief, I will unconditionally follow your instructions. Huang Ying nodded and said with a straight face, that's good. Then, you'll call me Big Brother Li? Li Life thought about it and asked tentatively. Yellow Warbler, I am older than you, or I'd better call you sir. Must it be so official? Can't it be a bit more cordial? Li Life said helplessly. If it's just the two of us, I'll call you sir. If there are outsiders around, I can call you Big Brother Li or Li Life. Huang Ying also thought about it and finally changed channels. Okay, it's settled. Just call me Li Life. There are so many people here. Don't draw too much attention to yourself, or else my embarrassment cancer will go off. How am I any kind of chief? Li Life spread his hands and also breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, Li Life. Huang Ying nodded. Well, this is right well. I also have a friend also almost this time off the plane. We wait a little longer. Pick up her we go back. Li Life looked at the Huang Ying in front of him. The heart is a little bitter. As expected, this Huang Ying was just like Uncle Wang and those bodyguards who had protected their family since childhood, all of whom were trained by certain special departments to specialize in protecting important people. These special nurses, their nature is shafted to the core. He had seen it since he was a child. How many times in the past, those women in the bar were in the depths of their feelings and wanted to have something with Li Life, but they would all be destroyed by these special nurses who created some unexpected situations and then blocked them. In the end, Li Man returned home alone. Although Li Life also did not want to have anything with those women, but the behavior of the special nurses led him very angry, as if they do not believe in his character in general, every time out of the way, which also let the young and vigorous Li Life, intentionally looking for some women ambiguous, and then waited for the special nurses and then racked their brains to split the women and him to disperse. At that time, Li Life was enjoying himself, but then deliberately get a few times. He did not mean anything. He knew that people are also just obeying orders. They do not need to make things difficult for them. The late Li Life also understand things. The bar casually ambiguous. Want to go home with Li Life? Then bye-bye. But Li Life understand to understand. But he is still on these special care is not cold. There is always a feeling of being watched, although it is to protect their own safety but anyone who was so monitored to grow up. I'm afraid that the heart of the grudge will not be less than the life of Li. Chapter 82 CPDD. After Li Ming gave some instructions to Huang Ying, he brought Huang Ying back to the pickup point and continued to wait for Su Qinghuan, not letting the two of them wait much longer. Su Qinghuan happened to be on the next flight. Li Life watched as Su Qinghuan, who was as conspicuous as a chicken in the crowd, took small steps and walked out of the pickup port with his head held high, then walked in front of Li Life, did not say hello, just snapped his fingers and pointed in the direction of the exit, reluctantly boomed out a word, go. With a twist of her head, Su Qinghuan naturally handed the luggage in her hand to Li Life and strutted towards the exit. Li Life cried and laughed as he carried his luggage and hurriedly followed. Su Qinghuan, what's your path today? So wild? Why is Barrister Su charging for her words now? Word by word. It's booming. Su Qinghuan sniffed but didn't talk, glancing at Huang Ying behind Li Life and faintly said, "Is this your friend who committed the offense?" Li Life looked at Su Qinghuan and then at Huang Ying, and only then did he realize that Su Qinghuan had misunderstood. She was thinking that she had brought that friend directly to meet her and she was unhappy in her heart. Li Life hurriedly explained, This is not that I haven't introduced you yet. This is my bodyguard. Her name is Huang Ying, not the one I told you about." "Oh, again bodyguard, with you to know so long, you always mysterious. Also do not know our young Master Li exactly what identity not 100 billion president rich second generation. What did I miss? I almost married into a rich family? Young Master Li, tell me quickly, you said you're not a second generation rich, not $100 billion president. Don't make me regret my choice Su Qinghuan said with an exaggerated face. Ahem. Stop it. Of course I'm not some rich second generation president. Wake up you. Li Life said helplessly. Su Qinghuan has always been this way, a day without a positive line. But on the contrary, this look really took the heart of the life of Li Life with her. The slightest feeling of pressure. Su Qinghuan always be able to make him happy. Once upon a time Li Life also thought that this life is not Su Qinghuan, do not marry it. She is really the white moonlight of Li's life. Lin she is different, either suppressing him, targeting him, or cross-eyed, not moving, angry, extremely unstable emotions, say change of face, as if she owed her in her past life, can't even hide, really let Li Life like not up, the two are a cut above. Even if Pops is very much trying to set him up with Lin Shi, but although Lin Shi does look good, her character really isn't Li Life's cup of tea, and I'm afraid that a strongly twisted melon won't quench his thirst or be sweet. After Li Life explained Huang Ying's identity, Su Qinghuan's attitude immediately shifted 180 degrees. Just now, he was still walking forward on his own, not caring about Li Life in the slightest, but now he was turning back, taking the initiative to pull up Li Life's arm and hold it in his arms. And everything happened naturally as if it was supposed to be like this. Li Life and Su Qinghuan didn't feel anything wrong, but Huang Ying, who was following behind them, was a bit dazed. She remembered the full information on Li Life that the chief had given her when she received the chief's assignment. The spouse field is blank. I have zero experience in relationships, but this pair of men and women in front of me, how to look like a young couple in love. Is the information is not right? After a brief chat with Su Qinghuan, Li Life took the two women to the parking lot and got into the car. Both women had just gotten off the plane, so naturally Li Life had to give them a reception. Li Life and other two women got into the car and went straight to the S-City, intending to treat them to a meal. On the road, Su Qinghuan and Huang Ying both sat in the back seat, leaving the passenger seat empty. Li Life stopped Huang Ying want to help him drive the idea. Strong order her to sit in the back seat. Li Life did not take himself as a big shot, just drive a car, still do not need her to serve. Su Qinghuan was also helping to pull her along, and Huang Ying had no choice but to stop. Su Qinghuan saw that Huang Ying was still wearing a mask and sunglasses, and she couldn't help but curiously strike up a conversation. "Ms. Huang, aren't you bored? It's so dark, why don't you take off your sunglasses and mask?" Huang Ying heard this and hesitated slightly for a moment before opening her mouth to ask for instructions from Li Life. "First, Li Life, can I take off my mask and sunglasses?" When Li Life heard Huang Ying's words, he felt outrageous. Why did she have to ask him for permission? What kind of order did Dad give her? Isn't it just to protect his personal safety? You don't have to ask him if he can go to the toilet, do you? Cough. You do not need to ask me You want to pick, of course you can pick, although we meet for the first time today, but you do not have to be too constrained in me. I have no frame of mind, as a friend as can be. Do not believe you ask her. Li Ming took the time to point to Su Qinghuan who was curiously eating melon eyes on the side. Right. Li Life is a man without a frame of mind. He's like a husky, occasionally a bit stupid. You don't have to be so constrained. Let go. He's a good earner. You just have to get along. Su Qinghuan saw Li Life pointing to himself to help Li Life to speak up. She also thought that Huang Ying was again the bodyguard that Li Life's father hired. When she was in a relationship with Li Life in college she had seen Li Life's bodyguards, although at that time she had also been stopped several times by Li Life's bodyguards. But then with her ingenuity, on the roof of the school rooftop, she had finally led Li Life to get rid of the bodyguard's followers, and took Li Life's first blood in broad daylight. Every time she thought about it, Su Qinghuan was a little proud. It was also her one blood, but one blood for one blood. She wasn't losing out. And secondly she had a strange sense of fulfillment from abducting the child of a large family and then secretly spoiling him for his family to regret. When Su Qinghuan remembered that somewhat breezy and tingly noon in the dead of night, she couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth. For a high school law student like her, this kind of experience, similar to cheating, was really something she couldn't get enough of. And it's still legal. Su Qinghwan suddenly recalled the little moments she had once had with Li Life, and was slightly lost in thought. The corners of her mouth unconsciously revealed a flirtatious smile. As for Huang Ying, when she heard the words of Li Life and Su Qinghwan, as if she had received an order, she slowly removed her sunglasses and mask, revealing a pair of stunning features that surprised both Li Life and Su Qinghwan for a split second. Her eyebrows are like willow leaves in early spring, her nose is delicate and rounded, her lips are pink and full, and she is certainly a Jiangnan water village woman's looks, soft as if she can melt away the heart. Even a beauty like Su Qinghwan couldn't help but secretly give Huang Ying's beauty a 99. Scoring 1 point less was for fear of her pride. But how did Li Life's old man match him with such a beautiful bodyguard? It couldn't be that he was looking for a future wife for Li Life. Su Qinghwan. Danger. Li Life naturally also saw Huang Ying's beauty from the rearview mirror, but recently he had seen too many beautiful women, and after being stunned for a moment, he returned to his senses. He couldn't help but look at Su Qinghwan and Huang Ying's beauty in the rearview mirror and compare them to each other. Su Qinghwan can get Li Life's heart. Natural appearance is not bad. High nose, big watery eyes, cherry-like fresh lips, each part out is 1 in a million beautiful. Can be put on a face? Then there will be Su Qinghwan like a stunning beauty. She boasted that she was more beautiful than Jiba and Naza, and she also let Li Life call her by her Xinjiang name, Saizi Jeza. Before Li Life could tell the two women apart, Su Qinghwan had already taken the lead in moving her hands. She slowly placed her hand on top of Huang Ying's slender but powerful thigh and gently squeezed it, then seductively spoke. Beauty, the moon can bend and the lilies can bloom. Consider it sister. CPDD. Everyone continued to click to urge more. Thank you to the big guys who sent gifts. Wish big guys wealth and color. CPDD, thank you for your support. The next chapter is even better. Chapter 83. Su Qinghwan's voice echoed in the car. Shocked, both Li Life and Huang Ying were dumbfounded. Huang Ying's eyes widened slightly as she looked at the equally beautiful and attractive Su Qinghwan on the side and her jade hand that was resting on her leg. Not reacting for a moment, she felt as if she had been molested. Huang Ying forcibly resisted the urge to use her grappling to dislodge Su Qinghwan's extremely unfaithful hand that was still constantly moving upwards. She shook her head. Still, MS. Su, I'm not Lily. Stop touching. Huang Ying pressed Su Qinghwan's hand and rejected him with a straight face. Su Qinghwan was caught, and she wasn't anxious or annoyed. Slowly pulling her hand back, she said with a flirtatious smile, Huang Ying before I met you, I thought I just liked handsome men, but after I met you I realized that I do like good-looking skin. It's okay if it's not a man. You're so beautiful. Totally grew on my aesthetic. I want it so much I'm also bent after seeing you. Huang Ying sniffed and had to look up to meet Li Life's eyes in the rearview mirror with a look of help. If she was allowed to fight, 100 Su Qinghwan could not touch a hair on her head, but this female rascal was blatantly taking advantage of herself, and there was still nothing she could do about it, and she could not come up to be subdued. After all, it is the chief's friend, and the relationship is not ordinary. The various combat skills she had been training and learning for years were useless, and she could only passively accept Su Qinghwan's harassment. And after being stunned for a moment by Su Qinghwan's words, Li Life also reacted. He smiled and explained to Huang Ying, Huang Ying, don't listen to her. She's just like that. She's not serious all day. She's teasing you. Li Life laughed. In his heart, he was thinking about whether Su Qinghwan liked men or women. If others didn't know, could he not know? I went to college for 4 years. You know how I got through those 4 years. Su Qinghwan had practically taken Li Life around the entire school. Naturally, Li Life had no doubts about her orientation. Su Qinghwan also giggled when she heard Li Life tear her down. Young Mr. Li, you don't know. You know love at first sight. When I look at Huang Ying, I have an impulse. The more I look at her, the more I bend. And now I'm so strong. It's scary. MS. Huang Ying, consider me. Huang Ying sniffed and just shook his head vigorously. As Li Life looked at Huang Ying, he couldn't help but resist her a little less. Look at her, a fledgling look. Must have just finished training for the first time to go out on a mission of the kind of special care. So that may be better to fool some, or else stuck in the throat of a fishbone. That can be suffering from the old crime. Listening to Su Qinghwan shredding at Huang Ying in the back seat, Li Life also drove the car to the city limits of S City. Unexpectedly to Li Life's expectation, the sky slowly started to rain with a thunderclap. Since it was raining, Li Life wasn't going to rush back to the prison tonight. So Li Life directly took the two women to the famous Capital Hotel, which was suitable for entertaining the two as it offered both meals and lodging. Several people got out of the car and ran into the hotel. That is, they first ordered a table of delicious food in the restaurant on the first floor. Li Life didn't know if they were hungry or not, but anyway, He himself was hungry and in desperate need of energy, so he feasted on the food. The two women were not polite, and this rainy, cool weather was just right for a gourmet meal. Su Qinghuan also asked for a bottle of red wine and pushed the glass with Li Life, while Huang Ying said she couldn't drink. The two didn't give her a hard time and drank to themselves. Su Qinghuan naturally knew Li Life's drinking capacity, and the two of them had drank more than once or twice. After the red wine was finished, there was beer again, and after the beer was finished it wasn't enough, so one person got half a bottle of white wine again. This time Su Qinghuan could not bear it. I don't know where to pull out a piece of white cloth. Raise your hands in surrender. That was the end of the drinking game. After the three of them opened 3 rooms, Li Life and Huang Ying first sent Su Qinghuan into the room. Then Huang Ying spoke to Li Life. Sir, I have to go out to pick up my gear and weapons. You stay put and just wait in your room until I return. Li Life sniffed and nodded drunkenly as well. You go ahead. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to sleep now. I'll see you in the morning. Li Life waved his hand after he finished speaking, so he opened the door of the room and walked in. He did not expect a long time no see Su Qinghuan's alcohol so long, almost by her to drink down. Fortunately his body is extraordinary. This is exceptionally strong alcohol is amplified. Drink so much but also some scattered feet, but the consciousness is clear, but more concentrated than usual. Li Life threw his body on the large soft bed, pondering about introducing Su Qinghuan to Tan Chang to get to know her tomorrow, and then returning to the prison with Huang Ying. Just as Li Life was thinking in a daze, slightly sleepy, a knock sounded on the door of Li Life's room. Knock knock. The sound woke Li Life up and he rubbed his face to clear his head before slowly walking to the door and opening it. He was still a bit puzzled as to why there was someone knocking on the door so late at night. Could it be Huang Ying fetching some equipment and coming back so soon? But there's no need to tell yourself when you're back. Didn't you say you'd see me in the morning? Carrying his doubts, Li Life slowly opened the door of the room, only to see that standing at the doorway was the smiling, dainty Su Qinghuan. Her cheeks were slightly red, and there was still a drunkenness on her face. The corners of her mouth were hooked up, and her eyes were staring at Li Life, who opened the door as if they were discharging electricity. Hi, long time no see. As Li Man looked at Su Qinghuan acting in such a manner, he only felt déjà vu, and countless memories of his past surfaced again. What are you doing here without sleeping? Li Life laughed. Su Qinghuan gave Li Life a flirtatious glance. With both hands, she pushing Li Life back 2 steps. She then walked into the room and locked the door back up. Only then did he look at the smiling Li Life again. We're all adults. I don't need to tell you. Bring it on you. With Su Qinghuan's movements, the room was quiet for a moment. On the other hand, after meeting with some mysterious man in a raincoat, Huang Ying took the black handheld safe handed over by the man. The two men did not have any conversation, as if they had already discussed it, and after a quick handover, the mysterious man disappeared into the rainy night. Huang Ying was also rushing back toward the hotel with a suitcase. It was late now and the hotel was deserted. Most were asleep. Huang Ying slowly walked in the middle of the hotel corridor. From time to time, he heard some special sounds coming out from the various rooms. Obviously this room was not that soundproof. She heard but didn't look different, and continued to walk slowly towards Li Life's room. She was thinking that she was going to start working tonight as a personal bodyguard for Li Life, so naturally she couldn't go and sleep in a room alone. Chapter 84, Hearing the Voice. But he just came to the door of Li Life's room, before even knocking on the door. From within Li Life's room, a mesmerizing sound came out. Huang Ying was standing in the doorway and froze directly at the sound. Then, as if she thought of something, she walked to Su Qinghuan's room next door. A gentle knock on the door. No one answered the door, much less opened it. Oriole froze for a split second, looking around to see that no one was in the hallway. She casually wiped it from her hair, and a thin white silk in the shape of a transparent just appeared in her hand. I just saw that she didn't know how to do it, but she just so moved her fingers a few times. The door to Su Qinghuan's room was then opened directly by her. Sure enough, Su Qinghuan, who should have been lying asleep on the bed, has disappeared at this time, and the next door in Li Life room to send out a voice. It is undoubtedly Su Qinghuan. Huang Ying thought about this ridiculous scene and wondered if he should report it. She thought about the orders she had received. Close protection of the personal safety of the head of the Li Life. Must not let it into danger. There are special circumstances reported to deal with. But Huang Ying didn't know if this current situation was considered a special case and if she needed to report it. It is reasonable to say that people as little two mouths have not seen each other for a long time, and it is normal to dry fire, is not it? This should be alright. Huang Ying thought for a moment before deciding to wait. Anyway, things had already happened and Li Life was not in danger, so there was no need to make too much of a fuss. Huang Ying gently exited from Su Qinghuan's room and carefully closed the door. Then he opened the room that Li Life had gotten for himself again and walked in. The 3 rooms opened by Li Ming were next to each other. with Li Ming's room in the center and Su Qinghuan and Huang Ying's rooms on the left and right. So when Huang Ying returned to her room and sat on her bed, the sound from next door still clearly reached Huang Ying's ears. Sometimes it's Li Life, sometimes it's Su Qinghuan. Huang Ying listened for a while and then blushed. If there was someone next to her, she could still pretend not to move, but she was alone in the room, and she couldn't help but listen. In order to protect the safety of Li Life, naturally, she cannot miss this kind of scene that she is not controllable. According to the content of the training learned, this situation should lie on the wall and eavesdrop. Carefully distinguish the location of the two people and the content of the conversation. And if you find a high risk involving the safety of life, you can break into the door in time. Reduce losses. May let her eavesdrop. Huang Ying's face was even more red like an apple when she thought about it. At this point she wished beyond belief that the instructor was here, giving her direct orders that she could carry out without hesitation. But then she was alone. It was early in the morning and it was getting light. Su Qinghuan went back to her room. All three of them were exhausted, and they fell asleep one after the other not long after lying on the bed. This sleep lasted until sunrise. Li Life was the first to open his eyes, waking up in a ghostly manner. Returning to his senses, Li Life opened his cell phone. The time was noon. Looking at the movement, both of them should still be awake. After thinking about it, Li Life directly sent a message to Tan Cheng, the famous hotel. I've got the lawyer. Come over this afternoon and I'll introduce you. After the message was sent, Tan Cheng replied very quickly. She stated that she was heading this way now and would be there this afternoon. Li Life nodded with satisfaction. There should be nothing wrong with handing the case over to Su Qinghuan. He had fulfilled his promise, and his heart had put down another matter of concern. But let Li Life some trouble as last night's task is still not released. Su Qinghuan with him belongs to the water. He did not hesitate. So the task is not released? Li Life carefully recalled the previous occasions when the quests were released. In addition to the beginning of a few simple tasks, the latter common denominator seems to be that their hearts are tangled up in their minds. Under the hesitation of the task is released, directly allowing themselves to force the choice. But now he is everything from the heart. The task instead, but not released. Although some of the rewards were not much of a boost to him, but each one taken out was also a divine skill, so he naturally didn't give up on the quest rewards. Why don't you do it yourself next time? And pretend? See if you can jam a bug? Li Life thought for a while and didn't have a clue, so he had to get up and wash up. He had just finished shuffling around when the knock on the door came just in time. Li Life went to open the door, and standing at the door was Huang Ying, who had already recovered her high spirits, carrying a black handheld safe in her hand, and giving Li Life a salute with a straight face. Seeing this, Li Life hurriedly waved his hand and interrupted. You don't need to salute with me in the future. I don't like to be so official. It's not like I'm in a unit. I'll arrange an identity for you when we get back to the prison, and you try not to reveal that you're the bodyguard who's here to protect me, or else it'll be too eye-catching. Yes sir, but my status has already been arranged and the transfer order should have reached the prison by this time. My identity is that of a cell block warden, and I only take orders from you and the deputy warden, Huang Ying faintly explained. Oh, that's great. Saves me from having to worry about you. The position of supervisor is great. It's management and it's free. It suits you. Li Life surprised. Originally, he was still considering whether to make Huang Ying an ordinary prison guard or an office worker, but he didn't realize that his old man had already arranged it for him. The position of supervisor is indeed vacant, and the previous supervisor was none other than Lin Shi, who is now the deputy prison governor. Li Lian could even think of when Lin Shi saw the transfer order document that placed Huang Ying in the position of supervisor. Her face must have looked wonderful again. It's just that it's not even a matter of Li Life, but now there's an unnamed Huang Ying. Lindsay thought it was going to blow up. Everyone keep clicking the hypes. Thank you. Special thanks to everyone for the reminder charms and blades, and for the power for love swag. Big brothers, win $1 billion. Chapter 85. You're not going to lie to me. Huang Ying walked into Li Ming's room and sat on the sofa waiting for Li Ming to give instructions. Eyes unobtrusively swept over to the queen-sized bed where Li Fate had slept last night. An unknown watermark in a circle on the white sheet, and I don't know how it got there. Huang Ying blushed slightly and didn't look at it much, because on her sheets, the same was true. After Li Life finished packing, he brought Huang Ying to the hotel lobby, and the two of them casually ate something to fill their stomachs. That was when Su Qinghuan arrived late. You two got up quite early. You don't even call me for delicious food. Eating alone. Su Qinghuan laughed. After last night's experience, Su Qinghuan is more beautiful than yesterday when we just met a few points. Not ashamed to say that the man is the woman's best medical beauty. After the love moisturized Su Qinghuan by virtue of more than a few soul-stirring charm. Look at the Li Life and some heartbeat. Li Ming said that he could really fall in love with Su Qinghuan over and over again, both internally and externally. All impeccable. Left it for you. Come and eat it. It won't taste good if it gets cold in a while. Li Life pointed to the food on the table that was specially left for Su Qinghuan and spoiled her. That's more like it. Didn't love you for nothing. Su Qinghuan sat down graciously and began to eat as well. Seeing that she was eating, Li Life opened his mouth. Qinghuan, I've already contacted the friend who needs legal assistance. She'll be here in a while. I'll introduce you to each other. Then you two can just butt heads then. I have to go back to the prison in a while. Su Qinghuan had not thought about it and nodded her head lightly, but then when she heard Li Ming say that she was going back to the prison, she directly froze. Prison? What prison? Did you commit a crime and sneak out? Or are you working in a prison now? Su Qinghuan was really surprised. From yesterday until now, she still thought that Li Dixia was still that rich second generation who was carefree and free all day long. When did he get involved with prison? Didn't I tell you? Li Life was also stunned at his words. It seemed like he hadn't really told Su Qinghuan about his current identity. Of course there isn't. What prison? Holy, Su Qinghuan uttered in surprise. She wasn't pretending. She had never seen Li Life working before. Li Life cried and laughed as he covered his forehead, before he proceeded to explain to Su Qinghuan. Harm. It's me who forgot to mention that I'm now the warden at Black Mountain Prison, but I haven't been at it for long. How about that? It's not bad. Li Life watched Su Qinghuan's reaction, and looking at her somewhat dumbfounded expression he couldn't help but reveal a touch of dejection that belonged to a teenager. Unexpectedly, Su Qinghuan heard that Li Life actually became such a big official as the prison governor, and really did not control the expression management. The Li Life in one's mind, who had the word handsome throughout his life, had actually become such a big official without realizing it? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Who would believe that? Su Qinghuan returned to her senses and skimmed her mouth. She still didn't believe it. He then turned his gaze to Huang Ying, who was quietly listening on the side, and asked tentatively, Huang Ying, you're not going to lie to me, are you? Did he really mean what he said? Is he bluffing me? Huang Ying sniffed and nodded affirmatively at her. Ms. Su, he didn't lie to you. He is indeed the warden of Black Mountain Prison. As Huang Ying's words fell, Su Qinghuan's forced shock was finally unable to hold back. To say that Li Life lied to her, that is possible, but Huang Ying, this girl at a glance, will not lie to people. It is impossible to help Li Life to lie to her. Then does not it mean that Li Life prison warden identity is actually true? Hand slipped and posted an extra half chapter. The rest will be posted tonight at midnight sharp. Thank you for your support. Chapter 86. Do you want to have sex again? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Li Life, you big master. Why did you only tell me how you became a prison warden for such a big thing? You absolutely backdoor it. Spend how much money? Such a big official. How much money does it cost? Oh my god. Su Qinghuan couldn't control her inner shock for a moment and asked sentence after sentence. Ahem. Don't talk nonsense. What to spend? Can't it be on my strength? Li Life said in dissatisfaction. I'll be damned. I know exactly how much you weigh and how many hairs you have, and why I didn't see that you look like you could be a prison warden. Your father is too rich. Why don't we get along again? I'm one step away from being a rich woman. Su Qinghuan exaggerated. Fortunately, there weren't many people around the location that Li Ming chose, and no one noticed Su Qinghuan's exaggerated expression at this moment. Li Life really cannot listen to it. Hurriedly picked up a piece of bread to Su Qinghuan's mouth blocked. This woman really dared to say anything, also not afraid to let others hear. Huang Ying had heard everything, but she only pretended as if she hadn't heard anything. She had already thought about it last night. The order she had received was to protect Li Life's safety, and as for his private life, she didn't care about it at all. Su Qinghuan struggled to swallow the bread in her mouth before she regained her ability to speak, but she didn't know what to say at this moment. Even as a gold medal lawyer, she was momentarily short of words. It suddenly occurred to her that if she could arrange such a big official for Li Life, then I'm afraid that Li Life's background was more than just being a rich tycoon. She had been rolling in bed with him for several years, but she had actually been kept in the dark by him. This man is really too good at hiding, also too low-key. Just as Su Qinghuan slowed down and was about to continue asking questions, Li Life's phone rang. Hello, Ms. Tan, Li, Warden, I'm here. Where are you now? Oh, so soon. We're in the hotel lobby right now, right-hand side by the window table here. As Li Life spoke, he had already seen the beautiful figure that stepped into the hotel's front door. He waved his hand at Tan Cheng Chang, and he hung up the phone. And Tan Cheng Chang had also spotted Li Life, as well as the two beautiful women sitting with Li Life who were not inferior to her in any way. She had some faintly strange emotions in her heart, but did not show them, slowly walking towards the three with a smile. Ms. Tan, let me introduce you. This is the particularly capable lawyer I was talking about. Lawyer Su Qinghuan Su. Li Life faced Su Qinghuan again and introduced Tan Cheng Chang. This is Qing Cheng Pharmaceuticals MS. Tan Cheng Cheng Tan. You are all my friends. Let's not be formal. I'll be leaving in a while. I won't be involved in the case. You two can just chat. After Li Life finished speaking, he was standing quietly on the side. He suddenly had a strange feeling in his heart, as if there was something like a feeling of an on his back. I do not know if it is his illusion. Tan Changchang and Su Qinghuan glanced at each other, similarly sizing up each other's good looks. Suddenly both of them simultaneously spread a smile and shook hands. Hello Lawyer Su, I've heard a lot about you. I'll be counting on you for what happens afterward. Tan Changchang smiled. Su Qinghuan also smiled and nodded. Well said, well said. Since Li Life has sought me out, then I will definitely do my best. Don't worry. After returning a smile, Tan Changchang looked at Huang Ying again and asked tentatively, this beautiful woman is. Chapter 87. You come with me. Huang Ying saw Tan Changchang asking about herself and knew that Li Life didn't want others to know about him having a bodyguard. So Huang Ying took the initiative and spoke. I'm the warden's driver, so why don't you guys talk and I'll go get the car. Huang Ying obediently asked Li Life for the car keys, then carried the black suitcase out of the hotel towards the parking lot. Seeing Huang Ying say so, Li Life had no choice but to nod and give her the car keys. We'll be back at the prison in a few minutes, so call if you need anything. Tan Changchang nodded. With Su Qinghuan here, she didn't know the relationship between the two and could only be polite. Thank you, Warden Li. If there's anything I can do for you in the future, just ask. Aha! No need to be polite. If the prisoners really have grievances, then it is within my duty to help them. Li Man also politely replied back. Qinghuan, I'll be going then. I've bought all the orders. You guys talk business next. If you need anything, call me. I'm not too far from S City. Li Life instructed Su Qinghuan again. Okay, don't be fleshy. Surely it will trouble you. You go, and it's not gone. I'm chatting with MS Tan about the case. I won't see you off. Bye bye you Lu. Su Qinghuan waved goodbye to Li Life. Li Life nodded and after saying goodbye to the two women, he was also heading towards the parking lot, and at the same time, Huang Ying, who had gotten the keys and gone ahead of him, was making the usual round of checking the exterior of the car for any dangers, and then getting back in the car and starting to check the interior. This car was the prison's communal car, and had only been driven by Lin Shi and Li Life, so there wasn't much inside the car, and Huang Ying checked it over without finding any dangerous items, just found a small black bag in the armrest locker. Out of an abundance of caution, Oriole followed the sight of the bag that had been opened, only to see that the bag was filled with a pair of silky white socks. Looking at the style, I'm afraid it's still a super translucent style of knee-high white silk. How did something like this end up in Li Life's car? Huang Ying frowned and pondered for a moment, but put it back in its place. Anyway, there's no danger, so what the hell? It's probably someone else's. Huang Ying didn't care, and after checking it was driving in the direction of the hotel entrance, just in time to run into the oncoming Li Fate. Huang Ying stopped the car and signaled Li Life to sit in the passenger seat she would drive. Li Life didn't retort and obediently got into the car. He was in a hurry to get back to the prison also because he thought that on the way back, he couldn't drive too fast for fear of scaring Huang Ying, so the time would definitely be stretched out, and if he didn't set off again, it might be late at night by the time he reached Black Mountain Prison. Anyway, it was a slow drive. Whoever drove it was the same. Li Life was happy to lie comfortably in the passenger seat, with Huang Ying's foot on the gas. The two of them began their return trip. Unsurprisingly for Li Life, by the time the two of them reached the prison, it was already dark through and through. Arriving at the entrance of the prison, Li Life took the initiative to get out of the car and greeted the prison guards guarding the door. Open the door. This is the new superintendent. I'll introduce you to him tomorrow. The prison guard guarding the gate curiously surveyed the driving Huang Ying, and without checking, he opened the gate and let the two Lilian in. After all, the warden had given the word, and no matter how unintelligent they were, they couldn't stop the mandatory inspection. Huang Ying drove the car into the prison's parking lot. The car was parked. Li Life was just about to get out of the car. He suddenly remembered something as if he had a movement. Subsequently, while Huang Ying went to the trunk to get her black suitcase, Li Life secretly opened the armrest locker, the black bag into the hands of the clutches. The idea of a movement, the black bag disappeared out of thin air. Instead, the storage space in Li Man's mind had an additional black bag of the same size at some point. Li Life cursed his own stupidity. How this thing was randomly put into the car by him, and I don't know if it was found by Huang Ying. But things had come to this, so Li Life had no choice but to get out of the car. The storage space he had just gotten he old not remember. After all, he had been used to walking around with empty hands, so he didn't care too much about it. Almost being discovered this time was a wake-up call for himself. Any more things that are not convenient to bring, must be put into the storage space. As long as you don't take things out in front of people, then it is the safest. When Li Man waited for Huang Ying to get her luggage and suitcase, he took her straight to the guest room that Wang Kuyen had stayed in last time. Getting his luggage settled, Li Life looked at the time. It was now time for the inmates to read freely. Anyway, he had nothing to do, so he took Huang Ying straight to the prison area. He introduced her to the structure of the prison. When I arrived at the cell block, sure enough the correctional officers were guarding the inmates in their respective cell blocks reading books, and Wang Xian and Tan Xingqing were helping the inmates register to borrow books. Seeing Li Life bring a fresh-faced beauty over, the guards and inmates all cast their eyes over. Seeing that he had attracted everyone's attention before he even opened his mouth, Li Life happened to introduce them to Huang Ying's identity. This is the new supervisor, Huang Ying. From now on, matters of size in Supervisory District 1, 2, 3 will go through the supervisor before reporting in order. Everything else will be as usual. That's it. Keep reading. After Li Life finished speaking, he was leading Huang Ying towards the library. The correctional officers greeted up. All are curious to look at Huang Ying, as if guessing where this is a big god. Young is the head of the prison district, and is directly airdropped. I think the relationship with the warden is also not ordinary. Seeing that the disciplinarians were so curious, Li Life simply commanded directly. Second correctional officer, you guys take District Chief Huang and familiarize yourselves with our prison, just like when I first came here. Go go go. Li Ming gestured at Huang Ying to follow the disciplinarians to familiarize themselves with the environment. Huang Ying naturally had to familiarize herself with the environment first when she first arrived so that she could protect Li Life afterwards, so she nodded her head painfully and was following the disciplinarians as they left. Li Life walked over to the library side and watched as Tan Xingqing and Wang Xian did a pretty good job. After all, it wasn't a physical job and the work was simple, so he went up to Tan Xingqing. How's the acclimatization going? Tan Xingqing naturally heard Li Life's question, and as she pinched the wound on her arm that was still vaguely painful, she suddenly wanted to go to the counseling room to mess with Li Life a little bit again, so that he could whip himself a few more times with his belt. But how could she say it outright and just think about it? Tan Xingqing swept down the nearby prisoners and bowed her head. Report warden. I'm fine, thanks warden. Li Life saw Tan Xingqing acting like this. Satisfied, he nodded his head. If Tan Xingqing had been like this, he would also be able to explain to Tan Xingqing no. Li Life swept his gaze toward Wang Xian again. Maybe Wang Xian has long wanted to hear the news of her daughter from Li Life's mouth. But as long as Li Life was alone with Wang Xian, he couldn't care less about talking to her about Wang Kuyan, and unconsciously got involved with her. This time, Li Life thought it would be better to call Wang Xian out and properly tell him the latest news about Wang Kuyan. Wang Xian, you come with me. I have something to find you. Wang Xian's eyes lit up as she sniffed. Blinking her big eyes, she obediently returned. Warden. Everyone keep clicking on the hypes. Thank you. Thank you all for your continued support. Special thanks to everyone for the gifts. There's a surprise in the next chapter. It's always great. Chapter 88 put this on. Li Life led the way, followed closely by Wang Xian, and the two of them crossed the crowd to the quiet second prison area. It was not yet time for the inmates to return to their quarters, and the inmates were all gathered at the end of the third cell block, near the library, so there's still no one in the prison area. Li Life brought Wang Xian directly into the middle of her and Tan Xingqing's cell, because the last time he went to the surveillance room to have a clear look, indeed there was no surveillance inside the cell, but it was only the second prison area that didn't have it, because the second prison block is inhabited by convicts who are going to get out in the future. They are all very obedient and active in everything they do, but it's different in the first and third prison areas. The first ward is full of felons who are going to spend the rest of their lives in prison, and they have the most conflicts with each other, so if they are not watched over, it is inevitable that things will get out of hand. This is especially true of the third ward, where the pricks and death row inmates of the prison are kept. As you can imagine, some death row inmates who are not even mentally sane, not waiting for their time to die to arrive, may even want to die in their cell first, or kill two more inmates in passing. That's why the third ward has the most surveillance. Luckily, there weren't too many people in wards 1 and 3, and the most crowded ward in the prison was still ward 2. After Li Life entered the cell, he was casually sitting on Tan Xingqing's bed. Wang Xian followed up and saw Li Life's action. Winking at Li Life, she understood that she was about to take off her prison clothes. Wang Xian thought to herself, is the prison warden under pressure again? He's looking for her to let off some steam? This time in Tan Xingqing's bed, she's really bold. When Tan Xingqing comes back, she'll find something unusual. But, the excitement is over. The warden is not afraid. What is she afraid of? She was just about to continue her movements, but Li Life pulled on her clothes. Li Life said helplessly, don't take it off. This time looking for you is not about that. I went to S City today to pick up someone, and happened to go to Wang Kuyan's place, so I told you about your daughter's recent situation. Why are you taking off your clothes? You have nothing else on your mind but that. Wang Xian's face suddenly blushed at her words. She was misunderstanding again. Under embarrassment, she changed the topic and said, Warden, How is my daughter now? Is she doing well? Li Life looked at Wang Xian with amusement and didn't break it down. Then narrated. She's fine now. She's cleaned up the house, has all the furniture and appliances, and she's learned to cook herself, and said she'll show you how to do it when you go out. You don't have to worry. I told her if something happens you can call me. I'll help her. Wang Xian nodded. She was relieved to hear that her daughter was fine. The last time she met with her daughter they had lifted all the misunderstandings and knew that the other party was the dearest person in the world who loved them and held them. When she gets out of jail for 2 more years, she'll be able to have a good life with her daughter. Thinking of this, Wang Xian again looked at Li Life gratefully. Warden, you are a great benefactor to us mother and daughter. If there is anything you can use us for, you must ask. Otherwise I wouldn't know how to thank you. Li Life slightly smiled, waved his hand, thinking that you have not all thanked, and thanked several times. In the future, Huang Ying came to the prison. I am afraid that he cannot and Wang Xian cannot happen anything more. When the dance competition is held some days later, let her and Tan Qingqing team up, so that they can get a ranking so that they can reduce their sentences and get out earlier is the best. That way he has nothing to hide in prison. After all, having sex with a prisoner is not rounded off in any way. So Li Life looked at the grateful Wang Xian in front of him. His hand made a gesture to take out his pocket. In fact, he secretly took out the small black bag from the system space and clutched it in his hand. Feeling the touch in his hand, Li Life slowly removed the small black bag from his pocket and handed it to Wang Xian. Wang Xian, how long before the inmates return to the prison area? Li Life asked, suppressing his agitation. Wang Xian took what Li Life handed her, not yet opening it to look at it, counted the time and replied, it's been an hour and a half every day, and it should be half an hour past now, and almost another hour back. Good. Chapter 89, does your father know? In the midst of the storm, Li Life felt the changes in his body. The body that was still feeling somewhat deficient. At this moment, it was as if it had been injected with energy again, and his physical strength was inexhaustible again, just like in the previous days. While happy, Li Life looked at the white silk that had already been accidentally shredded by him and couldn't help but have his mind swirling once again. But, it was about time, and in a few moments the prisoner was going to return. He couldn't indulge anymore. After checking that there was nothing wrong with his clothes, he planned to walk out of the cell block first. Li Life was just about to reach out and take away the white silk that had been torn to shreds, but Wang Xian spoke up. Warden, I'll throw it for you. It's no good disposing of it when you take it out. Wang Xian spoke while putting the torn white silk back into the small black bag. She already had a way to deal with it. Li Life had wanted to put it into the system space, and then throw it away when he got out of the prison. But looking at Wang Xian's look of conviction, he let it go, and let it be disposed of or not, and he thought that in a women's prison, this should not be a surprise. Li Life nodded, and after instructing him to return to the library on his own in a while, he drifted out of the cell and headed straight outside the prison area. Wang Xian, who had also straightened out her clothes and was blushing as she walked in the direction of the library, still cupping the black bag in her hand, had just walked to the end of the second prison area. Though, Wang Xian then turned a corner and walked towards a special cell in the depths. Wang Xian pulled open the cell door, and the 6 large words on the wall caught her eye. Sanitary napkin drop-off. Wang Xian, who apparently came here often, casually threw the small black bag in her hand into the trash can filled with sanitary napkins. Clapping his hands together, he turned away in satisfaction. Throwing it here, I'm sure no one would notice, and even if they saw it, it would be nothing. Anyway, it was violently torn apart by Li Life, and they couldn't tell what it was originally. When Wang Xian left the cell, he went straight to the library, and at the same time, the second correctional officer was finishing familiarizing Huang Ying with the prison's terrain, and happened to be walking in the direction of the second prison area as well. It wasn't long before he met up with Wang Xian. Wang Xian? Where's the warden? The second correctional officer asked suspiciously. They already knew that Li Life had taken Wang Xian out, but now they only saw Wang Xian alone, which was why they asked. Steward, the warden is out. He should be out of the cell block by now. Where to I don't know. Wang Xian replied faintly. Oh. Alright, you go back. The second disciplinarian waved his hand at Wang Xian, signaling him to go back to the library. When Wang Xian's figure disappeared, the second disciplinarian continued to lead Huang Ying towards the second prison area. District Governor Huang, the situation in our prison is just like this. That prisoner just now is the warden's person. The warden helped her find her daughter, so she is especially grateful to the warden. Usually her behavior is also very good. In another 2 years it seems like she'll be getting out of prison. The second correctional officer casually chatted with Huang Ying. Huang Ying nodded faintly, having some impression of Wang Xian in her mind. The second disciplinarian led Huang Ying, who happened to walk to the junction of the second and third prison areas at this time. She stopped Huang Ying and pointed to the cell at the end and introduced it softly. Here is specially set up for the inmate's sanitary napkin drop-off place, cleaned up once a day, but there is still some smell, but stay for a long time will not care. Huang District Commissioner, let's go and take a look at it. Not everyone is a woman. When the time comes, sanitary napkins have to be thrown here. I'll take you to take a look at it? The second disciplinarian inquired. Huang Ying naturally had no problem with it. This kind of place, as long as it was a woman, it was always going to be used, and she was certainly no exception. She then walked slowly into the cell where the tampons were dropped off, led by the second corrections officer. The room was still filled with several large green trash cans, and the rest of the room was empty and not much to look at. After recognizing the door, the two were just about to leave, but the sharp-eyed Oriole found a black bag of deja vu in the trash can. Huang Ying froze slightly, stopped in her tracks. She asked to the puzzled second steward. Second steward, what is this black bag? The second steward was also stunned at his words. What black bag? Where is there a black bag here except for used sanitary napkins? The second disciplinarian followed Huang Ying's line of sight and indeed found a small black bag in the trash can. She frowned slightly and held back the smell as she stepped forward to pick up the black bag. After all, they were the only two people here. If she didn't take it, did she still let the head of the prison area take it? The second disciplinarian unwrapped the black bag and the contents fell to the ground. Both eyes looked over at the same time. What is this? It's so thin and it's tearing so badly. Puzzled, the second disciplinarian picked it up and held it out to Yellowing for inspection. Huang Ying also frowned and took the white silk that had been torn. She just thought she was wrong. Originally she just felt familiar with that black bag, which asked the second discipline, did not expect to open. She found that this white silk is exactly the same as the ultra-thin white stockings she found in the car of the Lee Life, except that it was ripped. But, how did the things in Lee Life's car appear here, and still torn? Huang Ying suddenly thought of the prisoner Wang Xin, who had just walked by, and Li Ming, who had left without saying goodbye. An idea that was absurd to the extreme suddenly surfaced in Huang Ying's mind. Shockingly, she froze in place, and when the second disciplinarian saw that Huang Ying didn't say anything, she also surveyed the white silk to herself, and finally she was able to find what seemed to be a pair of torn white stockings at the end of the white silk. The second disciplinarian uttered in surprise, District Governor Huang, look, if this is a white stocking, how can this be here? We are not allowed to have these things in our prison. Could it be a prisoner's private stash? Should we check? Huang Ying was still in shock, and when she heard the second disciplinarian's words, she hurriedly returned to her senses. Cough. Forget it, it's not a big deal. Or maybe it was accidentally brought in the sanitary napkin. Don't worry about it. Huang Ying spoke out to cover up. When the second disciplinarian saw that Huang Ying had spoken, she naturally didn't think much about it. It wasn't a big deal. So the second disciplinarian rolled the torn stockings into a ball and threw them back into the trash can, clapped his hands, and the two of them turned to go out. Huang Ying mechanically followed the second disciplinarian forward, but her heart was like a shocking wave, unable to calm down for a long time. She was at the moment brainstorming a big, ruinous drama. The warden and the female prisoner, the chief and the criminal, Li Life and Wang Xin. Even if she purposely didn't think about it in detail, it didn't make sense how the things in Li Life's car would appear in the cell. And while the stockings had been fine when she saw them, they were now shredded into twists. This really made her unable to stop thinking about it more. She really wanted to ask Li Life what was going on right now, but she was just a bodyguard protecting the chief. No matter what, it's not her turn to ask. In the midst of Huang Ying's tangle, she had already walked to the entrance of the prison area. After the second disciplinarian sent Huang Ying here, she excused herself and went back to the prison area. She had work to do in a while, and Huang Ying went out of the prison area and slowly walked towards the residence that Li Life had arranged for her. The face was still hard to hide the shock. What to do? Is this a special case? Should we report it? Chief, what on earth have you done? You're doing this. Does your father know? Everyone point and click to urge more. Thank you everyone. Everyone, get rich, wealthy. Thank you to all the gift givers. Chapter 90, Lifestyle Issues. After Huang Ying went back to her room in a tangled mess, she thought left and right or felt that she couldn't arbitrarily wrongly accuse Li Life. So she decided to go to the car and take another look. Maybe it's just a coincidence that there are two identical black bags and two identical white silks. As soon as she thought of it, Yellowing tiptoed to the parking lot and looked at the Jeep she'd driven back today. It's still in the same place. No one should have touched it. So Huang Ying again raised her hand and wiped it from her hair, and transparent white filaments appeared in her hand again. District car door locks naturally difficult to defeat her. Huang Ying pulled one hand on the end of the thin wire. Gently shake, as if the thin wire has a life in general. Along the car door cracks drilled in. Her fingers pulled again. The car door should be opened. The whole thing flew by, and in a few seconds Oriole opened the door and got in. Huang Ying took a deep breath and put her palm over the top of the armrest locker, silently praying that the black bag was still there. But things tend to go in the worst direction. She slowly opened the lid, only to see that the black bag that was still in here had actually really disappeared. Those who take it away have only Li Life. Same time, Li Life had returned to the office. When he just passed by Lin Shi's office, he noticed that the light in Lin Shi's office was still on, but he didn't go to talk to her as usual. After all, she had just had a conflict with her, and Li Life didn't want to spoil her temper anymore, so it was better to let her digest it on her own. Li Life went back to the office and first took a shower, changed his clothes. After cleaning himself up, he then laid down on the bed and began to recall the madness he had just experienced with Wang Xin. He drilled behind the bed curtains and looked at Wang Xin, who was wearing Wang Kuyen's white silk, and in a trance he actually thought that the person in front of him was Wang Kuyen himself. Similar appearance and body, and impactful white stockings. His mind uncontrollably recalled Wang Kuyen's pink jade feet. Li Life could only say that they were worthy of being mother and daughter, and just now he had completely mistaken Wang Xin for Wang Kuyen. The mischievous thoughts that had been accumulated for a long time were madly vented, and the white silk was torn to shreds by him. Li Life was now lying on the bed, with the same image in his mind that he had just seen, and his strengthened body naturally wouldn't be indifferent. The aura of alert hit again involuntarily. Everyone in the office building was under his surveillance at the moment, and although he couldn't hear the voices, Li Life's perspective looked out and saw everything. Li Life was just about to take the initiative to turn the aura off, but with a sudden movement of his mind, the scene of Lin Shi's office next to him suddenly appeared in his mind, only to see Lin Shi was still writing and drawing on the desk, not knowing what she was busy with, probably a little tired. She stretched her waist hard. The clothes in front of her chest were held up high. Obviously there was not bad capital. Last time, Li Life had secretly appraised it with his naked eye. At least it was sea level. Lin Shi wore a prison guard uniform all day long, hiding her good figure. But Li Life remembered that Xia Hong also said that she and Lin Shi had taken a bath together. I heard that there were some other surprises? At that time, Li Life naturally didn't ask in detail, but he was still curious. In Li Life's line of sight, Lin Shi stretched her waist, and was standing up from the chair. She looked at her cell phone. The time was already late, so she headed for the bathroom as she unbuttoned her shirt, starting with the collar. 1, 2, 3, finally, the rows of buttons on her chest were undone. Li Life looked at this scene and just felt like he was on top again. No wonder Huang Ying overheard him and Su Qinghuan would be like that yesterday. Turns out eavesdropping and peeking is really so exciting. Under Li Life's line of sight, Lin Shi unguardedly took off her clothes and walked into the bathroom. Only close-fitting underwear was still on her body. The perfect body definitely ranked in the top few among the women she had seen, and what Lin Shi excelled in was not just the comparable model-like body, but her own cold temperament. The usually cold and frosty face always makes you wonder what kind of expression she would have if she had conquered it, or still have this cold and haughty expression? Li Life had only imagined it vicariously for a moment, and already his body had a jolt, not daring to think about it again. Lin Shi turned on the faucet and reached out to test the water temperature. Just as Lin Shi put her hands behind her back and was about to undo her underwear, Li Life finally gritted his teeth and forced himself to control himself, turning off the alert aura, letting the luscious image in his mind shatter and disappear. Li Life took a deep breath to calm himself down. He hadn't figured out how to treat Lin Shi yet and couldn't look any further. Her identity was different from others. If he was just greedy for beauty and held back in the face of Lin Shi, then even if he got Lin Shi's body in the end, he was afraid that he wouldn't be much happier. With Lin Shi's dad Lin Aiguayin, it is destined that Li Life cannot eat dry to Lin Shi patting the ass and go. Lin Uncle also watched him grow up. He naturally cannot not be responsible for Lin Shi, but his own peach blossom debt is now owed a lot of. Even if Lin Shi this flower is more beautiful and delicate, he cannot be moved. And Li Life asked himself, he really like Lin Shi? Li Life shook his head. I am afraid that he simply liked Lin Shi's appearance. The pleasure of seeing at first sight is ultimately not as good as living for a long time. Lin Shi's nature, he does not like. After Li Life figured out the key, he closed his eyes and began to rest, trying not to think about the fragrant images that were affecting him. But what he didn't expect was this moment. His personal bodyguard, Huang Ying, was holding a cell phone in his hand, and a string of encrypted phone numbers was being silently displayed on the screen. Her hand rested on the dialing button for a long time. It wasn't that she wanted to snitch. Rather, she wanted to reconfirm the content of the mission. The chief himself had explained exactly what his mission was, that he was only responsible for protecting Li Life's personal safety. Or does the head of the department mean that the so-called special cases are reported and dealt with as a matter of lifestyle in addition to security? Huang Ying had been holding the cell phone for a while, but she still hadn't made up her mind about it. It was already very late and she was afraid of disturbing the chief's rest, so Huang Ying didn't make a move for a long time. and finally just sighed and moved her finger away from the phone, giving up on reporting. Look again. Maybe it is not what I think. If it is my misunderstanding, then it can make a big mistake. Huang Ying comforted himself by muttering to himself. Huang Ying was indeed, not surprisingly to Li Life, on her first mission as an intensive caregiver. Of course, there is no doubt about her ability, whether it is empty hand fighting, or dagger fighting, or firearms shooting, special reconnaissance and so on. She is outstanding. But her only weakness is that she is too dead set and takes things too seriously. Without figuring out the specifics of the mission, she gets very anxious about not fulfilling the chief's mission, which is both a weakness and a strength. It was precisely because of her tenacity that Li Life's old man was relieved to let her protect Li Life. The yellow warbler does his work, and old man Li Life is relieved. Chapter 91, A Snowball's Shame. Early the next morning, Li Life woke up from his dream. He dreamed of being handcuffed, his mom and dad looking at him with hateful faces, tears in their eyes but still determined to push him into his cell. He struggled helplessly, roared, and tried to say something to his parents, but nothing came out, so he could only look at his dad with expectant eyes, hoping he would save him. But the dad's usual doting face has changed. He showed a difficult face, obviously hesitating, and at this time she suddenly appeared. She coldly looked at Li Life, and then said something to the dad and mom, and that's how. The dad no longer hesitates, and directly turned away, and Li Life fell into the darkness of the abyss. Giant mouth can no longer get out. Li Life woke up with a jolt at this time, sitting up from the bed at once. The usually handsome face was now covered in sweat like it had just been washed. Beads of sweat shuddered and congealed with his movements, sliding down his throat and ending up in his pajamas, dampening another patch. Li Life let out a long breath, which freed him from the fearful emotions of the dream and woke him up. Clothes have long been drenched in cold sweat. Even on the bedsheet there are human-shaped sweat marks, visible. Li Life just how panic fear. Luckily, it's a dream. Li Life wiped his face and said after the robbery, he didn't even dare to think that when such a day really came, would Pops ignore him as he did in his dreams, and send him to jail himself in a fit of righteousness, or perhaps still pampering himself as usual and fishing himself out of jail. Li Life shook his head, no longer overly anxious, grabbing his cell phone and looking at it. It was just 5 in the morning. He hadn't woken up this early in a long time. Li Life got up and got out of bed, took off his pajamas, and walked into the bathroom with his naked, tendon-fleshed body, turned on the faucet, and let the hot water rinse his body. After washing up, he put on the prison warden's uniform and straightened his attire in the mirror. A handsome prison warden, satisfied, winked at himself in the mirror, recognizing his own handsomeness. After a slight smile, Li Life pushed the door and walked out of the office. He came to the prison for so many days, or for the first time to get up so early, passing by Lin Shi's office, did not find any movement. Li Life to take the elevator directly down the stairs. The elevator doors just opened. It was just as it had been on his first day at the prison, with dozens of guards standing in formation in the lobby. Lin Shi, on the other hand, stood in front of the team to speak, and Huang Ying, whom he had brought back yesterday, had changed into the uniform of a prison guard at some point, and stood beside Lin Shi in a heroic manner. The elevator doors dinged open, and the gazes of the prison guards shifted in unison to the face of Li Life, who stepped out of the elevator. Lin Shi did the same. She looked back and felt like this scene was déjà vu, only this time, Li Life wouldn't faint again. Li Life smiled faintly, confidently stepped forward and swept a circle of the prison guards present, and under the awe-inspiring eyes of all the guards, he slowly opened his mouth. Good morning, everyone. Hello, Warden. The crowd of prison guards replied in unison. Li Life nodded and turned to Lin Shi again. You guys go on. I'll listen. Lin Shi sniffed and gritted her teeth slightly. She realized that she actually didn't know when Li Life had already gained authority in the prison. Many of the prison guards were looking at Li Life with a face of reverence, and this kind of look of theirs had previously been directed at themselves. Lin Shi was a bit stifled, but now was obviously not the occasion for her to have a fit. A group of prison guards were still waiting for her to speak. She gathered her emotions and continued. These days when the specially invited dance teacher arrives, every day at noon to take 2 hours, organize the prisoners to practice dance. This time the number of people involved in a lot of people. Each correctional officer are good control of their own prison area prisoners. If there is a prick, first kill the chicken to make an example of the monkey. No need to be polite. Should be shut up in confinement. Shut up in confinement. Tell him whoever is causing trouble at this time, that's just cross with their own. Don't make a mistake. All of you. Don't be lazy. If nothing happens, but if something happens because of your negligence, then don't blame me for being impartial. Lin Shi's cold voice spread through the hall, frightening a group of prison guards. District Chief Huang, you just came. You are not familiar with the business. Just familiarize yourself with the content of the duties of the district chief for the time being. The position of the district chief of our prison has been vacant for a long time. I'm glad that you can come over. Lin Shi was again polite to Huang Ying. After Huang Ying was also polite with her, Lin Shi turned to Li Ming. Warden, I've said all I have to say. Do you have anything else to say? When Li Life saw Lin Shi inquiring about himself, after he pondered slightly, he smiled at the crowd. I have nothing to do. Everyone has done a great job. I want to offer praise. I've been here for so many days. Everyone has been doing their job and performing very well. I decided to give each of you a bonus after this dance competition to reward you all. Just keep it up, everyone. Nothing else. Adjourn. As soon as Li Life's words fell, the crowd of prison guards cheered out. Thank you, Warden. Warden, you are so handsome. I love you, Warden. The Warden is wonderful. The atmosphere in the hall was momentarily high and the wardens were happy. I didn't expect that the prison warden would also give them bonuses, which was a treatment that had never existed in the past. And compared to high-pressure commands like Lin Shi's, Li Man's method of identifying with the rewarding style was obviously more popular. The guards were all staring at Li Life with adoring eyes, and some of them even had their eyes flowing with an anti-smile, and they didn't know what they had thought of. Lin Shi couldn't help but blush as she watched each of them wink and smile obsessively at Li Life. She didn't know why she was so angry. Anyway, she was just angry. Looking at the rowdy scene in the hall, she frowned and roared. What's the noise? On vacation? Nothing to do? What's with all this noise? The meeting is adjourned. Go about your business. As soon as Lin Shi's words fell, the hall instantly fell silent, and the group of prison guards looked at each other. All of them returned resentfully. Deputy Warden. Then the birds and the beasts scattered and trotted away. As Li Life looked at Lin Shi's angry appearance, he couldn't help but snicker in his heart. This Lin Shi must be to see himself by the prison guards' love. She heart ate vinegar. Originally are her men, but now is on the side of Li Life. She naturally heart will not be comfortable. However, Li Life saw through it and didn't say anything. Who let Lin Shi keep targeting him, and he was happy to let Lin Shi have a taste of his own medicine. Li Life's eyes turned and looked at Huang Ying on the side and said with deliberate cordiality, District Governor Huang, come with me. I'll take you to the prison area to familiarize yourself with it. Our prison, everything is in order. The work is very good to start. Let's go. Li Life then slowly walked out of the office building with Huang Ying, and he didn't pay any attention to Lin Shi, just floating away in Lin Shi's smoldering eyes. Asterisk. Well ordered is still not my credit. Damn Li Life. Stinking Li Life. I'm so mad at you. You didn't even consult me about the bonus. He just left without saying a word. You think I don't exist? Bastard. Li Life. You remember that. Lin Shi's roar echoed through the hall for a long time before it subsided. Everyone, click on the hypes and add to your bookshelf. Thank you all for your continued support, and thank you to all the gift-giving bigwigs, and may the bigwigs be rich. Chapter 92, Genius? Li Life was in a happy mood as he led Huang Ying to casually wander around outside the playground. Today was a rest day for the inmates. None of them had to work, so Li Life didn't enter the prison area. Anyway, in a while the inmates would come to the playground to sunbathe after eating. It's a beautiful day. The sun is shining brightly and it's warming the air. Li Life turned back to look at a prison guard uniform of Huang Ying. This woman and he are the same. Are born clothes rack, tall, after a long period of exercise well-proportioned body. Unlike other women with fair skin, her skin is wheat-colored. Look at it is very healthy. Wearing this prison guard uniform, it is just like a tailor-made general fit for her. The fanny pack bulging around his waist attracted Li Life's attention. Li Life pointed to her waist and inquired, what do you have in this fanny pack? The weaponry you retrieved the other day? Huang Ying sniffed and nodded, leaving her fanny pack open for Li Life to see. Only to see that this looks not too big fanny pack. Inside, there is a pocket-sized silver small pistol, next to 2 loaded ammunition magazines, as well as 2 grenades of a special style. After Li Life saw it clearly, his pupils shrunk slightly. This grenade is carried around like this? It's not like going to war. It's not that bad. Li Life can also carry weapons, but in this prison he cannot use. Out of the prison and not allowed to bring. He brought 2 days after the feeling of chicken ribs, so simply sent directly back to the armory. Anyway, he was surrounded by armed and heavily armed guards, so it shouldn't be his turn to draw his gun if anything happened. Looking at Huang Ying with a grenade, he was thinking that it wouldn't be of much use, and to be honest, the prison was really safe. At the gate, there is a guard at 3 steps, a sentry at 5 steps, and prison guards with sniper rifles at the lookout. In this day and age, no one would be stupid enough to do something as silly as a prison break. The ammunition in their prison arsenal is still particularly abundant. I'm afraid that without a platoon of heavily armed special fighters, they definitely won't be able to attack the prison. However, Li Life looked at Huang Ying's equipment and came to have some interest. He asked curiously, District Commissioner Huang, I've always wanted to know if I've ever killed anyone in your line of work. Huang Ying looked at Li Life who had a curious look on her face. The corner of her mouth curved up into an arc as she faintly gave Lee Life a science talk. Warden, our line of work is mainly about protection. Most of it is simulation training. We rarely go out on missions to annihilate the enemy, and we are rarely sent into battle, unless the target being protected is attacked and we are forced to fight back, which would involve killing. Lee Life suddenly realized nodded. He thought about it as also special care. Well, certainly to protect the target of the main. To do those special tasks of killing must also have special professionals to do. Lee Man was still brainstorming the plot of those movies in his head, but Huang Ying continued. But, Warden, if you ask me if I've ever killed anyone, I'll tell you, there's a confidentiality agreement involved. No comment. Huang Ying smiled faintly and winked at Lee Life, as if she had said everything and nothing. However, Lee Life is a shock in his heart when he heard the words, involving confidentiality agreement. Then why confidentiality? Not just killed people so only signed a confidentiality agreement. Well, I didn't realize that Huang Ying, who looked so elegant and valiant, had also killed someone? Although Lee Life grew up in a special family, he really doesn't understand the nature of his old man's job, who, in order to protect him, has instructed everyone since he was a child to keep his mouth shut about Lee Life, so that Lee Life can live like an ordinary person. When I was a child to buy him toys, other children are all kinds of toy pistols, tanks, airplanes and cannons, but here in Lee's life are all kinds of plush dolls, educational puzzles and all kinds of blocks, either that or all kinds of storybooks, writings of the literati. How could Lee Man, who was still a child, like these things? It wasn't until he grew up that Lee Life began to understand his old man, who wanted to isolate him from the dangerous world and settle down as an ordinary man. Lee Life did grow up according to the expectations of the old man, indeed live into an ordinary person. The situation of their country, and ordinary people can only look at the news from the cell phone, and occasionally hot blood so a bit, and then return to the flat, as if the news on the tense and turbulent situation is very far away from him in general. But if he quietly think, let's say Lin Shi's big brother, when he was a child, he also often took Lin Shi to their home to play. But I don't know when to start. Lin Shi's brother, this person is like disappeared out of thin air, and no one to mention it again. Lee Life knew that there were only two possibilities for this situation. The first is that Lin Shi's big brother has entered a secretive unit and can't show his face. The second is, killed in the line of duty. Lee Life back to his mind. No longer think about it. Those things are still far away from him. He just need to take care of his own acreage, and keep the prison in good hands. Then it is considered a victory. Lee Life waved his hand towards Huang Ying and laughed. Go! I'll take you to a nice place. Li Ming spoke and gestured for Huang Ying to follow, then turned around and walked towards behind Huang Ying. Although Huang Ying was a little curious about where Lee Life was taking her, she didn't ask much, but just silently followed. In a short while, Lee Life and his duo arrived at a special building. The three words on the door caused Huang Ying to blink slightly. Arsenal? Nice. Let me show you the equipment of our prison. Lee Life smiled faintly and greeted the prison guard girl on guard duty before leading Huang Ying inside. The equipment in the armory was quite complete. Handguns, automatic rifles, sniper rifles, bulletproof vests, grenades and other combat equipment. Everything was there. It was clearly a small arsenal. Huang Ying also couldn't help but be slightly shocked when he saw the full extent of the weapons arsenal, not realizing that the armament in a prison was already this strong now. As Lee Life watched Huang Ying follow him in, he picked up the pistol he had sent back to the side, skillfully loaded and cocked it, and aimed at the distant bullseye, quickly firing and emptying the magazine. 8 rounds poured out. After the gunshots, Lee Life proudly pointed at the distant target and said to the astonished Huang Ying, "How's that for 8 shots? 10 out of 10. Counts as a marksman." Huang Ying sniffed and scrutinized the target in the distance with some disbelief. It was indeed all 8 shots, and the accuracy was very high. It was even more accurate than some ordinary soldiers. However, on the information given to her by the chief, Lee Life had obviously never even touched a gun since she was a child. So how could she have such a standardized shooting posture and accuracy? Can't it be that in such a short time of coming to the prison, Li Ming has already developed such a good shooting skill? Is Li Ming a shooting genius? Huang Ying inquired with some disbelief. "Warden, how long have you been practicing when you hit this score?" Li Life looked at Huang Ying's shocked expression and couldn't help but marvel at how powerful the quest reward was. Chapter 93 Linger. How could he have practiced for any length of time? He hadn't practiced at all. It was entirely the system's reward. The physical quality and combat experience of a special forces soldier let him get this shooting skill for nothing. The last time Lee Life gave the gun away, he had already tried it, and as long as he held the gun in his hand, it was as if he had an 8 times mirror on in his mind, and he could point and hit wherever he wanted. There was no need for special aiming to hit the bullseye. This achievement was still a casual one for him, and if he got serious, it wouldn't be impossible for him to do the kind of 8 rounds that left only one bullet hole in the movie. It was only that he was afraid of scaring Huang Ying, which was why he showed his hand in a small way. Haven't been practicing long? Just a few days. Ask is gifted. Li Life replied back indifferently with his mouth, but he couldn't help but be a little surprised in his heart. Got it. Faked it in front of Oriole. After Huang Ying was surprised, she took down an automatic rifle from the wall, and under the dazzle, the gun was disassembled by Huang Ying, and then quickly reassembled it, and after skillfully loading the magazine, she handed it to Li Life. Warden, you try this again? Li Life looked at the automatic rifle handed to him and raised an eyebrow. Is this a test for me? Thought I really only know how to shoot handguns. Li Life thought in his mind. His hand movements did not stop. After receiving the automatic rifle handed by Huang Ying, he also followed Huang Ying's action, disassembled and disassembled it, then restored it back to its original state, and the magazines were reloaded into the rifle by him. Next, Li Life put the rifle on his shoulder and aimed at the distant target through the point of aim. It was as if he had practiced this action a million times. Li Life's fingers moved slightly, and a series of fire snakes erupted out. It soon emptied the magazine again. As the gunpowder-scented smoke cleared, the two men's gazes coincidentally looked toward the gun targets in the distance. He saw that even though Li Life was shooting at such a high frequency, his accuracy was still terrifyingly high. None of the bullet holes were off target, and the shots hit right near the center of the target. Watching Huang Ying was dumbfounded, her mouth slightly open in surprise without realizing it. You have to know that this is an automatic rifle, continuously firing in a burst situation. To be able to shoot this, Li Man was a proper marksman without a doubt. And on top of that, Li Life hadn't even touched a gun for a few days. Anyone else who wanted to reach this level would have to be fed with tens of thousands of bullets at the very least, and they wouldn't necessarily be able to do so. And Li Man reached it so easily? Li Life finished shooting the bullets, put the automatic rifle on the side, looking at Huang Ying's shocked expression, cannot help but feel a little smug, but, is not a little exposed strength? He has already tried to tighten the fight. Otherwise, he can draw a circle in the center of the target with an automatic rifle. It's that accurate. Don't ask. To ask is to be born to shoot. Ha ha ha. Not bad, not bad. All on target. Our prison ammunition is sufficient. Nothing I come over to practice. Really not in vain. Right. Li Life laughed lightly. Huang Ying said with a bitter smile as she listened to Li Life speak in such a manner. Warden, which is not practicing for nothing. You're a sharpshooter. With your shooting accuracy, you've already surpassed 90% of the population. Huang Ying was truly shocked. She secretly resolved that she must contact the chief tonight. Li Ming had this kind of talent. She definitely had to let the chief know, and it was just the right time to make sure of what her mission would be. Ha, I'm that good? By chance, just by chance. Li Life realized that he seemed to have gotten carried away. He thought that this level was just the basic operation of an average warrior. He was just acting like a quick learner. He didn't expect that this level of precision would be a phoenix in Huang Ying's eyes, pretending to be big, exposed. Li Life secretly thought or not to fool around. Although his own hit again accurate, there is not much use, but always low profile Li Life or immediately adjusted the mentality. Changed the topic said, District Governor Huang, you can also take out and wear the combat equipment here if you like, such as this bulletproof vest. I tried it out and it doesn't affect movement at all, and it's not very heavy. Even wearing it for daily activities is no problem. Huang Ying sniffed and shook her head. No, Warden, I've already worn it. I suggest you better wear one when you leave the prison as well. It's also safer if you're in danger. Huang Ying fetched the equipment suitcase can not only just this pistol and grenades, but special care of a whole set of specialized equipment. The bulletproof vest was even specially customized, with special design adjustments for the physical features of the woman's chest, and was quite a bit more advanced than the bulletproof vest in the armory. After the two of them visited the weapons depot, Li Life took Huang Ying back to the playground. By this time the prisoners had already finished their meal and were lazily sunbathing in the playground in a group of several people. Once a week, on a rare day off, the inmates greedily enjoyed a long overdue sunbathe, and although the inmates gathered in the playground, it was not as chaotic as one might expect. Li Life also saw Wang Xian and Tan Xingqing is sitting on the side of the chair to look at his side, Tan Xingqing biting his lips, expressions somewhat sullen, looking at him as if someone to say something. Look Li Life also some doubt. Before Tan Xingqing is not this look, before like a proud little peacock, now instead like being stripped of feathers in general, some weak and helpless. Li Life wondered if he had hit too hard last time. To Tan Xingqing hit out of the psychological shadow? Find a chance to talk to her again sometime. Tan Shangchang and Su Qinghuan are giving her a reversal of the matter has not yet told her. Li Life watched for a while as intended to go back to the office building, while Huang Ying was left by him in the prison area, and the second correctional officers to continue to familiarize themselves with the prison to go. Anyway, the prison was safe. Huang Ying was also more at ease, and did not insist on following Li Life, which made Li Life very satisfied. Huang Ying knew a lot more than those who used to protect him. Li Life, who had nothing to do, passed by the infirmary and suddenly remembered the last time Xia Hong gave him a checkup. One could only say that it was worthy of being the lead surgeon. Xia Hong's techniques were not even close to the firearms proficiency he had been rewarded with by the system. The technique alone is memorable, but naturally, Li Life wouldn't take the initiative to find Xia Hong for another checkup. That would appear to be what he was. Just as Li Life was thinking about Xia Hong and was just about to walk past the infirmary's door, the infirmary's door was suddenly pulled open. A white coat but not too sexy and charming Xia Hong happened to open the door and walked out from the infirmary with a tray and syringe in her hand. Seeing Li Life passing by the door, Xia Hong's eyes lit up and she greeted Li Life. Warden? What a coincidence. A chance encounter. Yeah, ha. I was just about to go back to the office. I didn't expect you to suddenly open the door. What are you doing? Li Life looked suspiciously at the tray in Xia Hong's hand, which had syringes and glass bottles of medicines. Apparently just finished using them. Thanks for all the support. Keep clicking to urge more and add to the bookshelf. The back is even better. Thanks to all the big guys who sent gifts. We're all going to be rich.